Marshall Peak Chapter 5577 to Chapter 5625. Where's Brother Ouyang? He's the most familiar with the army commander and he knows about the soul-rending thorn the best. Qin Yuan looked around and soon spotted Ouyang Lai standing in the corner. He then politely asked Ouyang Lai, "Brother Ouyang, you're here, go away, I don't know anything, don't ask me." Ouyang Lai turned around and stormed off. Qin Yuan scratched his head. He had no idea how he had offended Ouyang Lai. After that intense battle, profound nether territory once again fell into a period of calm and quiet. Be that as it may, both the Black Ink clan and the human race knew that this calm was only temporary and the next storm was already brewing. While the human race army was diligently recovering, the Black Ink clan's morale was crumbling. They still failed to stop the killer even after sacrificing 3 territory lords. This sent Six Arms into a rage while Mo Nai was also extremely unresigned. His original plan was to kill Yang Kai with the combined assault of 5 territory lords, but apparently, this strategy was completely useless. Yang Kai's ability to escape was top-notch, and he simply refused to face them head-on, giving Mo Nai no chance to use this strategy. Yang Kai was a true thorn in their side. Ever since they had left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the territory lords had never encountered such a difficult and terrifying enemy. The Black Ink clan had no way to deal with the current predicament. The only thing they could rejoice about was that there was only one Yang Kai among humans. If there were a few more human masters like him, the Black Ink clan would be in a very dangerous spot. Although Xianxia was strong, the territory lords were not too afraid of him as they could see the limits of his strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai was simply unfathomable. 2 years later, Yang Kai emerged from retreat and gathered the Eighth Order Masters to discuss dispatching troops. Though, there was nothing much to discuss. Having gained such a huge harvest in the last battle, all they needed to do was repeat the same strategy. Obviously, the Black Ink clan had no way to counter this strategy. After all, they had no choice but to defend themselves if the human race army attacked them. So long as the Black Ink clan defended themselves, Yang Kai would have a chance to kill. It might be a simple strategy, but as long as it worked, it did not matter. After some orders and arrangements, the Eighth Order Masters left. Ouyang Lai, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression before leaving, like a wife who had been wronged, leaving the latter quite puzzled. The human race army launched another attack. Although they had suffered some casualties in the last battle, the recruitment hall in High Heaven territory had seen a massive increase in those signing up to fight. So the Supreme Headquarters had dispatched reinforcements over the past 2 years. Yang Kai had also pulled 100,000 more soldiers from the auxiliary army, so the profound Nether army was even more powerful than last time. When the Black Ink clan received word that the humans were on the march again, a solemn look appeared on the faces of every territory lord. They had lost 3 territory lords in the last human attack, so who knew how many would die during this one? Even though the territory lords were not confident in taking down Yang Kai, they had come up with various countermeasures to deal with his various methods. After all, the territory lords still held a numerical advantage over the Eighth Order Masters. Not to mention, several more territory lords had come from the no-return pass to assist. A day later, the battle broke out between the 2 races as they clashed in the void, shaking the universe. The human race army held nothing back this time and immediately summoned their evil-purging divine spears. After 2 years of constant accumulation, the profound Nether army had the capital to squander evil purging. Divine spears for a short time. One after another, glowing white suns flared up in the void. Even though the Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they were the ones being suppressed in this battle. Countless Black Ink clansmen fell under this dazzling light, causing many formations to collapse. Everyone in the profound Nether army knew the battle plan. All warships were to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. As such, none of the warships recklessly pursued the enemy and instead focused on maintaining their positions regardless of how great their advantage was. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding in the shadows amidst this fierce battle, searching for a target like a predator hunting for prey. The Black Ink clan was smarter this time though, with no territory lords acting alone unlike last time. Obviously, they knew that once they were alone, they would become victims of Yang Kai's hunt. All the territory lords were acting in groups of 3s or even 4s. Everyone in the team was covering each other's back, making it much harder for Yang Kai to sneak attack anyone. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally decided to act. He was targeting a group of 3 territory lords. 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters happened to be fighting them, and these 2 Eighth Order Masters had already used 5 evil purging divine spears, but all they had managed to do was weaken their opponent's strength slightly. They had been unable to gain any kind of advantage. Fortunately, the territory lords were also not using their full strength. All the territory lords had diverted some of their strength to defend against the sneak attack that was surely lurking behind them, just like in the previous battle. As such, even though the 2 Eighth Order Masters were hard-pressed, they were still able to hold their ground. When spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, the 2 Eighth Order Masters, who were already prepared, immediately used their strongest methods to attack their opponents without a moment of hesitation. The 3 territory lords had always been on guard, but frustration and indignance could not help appearing on their faces at that instant, unable to figure out why they were so unlucky. There were so many territory lords on the battlefield, but Yang Kai just had to target them. But before they could react, their heads started ringing as they felt excruciating pain as if their souls were being torn apart. Obviously, they had been hit by soul-rending thorns. Fortunately, the 3 territory lords had their guards up, so while the damage to their souls might be unbearable, they still retained enough clarity to instinctually retreat. Be that as it may, the already prepared 8th Order Masters had timely attacked one of the territory lords together, stopping him in place. At the same time, Yang Kai appeared and swept his Azure Dragon Spear towards the other 2 territory lords. He had fired 3 soul-rending thorns almost instantly, so the pain in his soul was even worse than before. He was in so much agony that he felt as if his entire head was about to explode. As such, Yang Kai was unable to bring out his full strength. The result was that the 2 territory lords managed to get past him by working together before escaping in the blink of an eye. By the time Yang Kai wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could not help but admire the decisiveness of these territory lords. Without any regret, he decisively turned around and charged towards the last territory lord who had been stopped. It was 3 against 1, and the territory lord's soul was badly injured, so the result was already decided. The territory lord was killed by one of the 8th Order Masters in a few breaths. At the same time, the drums signaling retreat echoed out as the human race army started slowly withdrawing. Meanwhile, Mo Nai was already rushing towards Yang Kai with 4 other territory lords. Although Mo Nai and the other territory lords had returned empty-handed last time, they were still responsible for keeping an eye on Yang Kai. They did not participate in the battle as their mission was only to kill Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai appeared, they rushed straight towards him. It did not matter whether they could succeed or not, they had to ensure that Yang Kai could not just run rampant. Yang Kai had also sensed their auras, which was why he didn't try to pursue the 2 injured territory lords despite having the ability to stop at least one of them. The Black Ink clan chased after the retreating human race army, with the soldiers of both races attacking each across the void, leaving blood and corpses littered everywhere. The Black Ink clan only retreated reluctantly when the profound Nether army reached the defense perimeter of their frontline camp. In the distance, fire was almost spewing out of the eyes of every territory lord. They could not wait to charge the human army, but owing to the home advantage the other side had, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat. The result of this battle was unsatisfactory, as although they had killed many Black Ink clansmen, they only managed to kill 1 territory lord. The territory lord's strategy for dealing with Yang Kai's sneak attack might not completely guarantee their safety, but it could still greatly reduce their casualties. Although Yang Kai had injured 3 territory lords using his soul-rending thorns just like last time, he only managed to kill 1. Compared to losing 3 territory lords like last time, the loss of 1 territory lord was within acceptable range for the Black Ink clan. The human race thus entered another round of recuperation. After another 2 years, the human race army attacked for the 3rd time. After tasting success during their first attack, the profound Nether army would attack the Black Ink clan almost every 2 years, and basically, the Black Ink clan would lose territory lords every time. Sometimes it was just 1, and sometimes 2. Only twice did all the territory lords targeted by Yang Kai manage to escape alive with heavy injuries. Luck was quite a big factor those 2 times as Mo Nai and the 4 territory lords, who were responsible for keeping Yang Kai in check, happened to be nearby and had quickly arrived. Seeing that things were not looking good for him, Xianxia did not stubbornly try to finish his targets. In any case, there was over a 50% chance that the territory lords hit by Xianxia's soul-rending thorns would not escape death even with Mo Nai and his team keeping a vigilant eye out for Xianxia. In just a short span of 30 years, the human army had attacked over a dozen times and killed some 20 territory lords. Counting the territory lords who had died at Xianxia's hands previously, the Black Ink clan had lost almost 38 territory lords in Profound Nether territory alone. This was an enormous figure. The entire Profound Nether territory had basically become the burial ground of the territory lords. The territory lords who were slumbering at the no-return pass to recuperate were now terrified of being sent to Profound Nether territory as Xianxia's name struck fear into the hearts of all of them. It wasn't that the Black Ink clan had no way to turn things around. The human race's attacks followed a very set pattern. They would basically attack once every 2 years. The Black Ink clan speculated that this was because the humans needed time to recuperate and reorganize, and also, Xianxia needed time to heal after using that strange attack. The territory lords were not afraid of the human army, they were only afraid of one person, Xianxia. Therefore, after going through the same thing a few times, the Black Ink clan army relentlessly pursued the Profound Nether army when they retreated, trying to take advantage of Xianxia's injuries to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. However, the universe fragment where the humans' frontline camp was located had already become impregnable after decades of preparation. Thanks to various arrangements, the human race army was not completely helpless in facing this assault. This was especially true now that the human race also had evil purging divine spears in their arsenal. An 8th Order master could kill an innate territory lord with the help of evil purging divine spears if they got lucky. The Black Ink clan's desire to take down the frontline camp of the Profound Nether army was no different from a fool's dream. The territory lords grew even angrier and more frustrated. Too many territory lords had died because of Xianxia, but they had not been able to do anything about it. They could not catch him, much less kill him. It was as if the entire Profound Nether territory had become his slaughterhouse. Every time he appeared, territory lords would fall prey to his spear. The only difference was whether it would be 1 or 2. The Black Ink clan did have many innate territory lords, many more than the number of 8th Order masters, but they still could not bear this kind of loss. If this situation continued, it would not be long before they would lose Profound Nether territory to the human race. Inside a majestic meeting hall at the Black Ink clan's main camp, territory lords were convened, wearing solemn looks on their faces. The Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory had been having a difficult time these last 3 decades. Compared to the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan casualties in Profound Nether territory were simply astronomical, so much so that Profound Nether territory received about 30% of all reinforcements sent to the various great territories. It had to be brought to notice that the Black Ink clan currently occupied the vast majority of the 3,000 worlds and had abundant resources to use in their innumerable Black Ink nests to constantly spawn more Black Ink clansmen. A terrifying number of Black Ink clansmen were born every day, and all the members born would be sent to various battlefields like Profound Nether territory. Currently, the Black Ink clan and the human race were fighting in over a dozen great territory battlefields. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clan reinforcements would be evenly distributed among these great territories, but nothing was normal in Profound Nether territory. Things here were quite tense and the Black Ink clan had suffered enormous losses, so naturally, more troops were sent here. It would have been alright if things were just limited to this, but the crux of the problem was that the Black Ink clan had lost nearly 30 territory lords here, which was by far the greatest loss the Black Ink clan had suffered in the entire war for the 3,000 worlds. And all of this was because of one person. The royal lord at the no-return pass had repeatedly summoned and reprimanded 6 arms, leaving the latter disgraced and aggrieved, but what could he do? He also wanted nothing more than to kill Xianxia, but Xianxia was cunning and treacherous, as well as terrifyingly strong, so how was he supposed to accomplish this? Once, even 6 arms almost got himself killed at Xianxia's hands as he had used himself as bait to lure the latter out. As expected, Xianxia took the bait and attacked him, making a lightning-fast attack that was so overwhelming that even 6 arms couldn't defend himself. Had Mo Nai and the others not saved him in a nick of time, 6 arms would have died then and there. Having personally stared death in the face, Six Arms was extremely fearful of Yang Kai. Now, the 2-year countdown was rapidly reaching its end. The human race would definitely launch another attack within a month, and when they did, another territory lord or two would be killed. At this moment, all the territory lords had been convened in the hall to discuss how to deal with Yang Kai's sneak attacks. However, when Six Arms presented this question to them, the hall immediately sunk into silence. This exact same meeting had been convened many times over the past 3 decades. Every time the human race army attacked, Six Arms would gather all the territory lords to discuss possible countermeasures, but each meeting would end up with nothing accomplished. Watching every territory lord remain silent, Six Arms flew into rage. Are we really going to let him continue to run rampant? He's just 1/8 order human, yet none of you can think of any way to deal with him. The territory lords remained silent. If there really was a way, Profound Nether Territory's situation would not have been so gloomy all these years. The territory lords had racked their brains and tried all kinds of methods to deal with Yang Kai, but they were simply unable to stop him. No matter what kind of tactics they applied, all of them proved useless. One of the territory lords thoughtfully suggested, "I'm afraid only if Sir Royal Lord took action would it be possible to take down Yang Kai. We territory lords are not weak, but if he is determined to escape, we are all powerless to stop him." Many territory lords, especially Mo Nai, nodded in agreement. All these years, he had been targeting Yang Kai with 4 other territory lords. They had managed to stop him from killing others multiple times, but so what? He had still fled right under their noses. Space secret techniques were truly unmatched when it came to escaping. The Royal Lord is guarding the no-return pass, a matter of the utmost importance. How can he take action so easily? One territory lord shook his head. Almost all the high-rank Black Ink nests were planted at the no-return pass, making it the foundation of the current Black Ink clan. If the human race masters attacked the no-return pass when the Royal Lord was away and destroyed those Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan would become a tree without roots, a river without a source. The Black Ink clan only had one Royal Lord left, leaving them in quite an awkward situation, but the territory lords were also a little relieved at this situation. If at that time the last Royal Lord had not stayed behind to guard the no-return pass, he too would have died in the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory War was especially tragic, as almost all of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm humans had sacrificed their lives to kill all but 2 Black Ink clan Royal Lords. Every time the territory lords thought back to that battle, shivers would shoot up their spines. Even they were shaken by the ruthlessness the human race had displayed that day. Six Arms stated, coldly snorting, "It's impossible for the Royal Lord to act, so it is up to us to come up with another strategy." Though he dismissed this idea decisively, Six Arms could not help feeling some regret about it. It would not be a problem for the Royal Lord to take down Yang Kai, as no matter how great the latter was at escaping, so long as the Royal Lord attacked the Profound Nether army, Yang Kai would have no choice but to come to their aid. The territory lords remained silent. Six Arms blew his top again. "Is there really nothing we can do? Yang Kai is already so strong despite only being in the 8th Order. If he breaks through to the 9th Order someday, what will happen then?" Six Arms' roar echoed throughout the hall, causing the territory lords to look at each other, but they still remained silent. Mo Nai suddenly stated, "If Sir Six Arms is worried about him advancing to the 9th Order, you need not be." Six Arms looked at him gloomily and asked, "What do you mean?" Mo Nai explained, "According to the information I obtained from some Black Ink disciples, it is impossible for Yang Kai to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. The human race's method of cultivation is very different from our Black Ink clans. Every human has their own innate limits, with their future achievements determined the moment they break through to the Open Heaven Realm." After pondering for a moment, Six Arms agreed with a nod, "I've heard a bit about this." "So, is the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Yang Kai's limit?" Mo Nai nodded, "That's right. According to the Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai broke through to 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Originally, his limit was the 7th Order, but after consuming something called a world fruit, he managed to increase that limit to the 8th Order. However, this is already his limit. It's impossible for him to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. It had been many years since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. So, the number of black ink disciples that corrupted was naturally not small, especially among the hunters who would accidentally run into large black ink armies or territory lords. The Black Ink clan liked to turn human cultivators into black ink disciples to make humans serve them, so there was now an abundance of black ink disciples out there. This was how they had gathered some of their current intelligence on the human race. Xianxia was now a great threat to the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory, so obviously Amonai tried to find out more about him. Xianxia's reputation had also spread far and wide in the human race. As such, his initial breakthrough to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and subsequent consumption of a world fruit was not a big secret. It was not surprising that Amonai had been able to learn about this. Many territory lords looked gratified after hearing Amonai's revelation. As a matter of fact, Six Arms was not the only one who was worried about Xianxia advancing to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm one day. The other territory lords were also worried about this. Xianxia was already this strong when he was just in the Eighth Order, so if he really broke through to the Ninth Order, even a royal lord would find it hard to survive a conflict with him. If that really happened, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? These territory lords were all afraid of being killed by Xianxia. One of the territory lords stated solemnly, "Nothing is absolute. I heard that the human race has a way to break these innate shackles. As long as they can find open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, they can break their limits." Amonai nodded in agreement, and, that is indeed true, but that so-called universe furnace is an innate supreme treasure of the universe. It is ethereal and cannot be found even if one seeks it out. No one knows when or if it will appear. Moreover, even if this universe furnace did appear, why would we allow the human race to get their hands on it? The open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace might be useless to us, but we can't let the humans have them either. All the territory lords nodded. If that universe furnace really appeared, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. The Black Ink clan would never allow the humans to get their hands on it, no matter what price they had to pay. Six Arms tapped the armrest as he stated, "Let's not talk about this for now, everyone should think of a way to contain Xianxia. We're approaching the 2-year deadline, so the humans will surely invade again. You don't want another territory lord or two to die, right?" As soon as he brought this up, the territory lords immediately turned pale. Although there were quite a few territory lords present, who knew if they would be the unlucky one this time? Nonetheless, if they were really asked to find a way to suppress Xianxia, they simply had no idea. Just as the territory lords were at a loss, a feudal lord suddenly rushed in and reported with a bewildered look on his face, "Sirs, there is something going on the human race's side." The territory lords turned pale as one of them hurriedly asked, "Is the human race attacking? Why is the human race moving so early? There should still be some time left." "Those bastards. I say we ignore Xianxia entirely. If they can kill a territory lord, why can't we respond by killing their Eighth Order masters?" The territory lord started shouting all at once, setting off Six Arms once again. Speaking of which, he felt quite aggrieved. In all the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan basically held the initiative and were able to attack and retreat as they pleased. But Profound Nether Territory's situation was the exact opposite. When had the Black Ink clan ever been worried about the human race attacking them? Saying it out loud would be a disgrace. Looking at the territory lords under him all but panicking, Six Arms suddenly felt tired. He looked at the feudal lord who had come to report and asked, "Is the human race really attacking?" The feudal lord replied, "The human race army is showing no signs of mobilization, but a human is approaching us. According to the scout's report, this person is suspected to be Xianxia." The territory lords were all shocked. Amonai anxiously asked, "Alone?" The feudal lord nodded, "There is only one person." "What the hell are humans up to now? What is Xianxia's planning?" For the moment, Amonai was unable to grasp the situation. No matter how strong Xianxia was, it was foolish for him to come here alone. What's more, Xianxia had proven himself to be both cunning and insidious, so he wouldn't do something as stupid as this without purpose. Of course, Six Arms also understood this and frowned for a moment before ordering, "Double the scouts monitoring the situation. Immediately report if anything happens." "Yes." The feudal lord accepted the order and left. Not long after, the scouts indeed sent a series of reports, further confirming the situation. The human race army was not attacking, but there were signs of large-scale mobilization. This was not surprising though, as the human race would basically attack once every 2 years, so the Black Ink clan was already used to this. A lone human was indeed approaching the Black Ink clan, and that person was none other than Xianxia, who the territory lords feared. Furthermore, he seemed to be intentionally exposing his whereabouts. He didn't try to conceal himself at all along the way, and his speed wasn't fast either. Some Black Ink clan scouts were even closely monitoring him, but he made no move to kill them. This made the territory lords even more confused. What the hell is he planning? Is he just trying to taunt us? This human was simply too arrogant. Chapter 5579-5579, Ceasefire Translation Checker, Pew Pew Laser Gun Editor and Proofreader, Leo of Zion Mountain and Dale Ledger Keys in the Void. Xianxia was flying towards the Black Ink clan's main camp at a leisurely pace. There were many Black Ink clan scouts hiding along the way, but these scouts were only at the level of feudal lords at best, so they were unable to hide themselves from his senses. Xianxia was indeed unafraid of revealing himself, as he was not here to kill anyone, rather he was here to discuss some business with the territory lords. The human race army had attacked the Black Ink clan over a dozen times during the past 3 decades, killing some 30 territory lords, which was more than enough already. It was the right time for him to initiate his plan, as the sooner it was implemented, the better. Looking towards the depths of the void, he could vaguely see the Black Ink clan's main camp that was spread across a few universe worlds. He could not wait to slaughter all of them, and why would he not? But not only would this take a lot of time, even if he did manage to kill all the Black Ink clan troops in Profound Nether territory, what would that really accomplish? Perhaps it would ease some of the human race's current troubles, but it would not solve the root of their problem. Ultimately, it would all be in vain. As long as Mo was still alive and kicking, it would be able to continuously breed more Black Ink clansmen and even create more Black Ink giant spiritual gods. If Xianxia wanted to solve the problem once and for all, he would have to go to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction and kill Mo. Of course, that was impossible to do with just an 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Only by reaching the 9th order would this even become a remote possibility. There was only so much one man could do alone. The human race's future depended on the efforts of the entire younger generation. More and more Black Ink clan scouts started to gather around Xianxia, and even Black Ink clan patrol teams were beginning to move around him, but because of his reputation, none of them dared to get too close. Nonetheless, Xianxia kept moving forward. Chaos and confusion had already broken out in the Black Ink clan main camp. Xianxia's act of venturing into the Black Ink clan's perimeter alone was extremely bewildering. Some territory lords believed it to be another one of the human race's schemes and that Xianxia was just bait to attract their attention. They believed that the human race masters were lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Some territory lords were clamoring that it was a rare opportunity, saying that the most important thing right now was to use all of the Black Ink clan's strength to kill Xianxia. His death would definitely cripple the morale of the entire Profound Nether territory's human race army, leaving them vulnerable and giving the Black Ink clan an overwhelming advantage. Listening to their constant bickering and shouting, Six Arms finally couldn't help but roar, "Shut up!" The chaotic voices finally fell silent. Six Arms glanced around with a gloomy expression as his face turned dark and disgraced. The fact that 1/8 open human had sent so many territory lords of Profound Nether territory into utter panic had left him speechless. Although he knew that it was because many territory lords had died at this human's hands, his subordinates' behavior here had still disappointed him. After glancing around for a moment, Six Arms' gaze finally landed on Mo as he asked, "What do you think the human race's plan is?" Although Six Arms and Mo had not been on good terms these past few decades, Six Arms had to admit that Mo was not only strong, but his mind was also sharp. Mo replied, "The human race may not have any plan." Mo's reply left the territory lord speechless. "What nonsense! What do you mean by no plan?" Six Arms' face turned black. He had lowered himself to ask for Mo's opinion, but he had not expected the other party to give such an answer. Fortunately, Mo quickly continued, "The human race army is showing signs of mobilization, but they haven't dispatched any troops yet. The scouts also haven't discovered any trace of other 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters moving, which means that Xianxia really came alone. He didn't conceal his tracks either, so I think he didn't come here to start a war. Perhaps, he wants to discuss something with us? Discuss what? Six Arms raised his brow. Audiobook shook his head, I don't know either. Xianxia is both strong and bold, but most importantly, his ability to escape is unmatched. He probably thinks that even if he comes here alone, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Audiobook felt a little ashamed when he said this last sentence, but it was the truth. He had pursued Xianxia countless times with 4 other territory lords over the years, but they had never once managed to even hit him. So what do you think he's here to discuss with us? Audiobook replied, it's just my guess, whether it's true or not, Sir Six Arms will have to determine. Six Arms nodded slightly. To be honest, he also felt this was the case as there was no other explanation for Xianxia's strange actions today. There is an irreconcilable feud between the Black Ink clan and the human race. Rivers of blood flow every time a war breaks out, so what could Xianxia want to discuss? After a moment of silence, Six Arms stated, since that's the case, let's go and meet him. He then selected 9 other territory lords and ordered, follow me, as for the rest of you, conceal yourselves and wait for my orders. If possible, he did not want to miss an opportunity to kill Xianxia. If he could kill Xianxia somehow, they would be able to suppress the entire profound Nether territory within a couple of years. The territory lords understood this and immediately obeyed. In the void, Xianxia continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. He had already gotten quite close to the Black Ink clan main camp when suddenly, he looked up and saw 10 figures with powerful auras flying out of a universe world in front of him. Their leader was none other than Six Arms. Not only that, Xianxia also keenly noticed many more territory lords hiding in the nearby Black Ink clouds. He had already anticipated this, so he just continued moving forward with a smile on his lips, fearlessly. On the other side, Six Arms couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration, watching Xianxia flying towards them in a totally undisturbed manner. This human truly doesn't know any fear. No one else would have dared to act like this, for walking into the enemy's encirclement alone was akin to suicide. The distance between them was rapidly shortening, and at some point, Xianxia came to a halt and smiled at Six Arms. Six Arms almost couldn't help but give the order to attack. Xianxia's current position was quite tempting to the Black Ink clan as he was surrounded by territory lords from all directions and was locked onto by all of them. The territory lords were ready to attack at a moment's notice, so as soon as Six Arms gave the order, they would rain down hell on Xianxia. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed, right? Should we attack or not? At this moment, Six Arms' heart rate began to accelerate. But before he could make a decision, Xianxia chuckled, Six Arms, since I dared to come alone, I naturally have the confidence to escape too. I might be surrounded by many territory lords, but you won't be able to kill me. At best, you would only be able to seriously injure me. Six Arms' face turned dark and gloomy, but he did not retort back. The other territory lords' faces also turned ugly as they felt that Xianxia was being too arrogant. Had it been any other 8th Order human, the territory lords would scoff at these words, but since Xianxia said them, they had no choice but to take his words seriously. They knew that this human was no fool. If he didn't have absolute confidence, why would he dare come here all alone and let himself be surrounded? Xianxia continued without any sense of urgency, so long as I'm alive, you'll always have to watch your backs. I'll keep killing 1 or 2 of you every time we fight. I wonder how many territory lords the Black Ink clan can sacrifice? Listening to this, a territory lord beside Six Arms angrily shouted, Xianxia, don't act so arrogantly. Since you've come here alone, you can forget about leaving here alive. Xianxia looked at him, sizing him up before indifferently stating, I remember you. You managed to escape from my hands 10 years ago. Have you recovered yet? The territory lord immediately choked and couldn't speak as he subconsciously touched his waist where there was still a deep wound that had yet to heal. Even to this date, he would tremble in fear whenever he recalled the scene of him escaping from Xianxia's spear a decade ago. He was lucky that time as Audiobook and the others had hurriedly come to his rescue, forcing Xianxia to retreat. Xianxia's tone suddenly turned cold, the next time war breaks out, you will die first. The territory lord's expression changed drastically as terror filled his eyes. He couldn't help but step back in fear, but the next moment, when he felt everyone's gaze on him, he felt so ashamed that he wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole and never come out. Although he was ashamed, he did not speak again. He was not confident that he would manage to escape if he was really targeted by Xianxia on the battlefield. Profound Nether territory was too dangerous right now. He wanted to go back to the no-return past to recuperate. Enough. Six Arms coldly snorted as his expression turned ugly. Xianxia had come alone, but not only did he not act cautiously, he was even more imposing than ever. Worse, with just a few words, he managed to frighten a territory lord under him so badly that he actually stumbled backwards in panic, enraging Six Arms completely. How could the human race produce such a monster? He stared deeply at Xianxia and asked, "Your Excellency, you didn't come here to fight with us, right?" A calm and peaceful smile appeared on Xianxia's lips. "Of course not. I came here mainly to negotiate peace with all of you." Negotiate peace? Six Arms and the territory lords were stunned. Everyone had guessed that Xianxia had come here alone for some purpose, but no one had expected him to say something like this. Peace? What peace? The human race and the Black Ink clan had been locked in a bloody war for millions of years. The Black Ink clan could not help but think that Xianxia had lost his mind. It's impossible for them to coexist peacefully. The war between the two races would only come to an end once one side was completely annihilated, yet Xianxia actually said he came here to discuss peace. The territory lords almost thought they might have heard wrong. They looked at each other, subconsciously thinking that this was another one of the human race's schemes. Xianxia, on the other hand, earnestly continued, "That's right, I'm here to negotiate a ceasefire. Of course, not a complete ceasefire, just one between the territory lords and Eighth Order human masters." Xianxia then let out a heavy sigh before continuing with a look of frustration, "My human race is suffering. We have lost countless people over these years. We even lost the 3,000 worlds. Now, we are confined to just a dozen or so great territory battlefields, struggling to resist your Black Ink clan's onslaught. Not to mention other great territory battlefields, Profound Nether territory alone has suffered heavy casualties over these few decades of fighting. Every war would result in a river of blood flowing across the void and corpses piling up like mountains. Soldiers sacrifice their limbs, and even their lives to block you all. My human race is really suffering deeply." Hearing his sorrowful overtures, Six Arms' face turned red with rage while all the other territory lords wore warped expressions. What nonsense is this bastard spewing? It might be the case for other great territory battlefields, but could the human race be suffering more than the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory? Indeed, the human race suffered casualties in every battle, but compared to the losses the Black Ink clan endured, the human race's casualties were insignificant. The Black Ink clan's casualties here were so high that 30% of all Black Ink clansmen spawned for battle were sent to Profound Nether territory just to maintain their lines. No less than 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would die every time a war broke out here. Not only that, ever since Xianxia arrived at Profound Nether territory, some 30 territory lords had been slaughtered by him either directly or indirectly. Why is this guy speaking such drivel, and in such a serious manner? The shamelessness. This was a new impression the territory lords had of Xianxia. Usually, the strong cared a great deal for face, even the territory lords did, let alone the humans. So, with Xianxia waxing so forlornly like this, the territory lords couldn't help but feel like their horizons had been broadened. Six Arms' expression became unsightly as he asked, "The human race and Black Ink clan have an irresolvable enmity. It's impossible for us to coexist in this universe, so why are you proposing an armistice?" He had a feeling that Xianxia was up to something, so although Six Arms felt that the two races couldn't agree, he still wanted to ask. Xianxia stopped lamenting and replied as a smile appeared on his lips, "I just said it's not a real ceasefire, only one limited to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords." Six Arms thoughtfully murmured, "You mean, it's very simple. From now on, your Territory Lords won't participate in the battle regardless of its scale, and the same goes for the Eighth Order Masters of my human race." The moment he stated this, the Territory Lords broke into an uproar. Even the territory lords who were concealing their auras and hiding in the nearby black ink clouds were shocked and accidentally exposed themselves. Really? One of the territory lords excitedly asked. Six Arms could not help but glare at that territory lord, who immediately shut up as shame filled his face. Nonetheless, Six Arms did not blame him. To be honest, even he was tempted by Xianxia's proposal. Be that as it may, he warned himself that this was definitely one of the human race's schemes and he should not easily believe it. They had all experienced just how cunning and underhanded humans were. Six Arms stared deeply into Xianxia's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of his soul, and suspiciously asked, "What does your excellency mean?" Xianxia replied, "I mean exactly what I said." Six Arms didn't say anything more. He couldn't understand what was going on, so he turned to Emonayi to seek his opinion. Emonayi too furrowed his brow, appearing to be deep in thought. Xianxia added, "There is no need to be suspicious. I have sincerely come here to negotiate an armistice with you, and I feel that it's also a good proposition for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan has lost almost 30 territory lords at my hands in profound nether territory over these years, yes? If you agree to this ceasefire, I will withdraw from the front lines too. Of course, the premise is that you and the other territory lords also uphold the conditions of the ceasefire." An ugly look immediately appeared on the face of the territory lords. The death of 30-odd territory lords in profound nether territory was a matter of great humiliation for them. By mentioning this, Xianxia was simply rubbing salt into their wounds, which was truly infuriating. Nonetheless, it was the truth, and they could not refute it. Seeing the territory lords remain silent, Xianxia's smile slowly faded as his tone became dark and cold. "What's wrong? I've shown you sincerity by coming alone to discuss this matter and giving you an enormous concession. Are you still not satisfied? Perhaps I need to kill a few more of you before you agree?" Saying so, he took out his azure dragon spear and arrogantly declared, "Good, since that's the case, we all know what will happen next. Every 2 years henceforth, when war breaks out, I'll kill 1 or 2 territory lords until all of you are gone. Let's see how you dare to disagree then." The moment he summoned his azure dragon spear, all the territory lords immediately became tense and their aura instantly broke out as they began circulating their black ink strength. The calm and peaceful situation immediately became highly agitated. Six Arms jumped back in fright, no longer having any thoughts of killing Xianxia, as he quickly raised his hand and stated, "Your Excellency, please don't be rash." Xianxia pointed his spear at him and asked him in a grim voice, without any trace of politeness, "Agree or disagree? It's a one-word answer." Six Arms was completely infuriated. He was one of the top innate territory lords, and also the commander of the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory. Never had he been pointed at and shamed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Xianxia's proposal had not been so tempting, he would have already given the order to attack. He solemnly looked at Xianxia and stated, "Your Excellency's proposal is truly intriguing, but this ceasefire is really unimaginable. I find it hard to believe you would request it." "Why is that?" Six Arms inquired. "According to your Excellency's proposal, the human race's 8th Order masters and our territory lords won't be able to join the battle in the future, which on the surface appears extremely beneficial to my Black Ink clan. So my question is, what does the human race get out of this?" This was the sticking point he simply couldn't figure out. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory was currently at an extreme disadvantage. They would lose 1 or 2 territory lords every time a war broke out every 2 years. Now, every time war was about to break out, the territory lords would become restless, terrified they would be targeted by Xianxia. However, if they could agree with the human race to not send their 8th Order masters into battle after today, it would be wholly beneficial to the Black Ink clan. Six Arms could not figure out why the humans would make such a proposal, much less uphold it. Why would the humans do something which would not bring them any benefit? Six Arms wasn't naive enough to believe that Xianxia was considering the Black Ink clan's interests. The two sides were sworn enemies, so it made no sense. Xianxia asked, frowning, "What does my human race's gains from this have to do with you? Why ask so many questions?" Six Arms solemnly stated, "If your Excellency can't give us a satisfactory answer, we can only think that this is some type of sinister plot and we will have to move to capture your Excellency here today. Do you think you can?" Yang Kai sneered as he swept his gaze around arrogantly. Six Arms shouted, since you're here to discuss an armistice, show us real proof of your sincerity. Do you really think we territory lords are afraid of you? Yang Kai pursed his lips in annoyance, obviously not wanting to explain himself, but in the end, he still answered, fine, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The reason I want to discuss an armistice with you is because I want to let my human race's soldiers rest. Although the Eighth Order masters of my human race have not suffered any casualties over the past few decades, we have lost far too many below the Eighth Order, and most of them died because they were caught up in the fights between the Eighth Order masters and the territory lords. You might not care about the deaths of your weaker clansmen, but it is very different for my human race. Every human who dies was a loyal patriot of my human race. It would not have been an issue had they lost their lives while fighting the Black Ink clan. Even when masters on our level clash, it is more often those around us who suffer the consequences, dying pointless deaths. As the territory lords outnumber the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters, the Eighth Order masters must go all out and have no ability to care about anything else around them. Even if other human soldiers get swept up in their battlefields, they can do nothing about it, which is not just heartbreaking, but a costly loss. However, if there is a treaty which prevents the Eighth Order masters and territory lords from joining the battle, then such situations won't happen again. It is for this reason I am here today to negotiate a ceasefire with you. Are you satisfied with this answer? The group of territory lords glanced at each other, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. The important thing was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Low-rank soldiers of both races were caught up in the clash between the Eighth Order masters and territory lords every time they fought, and many of them died as a result. The territory lords did not care about the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, but the deaths of so many human soldiers obviously troubled the Eighth Order masters. Be that as it may, they could not hold back in the current environment. On top of that, the territory lords outnumber the Eighth Order masters, so the territory lords would often be able to slaughter their way into the midst of the human race army. At that time, even the Eighth Order masters, who were already short-handed, would be forced to rush to block them. This put the human race into an even more passive situation. Six Arms tightly furrowed his brow and glanced at Mo Nai, who looked back and lightly nodded. Although Yang Kai's answer was still a little suspicious, it was indeed a valid reason. Six Arms asked, can you represent the entire human race? Yang Kai scoffed, you wish. Of course, I can't represent the entire human race, but I am the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, so I can represent all human forces in Profound Nether territory. Six Arms probed, in other words, the scope of this treaty is limited to the territory lords and Eighth Order masters in Profound Nether territory? That's right. The human race is quite devious, how can we trust you? I can swear, but would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at Six Arms with a serious expression. Trust is built based on mutual understanding between two sides. No matter what I say, you won't believe me anyway, but the fact that I came alone is enough to show my sincerity. You will know whether I'm telling the truth or not after seeing how the human race acts in the future. From today on, the Eighth Order masters of my human race will not take the initiative to take part in the war in Profound Nether territory. I hope that you territory lords can also abide by the agreement. Of course, you can also not abide by it, but I will kill anyone who dares to do so. Don't think that you'll be safe if you go into hiding. Even if you scurry back to the no-return pass, I can still go there, kill you, then escape. The territory lord's expressions immediately became ugly as this was a naked threat. I've said what I came to say, farewell. Yang Kai put away the Azure Dragon spear, turned around, and left, without caring whether the territory lords agreed or not. The group of territory lords stared at Six Arms, seeking an answer from him. Six Arms, on the other hand, appeared to be struggling as to what to do. Only when Yang Kai had truly left did the territory lords break the encirclement, while Six Arms heaved a long sigh of relief as a sense of exhaustion hit him. Just now, he was almost unable to hold himself back from giving the order to attack Yang Kai. If he gave the order, this so-called peace treaty would have naturally been broken, and the Profound Nether Army would have undoubtedly retaliated. The reason why he didn't give the order was because he wasn't confident he could take Yang Kai down here, as the latter was just too calm. Six Arms was not the only territory lord who let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that Many territory lords were tempted to accept Xianxia's so-called peace treaty. If they could reach an agreement with the human race that the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords would not partake in the battle here any longer, then they would have nothing to worry about in the future. Over the past few decades, every time the human race army attacked, it would cause the territory lords extreme anxiety. No one knew which territory lord would become Xianxia's target. Only when Xianxia really made his move could they finally put their pounding hearts to rest. When Six Arms saw the expressions on the territory lords' faces, he became a little depressed. These territory lords of profound nether territory had been thoroughly traumatized by Xianxia and likely would never recover. He then turned to Amonai and asked, "What do you think?" Amonai confirmed, frowning, "Does Sir Six Arms mean the peace treaty or, naturally, the peace treaty?" "It's a good deal." Amonai replied, "Although I doubt we understand all its implications and I don't think the human race will be so kind, if they abide by the agreement, it will be a good thing for us territory lords." Six Arms nodded slightly in agreement, "I think so too, I'm just afraid that the humans have some hidden agenda that we're still unaware of." Amonai added with a smile, "The territory lords are the most important targets in profound nether territory, and since Xianxia is willing to give up the opportunity to kill us to negotiate, it's not surprising that he has some ulterior motive. It also feels that the reason he gave is lacking. For the consideration of the human race soldiers, huh?" Six Arms understood. Amonai agreed with a nod, and, although many of the human race's soldiers have died at the hands of the territory lords over the years, giving up on killing territory lords for the sake of those weaker human soldiers is very foolish. Perhaps, there is some greater motivation we haven't guessed yet. Although he realized that Xianxia was hiding something, Amonai couldn't figure it out. When Xianxia returned to the human race's main camp, all the Eighth Order Masters happened to be waiting for him. Xianxia raised his head and nodded lightly to the crowd, "It's settled. From now on, the Eighth Order Masters and the territory lords will not be allowed to participate in further battles." Xianxia had discussed the treaty with the Eighth Order Masters before heading out. Some were against it, some were puzzled, but none of them endorsed it. The human race had the upper hand in profound nether territory. Everyone believed that they should be taking revenge, especially when Xianxia could kill one or two territory lords in every battle. The territory lords had suffered heavy losses over these past 30 years, but not a single Eighth Order Master from the human race had fallen. If this continued, the human race's advantage would grow bigger and bigger. The Eighth Order Masters could already imagine flattening the Black Ink clan army in profound nether territory after a few more centuries. As such, no one had expected that Xianxia would actually want to make a peace treaty with the Black Ink clan in these circumstances, especially since this treaty was only limited to the Eighth Order Masters and territory lords, which was equivalent to the human race giving up their greatest advantage. Nonetheless, Xianxia eventually convinced them. The human race must train its soldiers. The human race happened to have many good seedlings who had advanced directly to the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realm thanks to the Star Boundary World Tree clone's feedback. These seedlings had high hopes of reaching the 8th or 9th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. So, if they could grow, it would greatly alleviate or even reverse the decline of the human race. Many of the geniuses who had advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm had entered the battlefield right away, but those who had broken through straight to the 7th Order were regarded as precious treasures by every cave heaven and paradise. They were hidden away, where they were given a large amount of resources. They were painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, hoping to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible and lead the human race out of this predicament. Even Xianxia of High Heaven Palace had hidden 200 such elites. But was it possible to cultivate to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in seclusion? If it was really that easy to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, the human race wouldn't only have had 100 or so old ancestors at its peak. Even if someone somehow managed to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm like this, they would be like a flower in a greenhouse that had never experienced true winds and rains. As such, their strength would be doubtful. Xianxia only managed to reach his current heights because he had forged his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The same was true for every Eighth Order Master present today. As such, the human race needed to temper their troops. They needed to send the geniuses who had broken through straight to the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realm to the battlefields and let them taste real hardship while allowing them to understand the predicament of the human race. However, the current Great Territory battlefields were a little dangerous to train these geniuses. The Territory Lords outnumbered the Eighth Order Masters. Sometimes the Eighth Order Masters failed to contain all the Territory Lords, giving them a chance to kill unscrupulously. Because of this, even the most talented elites had a high chance of dying. In fact, many geniuses have fallen over the years because of this. Losing the geniuses who had advanced straight to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was one thing, but losing even just one who had advanced straight to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm would be quite heartbreaking. The purpose of training them was to make them stronger, not to let them die in vain. On the barren territory battlefield, the Ninth Order Old Ancestors willingly sacrificed their lives to kill all the royal lords to create a safe space for their juniors to grow. They even managed to severely injure the Black Ink Giant Spirit God to buy more time. The Ninth Order Old Ancestors played a huge part in the current status quo the human race had managed to maintain, barely holding their ground in a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Nonetheless, it was not enough. Xianxia's wish to make a peace treaty with the Territory Lords was simply an extension of the wills of the Ninth Order Old Ancestors. The Old Ancestors had wiped out most of the Black Ink clan royal lords, whereas Xianxia kept the Territory Lords in check in profound Nether territory, thereby creating a haven for the human race's younger generation to grow. This was the reason why the profound Nether army had constantly been on the offensive for the last 3 decades and why he had been indiscriminately killing the Territory Lords on the battlefield. He was attacking the Territory Lords so that he could force them to accept this peace treaty. This plan was already in motion when Xianxia had returned from the Star Boundary, but he had never told anyone about it. Now, since the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords in profound Nether territory would not be making any further moves, the human race could send their geniuses to this battlefield, where they could wander between life and death, comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao, and stimulate their potential. Of course, some geniuses would lose their lives in the process. After all, the Black Ink clan still held the advantage over the human race currently, but such losses could be accepted for the future of the human race. In any case, a dead genius was not a genius. The Star Boundary and the myriad monsters world were constantly being nurtured by 2 World Tree clones, so how could the human race lack geniuses in the future? Of course, by doing this, the Profound Nether army had tied themselves up and let the Territory Lords of Profound Nether territory gain an immediate advantage. From now on, they no longer had to worry about being ambushed by Xianxia in battle. Be that as it may, this war was not just Xianxia's war alone, it was a struggle the entire human race had to participate in as it concerned its very survival. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he could not end it alone. He had advanced straight to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and then consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to have a foundation of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Owing to this, his current cultivation of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm was his limit. It would be next to impossible for him to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm without the appropriate opportunity. The current him could kill a Territory Lord with the help of his soul-rending thorns, but if he was up against a royal lord, he would have no choice but to flee. In the future, the Black Ink clan would not be lacking Territory Lords and royal lords. After thousands of years, when the advantages created by the Ninth Order Old Ancestors were completely gone, what would the human race do? What the human race lacked was peak Eighth Order Masters who could kill innate Territory Lords, and Ninth Order Masters who would fight neck and neck with royal lords in the future. All of this depended on the effort and growth of the young geniuses. As such, Xianxia had to make arrangements while he still had some deterrence against the Territory Lords. Xianxia's reasoning had convinced the Eighth Order Masters of Profound Nether army. Many Eighth Order Masters even felt ashamed after the discussions came to a close. They only saw the current success of the Profound Nether army and failed to look further into the future. Every time war broke out, the Black Ink clan was unable to lift their heads, and the Territory Lords would be in complete panic. Only a few people could see that the current advantage of the Profound Nether army was nothing more than a reflection of the moon in the water. The human race's advantage would slowly fade away and eventually disappear with time. When this matter was reported to the Supreme Headquarters, they promptly agreed to the arrangements of the Profound Nether army. They even deliberately turned Profound Nether territory into a testing site. However, the Profound Nether army had also made preparations to launch an all-out attack when Xianxia went to negotiate the treaty. The moment the Territory Lords made a move on Xianxia, the the profound Nether army would definitely charge out to attack. Fortunately, Xianxia's negotiation went extremely smoothly. The territory lords also did not take advantage of the fact that Xianxia was alone to try to attack him. Xianxia's calmness made the territory lords doubt whether they could kill him or not. Furthermore, the treaty was also quite tempting to the territory lords. Because of these points, Xianxia was able to safely return. After hearing from Xianxia that the matter was settled, Yanlai shouted as a look of disbelief took over his face, "Don't the territory lords have any balls?" Wei Junyang smiled, "It's not that they don't have any balls, it's more like they are too afraid of being killed." 30 territory lords had lost their lives at Xianxia's hands over the past 30 years, so who wouldn't be afraid? Only because of Xianxia was this possible. If it were anyone else, even if it was Xiangshan, the territory lords would have swarmed him. If one couldn't exert this level of deterrence, they would only be courting death if they went into the enemy's den alone. Then doesn't it mean that we won't have to do anything in profound Nether territory in the future? Stated an 8th Order Master, frowning, "This is going to be boring." Yanlai rolled his eyes and stated, "We can go support the other great territory battlefields." "I'm afraid that's not possible." Xianxia shook his head, "Although we have made a treaty, profound Nether territory still needs 8th Order Masters to act as deterrents. Firstly, it would be hard to ensure that the Black Ink clan don't go back on their word without sufficient 8th Order Masters present. The Black Ink clan cannot be trusted. We may have agreed to a peace treaty, but if they found an opportunity to devastate our army, they would definitely take it despite the risks. For that matter, I want to establish 10 forward outposts in profound Nether territory, which will require everyone here to oversee them." "Forward outposts?" an 8th Order Master asked curiously. Xianxia explained, "Since we're going to be training our soldiers, a large-scale army strategy will no longer be suitable. In the future, the confrontation between the human race and Black Ink clan soldiers in profound Nether territory will probably only happen on a small scale. Profound Nether territory is quite large, so we'll be building forward outposts as places where our soldiers can rest and heal." The 8th Order Masters immediately understood after hearing this. Wei Junyang agreed with this plan, nodding, "You're right, these outposts can also provide a certain degree of security to our soldiers." "That's right. Training is one thing, but we still need to minimize our losses. 10 outposts could roughly cover the entire profound Nether territory. Even if each forward outpost only needed 3 8th Order Masters to oversee it, that would still be 38th Order Masters. Because of this, the 8th Order Masters of the profound Nether army could not easily withdraw, so Yanlai's request to go support the other great territory battlefields was simply a fantasy. "Sir is quite thoughtful," Wei Junyang nodded. "If none of you have any objections, then let's start immediately. You can discuss the location of the 10 forward outposts among yourselves. There's no need to consult me." The 8th Order Masters glanced at each other, none of them having any objections. They were already used to Xianxia acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Basically, the profound Nether army's affairs had been managed by Wei Junyang, Kong Qingde, and the others all these years. Xianxia was only in charge of a general plan, not the details or implementation. Soon, the profound Nether army began moving. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were divided and sent out in various directions in units of 2 or 3 divisions each. The Black Ink clan instantly got the news and sent out scouts to investigate. When the scouts sent back their reports, 6 arms and the others were shocked to discover that the human race was establishing numerous outposts in another profound Nether territory, each one overseen by several 8th Order Masters. Although Xianxia had come to discuss a peace treaty with them, the territory lords did not completely believe him. No one could guarantee that this was not a scheme of the human race. The treaty did not prevent them from sending out some of their forces to investigate though, so after a few days, an army of over 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers appeared near a human outpost that was recently built, secretly scouting it. However, their whereabouts were soon discovered and they were pursued by several human squads. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they were not completely wiped out. The Black Ink clan kept testing the waters multiple times over the next few months. Although they were hunted down by the humans every time, the 8th Order Masters never came forward. The human race was indeed keeping their side of the treaty, while the human race's military training was In full swing in profound nether territory, Xianxia had already rushed to wind mist territory. He had come here to see the last two living Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Wind Mist territory was the first great territory that the Black Ink clan army had invaded, and it was in complete shambles now. Traces of the Black Ink clan's invasion could be seen everywhere, and all its universe worlds lay in utter ruin. At the place where the territory barrier was breached, old ancestors Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged in the void, each of them slowly forming hand seals one after another. Right in between the two of them, an arm that seemed capable of shattering the sky was reaching out through the territory barrier. This arm belonged to none other than the Black Ink giant spirit god who had awakened in the divine spirit ancestral land. When the Black Ink giant spirit god was awakened, he had rushed straight to the barren territory from the divine spirit ancestral land. Resisting the fierce attacks of the human race masters, he reached the weak point of the territory barrier and smashed it with a single punch, thrusting its arm through two great territories. Since then, the passage between the barren territory and wind mist territory had been forced completely open. The Black Ink clan army, which was locked in a fierce battle with the human race in the barren territory, passed through this broken territory barrier and flooded into wind mist territory. Ever since, the Black Ink clan's invasion became unstoppable. Soon after that incident, the vast majority of the Ninth Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to open up an opportunity for the next generation of the human race, exterminating all but two of the Black Ink clan royal lords and severely wounding this Black Ink giant spirit god. The surviving Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing led the human race army out of the barren territory and ordered the remnants to split up and go to the various great territories to preside over a mass evacuation and migration of the human race's cultivators. As for the two of them, they rushed straight to Wind Mist territory and restrained the Black Ink giant spirit god with a joint secret technique, taking advantage of the fact that the Black Ink giant spirit god had to keep its arm in place to ensure the territory barrier remained open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing had managed to restrain the Black Ink giant spirit god all these years, but that also trapped them in wind mist territory. If the human race still had the help of these two Ninth Order masters, the situation in the great territory battlefields would not have been nearly as tense as it was now. When Xianxia arrived at this place and laid eyes on that thick and enormous arm, his expression still changed, even if it was not his first time seeing it. The Black Ink giant spirit god was simply too powerful. As for Mo, who was able to create the Black Ink giant spirit gods, Xianxia was simply unable to gauge its true depths. The arm was currently tightly bound by numerous chains. If one looked closely, one would discover that these chains were actually manifested from innumerable complex runes. Obviously, these chains were the manifestation of the secret technique executed by the two Ninth Order old ancestors. Initially, Xianxia thought that there would be many Black Ink clansmen here monitoring the situation or worse, attacking the two old ancestors, but after arriving, he realized that he was mistaken. There was not a single Black Ink clansman here. This left him quite puzzled. Logically speaking, since the Black Ink giant spirit god was so powerful, the Black Ink clan's top priority should be helping him escape. In order to help him escape, attacking the two Ninth Order masters was the fastest solution. The reason Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing were able to restrain this Black Ink giant spirit god was not because they were stronger, but because they had certain advantages on their side. The Black Ink giant spirit god had shoved its arm through a territory barrier, meaning its main body was in one great territory, while its fist and forearm were in another. This had allowed the Black Ink clan army to pass through this opening, but it also helped Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing to shackle the Black Ink giant spirit god. While the two old ancestors could use their full strength, the Black Ink giant spirit god could only exert a fraction of it, as most of its strength was used to keep the passage open. If it weren't for this, the Black Ink giant spirit god would have broken free long ago. In the past, a dozen old ancestors had needed to join forces to resist a single, heavily injured Black Ink giant spirit god, and even then they were barely a match. Now that the human race only had two Ninth Order masters remaining, how could they possibly restrain it? Sensing Xianxia's aura, old ancestor Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xianxia respectfully bowed, "Greetings, old ancestors." He was quite familiar with old ancestor Xiaoxiao. As for Wu Qing, Xianxia had met him when he went to Yinyang Pass, but he was not that close to him. Wu Qing nodded slightly in response. Yang Kai then answered, I came to see the two old ancestors. Is there anything I can help you with? Old ancestor Xiao shook her head, it's all right, you can't help us in this matter. How is the human race doing recently? The two perennially remained in wind mist territory and had no contact with the outside world. Although Xianxia had come here twice, he could not remain for long. The last time he had come was some 3 or 4 decades ago, and the great territory battlefields happened to be in dire straits at that time. Yang Kai replied, the situation is still relatively stable for the time being. Although the fighting never ceases, it will not be easy for the Black Ink clan to defeat the human race. In addition, this junior is highly valued by the Supreme Headquarters and has been appointed as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. Old Ancestor Xiao nodded, you deserve it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips as she asked, since you are overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan there must be having a difficult time, right? Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, Junior has negotiated a peace treaty with them. Xiao was taken aback by this revelation, a peace treaty? Wu Qing, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, also frowned and asked, what treaty? The human race must train. Yang Kai explained his thoughts, to which old ancestor Xiao and Wu Qing repeatedly nodded in agreement. You've considered it carefully. In fact, when Xianxia first came here, he also mentioned this matter, Wu Qing thoughtfully stated. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. Sir Xiang was also considering signing a peace treaty? Wu Qing shook his head in response and explained, he didn't say anything about a treaty, he was just worried about the future of the human race. He said that the good seedlings who had been hidden away might not be of much use in the future, however, he didn't have any solution to this problem. You on the other hand have already taken a step ahead of him. Good work. Yang Kai immediately understood something that had puzzled him. It was no wonder the Supreme Headquarters quickly agreed when he reported the matter of treaty to them. Apparently, Xianxia had long considered this issue and had been searching for a solution all this time. Thinking about it, it was impossible for a prudent and far-sighted man like Xianxia to just focus on the present. The Black Ink clan actually agreed? Old Ancestor Xiao was a bit puzzled. After killing enough of them to leave them terrified and traumatized, they naturally agreed, Yang Kai calmly stated. Wu Qing and Old Ancestor Xiao glanced at each other, secretly wondering just how many of the territory lord had died at his hand for them to be this afraid. Boy, you are quite arrogant for your age. Suddenly, a voice rang out in their ears. This voice seemed to be coming from an extremely far-away place, and yet it also seemed someone was whispering in their ears. Obviously, it was the Black Ink giant spirit god who was speaking. Yang Kai could not be bothered with it though and simply looked at the 2 Ninth Order masters and continued, the situation in Profound Nether territory has stabilized for the time being, but if we want to train the next generation up, a single great territory may not be enough. This junior is planning on patronizing the other great territory battlefields in the future to open up a few more training grounds. Wu Qing agreed with a nod, good, but we still need to leave a few as they are. When those brats advance to the 8th Order, they will need to fight with the territory lords to stimulate their growth. This junior had the same idea. The Black Ink giant spirit god spoke again, brat, why must your human race keep struggling so strenuously? Now that Song and the others have all fallen, the universe is destined to belong to my Black Ink clan. The day the Supreme One breaks free will be the day all submit to us. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before activating the great sun and moon marks, creating an enormous ball of purifying light that shot straight towards that thick arm. The ball of pure light immediately disintegrated the lingering Black Ink strength and the Black Ink giant spirit god could not help but let out a groan, but he still continued, if you submit to this Supreme One now, I can guarantee on the behalf of the entire Black Ink clan that we won't corrupt you with Black Ink strength and will allow you to retain your sentience. Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before creating another massive ball of purifying light. In any case, he now had a lot of yellow and blue crystals. Even if he ran out of them, he could still go to the chaotic dead territory and ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. The Black Ink giant spirit god groaned again and shut its mouth. It had finally discovered that the dog that bit him didn't bark. Yang Kai simply had no intention of communicating with it. If it continued to blabber on, Yang Kai would definitely just use that purifying light again. Although it would not hurt its foundation, the dissipation of its strength was extremely discomforting. This thing seems to be full of energy, can the two old ancestors restrain it? Yang Kai worriedly asked. Wu Qing replied with a smile, if it decides to escape, the two of us won't be able to stop it. Many things had become clear to them over the past century. Yang Kai immediately became worried, then what should we do? If this black ink giant spirit god really managed to escape, the human race would not be able to resist him. Even if Fu Guan came out of seclusion and teamed up with old ancestor Xiao and Wu Qing, they still would not be its opponents. Don't worry, old ancestor Xiao reassured, he would have to pay a huge price in order to forcefully break free right now. At the very least, he will have to leave behind this arm that has crossed the two great territories. Furthermore, he is currently injured, so even if he breaks free, his strength will be greatly reduced. In the past, when the black ink giant spirit god awakened from the divine spirit ancestral land, he traversed through the shattered heaven and rushed to the barren territory, bearing the bombardment of countless human race masters. No matter how powerful he was still injured at that time, and to break the territory barrier, he had no choice but to pay a certain price. After the black ink giant spirit god had shattered the territory barrier, the Ninth Order old ancestors went all out to kill the invaders. By sacrificing their lives, not only did they manage to completely wipe out all but two royal lords, they also heavily injured the trapped black ink giant spirit god. He's also waiting for an opportunity while healing himself. There won't be any problem for the time being, old ancestor Xiao explained. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling much more relieved. Only now did he understand why the Black Ink clan had not sent troops to attack the two human race old ancestors. Even if they helped the Black Ink giant spirit god in escaping, he would still need time to heal himself. On the other hand, this way the top masters of both races could still restrain each other. Fu Guan was still recuperating in the dragon pool, and it would probably take him hundreds or even over 1,000 years before he could leave. Once he came out of seclusion, he could come and help old ancestor Xiao and Wu Qing, making it safer. What troubled Yang Kai was that he didn't know where Ada had gone. It had been so many years, but he was still nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and countless universe worlds had died, Ada should have appeared by now. Yang Kai suspected that this guy was fast asleep in some remote great territory, which would make it all but impossible to find him without an exhaustive search. Old ancestors, you don't need to worry about the matters of the human race, us juniors will handle them. Old ancestor Xiao nodded, do your best, but don't feel too pressured. We old fogies have failed to live up to their expectations and forced the burden onto all of you. Yang Kai shook his head, do you need anything? Do you have enough supplies? Wu Qing replied, you can leave us just a few supplies, we don't need that much right now. Yang Kai immediately took out some provisions and placed them into a space ring before handing them to Wu Qing. He then bowed again and bid his goodbye, this junior will take his leave. Go on, old ancestor Xiao nodded. Yang Kai stared at the thick arm for a moment before using space principles and teleporting away. Yang Kai returned to Profound Nether territory. In just several months, things had gotten on the right track when it came to training the Profound Nether army. Based on Yang Kai's initial plan, they had managed to build 10 forward outposts which served as resting places for the human soldiers. Every forward outpost was guarded by at least 3 Eighth Order masters to ensure its safety. During this period, the Profound Nether army had broken up and scattered around the territory. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had repeatedly tested the waters and confirmed that the Eighth Order masters indeed wouldn't make a move, allowing them to finally set their minds at ease. Now, no large-scale battles were occurring in the entire Profound Nether territory, though the number and intensity of smaller conflicts had soared. Since the human soldiers had scattered around, the Black Ink clan soldiers had to follow suit. The soldiers of both races now clashed and killed each other in every corner of this territory. In every great battle in the past, the fights between the Eighth Order masters and territory lords were the focal point as well as the key to determining victory or defeat. However, after the peace deal, the Eighth Order masters and territory lords abstained from taking part in any kind of fighting. Now, the Seventh Order masters and feudal lords took center stage. The squads, led by Seventh Order squad leaders, went all out to destroy the enemy, while some powerful feudal lords now rose up to lead their subordinates to slaughter the humans. Inside his palace, Xianxia had started cultivating in seclusion. It hadn't been a long time since he ascended to the Eighth Order in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. As such, there was still much room for improvement in the Eighth Order realm for him. Nevertheless, to increase his strength quickly, he had to actually sit and cultivate hard. He had been traveling around everywhere for the past 100 years, never having a chance to focus on his cultivation. This was another reason he was eager to secure a peace deal with the Black Ink clan. The need to train the next generation of human soldiers was the primary reason, but Xianxia also needed such an environment so he could enter retreat to cultivate. The Eighth Order was indeed his limit, but he was far from being at the peak of this realm. Right now, he needed to use soul-rending thorns to swiftly kill innate territory lords, but if he managed to reach the peak of the Eighth Order, he had the confidence to pull off the same feat without the help of soul-rending thorns. The accumulation process in the Eighth Order was extremely long. Fortunately, Xianxia had a World Tree clone. The reason Duan Hongchen and the others could rapidly increase their cultivation was that they had the Star Boundaries' help. They were great emperors acknowledged by the Star Boundaries' will. As such, the abundance of heritage in the Star Boundary could be absorbed by them so they could cultivate far more swiftly. The great emperors of the Star Boundary had gained massive benefits by sharing the benefits of a World Tree clone between them, but Xianxia had a World Tree clone all to himself in his small universe. He wasn't short on any resources either. What he needed was a stable, safe place to cultivate. While the human soldiers were training, Xianxia had to cultivate hard as well, hence, he had no choice but to secure a peace deal with the territory lords. Xianxia had one more reason to secure a stable environment for himself. For a long time, he would probably fall into a weakened state. He had no idea how frail he would become, but he was certain that his strength would be significantly weakened. As such, he had to force the territory lords off the battlefield before he could carry out his plan with peace of mind. Xianxia ordered that unless it was a critical matter, no one was to disturb him, and then he set up multiple layers of restrictions around his cultivation chamber to ensure he was not interrupted. A large amount of resources were stored in his space ring so that he could use them at any moment. It had come to a point in his cultivation where consuming open heaven pills to cultivate was far too inefficient, hence, he had to refine 7th Order or even 8th Order sets of resources. Having said that, even though he had loads of resources, Xianxia only had a small amount of 8th Order ones. The resources he possessed were mostly in the 6th Order and 7th Order. All the same, the resources were more than enough. In the past, no one could ever squander resources to cultivate like him. After all, even though the cave heavens and paradises had a large reserve of 5-element resources, high-order yin and yang element materials were still extremely rare. On the other hand, Xianxia had countless yellow and blue crystals, so yin and yang materials were the least of his concerns. On the contrary, it was a lack of high-order 5-element resources which restricted his lavish consumption. Xianxia hadn't been able to cultivate with uninterrupted focus for a long time, so as a massive amount of resources were consumed by him, he could sense the heritage of his small universe gradually increasing. This kind of noticeable growth was quite gratifying. While cultivating, he also diverted some of his attention to monitor the entire Void Continent, for he had to look for a suitable carrier to carry out his next plan. Before Xianxia parted ways with Wu Kuang outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Ground Restriction, the latter had taught him a method that would help him break through to the 9th Order. It was a kind of secret art created by Shi back when he was alive. Song and the others each had different talents, and among them, Shi was skillful in the formulation of secret arts and techniques. Evidence of this was he was the one who created the astonishing heaven-devouring battle law. In modern times, some 50% of all secret arts and techniques that the human race had inherited had traces of Shi's influence. As such, this method passed down from him was extremely precious. However, even though Shi had worked out this secret art, he had done so after the Primordial Heaven's Source Ground Restriction was established. No one had cultivated the method before, so no one could be certain if it was even feasible at all. All the same, Xianxia didn't mind giving it a try as the 8th Order was the limit in his lifetime. Giving a dead horse medicine can't harm it after all. This couldn't be helped. There was no doubt that as an 8th Order master, he could charge around profound nether territory and slaughter innate territory lords. However, what would happen a few thousand years from now? By then, there would be new royal lords in the Black Ink clan and new Ninth Order masters in the human race. As an Eighth Order master, how useful would he be then? Any random royal lord would be able to kill him with ease when that time came. Xianxia wanted to secure a place for himself in the future when battling powerful enemies. It wasn't like he could just sit back and pin all his hopes on the next generation. For that reason, he longed to become a Ninth Order master. It would be wonderful if this method worked, but even if it didn't, there was no harm in giving it a shot. The three self-source reconstitution art was the method that Sure had come up with. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a secret art, it was more of a secret technique that was supposed to make up for the deficiencies in the open heaven realm method that had been passed down from the late ancient era. During that era, Song and the others made use of the world tree's power to gain enlightenment into the open heaven realm cultivation method, which allowed the humans to rise to power and build a foundation that lasted for many generations. However, there were some clear deficiencies in this open heaven realm method. Strictly speaking, it was incomplete. That was because every cultivator who used this method to make it to the open heaven realm had their own innate limit. The Fifth Order was the limit for those who directly ascended to the Third Order. Similarly, the Sixth Order and the Ninth Order were respectively the limits for those who directly made it to the Fourth Order and Seventh Order. What about the road after the Ninth Order? The martial Tao was a long journey of exploration, so there wasn't a true peak or limit to speak of. Song and the others might have realized the deficiencies in this method, however, this method was the only option available for the humans at that time. Given enough time, the martial ancestors might have devised a more perfect method of cultivation, but the great monsters roamed the universe in that era and humans struggled to survive. Hence, they didn't have time to experiment with and adjust the method. Song had said that he was still a Ninth Order master, though he was further ahead than the current Ninth Order old ancestors. He also declared that there was a higher realm beyond the Ninth Order. While Song was stuck in the Ninth Order, it was the same case for Sure, Mu, and the others. That was because the open heaven realm method they had cultivated was incomplete. As such, the road ahead of them had been cut off when they reached the Ninth Order. Regardless of how far they went, they were unable to move past the Ninth Order. Having been trapped in the primordial heaven source grand restriction for several million years, Sure kept pondering this issue and eventually came up with a solution. Before he merged with the restriction, he had sent out a thread of consciousness, which surmounted countless obstacles and was reborn. He had the intention to start over and cultivate from the beginning, but unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted in the end. Eventually, Wuquang, Sure's partial reincarnation, passed down this method to Xianxia. Over the past 100 years, Xianxia had been trying to comprehend this method. He had memorized every bit of it and fully understood every detail. What he had to do now was put it into action. According to Sure, it seemed that the universe itself had a will. When Mo plunged the universe into chaos, that will led the 10 martial ancestors to enter the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. With the World Tree's help, they comprehended the Open Heaven Realm method, which allowed them to fight Mo's expansion. In the following eons, those who had the chance to enter the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and obtain World Tree clones were akin to cards that Will had drawn in order to protect itself. However, those cards were all basically destroyed. Xianxia was just the latest example and probably the last one. During the primordial era, divine spirits ruled over the universe, and during the early ancient era, the monster race was the most powerful force. It wasn't until the late ancient era that the humans rose to dominance. If the heavenly way really had a will, there was no denying it favored these three kinds of living creatures, for their presence represented three different magnificent eras. These three kinds of living creatures were probably the chosen ones of the heavenly ways will during the different eras. If Xianxia could merge these three favored existences into his own being, he might be able to make up for the deficiencies and find a way forward in his cultivation. Although the method sounded abstruse and even a bit fantastical, it wasn't actually difficult to put it into action. Xianxia just had to come up with a way to integrate the powers of these three kinds of living creatures. Simply put, he had to cultivate soul clones, which were his divine spirit self, monster self, and human self. As these three selves united, he might be able to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm and ascend to the Ninth Order. It was for this reason that he headed to the demon realm back then and retrieved embodiment. He had to get prepared for cultivating the three-self source reconstitution art by taking back his other living soul clone. Xianxia was originally a human, but in the past, he happened to obtain a divine dragon source. Gradually, his bloodline was dragonized, and after he cultivated in the dragon pool, his human bloodline was permanently purged. Now, he was technically a pure divine spirit. Moreover, he was a part of the dragon clan, the head of the divine spirits. There was no doubt he was formidable in his own right. As such, he already had a divine spirit self. Now, he needed a human self and a monster self. Regardless, Xianxia decided to cultivate his human self first as it was probably the easier one. If there were any problems in the future, he could slowly make some adjustments. Therefore, during his retreat, while he consumed the resources to cultivate, Xianxia had also been paying attention to everything on the Void Continent. Presently, the Void Continent could be considered prosperous. Following Xianxia's increase in strength, his small universe's capacity had also greatly expanded. The most conspicuous change was that the small universe's territory had become larger. As a result, there had also been an increase in population. The flow of time in his small universe was different from that of the outside world, and with the World Tree clone's presence, more and more youths with extraordinary aptitudes appeared. Most of them became part of the major sects and learned how to cultivate there. When they reached a certain age or level of cultivation, they would be invited to the Void Tao Temple, thus becoming disciples of the Tao Temple. There were still some conflicts in the Void world. There had been the rise and fall of different families and sects. Regardless, there was one powerful force that had stood the test of time. It was none other than the Seven Stars sect. After all, the Tao Lord was the supreme elder of the Seven Stars sect. As such, no one had the guts to offend Seven Stars sect. Instead, they were all eager to flatter them. Meanwhile, even though the Seven Stars sect was the most powerful in the entire Void world, they remained humble and righteous, never committing any kind of outrage or offense since it rose to power several tens of thousands of years ago. For that reason, many talented young people dreamed of joining the Seven Stars sect, which helped further strengthen the sect's foundation and inheritance. The present Seven Stars sect was very different from the one Xianxia had seen in the past. The sect now occupied countless mountains and rivers, while on the various spirit peaks, houses and pavilions could faintly be seen as rare beasts roamed around freely. There was no denying it was now a powerful sect. After several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, this sect, which had migrated from its original location back then, had a very ample heritage now. Xianxia hadn't paid attention to his small universe for a long time, so as he looked around Seven Stars sect, he felt that everything had changed drastically. There was no doubt he still had some emotional attachment to Seven Stars sect. After all, his soul avatar had stayed in this place for quite some time, and he had even taken his 3 disciples from here. Although he hadn't found anything useful this time around, he wasn't disappointed and simply went on to inspect other places. A few years later, when Xianxia scanned his small universe with his divine sense again, something in the Seven Stars sect caught his attention. His brow twitched as he couldn't help thinking that he indeed had some predestined fate with Seven Stars sect. Other than the fact that he had taken on his 3 disciples in the Seven Stars sect, he had also found his human self here. In fact, he had encountered some suitable options over the past few years, but none were really up to his standards. This was a matter closely related to his future, after all, therefore, he wouldn't dare to be negligent as he wanted everything to be perfect. The opportunity he had come across this time was satisfactory. After some inspection, he stopped hesitating as he began executing the 3-self source reconstitution art. At that instant, his soul was torn apart and his aura plunged. When he used soul-rending thorns to kill innate territory lords, Xianxia also tore his soul apart. By powering the soul-rending thorns with a portion of his soul essence, he not only destroyed the enemy, but also harmed himself. However, that feeling of being torn apart was quite different from the present one. As he activated the 3-self source reconstitution art now, Xianxia felt as if he was slicing himself in half. If not for the fact that he had activated soul-rending thorns many times before, this kind of extreme pain would have made him pass out directly. The method that Sure had come up with was intriguing to say the least. It would be worth it if it was useful, but if it turned out to be useless, all this pain and suffering would be for nothing. As his soul was ripped apart, Xianxia not only became frail, but he also realized that he had become listless and dazed. His forehead felt scorching, as though he had come down with fever. Now, he couldn't even use half of his full strength. If he were to fight an innate territory lord in such a condition, he would undoubtedly die. He tried to pull himself together as he used the secret technique to wrap his soul fission with layers of seals. This was a soul fission from a powerful 8th Order master, after all, so the average carrier couldn't possibly bear it. As such, he had to seal it. When he was done sealing the soul fission, Xianxia let out a long breath. As a thought flashed across his mind, the soul fission traversed the small universe and descended in a particular direction. 7-Star Sect was the strongest sect in Void World with several tens of thousands of years' worth of inheritance. Not only was the inside of the sect magnificent, but the lands under its jurisdiction were also prosperous. Several cities surrounded 7-Star Sect as countless cultivators streamed along the streets. The Feng family village was located some 200 kilometers outside one of these major cities. One of the Feng family's ancestors was a 7-Star Sect's disciple, however, his aptitude was weak as he had only managed to make it to the Tao Source realm. He passed away 1,000 years ago. Over the past 1,000 years, the Feng family had some members who had aptitude for cultivation, but none of them were very talented. As such, they couldn't restore their family's former glory. Now, most people on the Void Continent aspired to be cultivators, and there were a lot who had outstanding aptitudes. Nevertheless, rarely would anyone be considered a prodigy. Fortunately, the present cultivation environment was much better than it used to be several tens of thousands of years ago. As long as one wasn't completely crippled, they would have some cultivation talent in them. Having said that, while talent was important, one's own hard work and will to improve were still the key to achieving success. The patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Yubai, was not such a person. His cultivation was weak as he was only in the true element boundary. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable on the Void Continent. All the same, he wasn't an ambitious person. As time passed, he was no longer as hot-blooded as when he was younger, and more than 10 years ago, he married a woman, and had been living off the heritage he inherited from his ancestors ever since. His wife, Xianxia, was even weaker than him as she was only in the separation and reunion boundary. With that said, she was a wise and demure woman. The married couple lived a harmonious life far away from any kind of conflict. There was no doubt they were happy and carefree. That was also how most people on the Void Continent lived. Those heaven-defying geniuses and masters who could fly through the sky were far removed from most people's lives. Nevertheless, Feng Yubai had been in a terrible mood recently. There had never been a lot of offspring in the Feng family, and for some reason, instead of getting better with time, things had only gotten worse in Feng Yubai's generation. It had been more than 10 years since he married, and during this period, Feng Yubai had never neglected his wife's needs. To his dismay, however, his wife never became pregnant over the years. As his wife grew older, he couldn't help feeling dejected, wondering if one of them had some kind of health problem. Fortunately, they seemed to have the blessing of the Feng family's ancestors, and 6 months ago, his wife was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. She felt dizzy in the morning and would frequently retch after eating anything. Upon closer inspection, the couple was surprised to learn that she was pregnant. Feng Yubai then reported to his ancestors about this piece of wonderful news. Since then, he had been taking extra care of his wife as he was worried that she would become ill or injured. He had also stopped her from practicing her sword, which was a long-time habit of hers. He wanted her to get more rest so that the child wouldn't be affected. Xianxia certainly wouldn't object to this. In fact, now that she was finally pregnant, she felt quite relieved. Unfortunately, life wasn't always so kind. Half a month ago, Xianxia suddenly realized that there were no longer any movements from her child. She was in the separation and reunion boundary, after all. As such, she was aware of what was going on inside her body. The realization horrified the couple and they quickly hired a senior expert to examine her. The result turned out to be terrible for them. The child in Xianxia's belly didn't seem to have enough vitality. As such, it was uncertain if she could even give birth to her child. Now, she could only get enough rest, and leave the rest up to the heavens. After seeing the senior expert off, a dejected Fang Yubai became even more attentive to his wife. However, both of them could clearly feel that the vitality of their child was weakening by the day. Fang Yubai was downcast as he wondered why their family was so unlucky. It was extremely difficult for his wife to get pregnant, and now they were at risk of losing their child. If the child was gone, there would no longer be any offspring in the Fang family's main line. At the thought of this, Fang Yubai felt too ashamed to face his ancestors. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu wept every day. Despite knowing that her emotions would affect her child, she still couldn't help feeling sorrowful. It was the sorrow of a mother who knew she might not be able to keep her child. One day, Fang Yubai was leading his subordinates to inspect the spirit farm in the village. Seven-Star Sect had many disciples, and as such, they needed a lot of spirit pills to cultivate. Outside Seven-Star Sect, those in the villages like the Fang family village would nurture some spirit farms where they planted a lot of simple spirit herbs to make a living. In fact, there were many similar villages around Seven-Star Sect. It was thanks to the spirit herbs grown in these villages that the cultivation needs of those grassroots disciples were met. In the spirit farm, the spirit herbs were growing well. Despite that, Fang Yubai was disconsolate as he was worried about his wife and their child. Just then, a maidservant rushed over and exclaimed, "Patriarch! Madam said that her belly is in pain, so she wants you to return at once." Hearing that, Fang Yubai was no longer in the mood to inspect the spirit farm and used all his strength to run back to his home. Upon his arrival, he heard his wife's muffled moaning. He dashed into the room and shoved the maidservants and midwives away, only to see Zhong Yuxiu lying on the bed, her face as pale as a white sheet. He sat down beside the bed and asked anxiously, "How are you feeling, my wife?" Zhong Yuxiu's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her clothes were all soaked. It was apparent that she was going through some unbearable pain. When she saw her husband, she was deluged with grievances and pain as she cried, "My belly hurts, my husband. The child, what happened to the child?" Fang Yubai's face turned ashen. "There hasn't been any movement from the child for half a day," Zhong Yuxiu wailed. A 6-month-old fetus should have been very active in mother's belly, and although the child didn't have enough vitality, it would still occasionally make some movements and kick his mother. Now that there hadn't been any movement for half a day though, it was apparent that things had taken a turn for the worse. As if struck by lightning, Fang Yubai was rooted to the spot. He couldn't help but lament that their family didn't have the heavens' blessings. His wife was finally pregnant with a child, but she didn't have a chance to give birth to it. Fang Yubai had been working hard all his life, and although he couldn't be considered a philanthropist, he had never done anything wicked. He wondered why he was so unlucky. All of a sudden, a maidservant yelped, "Ah! Blood!" Fang Yubai looked down and saw that blood was indeed streaming out of his wife's lower body. The bed had been dyed red. "Madam has passed out," the maidservant exclaimed. Again. A terrified Fang Yubai called out, "My wife!" The room descended into a mess. The turn of events caught Fang Yubai off guard as he had no idea what to do. Gotcha! A sudden loud clap of thunder shocked everyone in the room. The thunder was different from the ones they had heard in the past as it continued for a long time. The instant the thunder was heard, the entire sky lit up. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as though trying to tear it apart. "Thunder on a clear day," one of the midwives muttered under her breath. One had to know that the weather was lovely today with not a cloud in sight. It was obviously not normal for a clap of thunder to sound all of a sudden. Fang Yubai almost went mad. The Fang family members had been good people for generations, however, he couldn't even produce a single heir, which was downright miserable. He wondered if the heavens were also mourning for him. Presently, he was at a loss as he had no idea what he should do if the child was indeed dead. After all, he had never experienced such an incident before, so it was only natural that he didn't know how to deal with it. The maidservants and the midwives were also flustered and uncertain about what they should do. While they were despondent, a thud was heard all of a sudden. Initially, Fang Yubai didn't pay attention to it as he only wailed in sorrow. However, when he heard the same kind of thud for the second time, he realized something was off. He quickly kept quiet and glanced at his wife's belly in shock. If Fang Yubai wasn't mistaken, the sound was coming from his wife's belly. Although he wasn't powerful, he was in the true element boundary at the very least. He could hear sounds that the mortals were unable to hear. Furthermore, he was very familiar with this kind of sound. When the child was still fine back then, he would always lean his head against his wife's belly to listen to the child's movements. The thudding sounds were the child's heartbeat. "Shush!" he suddenly ordered. Instantly, the maidservants and midwives stopped weeping and kept their mouths shut. Seated beside the bed, Fang Yubai observed his wife. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he believed that some of the color had been restored to his wife's originally pale face. Dong, another gentle thud was heard from his wife's belly. Fang Yubai trembled and leaned in close to his wife before pressing his ear against her belly, waiting anxiously. Dong, 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 dong. The weak heartbeat was a sign that the child in the belly had been brought back to life. Although the heartbeat was initially in a mess, it gradually began pounding normally. Fang Yubai even had a feeling that the heartbeat was stronger than what he had heard in the past. All of a sudden, his wife's belly swelled a little. Fang Yubai instantly felt that someone kicked him through the flesh. Even though the kick was gentle, he almost jumped in shock. Ah! He widened his eyes in disbelief as he quickly took his wife's wrist and examined her pulse. A moment later, tears started streaming down his face. Thank the heavens! The maidservants and midwives looked at each other as they had no idea what was going on. 1 hour later, Xianxia slowly regained her senses, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Yubai beside the bed. "You're finally awake, my wife," Fang Yubai was pleasantly surprised. Although he had examined his wife and confirmed that she was fine, it wasn't until she awakened that he breathed a sigh of relief. A dazed Xianxia stared at her husband as her mind gradually became clear. Tears slid down from her reddened eyes as she asked, "What happened to the child, my husband?" Despite knowing that her child was probably gone for good, she still couldn't help asking her husband about it to get a definitive answer. Fang Yubai patted the back of her hand and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, my wife. The child is fine." Xianxia didn't believe him as she cried, "There's no need to console me, my husband. I'm able to accept the truth." Hearing that, Fang Yubai couldn't help smiling. "I'm not trying to console you. The child is really fine. You're a cultivator too. If you don't believe me, you can examine yourself." Realizing that her husband wasn't pulling her leg, Xianxia doubtfully activated her power and carefully examined her body. What she discovered astounded her. Not only was the child in her belly indeed fine, but she could also feel that the child's vitality was far stronger than before. What's going on? She remembered that her belly was in sharp pain on this day, and there hadn't been any movement from her child for half a day. Before she passed out, her lower body had even started bleeding. She was ready to accept the fact that her child was gone for good, but the truth turned out to be such a pleasant surprise. "Am I dreaming, my husband?" She still couldn't believe that her child was alive. Fang Yubai placated her, saying, "You're not dreaming. Everything is going well." Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Xianxia started bawling her eyes out. All her worries over the past few days were gone as she could finally vent out her sorrow. Although she was crying, she felt relieved. Don't cry, it might affect the child." Not knowing what to do, Fang Yubai could only help wipe the tears off the corners of her eyes. Xianxia nodded repeatedly, but she couldn't stop her tears from sliding down her cheeks. It wasn't until a long time later that she gradually calmed down. While stroking her belly, she bit her lip and said, "The child is hungry, my husband." Fang Yubai was startled for a moment before guffawing, "Give me a moment, my wife. I'll tell the cooks to prepare something for you." With that, he turned around and left. The news of his dead child being brought back to life soon spread around. It was also said that lightning struck on a clear day when it happened, which was an unusual phenomenon. Soon, everyone heard about this incident. All the villagers thought that the Fang family's ancestors had done enough good deeds to make the heavens bring the child back from death's door. Those who believed the story became even more respectful of the heavens, while the non-believers dismissed it as superstition. After all, the child was still in her belly. Other than the Fang family members, no one knew if the child had really been resurrected. With that said, lightning had indeed struck from the clear sky on that day, and the news had sent a shockwave across the entire Void world. Void Dao Temple and the major sects had sent some people to look into the matter, but they discovered nothing in the end. Zhong Yuxiu's belly became larger by the day, but what was strange was that since the incident that day, her child's vitality had never become weaker. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu was originally somewhat thin, but she too had gradually become chubby. 10 months into the pregnancy, she was finally ready to give birth. While Fang Yubai was waiting anxiously outside the room, the maidservants and midwives kept streaming in and out of the place. 1 hour later, a loud cry was heard coming from the room. The next moment, a maidservant rushed over and reported, "Congratulations, patriarch. It's a boy." At this point, Fang Yubai's face was covered in tears, for he finally had an heir. There was a new young master in the Fang family, and his name was Fang Tianxia. Fang Yubai felt that the child was given to them by the heavens. If not for the heavens having mercy on them that day, the child would have passed away. Since he only had a single child in his old age, Fang Yubai doted on him. Although the Fang family couldn't be considered wealthy, the patriarch was still quite generous to his child. If the average child had been doted on like this since a young age, he would probably grow up to be a willful person. However, Fang Tianxia turned out to be well-mannered. Despite growing up in a rich family, he had never done anything that harmed others' interests. Moreover, he was an intelligent and genial person. As such, the villagers in the Fang family village were quite fond of him. As time passed, the child grew up to be a young man. Fang Yubai wanted him to join the Seven Stars sect, so he had been trying to build a foundation for him by teaching him some simple cultivation methods since the latter was a young boy. However, much to his chagrin, even though his child was intelligent, he didn't seem to be a talented cultivator. It wasn't until Fang Tianxia was 13 that he reached the initial element boundary. Another 5 years later, he finally ascended to the Qi transformation boundary. There was no doubt his aptitude was slightly better than that of Fang Yubai, but it was still quite limited. One had to know that world energy was abundant in the void world. If one was a prodigy, they would reach the true element boundary by the age of 18. However, Fang Tianxia was only in the Qi transformation boundary, which was 2 great realms below the true element boundary. Certainly, those from the Seven Stars sect wouldn't be interested in someone with such weak aptitude. Even the smaller sects wouldn't accept him. As such, Fang Yubai decided to give up on this small dream. He was lucky enough to have a child, so demanding him to have a good aptitude for cultivation was downright greedy. Fortunately, Fang Tianxia possessed an unwavering spirit and was quite hardworking, so despite his lack of talent, he still built a very solid foundation. Since he was an only child, his parents weren't willing to let him leave the village and become anyone's disciple in a faraway place. As such, they decided to just teach him at home. Time went by slowly. Fang Yubai and his wife were now old and frail. Their cultivation was weak, so they couldn't enjoy a long life. With the abundance of world energy in the void world, even mortals who had never cultivated before could live past 100 years, but there would still come a day when they passed away. Despite being cultivators, the married couple could only live for slightly longer than that. They increasingly felt that they didn't have much energy left, and their days were surely numbered. Fortunately, Fang Tianxia was married. Although his wife wasn't a young lady from a wealthy family, their families were equally matched. She had also given birth to Fang Tianxi's children. Several years later, Fang Yubai and Zhong Yuxiu passed away in close succession. As time passed, wrinkles started appearing on Fang Tianxi's face. When he was 150 years old, his wife also left him for the next world. He only had one wife for all his life, just like his parents. His love for his wife was steadfast and unshakable. Unfortunately, his wife was just a commoner who had never cultivated before, so she didn't live for long. Although he now had some children and even grandchildren, the death of his wife was still devastating to Fang Tianxia. He seemed to have aged significantly overnight as his hair turned gray. His parents were long gone, and even his only wife was no longer with him. Since there were quite a few Fang family members now, Fang Tianxia felt he no longer had any worries. He summoned his children to the Fang family's grand hall and informed them about his intention to leave home. Certainly, his children were not willing to see him depart. Although Fang Tianxia had been cultivating since he was a young child, he was only in the immortal ascension boundary now. Given his advanced age and frailty, how was he supposed to take care of himself if he went out to explore the world now? Although it was generally safe in the void world, the current Feng Tianxia couldn't possibly fend off ill-intentioned people on his own should he come across any danger. All the same, Feng Tianxia had made up his mind. He only summoned his children to inform them about his decision, not discuss it with them. Several days later, Feng Tianxia left the Feng family village on his own. Behind him, his children and grandchildren fell on their knees as they watched him leave. In fact, Feng Tianxia had no idea why he had decided to go out on an excursion. Supposedly, he was no longer a high-spirited and ambitious youth. At his age, he was supposed to spend his retirement years having fun with his grandchildren. However, there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that he should go out and see this wonderful world at least once. This kind of urge had been with him since he was very young. Unfortunately, his aptitude was unremarkable, and he was weak. When he was young, he couldn't possibly leave his parents, and when his parents passed away, he was already married with children. His weakness couldn't help him realize his dream. Now that his wife was gone, he reckoned that his children and grandchildren no longer needed him. Since he had no more worries, he decided to make his dream come true despite knowing that he might be killed somewhere along the way. One night, he arrived at a certain mountain and sat down to cultivate. Since he started cultivating, he had never slacked off over the years. Although his cultivation was weak, he knew that little drops of water made a mighty ocean over time, therefore, he would never miss cultivating every day. This helped build a solid foundation for him. Although he was no match for some of the talented young people, his true chi was quite robust for one in the immortal ascension boundary. Rarely would anyone in the same boundary be a match for him. However, the moment he started cultivating on this day, he realized that something was off. He had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage 30 years ago, which he felt was his limit. Over the years, he had never been able to break through this bottleneck. His aptitude and body simply didn't allow him to walk any further on the martial Tao. Nevertheless, on this day, the bottleneck that had blocked him for 30 years showed signs of cracking. Feng Tianxia couldn't help falling into a dazed state. When he examined himself again, he realized it wasn't an illusion. The bottleneck that had restricted him for such a long time was finally breaking apart. Nevertheless, he wasn't ecstatic. After years of cultivation, his personality had become the epitome of calm and collected. He only thought that he was finally able to achieve a breakthrough in his old age, which was unheard of as far as he knew. Perhaps it had something to do with his decision to go out and explore the world. Now that he had no more worries, nothing could restrict him again. Since his birth, he had never felt more carefree and unrestrained. He then circulated his true chi in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough. Everything went so smoothly to the point where it was hard for him to believe it. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky as lightning crackled and thunder rolled. He knew that the trial of the world's grand Tao had come. His expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Following a bolt of lightning, powerful world energy penetrated his body and cleansed his aged mind. He gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring the unbearable pain in silence as he realized that he was gradually growing stronger. It wasn't until the next morning that the heavenly manifestation dissipated. A long and satisfied roar reverberated across the mountains. Feng Tianxia, who was originally in the immortal ascension boundary, felt his aura surging as he broke through his shackles and ascended to the transcendent realm. The ascension didn't only bring about an increase in strength, but some of the wrinkles on his face also disappeared. There was a bit of glow on his originally withered skin now. He seemed to have become much younger overnight as some of his hair had turned from gray to black. As he washed his face beside a creek and looked at his reflection, he chuckled lightly. After consolidating his cultivation for a bit, he built a hut on the mountain and started living there. He was suddenly able to achieve a breakthrough, but the trial of the world's grand Tao didn't only help increase his power, it also allowed him to comprehend something else. As such, he needed time to go through this new enlightenment. Years passed as flowers withered and bloomed in a cycle. When Feng Tianxia left his seclusion 10 years later, his aura had become much more robust. It was apparent that he had moved further into the transcendent realm. Besides that, 10 years of cultivation had allowed him to grasp a different kind of power. It was an abstruse power that was unfamiliar to him. It was none other than the Tao of space. There were some cultivators in the void world who had cultivated the Tao of space thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing. It was rumored that the inscrutable Tao Lord had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, and the entire void world was filled with the Tao essences of these grand Taos. These Tao essences were intangible, but omnipresent. Only the most talented cultivators had a chance to comprehend them and obtain some of the Tao Lord's inheritance. The extraordinary people were already able to connect to the Tao Lord's grand Taos before they were even born. After they were born, once they cultivated the grand Taos that matched their talents, their cultivation would rapidly increase. They would easily be led to enter the Void Tao Temple and become Tao Temple disciples. It was extremely rare to find people who were born compatible with the Tao Lord's grand Taos. Perhaps only one such person would be born in many years. It was said that the first disciple that the Tao Lord had taken on in Seven Stars sect had caught the Tao Lord's attention before he was even born. Everyone was envious of such luck. It was something that could not be forced. Nevertheless, the world's grand Tao never stopped anyone from obtaining the Tao Lord's inheritance. When Feng Tianxia went through the trial of the world's grand Tao and achieved a breakthrough 10 years ago, he sensed a bit of the grand Tao's Tao essence in the void world. If anyone came across such an opportunity, they might be able to comprehend something. Many such people benefited from this experience. Whenever they achieved a breakthrough, they could faintly detect a particular kind of grand Tao. This was the Tao Lord's gift to the void world. Although he had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, the Tao Lord was said to be particularly skillful in 3 of them. They were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. It was rumored that the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated these 3 grand Taos. Many millennia ago, these 3 grand Taos were by far the most conspicuous in the void world. It wasn't until a long time later that many other grand Taos rose to prominence. Since these 3 grand Taos were what the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated, anyone who managed to inherit one of these grand Taos would be treasured. When Feng Tianxia was young, he was unable to achieve any such success, and it never crossed his mind that he would make it to the transcendent realm in the twilight of his life. Besides that, he had also comprehended the Tao of space during the trial of the world's grand Tao. His experience left him torn between tears and laughter. If he had such an opportunity when he was young, he would have tried to make a name for himself and gain a footing in this world. However, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, he was no longer as ambitious as when he was young. Now, he just wanted to travel around the void world and take in the wonderful sights he didn't have a chance to see in the past. He then left the place where he had stayed for 10 years. As he roamed around the world, he simply followed his whims without having any kind of plan in mind. Perhaps it was because he had severed ties with his past, he felt different now. After leaving the Feng family village, Feng Tianxia could finally chase his dreams and live the kind of life he had always wanted. Wherever he went, he stood up for the weak and vanquished evil. When he arrived at any sect, he would spend some time discussing the martial Tao with their cultivators. There were some occasions where he fell into danger. He was once hunted down by powerful monster beasts through the mountains. Other times, he had been dragged into plots and besieged by disciples of sects. Fortunately, as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, he could always find a way to preserve his life. These dangerous encounters didn't hold him back or dampen his spirits, instead, they only made him stronger. He soon became a famous figure. Despite having cultivated for 150 years, he was still only in the immortal ascension boundary back then. The story of such an ordinary cultivator achieving a breakthrough and becoming powerful sent a shockwave across the world. There had never been a lack of ambitious but ordinary people in the Void Continent, so when they heard about Feng Tianxi's story, many had the misconception that they too could pull off a similar feat to some extent. Feng Tianxi's story had propelled many ordinary cultivators to work harder. Nevertheless, only a small number of them could really break through their shackles like he had. 30 years later, Feng Tianxia ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm. He went through a world trial again, but this time, he gained enlightenment into the Tao of time. 50 years later, he made it to the Saint King Realm and comprehended the Spear Tao. Every time he broke through to the next great realm, Feng Tianxia would gain massive benefits. Even his appearance had become increasingly younger. When he left the Feng family village, he was old and frail, but after traveling around the world for 100 years, he now looked like a middle-aged man. While others grew older with time, he seemed to become younger. His experiences gave him a unique type of charm, and by now his story had become quite famous. Although he still wasn't a truly powerful master, his inspirational journey had become a legend in the void world. Many families wanted him to join them and offers of marriage were never lacking. Nonetheless, Feng Tianxia wasn't interested in such matters and turned them all down as he continued his journey. Over the years, he made many good friends, but none of them could keep him company for long. Sometimes, he would feel lonely, but he reasoned that this was the price he had to pay for chasing the martial Tao. He never intended to return to the Feng family village. After his departure, he decided that he would never go back to his hometown. Since he had left behind some offspring, he had no more worries. As such, he could bid farewell to his past without regrets. Compared to the talented geniuses, his cultivation speed couldn't be considered rapid, however, his progress was stable, and he was able to build a solid foundation in every realm. As he traveled around the world, he had some friendly matches against cultivators in the same realm, but was never once defeated. It could be said that he was unrivaled in the same realm. Moreover, he had inherited the Tao Lord's 3 primary Grand Daos, which made him even more popular. One had to know that even though some cultivators had the chance to inherit the Tao Lord's Grand Daos, none of them was like Feng Tianxia, who managed to inherit the Tao of space, Tao of time, and Spear Tao altogether. Everyone was curious about why he had such an opportunity. Supposedly, a prodigy would show signs of having extraordinary aptitude when they were young, however, Feng Tianxia was different. He only became powerful when he was well over 100 years old. Although the increase in his strength wasn't rapid, he managed to achieve something that no cultivators in the void world had ever pulled off before. He went from the origin returning realm to the origin king realm, to the Tao source realm, to the emperor realm eventually. Slowly but steadily, he grew from an insignificant cultivator to an important master. Now, it had been 1,000 years since he left the Feng family village. Many things had changed during this period. It took him over 1,000 years to go from the immortal ascension boundary to the emperor realm. There was no doubt his cultivation speed was slow and his aptitude was terrible. Supposedly, this shouldn't have happened. If a cultivator was unable to make it to the emperor realm within 1,000 years in a wonderful environment such as the void world, he wouldn't be able to achieve it in his lifetime. However, Feng Tianxia had pulled it off. Some people had asked him what his secrets were. All he could tell them though was that he had no idea. After he left the Feng family village, even though his cultivation speed was slow, he never faced any bottlenecks again. In other words, although the increase in his power was snail-paced, he would always make it to the next realm given enough time. It was unlike any other cultivators who might get stuck in the same realm forever despite rapidly being able to accumulate enough heritage to break through. This made the masters in the void world have some wild thoughts. Perhaps rapidly increasing one's strength wasn't the best way to pursue the martial Tao, perhaps it was better to build a solid foundation in every realm before trying to advance further. With such a speculation in mind, many sects started suppressing the cultivation speed of their prodigies, but regardless of who attempted this, no one could tell if the results were good or bad. At this point, Feng Tianxia, who was an emperor realm master, was invited to the Void Tao Temple. The Tao Temple was a splendid palace hovering in the sky of the void world. It was every cultivator's dream to one day join the Tao Temple. The existence of the Tao Temple was a wonder in itself. Although it was a palace, there seemed to be an entirely different world inside, one that was both vast and expansive. The first time Feng Tianxia arrived at this place, he sensed the abstrusity of the Tao Temple. This place also seemed to be filled with the secrets of the Grand Tao of space. Moreover, regardless of where a person was in the void world, they could see the Tao Temple clearly as long as they looked up. It was indeed abstruse. It was rumored that the Tao Temple was personally built by the Tao Lord. When the Tao Temple appeared back then, everyone was shocked. Furthermore, the Tao Temple was responsible for selecting the most talented people in the void world all on its own. The commoners had no idea why the Void Tao Temple had to select talented people. Over the past several tens of thousands of years, countless brilliant cultivators had been invited to the Tao Temple, and there had never been any news about them since then. No one knew where they were, but it was rumored that those masters had shattered the void and left the void world to pursue a higher martial Tao. Certainly, Feng Tianxia had heard about these rumors before, but he simply dismissed them. After all, rumors were usually unfounded and inaccurate. However, it wasn't until he was invited to the Void Dao Temple that he realized those rumors were indeed true. Things that were secrets to the general cultivators of the Void World were common knowledge to those in the Dao Temple. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Emperor Realm wasn't the peak of the martial Dao. Beyond the Emperor Realm was the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into 9 orders, with each one vastly different from the previous. One had to condense their Dao seal, split heaven and earth apart in their body, and form a small universe. Only then would they ascend to the Open Heaven Realm. What's more, the entire Void World was just the Dao Lord's small universe. In other words, all beings in the Void World were living inside the Dao Lord's body. When Feng Tianxia learned this truth, he was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't be considered an inexperienced man. After all, he had traveled the entire Void continent for over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, when he was told the truth about the Void World, he was astonished. It was at that moment he realized just how immense the Dao Lord's power was. Such an expansive world was just the Dao Lord's small universe, making Feng Tianxia wonder what the extent of the Dao Lord's strength in the Open Heaven Realm was. The person responsible for showing him around was a senior brother surnamed Liu. He introduced himself to Feng Tianxia as Liu Jingshan, and although Feng Tianxia was actually older than the latter, Liu Jingshan was stronger as he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Every newcomer to the Void Dao Temple would be greeted by someone who was responsible for explaining the reasons the Void Dao Temple was built and answering any questions that the newcomer might have. As such, Feng Tianxia asked what was on his mind freely. Liu Jingshan replied with a smile, "We have no idea how powerful the Dao Lord is in the Open Heaven Realm, but there's no way he's weak. We suppose he's either in the 8th order or the 9th order." Every cultivator in the Void World regarded the Dao Lord as a deity, so it was no surprise they would think highly of him when it came to his cultivation. After a nod, Feng Tianxia went on to ask, "Senior brother Liu, since the Void World is just the Dao Lord's small universe, how were those seniors supposed to shatter the void and leave this place back then? If they were capable of doing that, it would be no different from forming a hole in the Dao Lord's belly." Feng Tianxia shuddered at the thought of this. Liu Jingshan chuckled and explained, "Well, they didn't really shatter the void. They were only led out of the Void World by the Dao Lord. It has something to do with the reason why the Dao Temple has to select talented people." "Please enlighten me, senior brother," Feng Tianxia said solemnly. Having traveled around the world for over 1,000 years, he had learned to be tactful. As such, even though he was famous, he still acted humbly in front of Liu Jingshan. "Well, let's put it this way. The humans in the outside world are fighting an extremely evil race. That race is so powerful that even the Dao Lord isn't a match for them. If the humans are defeated, the outside world will be destroyed, therefore, the Dao Lord needs help in the war. The disciples who have been invited to the Dao Temple will be his helpers in the future." Hearing that, Feng Tianxia was shocked. What kind of race is it that even the Dao Lord finds it hard to deal with? After giving it some thought, Liu Jingshan replied, "I remember that they're called the Black Ink Clan. Supposedly, they possess a highly corruptive power. Once a person is infected, they won't be able to get rid of it. Moreover, the Black Ink strength as it's called can twist a human's mind and nature, turning them into a slave of the Black Ink Clan." Feng Tianxia gasped, "I can't believe such an evil force exists in this world." Liu Jingshan sighed, "Indeed. It's said that many eons ago, some Black Ink clansmen were brought into the Void World. The Dao Lord brought them in to train the disciples of the Dao Temple, but for some reason, they vanished at a later time. Now, no one knows what the Black Ink clan looks like or what will happen when a person is corrupted by Black Ink strength." Feng Tianxia nodded, "In that case, the humans in the outside world are most likely in a perilous situation." Liu Jingshan replied, "We have no idea. In fact, it has been a long time since the Dao Lord brought anyone out of the Dao Temple. The last time he did so was about 2,000 years ago. He took several thousand people away at once that time, which is why there are only a small number of people in the Dao Temple now." After a pause, he continued, "Since the Void World is only the Dao Lord's small universe, the best that the cultivators living here can achieve is the Emperor Realm. If a person wants to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, they must first leave this place. However, if one chooses to leave, they will have to join the battle against the Black Ink clan and will be at risk of losing their life. Therefore, the Tao Lord fully respects our decision when selecting talented people. If a person wants to ascend to the open heaven realm, they can leave the void world. If one isn't willing to bear the risk, they can stay in this place. We have full control over this matter, and the Tao Lord never forces us. The Tao Lord is indeed magnanimous, Fang Tianxia remarked. There was no doubt they could all potentially aid the Tao Lord if they were brought out of his small universe. All the cultivators in the void world were only able to cultivate thanks to the Tao Lord, therefore, the Tao Lord had the right to take the suitable ones away from this place at will. Nevertheless, he still let the disciples in the Tao Temple make their own choices. For that reason, Fang Tianxia greatly respected the Tao Lord. As they spoke, they arrived at a grand hall that was both magnificent and vast. In the middle of it was a gigantic statue, followed by many smaller ones. This is the place where our great predecessors' names are recorded. As Lu Jingshan spoke, he then pointed at the statue in the middle, and that is the Tao Lord's likeness. Then, he saluted the statue with a solemn expression. Fang Tianxia looked in the same direction and realized that the statue appeared to be a handsome young man. With his hands behind his back, he looked truly majestic. This statue was apparently carved by a senior expert as every bit of it seemed to be extremely lifelike. Just by standing there, Fang Tianxia had a feeling that the statue would come to life at any moment. For some reason though, he found the statue familiar. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, as he went through his experiences over the past 1,000 years, he was certain that he had never come across anyone who looked like the Tao Lord. How strange, while he was doubtful, he still saluted the statue and asked hesitantly, since there's a statue here, does that mean someone has seen the Tao Lord's true appearance before? Lu Jingshan laughed, certainly, no one here has seen his true body before. However, it's said that the Tao Lord used his soul avatar to travel his small universe in the past. I suppose you're aware of the Seven Star Sect. Back then, the Tao Lord's soul avatar stayed in the Seven Star Sect for some time. There was no doubt Fang Tianxia was aware of the Seven Star Sect. In fact, when he was young, his biggest dream was to join the Seven Star Sect. However, due to his terrible aptitude, he didn't have the right to be their disciple. The Fang family village was located in the Seven Star Sect's territory. As such, he had heard a lot about the sect. It's rumored that the Tao Lord is the supreme elder of the Seven Star Sect. Could this be true? Fang Tianxia asked in shock. It is true. That is the reason Seven Star Sect has endured all this time. As ages pass, it's only natural that different sects rise and fall. The major sects that were on equal footing with Seven Star Sect back then are all long gone, but Seven Star Sect is still as powerful as ever. This is all thanks to the Tao Lord's legacy. Fang Tianxia was astonished. At the same time, he was curious about why the Tao Lord had used a soul avatar to travel around his own small universe. How bored must he be to do such a thing? He shook his head to cast such thoughts away, for he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to the Tao Lord. Then, he looked past the Tao Lord statue and saw many smaller ones behind it. Those are, Lu Jingshan explained, those are the statues of the seniors who have been led out of the void world by the Tao Lord. Do you see that one over there? He's the eldest senior brother of the Void Tao Temple, Miao Fei Ping. If you have a chance to leave the void world, you might see him. With a solemn expression, Fang Tianxia sized up Miao Fei Ping's statue and memorized his appearance. Then, he said, could eldest senior brother Miao be the Tao Lord's first disciple? I heard that when the Tao Lord stayed in Seven Star Sect back then, he took on several direct disciples. Lu Jingshan shook his head. Senior brother Miao is the Tao Temple's eldest senior brother, but he's not one of the Tao Lord's disciples. His disciples are some other people, but no one knows who they are. Hearing that, Fang Tianxia was puzzled. Following a sigh, Lu Jingshan said, in the past, only a small number of disciples managed to leave the Tao Temple. As such, the juniors who stayed back made some statues for them. However, as more and more seniors left, there was not enough space in this grand hall for so many statues. Therefore, we no longer make any statues for those who leave. Only their identity tokens are enshrined here now. Fang Tianxia looked around and realized there were indeed many tiles adorning the walls. Most places were blank, but some of them had identity tokens which contained the names and information of those seniors. There was no doubt these identity tokens were not as impressive as the statues, but they were still the traces of those seniors who had stayed here before. Lu Jingshan patted the other man's shoulder and said with a smile, "When we have a chance to leave this place in the future, we'll leave our own identity tokens here as well." Feng Tianxia nodded as he already looked forward to it. The reason he decided to leave the Feng family village and sever ties with the Feng family was to experience the wonders of the world he had never seen before. After repeatedly achieving breakthroughs and eventually arriving at this place though, Feng Tianxia realized that there was still so much more he had yet to see and experience. He had no idea what the other seniors in the Dao Temple thought, but he was certain he would leave the void world as long as he had the chance. He had traveled around this world and seen everything there was to see here, therefore, he was excited to learn that there was a bigger world just waiting outside. After they left the Grand Hall, Feng Tianxia asked, "Senior brother Lu, since the open heaven realm is above the Emperor realm, what are we supposed to do to split heaven and earth apart in our bodies and create our own small universes?" Lu Jingshan explained, "First of all, you have to condense your own Dao seal, which is the essence of your cultivation as well as the manifestation of your Grand Dao. If there's a Grand Dao you primarily cultivate, you have to condense your Dao seal based on that Grand Dao. After that, you'll need to refine some precious resources to further your martial Dao. In any case, since you're a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master, you're still some distance away from condensing your Dao seal. For now, you just have to increase your strength as quickly as possible and reach the peak of the Emperor Realm. Let's go, I'll take you to the library, it's a good place where I'm sure you'll find something useful, junior brother." When they arrived at the library, Feng Tianxia immediately understood why Lu Jingshan said it was a good place. There were a massive amount of books containing secret arts and secret techniques in this library. The best things of all the sects in the void world were stored here. There were also things that didn't seem to belong in this world. Certainly, these things were no longer useful to Feng Tianxia. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master already. As such, there wasn't a need for him to study any secret arts or secret techniques. The most pressing issue for him was to quickly increase his strength so that he could ascend to the Third Order Emperor Realm and condense his Dao seal sooner. Fortunately, there was also a massive section of jade slips, scrolls, and books containing precious insights on cultivation in the Emperor Realm in the library. These insights had been written by the disciples of the Dao Temple over the past several tens of thousands of years. Throughout Feng Tianxi's cultivation journey, he had basically explored everything on his own. After all, he didn't have any elders to rely on, nor was there a teacher who could give him guidance. While traveling around the world, he discussed the martial Dao with the disciples of various sects and reflected on what he had learned, but that was the only sort of external help he had. It was fine when he was still a weak cultivator, but now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, Feng Tianxia was at a loss as to how he should move forward in his martial Dao. These insights in the library were what he needed most at this moment. Feng Tianxia went on to spend 30 years in the library reading all the insights left behind by the various seniors. His determination and ability to endure loneliness quickly earned the respect of the other disciples in the Dao Temple. Everyone knew there were many good things in the library, but few had the level of patience necessary to go through and absorb them despite being in the Emperor Realm as well. After spending 30 years in the library, Feng Tianxia finally left. At this point, he had a plan in mind when it came to how to advance his cultivation. He found an empty courtyard and started cultivating. As usual, his cultivation speed was quite slow, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had spent the past 1,000 plus years cultivating slowly to reach his current height, so he was already used to it. Nevertheless, he didn't just cultivate in seclusion all the time. When he was free, he would go out and talk to the seniors of the Dao Temple. This was his way of doing things and had been throughout his entire cultivation journey. All the disciples in the Dao Temple were the brightest geniuses who became strong early on in life. As such, everyone in the Void Dao Temple was young, good-looking, and energetic. On the other hand, Feng Tianxia, the newcomer, appeared more mature. He was already old and frail when he left the Feng family village back then, and although years seemed to have lifted off his face as his cultivation improved, his mentality didn't really become younger, only his looks did. Now, he had the appearance of a late 30s or early 40s mortal. Based on his looks alone, he indeed seemed older than the seniors in the Tao Temple. As such, many of them called him Old Feng. As time passed, Feng Tianxi's cultivation became increasingly ample. More and more disciples had been invited to the Tao Temple, but there were still not a lot of them. Someone had estimated that only about 10 people would be led to the Tao Temple every 100 years on average. There were times when only 4 to 5 people were inducted over 100 years. The void world was expansive, and countless cultivators were living in it. Despite that, only a small number of people had the right to enter the Tao Temple. It was said that only those who had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order would be invited to the Tao Temple. That was because if a cultivator was too weak, they wouldn't be of any help to the humans in the outside world after leaving this place. Before Feng Tianxi's arrival, the Tao Temple had never invited any Emperor Realm Master who was as old as he was. Regardless, his mere presence meant that he had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order or above. Feng Tianxi had a feeling that he wouldn't only end up becoming a fifth order master. Although he hadn't condensed his Tao seal yet, he had the confidence to reach higher than that. 500 years passed since Feng Tianxi arrived at the Tao Temple, and he finally made it to the peak of the Emperor Realm. There was no denying his pace was slow. One had to know that the cultivation environment in the void world was wonderful to begin with, and the void Tao Temple was the center of the world's essence. Any newly promoted Emperor Realm Master who arrived at the Tao Temple would only take 100 to 200 years to make it to the peak of the realm. Even for the slower ones, 300 years was generally the limit. As such, it was unusually slow that it took Feng Tianxi 500 years to achieve the same. Another 100 years later, he finally condensed his Tao seal and started refining the yin, yang, and 5 elements powers. Just like the other fellow disciples, Feng Tianxi decided to start with his wood element. There was another common route where the disciples would choose to refine their water element first, but it was still less popular. Among the 5 elements, the metal element was sharp, the earth element was heavy, and the fire element was destructive. Only the water element and wood element were gentle. As such, they were the safest for the disciples to start with. The kinds of resources these disciples refined would determine their future success. The order of the materials they initially chose was directly related to how far they could rise in the open heaven realm. However, those who ignored their own limits and took huge risks wouldn't be able to make it to the open heaven realm, as their Tao seals would simply shatter under the impact. Therefore, every disciple in the Tao Temple would tread carefully at this point. With that said, when they refined materials for the first time, they would always aim as high as possible. Most of them would choose wood element or water element resources in the 6th order or even 7th order. It wasn't that they would certainly make it to the 6th order or 7th order, it was just that water element and wood element materials were much gentler. As long as one's Tao seal was firm enough, it could usually endure the impact of such resources. It was a chance for them to test the limits of their Tao seals when refining resources for the first time. When they select their second resource, they will know the right path for their future. Feng Tianxi had compared his Tao seal with those of the other disciples, and he felt that it was quite firm and sturdy. He reckoned that it could endure the impact of 7th order materials. As such, he chose a 7th order wood element resource first. Lu Jingshan took the initiative to ask him about this matter, and when he learned about his plan, he nodded gently. Junior brother Feng, even though your cultivation speed is slow, it is for this reason that your foundation is so solid. Hence, I think it will be alright for you to refine a 7th order wood element resource. Fire is born of wood though, so you'll have to be careful when selecting a fire element material next time. Feng Tianxi nodded in agreement. It wouldn't take one a long time to refine a single resource. However, every time these future open heaven realm masters did so, they had to rest for many years in between. First of all, they had to get used to their powers. Secondly, their Tao seals were unable to bear another impact in such short order. If they were hasty, all their effort would go to waste. In just half a month, Feng Tianxi easily refined the 7th order wood element material, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He had a feeling that he could refine a 7th order fire element resource next, a realization that made him feel elated. As he recalled all the experiences in his life, everything felt somewhat strange. He had a terrible aptitude, and it wasn't until he was 150 years old that he left the Feng family village to wander the world. His plan was only to travel around a bit before his death, so it never crossed his mind that he would achieve great things one day. Unlike the other disciples in the Tao Temple, Feng Tianxia didn't come from a wealthy background, nor did he have a powerful master who had guided him when he was young. Also, he never had ample resources and his cultivation speed was incredibly slow. Therefore, it surprised him that with such a method and speed that were unbearable for most people, he was now one step ahead of almost all other disciples. Only a small number of people in the Void Tao Temple could refine 7th-order resources, only 1 in 10 at most. Lu Jingshan, who was on good terms with Feng Tianxia, chose a 7th-order wood element resource for his first refinement. However, he decided to refine a 6th-order fire element resource after that because he felt that his Tao seal wasn't able to bear the impact of the power of a 7th-order fire element material. As such, he didn't dare to push his luck. It was said that the process of ascending to the open heaven realm was like crafting a barrel. How much water a barrel could hold depended on the shortest stave. Similarly, the order in the open heaven realm one would achieve hinged on the lowest order resource that one refined. There were 7 powers in total, which were yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Even if one had refined 6 types of 7th-order materials, they would only make it to the 5th-order open heaven realm if they decided to refine a single 5th-order resource. The open heaven realm was divided into 9 orders, and every order was vastly different from the previous one. The difference of one order might take a lifetime for a person to make up. Therefore, the disciples in the Tao Temple did their best to refine resources of the highest order possible. At the same time, they would ensure that they wouldn't exceed their limits. Feng Tianxia had a feeling that the ample heritage he possessed now had something to do with his insistence on building a solid foundation. He always stayed in the same realm for a much longer time than most people did, and as he had sufficient time to consolidate his strength, he ensured that he made everything perfect in every realm. Now, he was able to refine 7th-order resources because of his perseverance and hard work over the years. A few dozen or so years after he refined the wood element material, he decided to move on to the fire element one. As expected, Feng Tianxia successfully refined the resource. Then, it was followed by earth element, metal element, and water element materials. After fully refining the 5 elements, he moved on to the yin and yang element resources. When he was done refining all the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, 500 years had passed since he refined the wood element resource for the first time. In other words, it had been 1,000 years since he arrived at the Tao Temple. Supposedly, when one was done refining the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, they could split heaven and earth apart in their body and form their own small universe. However, the void continent was only the Tao Lord's small universe. Before leaving this place, none could make it to the open heaven realm. Over the past 1,000 years, about 100 juniors had arrived at the Tao Temple. Perhaps it was because Feng Tianxia appeared to be more mature and reliable. These juniors would often go to him whenever they had any questions regarding cultivation. As such, he had many followers now. "How many years have you been in the Tao Temple, senior brother?" Under the moonlight at night, Feng Tianxia and Lu Jingshan were seated across from each other as they sipped some wine. Now that Feng Tianxia was at the peak of the Emperor realm, his cultivation wouldn't improve further regardless of how hard he cultivated, therefore, he had some free time. Lu Jingshan, who was in a similar situation, would frequently visit him with jars and bottles of wine. Hearing his question, Lu Jingshan replied with a smile, "I've been here for almost 3,000 years. "That's a really long time," Feng Tianxia nodded gently. As he made some calculations, he realized that it had been 2,000 years since he started cultivating. On the other hand, Lu Jingshan had been staying in this place for some 3,000 years. In other words, Lu Jingshan had already arrived at the Tao Temple before Feng Tianxia was even born. A dejected Lu Jingshan lamented, "Junior brother, did you know that I'm one of the oldest disciples in the Tao Temple?" "Senior brother, you mean?" Feng Tianxia formed a speculation. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan cried, "Junior brother, my life is quite miserable." Following that, he wrapped his arms around a big wine bottle and started bawling. Feng Tianxia was startled as he had no idea why his senior brother felt downcast all of a sudden. Lu Jingshan was a future open heaven realm master who had already refined the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, and he had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Feng Tianxia wondered why the other man was so sorrowful now. Feng Tianxia had no idea how to console him, so he could only pat his back. A long time later, Lu Jingshan stopped sobbing and let out a breath. Embarrassed, he said, "I apologize for letting you see such a disgraceful sight." Feng Tianxia didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Perhaps it was because Lu Jingshan was drunk, and he had no one to talk to about his grievances over the years, but he started speaking about the past. "I was invited to the Dao Temple when I was still young and naive. At that time, the Dao Temple was bustling with noise with several thousand seniors in total. Every day, there would be powerful seniors who hosted forums and preached the Dao. Such experiences were invaluable." Several thousand people? When Feng Tianxia learned that there was such a lively period in the Dao Temple back then, he couldn't help feeling awestruck. One had to know that the Dao Temple had strict criteria when selecting disciples. Those who could join the Dao Temple all had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order at the very least. On average, there would be just 10 new disciples every 100 years, though there were times when as few as 4 or 5 would be taken in. Several thousand people must have been the result of accumulating several tens of thousands of years in the void world. Furthermore, they were all powerful Emperor Realm Masters. Most of them had condensed their Dao seals and refined the powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements as they were ready to ascend to the open heaven realm. However, presently, there were only about 300 people in the Dao Temple, which was a significantly smaller number than in the past. "I only started condensing my Dao seal 200 years after my arrival in the Dao Temple when, all of a sudden, the Dao Lord ordered that those who were ready to make it to the open heaven realm should gather together. Then, he brought them all away." At the mention of this, Lu Jingshan felt downcast as he wiped the tears with his sleeves. "It was a tough time for me. Several thousand seniors were gone just like that, leaving just 20 or so people behind." Although Feng Tianxia didn't personally experience it, he could feel how helpless and aggrieved Lu Jingshan must have been at that time. The originally lively Dao Temple became silent all of a sudden, and all the seniors Lu Jingshan was familiar with were brought out from the void world. It was only natural that he was dejected. If he had also been ready to ascend to the open heaven realm, he could have left with them. Unfortunately, he had only started to condense his Dao seal at the time. "Junior brother, do you know why there were so many disciples in the Dao Temple back then?" "Certainly, it was because the Dao Lord didn't bring them away." "Do you know the reason, then?" Feng Tianxia shook his head, "No." After taking a breath, Lu Jingshan explained, "I have no idea either. I reckon that it was because the Dao Lord was held up by something urgent, which was why he hadn't taken a look at the Dao Temple for several tens of thousands of years. That was why there were so many disciples here." After a moment of silence, Feng Tianxia asked, "Is it possible that the Dao Lord had forgotten about it?" The Dao Lord was extremely powerful, so it wasn't likely that there was any emergency that could hold him up for several tens of thousands of years. He might have forgotten about the Dao Temple. A tearful Lu Jingshan looked at him as he found his words distressing. As though someone had jabbed a knife into his heart, he was deluged with a sense of melancholy as he cried, "That's not possible. The Dao Lord will never forget about the Dao Temple. We're in a small universe, so how is it possible that he's forgotten about us?" Feng Tianxia nodded in agreement. "He must be cultivating in seclusion, then." Although it sounded strange that the Dao Lord might have cultivated in seclusion for several tens of thousands of years, he was a powerful 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm master, after all, so it was only natural that his cultivation sessions would be extremely long. Lu Jingshan pressed his hand against his chest as he felt heartbroken. "Keep quiet if you have nothing better to say, junior brother Feng. I've been waiting for 3,000 years." Feng Tianxia let out a sigh as he shut his mouth. After a moment of silence, Lu Jingshan went on to say, "By the way, do you think the Dao Lord is cultivating in seclusion now?" He was one of the earliest disciples in the current Dao Temple, and those who had arrived earlier than he did had all left for the outside world. On the other hand, he had been waiting in this place for 3,000 years, and he had no idea how much longer he had to wait to have a chance to leave the void world. Feng Tianxia shook his head. Certainly, he couldn't possibly know what the Dao Lord was doing. Since his senior brother was in a terrible mood, he was worried he would say something wrong that might agitate him again. As such, he decided to remain silent. In any case, he now knew why his senior brother was sorrowful. It had come to a point where they could no longer improve their cultivation. If they wanted to make it to the open heaven realm, they had to leave the void world. Nevertheless, they were in the Tao Lord's small universe, so without the Tao Lord leading the way, they couldn't possibly leave. Senior brother Lu has been waiting for 3,000 years. It's only natural that he's feeling dejected. If we have to wait for several tens of thousands of years, just like what happened back then, Fang Tianxia shuddered as he couldn't imagine how tough their lives would be if that was the case. Lu Jingshan, who was quietly seated, got to his feet all of a sudden and roared, "Tao Lord! Please open your eyes and look at us. All of us at the Tao Temple are ready to fight the Black Ink clan, but we're trapped here, unable to put our skills to good use. Is this what you hope to see? Do you want us to wait here until our death? That's not the kind of life I want." Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder rolled. The instant Lu Jingshan was done roaring, a fissure appeared in the sky, and even from a distance, they could see the fissure expand slowly. Lu Jingshan and Fang Tianxia were dumbfounded. In actuality, it wasn't a fissure, it was an eye that looked authoritative with a hint of mockery in it. Lu Jingshan could clearly feel that the eye was staring at him, which made him tremble and caused him to fall on his butt. The next moment, he heard a sacred-sounding voice that ordered, "To the disciples who are ready to ascend to the open heaven realm and are willing to battle the enemies of humanity, come to the open heaven palace at once." A shockwave rippled through the entire Void Tao Temple as all the disciples, who were ready to break through to the open heaven realm, stopped whatever they were doing and streamed towards the open heaven palace with excitement. Although the fissure in the sky had disappeared, the intense pressure lingered. Lu Jingshan and Fang Tianxia exchanged glances as both of them were astounded. Following that, they were deluged with a sense of ecstasy as Lu Jingshan cheered, "The Tao Lord has heard me. Ha ha ha. Come, junior brother Feng. Follow me to the open heaven palace." Then, he raced towards the open heaven palace, followed by Fang Tianxia. Lu Jingshan was evidently excited. As he ran forward, he rattled on, saying, "You're so lucky, junior brother. You've just finished refining your yin, yang, and 5 elements powers, and the Tao Lord is ready to bring us out of here. Had it taken you a couple dozen more years, you would have to wait for the next opportunity." Then, he appeared somewhat frustrated as he muttered, "Why didn't I have your luck? In any case, we're finally able to leave." When they arrived at the open heaven palace, over 100 people had gathered together in the grand hall. There were more people who were still rushing over, all of them appearing joyful. Some of them were just like Lu Jingshan, who were left behind in the Tao Temple because they were not ready to ascend to the open heaven realm at that time. After waiting for 3,000 years, they finally had a chance to explore the outside world. All these cheerful people congratulated each other, as though they were celebrating some sort of festivity. Outside the star boundary, Yang Kai was hovering somewhere in the void and high heaven territory with Hua Qingxi patiently waiting behind him. Yang Kai had suddenly returned from profound nether territory and summoned her. Hua Qingxi had no idea what the palace master wanted her to do, and when she arrived, the palace master said nothing, so she didn't ask any questions. Just then, a beam of light shot out from the star boundary and reached them in the blink of an eye. Hua Qingxi saluted him, "Greetings, Senior Iron Blood." Zhang Wuhan nodded gently, then turned to Yang Kai and asked worriedly, "I heard that you were badly injured. Is that true?" It had been 300 years since the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Masters reached a ceasefire agreement in profound nether territory. During this period, Yang Kai had never shown up. It was rumored that he was terribly wounded, however, the place where he cultivated was sealed with many layers of restrictions, and no one dared to disturb him. As such, no one knew if he was wounded or not. Those from profound nether territory dismissed such rumors. After all, Yang Kai had headed to the Black Ink clan's base and forced the peace deal with the territory lords on his own back then. There was no doubt it was a bold and impressive feat, one he would not have attempted if he was really seriously injured. Certainly, such rumors were spread by the Black Ink clansmen or ill-intentioned Black Ink disciples to bring down the humans' morale. Yang Kai simply replied with a smile, sort of. Zhang Wuhan was stunned while disbelief was written all over Hua Qingxi's face. They all thought that Yang Kai had only been cultivating in seclusion for the past 300 years. As such, they were surprised. to learn he was indeed injured. "I've fully recovered," Xianxia added. His injury wasn't caused by battling the territory lords, it was simply a result of cultivating the three-self source reconstitution art. To practice this secret art, Xianxia had to cultivate a human self and a monster self which were far different from ordinary soul clones. Ordinary soul clones wouldn't be useful, however, the ones formed from the three-self source reconstitution art had endless possibilities. To cultivate the human self, Xianxia had practically split his soul in two and become frail for the following 300 years. Fortunately, he could gradually recover with the soul-warming lotus's help. While recuperating, he had also been refining resources to increase his power, therefore, he wasn't wasting any time. "Why are you here, Senior Iron Blood?" Xianxia asked. When he returned to the star boundary previously, only Duan Han Chen was in charge of this place as the other great emperors had left to kill the enemies. This time, however, Xianxia could detect the auras of several great emperors. Among the great emperors of the star boundary, Zhang Wuhen was the most skillful in combat and would never hesitate to volunteer to fight the Black Ink clansmen. As such, it was a mystery that he was in the star boundary now. Zhang Wuhen replied calmly, "I have to give the young ones some chances, don't I?" After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, we have to take advantage of the opportunities only we possess. As great emperors of the star boundary, we can cultivate far more efficiently by staying here. Only when we ascend to the 8th order can we maximize our contributions to the war effort." Realizing the other man's intention, Xianxia replied with a smile, "You're indeed a far-sighted person, Senior Iron Blood." Zhang Wuhen stared fixedly at him, "I suppose you share the same sentiment." "Indeed," Xianxia replied, "I sacrificed our immediate advantage and arrived at a peace deal with the Black Ink clan so that we could build a training ground for the next generation of soldiers. The juniors will eventually grow to be powerful. When the 7th Order Masters ascend to the 8th Order, they'll have to go to a new battlefield. It's not like we can ask them to cultivate in seclusion forever." Zhang Wuhen nodded, "I agree with you. It's not fun killing those feudal lords anymore. It would be better to ascend to the 8th Order sooner so that I can take a few territory lords' heads." Then, he looked around and asked in puzzlement, "Who are you waiting for?" Xianxia explained, "Some of the people in my small universe are ready to ascend to the open heaven realm. I have to bring them out." Hearing his explanation, Zhang Wuhen nodded. Inside the Void Dao Temple, many future open heaven realm masters had gathered together. There were around 300 people in the Dao Temple currently, and other than roughly 20 who hadn't fully refined the powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, the rest were ready to leave and achieve a breakthrough. In front of everyone's eyes, the space in the center of the grand hall contorted. Like a stone dropping into a still lake, ripples spread across the place. Following that, an oval portal appeared in the originally empty space. The eyes of these future open heaven realm masters brightened in an instant. Lu Jingshan, who had been waiting for 3,000 years, immediately took action. While the others were still pleasantly surprised, he cupped his fist and said, "Fellow brothers and sister, I'll be going on ahead." The next moment, he charged towards the portal and disappeared. After Lu Jingshan made the first move, the others stopped hesitating as they streamed into the portal in an orderly manner. Feng Tianxi was among the crowd. After the world spun around for a bit, he found himself in an expansive void. As he looked around, he realized there were innumerable stars in the distance. While hovering in this place, he felt how small and insignificant he truly was. Lu Jingshan, who was the first to leave the Dao Temple, came over and tugged Feng Tianxi's sleeve before jutting out his chin in a particular direction. Feng Tianxi looked in the same direction and saw a young man in some casual robes. "The Dao Lord!" he exclaimed. He had seen the Dao Lord statue in the Grand Hall where their seniors' names were recorded. The young man in front of him had 90% likeness to the main statue, as such, he could recognize him at first glance. Besides him, the other future open heaven realm masters, who had just left the Dao Temple, saw Xianxia as well, their gazes filled with admiration and fervor. More and more disciples emerged from the portal, and when the last one appeared, the portal disappeared abruptly. Xianxia swept a glance over them and announced, "Since you've chosen to leave the Void Dao Temple, you should all be prepared to battle the Black Ink clan. However, all of you are not powerful enough to do that yet. Focus on your ascension first. All of you are the geniuses in the void world, and you've been nurtured for years in the Tao Temple. I suppose it won't be hard for you to make it to the open heaven realm. Don't disappoint me. As he spoke, he sent a signal to Xianxia with his eyes. Seeing that, Xianxia raised her hand and shot out hundreds of light beams before saying, "These are heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Consume one before attempting your breakthrough. It will be very useful." These future open heaven realm masters took the spirit pills and stared at them, evidently excited. In fact, they had been getting ready to break through to the open heaven realm for many years, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to achieve an ascension even without any external aids. Now that they had these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they felt even more assured. They then saluted and thanked the two. Xianxia waved his hand, "You may begin now." They then dispersed and looked for suitable places to attempt a breakthrough. Zhang Wuhen had remained silent all this while, but at this moment, he couldn't help saying, "If my memory serves me right, you brought a batch of disciples out of your small universe just 400 years ago." At that time, several thousand people emerged from Xianxia's small universe. The magnificent sight of so many people achieving an ascension together shocked Bai Shi, Mo Mei, and the others in the Void Land. Although Zhang Wuhen was not there to witness it, he heard about it at a later time. To his surprise, there were another 300 good seedlings just 400 years later. Xianxia explained, "The flow of time in my small universe is different from that in the outside world." It was the first time Zhang Wuhen heard about this, but after giving it some thought, he realized what was going on. Is it because of time principles? Xianxia nodded. "Although only 400 years have passed in the outside world, around 3,000 years have gone by in my small universe." Zhang Wuhen did some calculations and realized the flow of time in Xianxia's small universe was about 7 to 8 times faster. In other words, a cultivator could grow rapidly before making it to the open heaven realm by cultivating in Xianxia's small universe. There are significantly fewer people in my small universe than the star boundary. As such, fewer geniuses are produced in the same period. However, due to the difference in the flow of time, the absolute rate at which geniuses are produced isn't very different from the star boundary. Currently, several people who had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order and above would appear in the star boundary every year. What about the percentage of those who have the potential to directly ascend to the seventh order? Zhang Wuhen asked. Around 10% of them, Xianxia replied. Hearing that, Zhang Wuhen was astounded. The percentage was indeed terrific. It was higher than that in the star boundary. Over the years, they had estimated that among those who had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order and above, only 5% of them could directly make it to the seventh order. Of course, it must have something to do with the fact that there were far more people in the star boundary to begin with. There was only so much a world tree clone could do, and with such a massive population, fewer top geniuses were produced as the nourishment was shared between more people overall. With that said, besides the star boundary, the humans also had the myriad monsters world now. It had been some 300 years since Xianxia planted a world tree clone in the myriad monsters world, and the nourishment of the world tree clone had started showing its effects. Now, many soldiers would spend military merits to get access to the myriad monsters world so that their friends and relatives or disciples in the same sect could live and cultivate there. As it had only been a short time since the world tree clone was planted though, things hadn't yet stabilized in the myriad monsters world. When the world tree clone fully grew up a few hundred years later, the myriad monsters world was bound to become a second star boundary. More importantly, there were not any great emperors in the myriad monsters world yet. That was what the humans valued the most. The great emperors of the star boundary could cultivate far faster than others, however, the quotas in the star boundary had been fully taken up. As such, there wouldn't be any new great emperors in the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, the myriad monsters world was different as it was basically empty now. If anyone could receive the acknowledgement of the world's will and become a great emperor, their future would surely be bright. Moreover, there were a lot of great monsters in the myriad monsters world. Over the past 300 years, some great monsters managed to break through their limits and leave their world. Human masters would then bring those great monsters and use them on the battlefields. The entire myriad monsters world was a treasure trove that was yet to be dug up. As they spoke, the future open heaven realm masters had found their own places and consumed the spirit pills. Soon, streams of powerful aura were felt coming from all directions in the void. The sight of nearly 300 people achieving an ascension together was magnificent. However, compared to the several thousand people who had done so at the same time back then in Void Land, what was going on now was less remarkable. It might take the average cultivator some effort to achieve an ascension, but it had been smooth sailing for these cultivators who came from the Void Tao Temple. That was because most had refined the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements a long time ago, and they were fully ready to achieve a breakthrough. Due to the Void World suppression, they were unable to explore the secrets of the open heaven realm, so all they could do was further consolidate their cultivation. Now that they had left the Void World, there were no more restraints, and with the help of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, they certainly wouldn't dawdle. People like Lu Jingshan had been waiting for this day for 3,000 years, and they had imagined themselves achieving an ascension on countless occasions. As these streams of aura expanded, these disciples from the Tao Temple subsequently achieved their breakthroughs. A lot of them made it to the 5th order and 6th order, but it was the 7th order masters who caught the most attention. Zhang Wuhen soon confirmed that 10% of the disciples who came from Yang Kai's small universe indeed made it to the 7th order. In other words, there was one 7th order master in every 10 people. That was a staggering ratio. For the rest, about 30% of them were 6th order masters while 60% of them were 5th order masters. Given enough time, these people would reach their own limits and become high-rank open heaven realm masters one day. More and more people broke through to the open heaven realm. Only over 10 people among 300 of them still hadn't achieved a breakthrough, while presently, there were 26 7th order masters. Supposedly, one of these people who was still attempting an ascension would become a 7th order master. Those who had made it to the open heaven realm were thrilled as they examined their increased strength. From the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm, the increase in power was extreme. As such, new open heaven realm masters could barely control their strength, and it was especially true for those who had achieved a higher order. Hua Qingxi looked in a particular direction and smiled. There's another 7th order master. Over there, a disciple from the Tao Temple felt his aura surging as a buzzing sound was heard coming from his body. His small universe took shape, and his aura rose from the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm in an instant. The aura exuding from him suggested that he was in the 7th order. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was looking in the same direction. When he saw that Feng Tianxi had achieved an ascension, he was elated. He succeeded. However, the moment he finished speaking, something surprising happened. For some reason, Feng Tianxi's ample aura plunged all of a sudden as it dropped from the 7th order to the 6th order in the blink of an eye. Certainly, Feng Tianxi was shocked to find his aura plummeting as well. He couldn't help grunting as his power became a mess. Junior brother Feng! Lu Jingshan exclaimed as he charged towards Feng Tianxi. However, the instant he started moving, he felt an immense force pinning him to the spot. Realizing the source of the force, he hunched his back and wouldn't dare to move a muscle. It was apparent to him that the Tao Lord had made a move. At that instant, he was relieved. Since the Tao Lord had decided to help, there shouldn't be a problem with Feng Tianxi's ascension, though he appeared to be in a perilous situation. At this moment, Yang Kai was paying close attention to Feng Tianxi. Initially, he was surprised to see Feng Tianxi ascending to the 7th order, but when he felt that aura plunging to the 6th order, he knew that he had been too naive. He couldn't help sighing as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Feng Tianxi. Then, he placed his hand on the other man's stomach and sent a divine sense transmission, saying, "Focus and adjust your aura." Hearing that, Feng Tianxi promptly did as he was told. He had gone through the vicissitudes of life, and it had taken him 2,000 years to become who he was today. As such, he was more sedate than most new open heaven realm masters. With Yang Kai's help now, he managed to restore order to his chaotic aura. 1 hour later, Feng Tianxi opened his eyes and examined himself. What he found shocked him. He had successfully achieved an ascension, but he was only in the 6th order, not the 7th order. It was so strange. One had to know that the resources he had refined in the Tao Temple were all 7th order. Supposedly, he would make it to the 7th order when attempting an ascension. In fact, he had indeed made it to the 7th order, but for some reason, the moment he succeeded, there was a mysterious force that descended on him, which caused his cultivation to drop from the 7th order to the 6th order. As he examined himself, he found something even more astonishing. His small universe had materialized. Although there were no open heaven realm masters in the void world, they had some basic information about the open heaven realm in the Tao Temple. The 1st order to 3rd order were considered the low-rank open heaven realm, the 4th order to 6th order were the mid-rank open heaven realm, and the 7th order to 9th order were the high-rank open heaven realm. The 4th order and 7th order were thresholds, and the powers of the cultivators in the different ranks differed greatly. The low and mid-rank open heaven realm masters, while powerful, could not be considered true powerhouses as their heritage simply wasn't ample enough. As such, even though they had formed their own small universes, they remained immaterial. Only after one ascended to the 7th order would their small universe materialize. Feng Tianxia was only in the 6th order, so his small universe should be immaterial, but that wasn't the case. For some reason, his small universe had fully materialized. Moreover, he was certain that he had successfully made it to the 7th order, but for some unknown reason, he dropped down to the 6th order all of a sudden. Everything was a mystery to him. His ascension seemed different from those of the others. In front of him, a calming voice was heard asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Only then did Feng Tianxia come to his senses as he promptly replied, "I'm fine. Many thanks for your concern, Tao Lord." Xianxia nodded and placed his hands behind his back. After pondering for a moment, Feng Tianxia cupped his fist and said, "Tao Lord, I have a question." Hearing this, Xianxia turned to him and nodded, "Go ahead." Feng Tianxia went on to say, "I think my small universe has materialized, but I'm only in the 6th order." "How is that possible?" Hearing that, the people around him were surprised. It went against common sense for a 6th order master's small universe to materialize. Furthermore, they had seen Feng Tianxi's order plunging earlier. As such, his friends and juniors appeared worried. Xianxia looked at him and replied calmly, "There were not many instances where a 6th order master's small universe materializes, but it's not unprecedented." Hearing that, Feng Tianxia was shocked. "There were such instances in the past?" Xianxia replied, I am one such case." "I suppose your mastery of the Tao of space is quite high." Feng Tianxia replied respectfully, "I only know a thing or two." "Tao Lord, do you mean that the transformation in my small universe has something to do with the fact that I've cultivated the Tao of space?" "I didn't say that." Xianxia thought, however, there wasn't a better explanation now, so he could only nod. "When I ascended to the open heaven realm, I didn't make it to the high rank. Nonetheless, the same thing happened to my small universe." Feng Tianxia fell into his thoughts, but he was evidently relieved. It was reassuring to know that there were similar instances in the past, and the same thing had happened to the Tao Lord. As such, it didn't seem to be a serious issue. Just as he wanted to ask why his cultivation had dropped from the 7th order to the 6th order, Xianxia beckoned to Xianxia. She came over and called out, "Palace Master." Xianxia ordered, "Bring them to the star boundary. After they manage to stabilize their cultivation, send them to profound nether territory to receive some training." Presently, there were a lot of 3rd order and 4th order masters on the different battlefields, and in profound nether territory, there were even 1st order and 2nd order masters. On the other hand, the weakest disciples from the Tao Temple were in the 5th order, therefore, they had to go through some tempering. However, profound nether territory was no longer sufficient to meet the needs of training the human soldiers. That was because too many people had headed to profound nether territory in the past 300 years. Xianxia was now preparing to open several similar training grounds. Only by having more great territories that could be used to train the next generation would they be able to meet the human race's growing needs. Having made up his mind, Xianxia kept his fist at Zhang Wuhen, "Senior Iron Blood, I'll take my leave now." Zhang Wuhen nodded in response. The next moment, Xianxia disappeared from the spot. The disciples who had cultivated the Tao of space were awestruck by this display. There was no denying the Tao Lord was a true master of the Tao of space. It was thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing that these disciples had a chance to cultivate the Tao of space, but none of them were able to see how Xianxia disappeared just now. Xianxia then gathered these disciples together and introduced herself before leading them to the star boundary. Lu Jingshan approached Fang Tianci and gently nudged him with his elbow before saying smilingly, "Don't feel dejected, junior brother Fang. The Sixth Order Open Heaven realm is good as well. Didn't you hear the Tao Lord say that he didn't directly make it to the high rank when he first ascended? Given enough time, we can still become as powerful as him." He was worried that Fang Tianci would feel downcast over the fact that his order had dropped inexplicably, so he came over and consoled him. Fang Tianci nodded lightly, "You have a point, senior brother. I just don't understand why I failed to make it to the Seventh Order." In fact, he didn't fail. He could feel that he had succeeded, but the moment he achieved his ascension, there seemed to be a force suppressing his cultivation, causing it to drop from the Seventh Order to the Sixth Order. Regardless, he wasn't dejected, nor was he dissatisfied. In the past, he was someone with terrible aptitude, and in what he believed to be his final years, he just wanted to take in the wonderful sights of the void world before passing on. It was for such a simple reason that he left the Fang family village. It had been more than 2,000 years since then, and he had grown from an immortal ascension boundary cultivator all the way to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. There was still a broad and bright future ahead of him, so he was more than content. Lu Jingshan said, "I'm glad that you've come to accept it. By the way, that tree is enormous. What do you suppose it is?" Fang Tianci looked in the direction Lu Jingshan pointed and saw the colossal tree in the center of the star boundary. All the disciples from the Tao Temple were amazed as they had never seen a tree of such enormity before. In fact, there was a similar tree in the void world, but no one had seen it before. Even in one of the newly formed small universes here, there was a similar sapling that swayed in the wind. However, the owner of this small universe was troubled by other matters and, as such, hadn't examined himself carefully yet. Otherwise, he would have discovered this sapling's presence. After these disciples from the Tao Temple followed Hua Qingxi and landed on the star boundary, they dispersed to enter seclusion and consolidate their new cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Kai headed to the great territory adjacent to the star boundary. Although there wasn't any war in this great territory, it was extremely bustling. That was because many human soldiers would gather together in this place to await the Supreme Headquarters deployments. Many alchemy and artifact refining bases had also been set up here. This was the Supreme Headquarters territory, and it served a similar purpose to that of the no-return pass back then. When Yang Kai arrived at this place, he made sure not to alert too many people and soon found Mi Jingluan in one of the grand halls. When they met up, Mi Jingluan appeared rather haggard. He was one of the top 8th Order masters, so it was rare to see him looking so exhausted. It was apparent that the affairs in this place had drained his energy greatly. Seeing the man, Mi Jingluan was surprised. "You finally stopped cultivating in seclusion." Yang Kai nodded, "I've just returned from the star boundary." Mi Jingluan raised a brow and asked probingly, "What's your plan?" Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed, "What kind of plan do you want me to have, senior brother me?" Mi Jingluan let out a sigh, "It seems that we share the same sentiment. We should cut to the chase, then. Which great territory is in the most perilous situation right now?" With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan replied, "Twin Poles territory. The Black Ink clan have been sending increasing numbers of troops to that place. It seems that they're determined to occupy Twin Poles territory. Although we're dealing with them for now, I'm sure you know that the number of people on our side pales compared to the Black Ink clan. They have no qualms about sending their soldiers to die, but it's completely different for us humans. Now, Twin Poles territory is just like the profound nether territory of the past. Although Xianxia has gone to take charge there now, it's impossible to turn this situation around without sufficient power." Yang Kai nodded, "Got it. I'll head to the Twin Poles territory, then." Mi Jingluan breathed a sigh of relief. "That would be for the best. However, if you show up, profound nether territory," Yang Kai sneered, "they don't have the guts to start a war." They had arrived at the peace deal in profound nether territory because the profound nether army had given up its absolute advantage, but if Six Arms dared to let the territory lords make a move, that peace deal would be nullified. 300 years ago, Yang Kai was able to make all territory lords cower, so 300 years later he could do the same. Mi Jingluan was stunned for a moment as he deeply felt that old men like them were gradually being surpassed by the young ones, which made him feel slightly dejected. One had to know that for a long time, Eighth Order masters like them had been the pillars of the human race for millennia. However, even someone like Xianxia was unable to affect the overall situation in a great territory on his own. Although Xianxia had decided to assume command of Twin Poles territory, he could only slow the humans' defeat, not stop it, much less reverse the situation. However, this newly promoted Eighth Order master named Yang Kai, who was thousands of years younger than them, was confident to the point that he showed no regard for those powerful innate territory lords whatsoever. If innate territory lords were like vipers, then Yang Kai was like an eagle hovering in the sky or a fierce wolf waiting in the woods. Be it an eagle or a wolf, his presence alone was highly intimidating to the enemy. While Mi Jingluan was dejected, he also felt gratified. It was because the rising stars in each new generation were able to cast a light into the darkness and illuminate a path for the human race to move forward upon. They only had Yang Kai now, but there were bound to be more talented people in the future. On the profound Nether Territory battlefield, the new Open Heaven Realm Masters had started showcasing their strength as they made a name for themselves through the blood and lives of the enemy. They were growing stronger by the day, and they would certainly be important figures in the fights against the Black Ink clan in the future. Nonetheless, there was only one profound Nether Territory, and over the past few hundred years, as more and more soldiers streamed into this place, the originally spacious battlefield now appeared cramped. If Yang Kai could see this, there was no way Mi Jingluan and Xianxia hadn't. The humans needed more training grounds. Previously, Mi Jingluan had wanted to ask Yang Kai to create another profound Nether Territory. However, after the peace deal was reached, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 300 years. Before that, Yang Kai had ordered that unless there was an emergency that absolutely required his assistance, no one should disturb him. Although no one knew what Yang Kai was doing, he must have had a very important reason to issue such a command. As such, Mi Jingluan didn't dare to disturb him lightly. Fortunately, Yang Kai headed to the Supreme Headquarters right after he left seclusion, and he shared the same sentiment as Mi Jingluan, which allowed the latter to relax slightly. This young Eighth Order master wasn't only powerful, but he could also see the bigger picture. It was delightful to work with people like him. If it's possible, please create several more training grounds. I'm sure the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a fuss if you're the one proposing, Mi Jingluan urged. Yang Kai guffawed, that was my plan from the start. The war in Twin Poles territory was at a stalemate. Around 300 years ago, the Black Ink clan was in a disadvantageous position in profound Nether territory, and many of their territory lords were killed. Although they arrived at a peace deal with the humans later, that didn't mean those fallen territory lords returned from the grave. As though trying to boost their morale and restore their dignity, the Black Ink clan had intensified their offensives in several great territories, and the one where they were the most aggressive was Twin Poles territory. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had made this great territory their primary target. Over the years, they had been continuously sending more soldiers here in an effort to use their advantage in numbers to suppress the humans. In the past, if the humans were faced with attacks of such intensity, they would have lost Twin Poles territory to the enemy already. Nevertheless, with the continuous production of evil purging divine spears over the years, the humans were not without the means to resist. After the evil purging divine spears were crafted by the artifact refiners, the divine spirits who were able to use the great sun and moon marks would seal purifying light into them. Then, the evil purging divine spears would be distributed to the human masters who would put them to good use on the battlefields. For this reason, half of the evil purging divine spears originally allocated to profound Nether territory had been diverted to Twin Poles territory. In any case, the territory lords in profound Nether territory wouldn't dare to make a move. As such, those in profound Nether territory didn't need as many evil purging divine spears as those in the other great territories. In every great battle, the things that shone the brightest were the evil purging divine spears when they exploded. These miniature suns lit up the endless darkness and helped the humans persevere in battle. When Yang Kai arrived at Twin Poles territory, the two races were already locked in an intense battle. The innumerable Black Ink clan soldiers hovered in the void, as though trying to announce to the humans that they were the owners of this place. On the other hand, the humans could only use the fortresses they had built over the years to fend off the enemies. The humans in Twin Poles territory were no longer able to confront the Black Ink clan in the open, but even the strongest defense would be broken through one day if it was constantly under assault. On the battlefield, human warships moved around in a narrow range and rained down secret techniques and artifact strikes on the enemy. At the same time, the Eighth Order Masters were soaked in blood as they fought back against the Territory Lords. Xianxia concealed his aura and flew towards the battlefield like a phantom. He didn't have a particular target in mind, for he didn't know any of these Territory Lords in Twin Poles territory. As such, it made no difference as to whom he would kill first. Since he had cultivated in seclusion for 300 years, he hadn't used his Azure Dragon Spear for a long time. It was time he let these Black Ink clansmen know what it felt like to be overwhelmed by fear. Somewhere on the battlefield, an Eighth Order Master was in a perilous situation as he was dealing with two enemies at once. The Eighth Order Masters were used to such situations by now, and despite being in a tight spot, this one was able to persevere for now. Furthermore, he still hadn't used his evil purging divine spears. For this reason, the Territory Lords remained somewhat wary and didn't dare to go all out, preferring to keep some distance and wear down their opponent. During the intense battle, World Force and Black Ink strength clashed as the void trembled. The Black Ink clansmen who didn't manage to dodge were either killed or injured by the fallout from this clash. At this moment, the Eighth Order Master was focused on dealing with the Territory Lords. He pondered on the feasibility of severely injuring one Territory Lord despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. When Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords traded injuries, there was no doubt the humans gained the advantage. That was because when an Eighth Order Master was wounded, they could recuperate by consuming spirit pills and meditate to restore their strength. However, a Territory Lord couldn't do that. They could endure the pain if it wasn't severe, but if a Territory Lord was badly injured, they had to return to a Black Ink nest and hibernate to heal. There were not many mid-rank Black Ink nests in Twin Poles territory, and all of them were currently occupied by wounded Territory Lords. If more Territory Lords were injured, they had to head to the No-Return Pass where there were more mid-rank Black Ink nests, as well as some 100 high-rank Black Ink nests. Over the years, more and more wounded Territory Lords headed to the No-Return Pass to recuperate. On the other hand, the Territory Lords who had recovered would return from the No-Return Pass. It was by using such mutually damaging tactics that the Eighth Order Masters effectively limited the number of Territory Lords who took part in the war. If all the Territory Lords could join the fighting, there was no way the Eighth Order Masters could fend them off. They would have to give up at least 3 great territories to rally their forces together. However, once they did that, the Black Ink clan could also concentrate their forces to regain the upper hand. That was the reason the humans were not willing to lose any great territory. This Eighth Order Master soon made up his mind as was preparing to expose an opening at the right moment so that one of the Territory Lords would make a move. He was putting his life on the line, but as long as he didn't die, he would be able to achieve his goal. Nonetheless, before he could do anything, a divine sense transmission suddenly reached his ear. He was startled for a moment before becoming elated. Although he never showed a chance of expression on his face, he secretly got prepared. A few breaths of time later, he bellowed, "Bastards, let's all go to hell together." Following that, an evil purging divine spear appeared and turned into a light beam that shot towards one of the Territory Lords. The Eighth Order Master seemed determined to destroy the other party no matter the cost. The two Territory Lords were fully prepared, however. As such, they immediately surged their Black Ink strength and formed a thick Black Ink cloud in front of them. This was the method the Territory Lords had come up with to deal with the evil purging divine spears. Purifying light was indeed the arch-nemesis of Black Ink strength, and once an evil purging divine spear was sent out, a Territory Lord would find it hard to dodge regardless of how agile they were. Since that was the case, their best option was to release a lot of Black Ink strength to block and offset the purifying light's power. The instant the light exploded, the Eighth Order Master and the Territory Lords were temporarily blinded. However, the battle intensified at that moment. Just as both parties believed they were on the winning side, fatal moves were cast all of a sudden. The thick Black Ink strength was dispersed in the blink of an eye. One of the Territory Lords, who was targeted by the evil purging divine spear, grunted as his aura plunged. On the other hand, the unaffected Territory Lord extended his hand towards the white light. Enduring the scorching heat, he sent his attack towards the Eighth Order Master. Both parties were in close quarters. Since the Eighth Order Master had just used an evil purging divine spear, there was no way he could dodge this attack. The territory lord could already imagine the human spraying out a mouthful of blood. However, just then, a flash of spiritual energy could be felt from nearby. Following that, the attacking territory lord felt like something had pierced into his head. The sharp pain in his mind made him lose focus for a moment and his black ink strength faltered. His hand froze as an excruciating pain suddenly came from his chest. When he looked down, he saw a spear penetrating through him. A violent force burst forth as his burly figure exploded into countless pieces, which then spread out across the void. These two territory lords had been guarding against the Eighth Order Master using the evil purging divine spear. As such, neither of them would have expected that someone would use a soul attack on them at that moment. The territory lord lost his life while completely unsuspecting. As the blood spattered, Xianxia hovered in the void with his spear in his hand and arched his brow. After his most recent seclusion ended, it seemed it had become easier for him to kill a territory lord. He couldn't help thinking that an open heaven realm master, especially a high-rank one, indeed had to cultivate for a long time to build up their heritage. Over the past 300 years, Xianxia had consumed an enormous amount of resources to strengthen his world force. With the purifying effects of the World Tree clone in his small universe, he estimated that he was now 10% stronger than before he entered seclusion. It was said that Old Ginger was spicier, and this seemed especially true for open heaven realm masters. Now, Xianxia wasn't someone who had just ascended to the Eighth Order open heaven realm, he could be considered an experienced master. Besides the increase in heritage, he also had to literally tear his soul in half to cultivate his human self. This kind of tearing was unlike activating a soul-rending thorn where Xianxia would only sacrifice a small portion of his soul. For this reason, he became weak for the past 300 years. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus help that he gradually recovered. With that said, the improvement this time was conspicuous. Before, whenever Xianxia activated a soul-rending thorn, he would feel a sharp pain in his head, which he could somewhat endure thanks to many repeated experiences. However, when he used a soul-rending thorn today, the pain he felt was less aggravating. It went to show that his soul had strengthened. Many thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind as the pieces of the dead territory lord floated past him. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Master, who received the warning from Xianxia earlier, forcefully struck out at the territory lord who had been affected by the evil purging divine spear. The turn of events had stunned the territory lord as he had no idea why his companion was killed all of a sudden. While in a dazed state, he turned to stare at Xianxia. According to their original plan, he would get hit by the evil purging divine spear and offset the purifying light with the gathered black ink strength from earlier on. Then, he would join forces with his unaffected companion. He was confident that they could injure or even kill this Eighth Order Master. Nonetheless, his companion was killed in the blink of an eye. Following that, he saw a spear-holding young man with a dispassionate expression standing beside him. He found the young man familiar, as though he had seen him before. Xianxia. After a moment of pondering, he finally recalled where he had come across this young man before. This guy was Xianxia, the one who had managed to completely suppress the territory lords in profound nether territory. He was also the one who had kicked up a storm in the no-return pass and even escaped from the royal lord's pursuit. All the Black Ink clan's top masters had seen Xianxia's image before. It was rumored that this human had some mysterious method he could use to kill innate territory lords in an instant. Some 30 territory lords were directly or indirectly killed by him in profound nether territory within just 30 years. The royal lord was so enraged by this that he had repeatedly reprimanded Six Arms, who was in charge of that place. Left with no other choice, the Black Ink clansmen in profound nether territory were forced to accept a peace deal Xianxia had come up with. As such, the territory lords there couldn't have a hand in the war. When word got out, the Black Ink clan masters in the other great territories were both shocked and doubtful. Many of them felt that their comrades in profound nether territory were exaggerating Xianxia's abilities. This human was only in the Eighth Order, after all, therefore, how was he supposed to suppress all the Black Ink clan masters in profound nether territory on his own? Even Xianxia was unable to achieve that. This territory lord had thought much the same, feeling that Six Arms and the others in profound nether territory were too weak and had simply let Xianxia run rampant. If this Xianxia had the guts to come to Twin Poles territory, he would certainly teach this arrogant human a lesson. Now, Yang Kai had really come, and it wasn't until this moment that the territory lord realized how naive he had been. It was said that Yang Kai was able to cow and intimidate all the Black Ink clan masters of an entire great territory on his own. Even if there was a bit of exaggeration, there was no denying Yang Kai was powerful, but up until now, the territory lord still had no idea how his companion was killed. There wasn't any time left for him to ponder though. While he was still in a daze, the Eighth Order Master struck him with his fist. As the violent world force exploded, an indent formed on the territory lord's chest, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of black blood. The Eighth Order Master was surprised that he had succeeded. It never crossed his mind that the territory lord would fall into a dazed state because of his companion's death. Certainly, he wouldn't let him off while the other party was beside himself. He quickly called out to Yang Kai, "Kill him." Following that, he charged towards the territory lord again. Certainly, Yang Kai needed no reminder as he shot forward and made sure the territory lord couldn't escape. As he wielded his azure dragon spear, the spear shadows rained down on the territory lord. Although his attack seemed unsophisticated, its hidden power was enormous. As the injured territory lord was pincered by his enemies, he swiftly fell into an absolute disadvantage. 10 breaths of time later, the azure dragon spear penetrated the territory lord's head and reaped his life. 2 territory lords had died within moments of each other. Despite the noisy battlefield, their deaths couldn't be concealed. Everyone on the battlefield froze for a moment when the second territory lord fell and countless pairs of eyes turned in the direction of the disturbance. The Eighth Order Masters were elated while the territory lords were soon overwhelmed with fear. All of a sudden, one territory lord yelled, "Yang Kai." At that instant, all the territory lords realized who the murderer was. He was the human who had suppressed all the Black Ink clan masters in Profound Nether territory on his own. The royal lord had even issued a warning to all the territory lords to be cautious of this menace. They had heard about the incident in Profound Nether territory, and while some felt sympathetic or wary, most dismissed the story. After all, they had never dealt with Yang Kai before, so how were they supposed to know how powerful the latter truly was? Fortunately for them, after the 2 races arrived at a peace deal 300 years ago in Profound Nether territory, Yang Kai went missing. Based on what the Black Ink disciples revealed to them, Yang Kai seemed to be cultivating in seclusion. Nevertheless, he appeared in Twin Poles territory today, and the instant he did, he managed to kill 2 powerful innate territory lords. The territory lords, who had dismissed the stories from back then, now knew that what they had heard was true. It wasn't that no territory lords had lost their lives before in Twin Poles territory over the centuries. Nonetheless, there was no precedent where 2 territory lords died in such quick succession. There was no denying Yang Kai had some inscrutable methods up his sleeve. Fear and wariness soon spread across the Black Ink clansmen. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai guffawed, his laugh as loud as thunder as he called out, "I'm back. Did you miss me? Why didn't you stay gone forever?" The territory lords cursed at him under their breath while wondering, what's wrong with 6 arms? This madman exited seclusion, but we've received no warning from Profound Nether territory at all. However, at this moment, the territory lords didn't have time to curse out 6 arms. When Yang Kai swept a gaze over them, they felt their chests tightening as they were worried they would be targeted next. Meanwhile, things got much better for the Eighth Order Masters. Originally, the Eighth Order Masters were at a disadvantage as they were greatly outnumbered by the territory lords. Nonetheless, at this moment, all the territory lords slowed down their attacks as they were wary of Yang Kai, allowing the humans to catch their breath. Many veteran Eighth Order Masters couldn't help feeling amazed that Yang Kai alone was able to exude such deterrence on so many enemies. "No one seems happy to see me." "That's fine, I won't force you to respond." As Yang Kai wielded his spear, he disappeared from the spot the moment he finished speaking. The territory lords nearby felt their hair standing on end. None of them had seen how Yang Kai vanished, as such, they had no idea where he would reappear. This kind of uncertainty was extremely unnerving. At this moment, the territory lords could only carefully guard their souls against any potential sneak attacks. That was because they knew that once Yang Kai made a move, he would directly use that strange method that could penetrate one's soul before launching life-threatening attacks on them. A shriek was suddenly heard from a certain direction on the battlefield. As expected, a territory lord was hit. The soul-rending thorns were extremely powerful, so even if a territory lord was determined to protect their soul, they couldn't possibly ward it off entirely, only somewhat weakening the impact. On this chaotic battlefield, once an individual's soul was disturbed, they would immediately find themselves in a life-and-death crisis. The territory lords who hadn't been hit felt relieved, which immediately after made them feel ashamed, but there was nothing they could do about it. When they looked at the source of the cry, they indeed saw Xianxia appearing there like a phantom. Working with another 8th Order master, he bombarded an innate territory lord with attacks. It was the first time the territory lords in Twin Poles territory witnessed Xianxia's power. The power of his spear seemed able to shatter the void itself, so while the targeted territory lord intended to flee, space around him contorted and warped, causing his movements to become sluggish and disjointed. How was he supposed to escape under such circumstances? Just several breaths of time later, the targeted territory lord was horribly injured. His dark blood and black ink strength spurted out of his wounds at the same time as his aura plunged. Following that, the 8th Order master, who had been dealing with the territory lord, pushed out a palm and smashed his opponent into a paste. How brutal! It wasn't until the territory lords witnessed Xianxia's power that they realized he was more formidable than what they had heard. The 8th Order master then flew to the nearest battle to offer his help. On the other hand, Xianxia remained on the same spot and said something that horrified the territory lords. Who's next? It was as though he was playing some sort of sick game, and whoever he had his eyes on would die. Naturally, no territory lord volunteered to be the next victim. 3 territory lords had lost their lives in a very short period. It seemed that once Xianxia made a move, he would certainly succeed. It was only natural that nobody wanted to be targeted by him. The territory lords, who originally had the upper hand on the battlefield, started retreating. On the other hand, the 8th Order masters were relentless. They had been suppressed by the territory lords for years, so now that the tables had turned, they ecstatically attacked the enemies while the territory lords grumbled in annoyance. Just as the territory lords were feeling anxious, another one of them suffered tragedy. Spirit energy fluctuations flared up momentarily, then a violent force exploded as a territory lord lost his life. In one of the battles, a brawny innate territory lord with purple skin and hair roared, "He can only use the same move 3 times. There's no need to be afraid of him now that he's used up all his chances." There were over 100 territory lords who were involved in this battle in Twin Poles territory. However, this purple-haired territory lord was apparently one of the strongest. In fact, he was the territory lord who was in charge of Twin Poles territory, his status equivalent to that of 6 arms in Profound Nether territory. He had been vigilant after he realized Xianxia's presence, but he never said a word. It wasn't until he was certain that Xianxia had used the soul-rending thorns 3 times that he reminded the other territory lords. There had been 3 territory lords who got struck by the strange soul attacks, and now that Xianxia was no longer able to use this trump card again, he became just a slightly more powerful 8th Order master. Therefore, the territory lords wouldn't need to be as wary of him. Hearing that, the territory lords finally came to their senses. That's right. Xianxia has used that move 3 times already, why should we be afraid of him? The territory lords, who had been retreating, immediately turned around and, this time, it was the 8th Order masters who suffered. You like running your mouth, don't you? Across from the purple-haired territory lord, Xianxia wielded his saber as the dazzling saber light formed a crack in the void. For the past 100 years, Xianxia had been stationed in Twin Poles territory, and he had exchanged moves with this purple-haired territory lord dozens of times. Since both of them were equally matched, neither could destroy the other. Despite facing this imposing attack, the territory lord easily dodged it. However, the next instant, the purple-haired territory lord's expression turned solemn, for he realized that an aura had locked onto him. From the corner of his eye, he could see that Xianxia, who was over 1,000,000 kilometers away just a moment ago, had appeared right beside him. A spear quietly extended towards him and was about to strike its mark. Instinctively, the purple-haired territory lord leaned backwards to avoid the attack. Nevertheless, when he detected the familiar spiritual energy fluctuation and was flabbergasted. He can still use his soul attack? Impossible. Xianxia had used the same move in Profound Nether territory many times before, but in every battle, he only ever used it 3 times before he became powerless to fight. Why was it different now when he was in Twin Poles territory? It was only then that the purple-haired territory lord recalled that Xianxia had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years, so it was unlikely that his power hadn't increased at least a bit. His 3-time limit was information the Black Ink clan had gathered 300 years ago. Now, Xianxia could probably use the same move 4 times, maybe even 5 times. Upon that realization, the purple-haired territory lord regretted opening his mouth. If he had known this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have called out and attracted Xianxia's attention. Unbeknownst to him, even if he said nothing, Xianxia had already saved his last soul-rending thorn for him. Xianxia was locked in an intense battle with this guy, so it was apparent that the purple-haired territory lord was an important figure in Twin Poles territory, most likely the commander of the Black Ink clan's forces. If Xianxia could kill him, he could deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan's morale in Twin Poles territory. Certainly, Xianxia could recognize such a tempting target. Around 300 years ago, he could only activate 3 soul-rending thorns in succession. Now that his soul had become more robust, he could easily use the same move for a 4th time. As his spiritual energy flared, the soul-rending thorn was silently sent. The purple-haired territory lord's soul was torn open, and the sharp pain in his mind caused him to roar. At the same time, all his Black Ink strength undulated violently. Xianxia's spear brushed past the territory lord's face, the intense weave of Dao strength scraping off a large piece of flesh, drawing an even more pitiful wail from the latter's lips. Since his attack was unsuccessful though, Xianxia swept his spear down like a whip, forcing the territory lord back. At the same time, Xianxia swung his saber, sending out a burst of saber lights that formed a cage, covering the section of the void around the territory lord. Xianxia was a veteran of thousands of battles, so he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The saber light cage swiftly contracted towards the center, and when they dissipated, the purple-haired territory lord's battered figure was revealed. His brawny figure was covered in wounds which were so deep that one could see his bones. There was no denying he was in a sorry state. All the same, he hadn't lost his life. As his thick Black Ink strength undulated, a fire seemed to ignite in his eyes as he charged towards Xianxia instead of backing down. Now that he was so badly injured and both Xianxia and Xianxia, 2 of the most powerful 8th Order masters in the entire human race, were targeting him, this territory lord had no doubt he would die here today. As such, he abandoned all thoughts of escape and instead was determined to drag one of them down with him in death. Naturally, Xianxia was his target. As long as he could kill Xianxia, his death would be meaningful. The innate territory lord unleashed every last bit of his power, causing even more dark blood and Black Ink strength to spurt from his wounds. At that moment, the purple-haired territory lord was like a fierce god who emerged from the primordial chaos, his majestic presence causing the universe around him to tremble. Since his return from the Black Ink battlefield, Xianxia had dealt with a lot of innate territory lords and even killed many of them. His impression of these innate territory lords was that, even though they were powerful and overbearing, they were also extremely afraid of death. Bravery was something that had nothing to do with them, however, he finally met an exception today. It seemed that not all innate territory lords were the same and that some of them were indeed not scared of dying. Perhaps it had something to do with their situation as well. The purple-haired territory lord knew that he was unable to leave this place alive. As such, his fighting spirit had been ignited. Xianxia moved forward to intercept the enemy, wielding his saber as he sent out a stream of saber lights to engulf the purple-haired territory lord. Nevertheless, the other party did not even attempt to dodge this flurry of attacks. Although the saber lights opened even more wounds on his body, the territory lord still steadfastly charged towards Xianxia. The next instant, he was faced with a spear. The purple-haired territory lord jerked his head to the side, causing the spear to graze his neck. The fresh wound on his neck exploded as his dark blood spurted out, but despite that, he relentlessly approached Xianxia. Xianxia tried to retract his spear, but his attempt failed. That was because the other party had already clenched the Azure Dragon spear and exerted an immense amount of force with his hand, ensuring that Xianxia couldn't retrieve his weapon. "Get over here." Determination was written all over the purple-haired territory lord's hideous face as he thrust his free hand towards Xianxia. He had channeled all his power into this attack, causing the space around them to shatter in an instant. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to use space principles to dodge using instantaneous movement, but to his surprise, the other party had anticipated this move and preempted him. Furthermore, he had used 4 soul-rending thorns already, so his head was throbbing and his thoughts had become sluggish. With the nearby void shattered, Yang Kai's figure was rooted to the spot. While he was in a dazed state, the purple-haired territory lord seized his shoulder. Black ink strength madly surged as Yang Kai's shoulder was torn into. The territory lord's sharp nails penetrated Yang Kai's flesh, and even the dragon scales hidden under his skin were unable to block the intrusion. Seeing his gambit succeed, the purple-haired territory lord quickly pulled Yang Kai towards himself and trapped him with both arms. His face was covered with dark blood, so his original facial features were barely visible. When Yang Kai looked up, all he saw was the territory lord looking hideous and smug. "Let's see how you run away now." The purple-haired territory lord grinned while ignoring Xianxia, who was coming at him from behind. Then, he tilted his head back and brought it forward at a remarkable speed. He was trying to headbutt Yang Kai. Following a loud crash, with the 2 tangled-up figures at the center, a violent shockwave propagated out. Even Xianxia found himself staggering back as he had no choice but to retract his weapon for fear of hitting Yang Kai by accident. Hong. 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 The purple-haired territory lord repeatedly struck Yang Kai with his head. At this moment, he looked nothing like a powerful innate territory lord with astonishing cultivation. Instead, he was more like a common thug engaging in a backstreet brawl. There were no sophisticated moves to speak of as he seemed determined to destroy the other party by smashing his head open with his own. The sight stunned all the other territory lords and 8th Order masters. No one had ever seen a territory lord acting so brutal. Yang Kai started seeing stars from the first clash. He had already used a massive amount of spiritual energy on top of sacrificing a significant portion of his soul, which was why he was no longer able to keep fighting at full strength. Now that he was repeatedly struck by the opponent's head, he found himself in a passive position. Any other 8th Order master would have lost his life by now. Since his ascension to the 8th Order, Yang Kai had never suffered such a setback because of a lone territory lord before. Even though he was struck dizzy, he only turned more furious and aggressive. Yang Kai let go of his spear and grasped the purple-haired territory lord's arms. His face, which was covered with golden blood, became hideous as fire burned in his eyes. As the other party tilted his head back, he mirrored the action. A hint of surprise flashed across the territory lord's eyes, for he thought that Yang Kai had lost all his strength before now. The next moment, an even louder crash was heard. Xianxia, who was hovering nearby, waiting for a chance to strike, was dumbfounded as he felt a violent shockwave rush towards him and push him back even further. When he looked up, Xianxia felt his face twitching as a single thought flashed across his mind: this brat is crazy. The headbutt of a powerful master was no laughing matter, and now both parties were doing the same thing to each other, so the power of the clash was naturally astonishing. Xianxia even thought he heard the sounds of bones cracking. Hong hong hong, several booms were then heard, and with the purple-haired territory lord and Yang Kai as the center, the countless limbs, black ink clouds, and black ink strength drifting in the void were all swept away. Every time their heads smashed, it was as though 2 universe worlds were colliding, sending shockwave after shockwave across the battlefield. A moment later, both Yang Kai and the purple-haired territory lord saw stars and were close to blacking out, their blood-soaked faces looking more menacing than ever. Nonetheless, Yang Kai could sense that the other party's grip had weakened. As such, he exerted more force with his hands while grasping the other party's arms. The purple-haired territory lord's eyes shook as his maddened determination turned to shock and disbelief. He had taken such an aggressive stance because he had been pushed over the edge, but for some reason, his final desperate struggle had only caused this 8th Order master to become even more ferocious than him. Following another headbutt, the sounds of bones breaking became audible and the territory lord's arms lost all strength. Yang Kai roared, "All you bastards will never understand what it means to fight for the ones you love." They were in the 3,000 worlds, and this great territory was one of the last lines of defense for the human race. If they allowed the Black Ink clan to advance further, their very existence would be threatened. In this place, all the human soldiers who had been battling the Black Ink clan were fighting to protect those who huddled behind them. Unlike these evil invaders, the humans did not have a choice to retreat. Since the enemies were brutal and ruthless, they had to be even more savage. After another headbutt, a clear indent was formed on the purple-haired territory lord's head. His eyes had completely rolled back and his aura was weakening by the breath like a ball leaking air. All of a sudden, Xianxia appeared bored as he said dispassionately, "It seems my head is harder than yours." Then, he sent out one last headbutt, knocking the purple-haired territory lord's head off while sending a headless corpse flying away. Xianxia hovered in the void alone. The pain in his body and soul almost made him lose his mind. However, his ferocity and murderous intent did not wane in the slightest after he killed his opponent. Instead, he became even more bloodthirsty. As a high-pitched dragon roar sounded as a golden light exploded into existence. Following a series of crackling sounds, a 70,000-meter-long behemoth manifested in the void. Kill! The ancient dragon roared as his dragon form whirled around and charged towards a place where many Black Ink clansmen gathered together. Wherever he went, a trail of bodies formed in the void. Kill! More roars were heard coming from all directions in Twin Poles territory. Following the purple-haired territory lord's death and the advent of the golden ancient dragon, the human soldiers, who had been suppressed for almost 400 years in Twin Poles territory, charged towards the enemies like maddened beasts. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan found themselves on the wrong side of a raging slaughter. 5 territory lords had lost their lives in less than an incense stick's worth of time, which horrified the ones still alive. They finally realized the terror the territory lords in profound nether territory must have felt 300 years ago. The deaths of the first 4 territory lords had already caused a storm to rumble in their hearts, but it was the sheer brutality of the 5th territory lord's demise that finally collapsed their will to fight. It was said that Xianxia was only able to use his special soul attack 3 times before becoming powerless to fight on, but that was no longer the case. The purple-haired territory lord, who was their commander, was dead. On the other hand, Xianxia had transformed into a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon and charged straight into the center of their lines, his majestic presence causing the entire Twin Poles territory to shake. At this moment, none of the territory lords was willing to deal with Xianxia, worried that once they were targeted, they would not be able to survive. Hence, they decided to run as far away as possible. Back then in profound nether territory, Xianxia had to fight over a dozen battles for 30 years before he fully intimidated the Black Ink clan there. In Twin Poles territory, he still carried his imposing reputation from 300 years ago, and after this one war, the spines of the Black Ink clansmen in Twin Poles territory would be shattered and never heal again. Half a day later, the human soldiers ceased their attacks. All of them were elated, feeling that they had finally vented out the fury that had been accumulating in their hearts over several hundreds of years. As they returned to their bases and camps, all of them smiled brightly as though they were celebrating some kind of festivity. Killing 5 territory lords couldn't be considered a war-ending achievement. However, in their follow-up pursuit of the enemy, the human army managed to slaughter over 1 million Black Ink clansmen, which was a huge strategic victory. All this had been brought about by Xianxia alone. While the soldiers were counting their kills, they realized that the biggest contributor, Xianxia, was nowhere to be found. They speculated that he must be recuperating. After all, he seemed to be badly injured. In fact, Xianxia wasn't just badly injured, he had almost lost his life. Other than the drawbacks of using 4 soul-rending thorns in quick succession, his clash with the purple-haired territory lord later had left him half dead. Although his body was robust as he had a dragon vein, the series of headbutts still cracked his skull. It would probably take him several years to heal these injuries. With that said, it was not like he hadn't gained something after this battle. After attacking so many territory lords using his soul-rending thorns, Xianxia had become confident he could easily kill them, which caused him to underestimate those innate territory lords as he thought that they were too cowardly to use their strength. Now, he realized he had overestimated himself and underestimated the enemy. The simple truth was no innate territory lord was easy to deal with. It was only because of his unique methods and great infamy that most territory lords simply lost the will to fight when they were confronted by him. As such, he could easily kill many territory lords. However, if every territory lord was like the purple-haired territory lord he met today, who was willing to sacrifice his life to drag him down with him, things would become far thornier. The purple-haired territory lord was struck by a soul-rending thorn, then hit by attacks from both Xianxia and Yang Kai at the same time, but he remained undaunted. If this territory lord had been at his peak, Yang Kai wouldn't have the confidence to defeat him without using a soul-rending thorn. He was still an innate territory lord, and as such, significantly more powerful than those acquired territory lords. Yang Kai was secretly glad that these innate territory lords were unable to become royal lords, otherwise, the humans might not be able to deal with them. After giving it some thought, he realized that while he shouldn't underestimate his enemies, he also shouldn't dismiss his own capabilities. At the very least, he had managed to kill a lot of territory lords. Furthermore, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the 8th Order, so he was still far from reaching his peak. When he reached the very peak of the 8th Order one day, Yang Kai was confident he could defeat these innate territory lords with ease with just his own strength. Back then on the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined forces and killed a badly injured Zhu Feng, almost losing their lives in the process. Now, he had managed to kill several dozen territory lords and even a royal lord. Although the process was baffling, he had indeed ended a royal lord's life. While the Black Ink clansmen were powerful, Yang Kai also gradually grew in strength. He had the confidence that there would come a day when he would be able to destroy any innate territory lords as he pleased, so calming himself down, he began to recuperate in silence. Yang Kai, who was supposedly in profound nether territory, appeared in Twin Poles territory all of a sudden and killed 5 territory lords. Even their commander, the purple-haired territory lord, was gone for good, which resulted in the Black Ink clan army in Twin Poles territory being routed. The advantage they had accumulated over the past several hundred years was lost in one go. When word got out, many Black Ink clan masters from different great territories were astounded. While they were shocked by Yang Kai's strength, they were also wary of his recklessness. Since this human was in charge of profound nether territory, he wasn't supposed to go anywhere else. It was unreasonable of him to appear in Twin Poles territory and slaughter the Black Ink clan masters there. One had to know that Yang Kai had been missing for 300 years before that. Such a period was neither long nor short, however, that was enough for his notoriety to fade somewhat. Still, he was able to shock the Black Ink clan the moment he reappeared. Rather than feeling astonished, the Black Ink clan masters were mostly anxious when they heard the news. Yang Kai had appeared in Twin Poles territory this time, but what about next time? Would he appear in Xianxia territory, soul-shaking territory, or some other great territory? It was definitely easier to sneak into someone's house than keep one's guard up against a thief all the time. If Yang Kai was allowed to go wherever he pleased, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink clan. They were worried that when they were dealing with the human masters at any given time, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of thin air. Now, they could only try to restrict his movements. As such, all the Black Ink clan masters shifted their attention to profound nether territory. Since Yang Kai was from profound nether territory, this issue certainly had to be handled by the territory lords from there. Around 300 years ago, the humans and Black Ink clan arrived at a peace deal, which stated that the 8th Order masters and territory lords had to abstain from taking part in the war. After that, the humans built 10 forward outposts in profound nether territory for the humans below the 8th Order to launch attacks from and recuperate when they were injured. Similarly, the Black Ink clan had built several forward outposts as well. However, every forward outpost built by the humans was guarded by 2 to 3 8th Order masters to prevent any attacks. On the other hand, none of the Black Ink clan's forward outposts was guarded by any territory lords. That was because they didn't dare to do so. Simply put, if it was just 3 territory lords gathered in one spot, they wouldn't feel secure. Rather than scattering around and letting Yang Kai have a chance to deal with them separately, they reckoned that they would be safer all huddling together. Therefore, the innate territory lords had either assembled in the universe world where the Black Ink clan's main base was or recuperated in hidden locations, constantly keeping an eye on the humans' movements. Over the years, the profound nether army had broken up as the human soldiers practically moved around in squads or small groups as they roamed around the battlefield to battle the Black Ink clansmen. On the other hand, the Black Ink clansmen used similar tactics to fight back. Both parties repeatedly launched sneak attacks and skirmishes against each other, which often led to fierce but quick fights. Every breath of time there were countless battles taking place in this expansive great territory. More and more humans streamed into profound nether territory because it was comparatively safer than the other great territories. Both parties wouldn't fight each other in large armies, and as such, the human cultivators could put their innate advantages to good use. The effects of 300 years of training were starting to show now. Many rising stars had made a name for themselves. There were also veteran 6th and 7th order masters who felt like fish in water as they continued to hone their strength in combat. Inevitably, there were also some losses. Since the humans had to train their soldiers in the fires of war, they couldn't possibly do so without taking casualties. Regardless, the losses were still bearable. More and more high-ranking officers realized the benefits of training the next generation in profound nether territory. As such, the juniors with excellent aptitudes, who were previously hidden from the public by the cave heavens and paradises, were all sent to profound nether territory. This allowed them to clash with the Black Ink clan and experience life and death struggles which stimulated their growth. All in all, even though there were countless battles in profound nether territory, everything was well within the control of the humans and Black Ink clan. For this reason, the territory lords in profound nether territory could enjoy their lives with peace of mind for hundreds of years as they were no longer worried about Xianxia launching a sneak attack on them. However, their peaceful days had now come to an end. With those in Twin Poles territory leading the way, the territory lords from a dozen or so great territories joined forces to pressure those from profound nether territory, demanding they deal with Xianxia. In the Black Ink clan's main base in profound nether territory, many territory lords had gathered together in the main conference hall. The atmosphere was rather gloomy. Six Arms was seated at the head of the hall as he swept a glance over them before solemnly declaring, "Let's discuss how we should deal with this matter." However, no one said a word. With a grim expression, Six Arms snapped, "Are you all dumb?" Although they were all innate territory lords, he was the commander appointed by the royal lord. Furthermore, he was also the strongest among them. Hence, the other territory lords were naturally afraid of him. One of the territory lords spoke up, "Sir Six Arms, it's not easy to handle this issue. The peace agreement we reached with Xianxia only states that the 8th Order Masters and territory lords are not allowed to interfere in the war in the profound nether territory. He hasn't broken his promise, so what can we do?" Another territory lord nodded in agreement and said, "He has a point. Over the past 300 years, the 8th Order humans have never made a move. It is not an exaggeration to say they have rigidly stuck to the agreement. If we make a rash move, Xianxia might retaliate by slaughtering us." Then, a snort was heard. "That's what those blockheads from the other great territories are trying to achieve. Only when we make a move will Xianxia be forced to return. That way, they'll have no more worries while we will be the ones suffering." A clever plot indeed. Just because they fear death, they want us to sacrifice ourselves in their stead? Sir Six Arms, you cannot agree to this. If a total war breaks out in profound nether territory again, what happened 300 years ago will simply repeat itself. The territory lords started talking incessantly as they cursed at the territory lords from the other great territories for being selfish, but as Six Arms listened to them bicker, he only felt dispirited. Certainly, he knew what was on these territory lords' minds. They were worried that if Xianxia returned, they would be butchered by him. Although he was mad at these territory lords for being cowardly, he couldn't really blame them. Forget the other territory lords, even Six Arms himself was wary of Xianxia. Around 300 years ago, he was confident that even if he was ambushed by Xianxia, he still stood a chance to escape. Nonetheless, after what happened to the purple-haired territory lord in Twin Poles territory, his confidence had been smashed to pieces. He knew the purple-haired territory lord was just as powerful as him, but even he was killed by Xianxia. It was even reported that Xianxia was extremely brutal in that fight as he literally smashed the other party's head to pieces by repeatedly headbutting him. Six Arms would feel a chill running down his spine just by imagining this kind of savage fight. At the same time, he was furious at the territory lords from the other great territories for being so indifferent. They wanted those in profound nether territory to do something to lure Xianxia back. However, if the territory lords in profound nether territory really did that, they would suffer miserably. The territory lords were still arguing and expressing their complaints when Six Arms raised his hand and turned to a particular person. "Mo, what do you think?" Among the territory lords, Mo was undoubtedly the most meticulous. Although what happened in Acacia territory back then was a huge failure and humiliation to him, it wasn't really Mo Naya's fault. In fact, up until this day, the Black Ink clan still hadn't figured out how Yang Kai managed to flee even though the territory gates had all been sealed off. Furthermore, he had even taken a large number of human refugees away with him. It was an unresolved mystery. Mo Nai had been silent all along, and it wasn't until Six Arms called out to him that he stopped pondering and replied, "Sir Six Arms, have you ever thought about why Yang Kai headed to Twin Poles territory to raise chaos after cultivating in seclusion for 300 years? Six Arms frowned. Among all the great territories, the humans in Twin Poles territory were in the most perilous situation. It was said that Xianxia had assumed command of their forces there for the past 100 years, but it still wouldn't take long before the humans in Twin Poles territory would be defeated. Mo Nai nodded. I think that's just one of the reasons. Is there another? Mo Nai shook his head. I have no idea. All I know is that Yang Kai only made a move in Twin Poles territory at a critical moment. If he had wanted to lend a hand to the humans in Twin Poles territory, he would have done so a long time ago. Wasn't he cultivating in seclusion? Humans can interrupt their cultivation fairly easily. Over the years, the humans in Twin Poles territory have increasingly been at a disadvantage, so I'm sure they asked for help on several occasions. If Yang Kai had received such a request, he would have made a move early on. However, he only headed to Twin Poles territory recently. After giving it some thought, Six Arms realized Mo Nai was right. Still puzzled, however, he asked, "What does that have to do with what happened today?" Mo Nai replied, "It has everything to do with it. First of all, we have to figure out Yang Kai's intentions, or to be precise, the humans' intentions." The territory lords were perplexed. Mo Nai went on to say with a smile, 300 years ago, Yang Kai acted extremely overbearing, like he couldn't wait to slaughter us all, but then, all of a sudden, he came over on his own to propose a peace deal with us. There's no denying it was good news to the Black Ink clan, but what benefits would the humans get out of it? Do you all remember what he said at that time? Many territory lords fell into their thoughts. One of them eventually replied, at that time, he said that he was worried the weaker humans would be injured or killed from the fallout of the fights between territory lords and Eighth Order masters. Moreover, there were significantly more territory lords than the Eighth Order masters, so most of the time, without the Eighth Order masters' restraint, the territory lords could butcher the humans to their heart's content. Mo Nai nodded. Yes, that was what he said. Was that a mere deception? Six Arms' face fell. Not exactly. Mo Nai shook his head. However, over the past 300 years, I've been observing what's going on in Profound Nether territory, and I've noticed that even though the excuse Yang Kai gave us wasn't a lie, he was still hiding his true motive. For the last 300 years, more and more humans have appeared in Profound Nether territory, especially Open Heaven Realm masters in the Fifth Order and above. There have also been a lot of Seventh Order masters we have never seen before. Many of those newly appeared Open Heaven Realm masters weren't as powerful as the others in the same order and did not have as stable foundations. It is likely that they only ascended to the Open Heaven Realm recently. Six Arms furrowed his brows. So what? Mo Nai shook his head with a wry smile as he decided to cut to the chase, saying, the reason Yang Kai wanted a peace deal with us back then was that he intended to train those soldiers. Training? Many territory lords frowned and wondered, what does that mean? However, some of the territory lords fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. After pondering for a moment, Six Arms said, you mean, Mo Nai continued, although all of you have always stayed in Profound Nether territory, I'm sure you've heard about the Star Boundary and the World Tree before. All of them nodded. Even though they rarely stepped out of Profound Nether territory, they had their own ways of gathering information. The Black Ink clansmen had been clashing with the humans for countless years, and many human hunters had been corrupted by Black Ink strength. With the help of these Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan had gathered quite a lot of useful information. The Star Boundary and the World Tree were the names that were most frequently mentioned. It was said that the World Tree had a mysterious power that allowed the Star Boundary to produce a lot of human prodigies, many of whom were able to directly break through to the 6th or even 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Mo Nai explained, you may not have any regard for the 6th Order and 7th Order humans born in the Star Boundary, but if given a chance, they will grow to be powerful one day. The 6th Order Masters have a chance to become 8th Order Masters, while the 7th Order Masters will eventually become 9th Order Masters. By then, even territory lords like us won't be able to underestimate them. However, compared to the Black Ink clan, it takes a much longer time for humans to increase their strength, and cultivating in seclusion might not achieve that goal. As such, these so-called prodigies that the humans pin all their hopes on need a place where they can fight and grow. One of the territory lords figured out what he was trying to say. Mo Nai, do you mean the humans have chosen Profound Nether territory as a training ground? Mo Nai nodded. That must be the reason Yang Kai struck a peace deal with us 300 years ago. Those human prodigies needed a relatively safe place to grow. As such, Yang Kai's objective was to restrict territory lords like us from acting. A territory lord roared, the humans are indeed cunning. Mo Nai smiled lightly. There was no denying Yang Kai had hidden his real intentions from them. Nevertheless, even if he made it clear to the territory lords in Profound Nether territory back then, they wouldn't have had the courage to refuse him. That was because the territory lords were horrified by Yang Kai's ruthlessness. With a relatively safe place to fight and grow, those prodigies, who had not appeared on the battlefield before, streamed into Profound Nether territory. Just then, a territory lord asked, Sir Mo Nai, do you think we should start a war in Profound Nether territory, then? Mo Nai shook his head, there's no need for that. While the humans need to train their soldiers, we should also take this opportunity and do the same. I'm not sure if all of you have noticed or not, but I know Sir Six Arms must have realized. Over the past 300 years, we have had many more clansmen achieve breakthroughs than in the past. Six Arms initially didn't pay attention to such a matter, but upon Mo Nai's reminder, he nodded, true. Many more feudal lords have been born in recent years than in the past. Only 300 years had passed, but if they were given more time, the effect would become even more conspicuous. Mo Nai continued with a smile, therefore, the humans are not the only ones who need to train their soldiers, we must do so as well. There is a firm limit to the number of innate territory lords, but there will be many new 8th Order and 9th Order humans in the future. If no new royal lords rise up in our Black Ink clan, we won't be able to deal with those 9th Order humans when the time comes. As such, we can't break the balance in Profound Nether territory. Not only must we not make any rash moves, but we also have to take the initiative to protect our agreement with the humans. The territory lords nodded as they listened to him. They weren't fools, it was just that they knew too little about the humans, therefore, they were unable to make sound judgments in many situations. Mo Nai had been collecting information over the years, especially from the Black Ink disciples, which was why he was more informed than the other territory lords. Six Arms asked, what do you think Yang Kai's intention is this time, then? Since they were back to the main topic, Mo Nai replied with a smile, before striking a peace deal with us back then, Yang Kai killed many territory lords to intimidate us. What do you think he's trying to achieve this time, Sir Six Arms? This time, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in Twin Poles territory and slaughtered 5 territory lords while the humans also eliminated over 1 million lower Black Ink clansmen, which was quite similar to how he behaved back then. Six Arms' eyes brightened, he's trying to turn Twin Poles territory into a second Profound Nether territory. Mo Nai nodded, Profound Nether territory is no longer adequate to satisfy the humans' need to train their soldiers, and it's the same for our Black Ink clan. As more and more human cultivators have streamed into Profound Nether territory, this place has become cramped. The humans probably don't just want a second Profound Nether territory, they likely want several of them. I see, Six Arms guffawed. He was initially in a tight spot as the territory lords from the other great territories had come together to pressure him, but now it seemed that it wasn't difficult to deal with this matter. As long as he spread the news, those territory lords would stop blaming him for his inaction. Instead, they would be eager to hold peace talks with the human leaders. While he was elated, he also saw Mo Nai in a different light. Six Arms initially held some grudges against Mo Nai while the latter stayed in Profound Nether territory. After all, it was because Mo Nai had sent false information that caused immense losses in Profound Nether territory back then. Now, it seemed that those losses no longer mattered. With Brother Mo Nai around, we don't have to worry about Profound Nether territory being conquered by the enemy, Six Arms laughed. Just then, Mo Nai got to his feet and said, I'll have to leave this place, Sir Six Arms. Six Arms stopped laughing while the other territory lords looked at him in shock. Mo Nai went on to say, Sir Royal Lord has ordered me to head to Twin Poles territory at once to take charge of that place. Besides that, I'm told that if the humans want another peace deal, I will have to lead the negotiations from our side. Six Arms was startled for a moment, but he soon realized what was going on. The purple-haired territory lord, who was initially in charge of Twin Poles territory, was killed. As such, that place was basically leaderless now. Although innate territory lords were all-powerful, there had to be a commander among them. Mo Nai was indeed qualified to fill the role. However, Six Arms felt jealous when he learned about the Royal Lord's second order, for he wasn't aware of it at all, and the Royal Lord apparently didn't have the intention to inform him. Perhaps there wasn't a need to inform him since they had already set a precedent in Profound Nether territory, but it also went to show that the Royal Lord thought highly of Mo Nai. It's good that you're heading to Twin Poles territory, however, Xianxia is there at the moment, so you must be careful. Six Arms pretended to be concerned. Every time Xianxia makes a move, he recuperates for 2 years. As such, there won't be any conflicts in Twin Poles territory for the moment, Mo Nai replied calmly. Furthermore, he wasn't going to Twin Poles territory to fight with the humans, instead, he was going to strike a peace deal with them. Just like what he had said to Six Arms, the humans were not the only ones who needed to train their soldiers, the Black Ink clan had to do the same. Once a peace deal was reached, no one party would have an advantage over the other. Nevertheless, the humans had realized this much earlier on, while the Black Ink clan were only just understanding this now. Then, Mo Nai left on his own without bringing any territory lords or subordinates with him. In fact, he couldn't take any territory lords with him. Although there had been a peace deal in Profound Nether territory, both the Eighth Order Masters and the territory lords wouldn't dare to leave as they pleased. If there was a significant enough imbalance between the numbers of the most powerful masters on the two sides, the stronger party might seize the chance and wipe the other out. The moment Mo Nai arrived at Twin Poles territory, he summoned all the territory lords to a conference hall and announced that he was going to hold peace talks with the humans. All of them broke into a commotion, with some of them angered while others felt relieved. However, when they heard that it was the Royal Lord's order, they accepted it without any complaints. Many of them were even elated. If there was a peace deal in place, they wouldn't have to worry about bumping into Xianxia on the battlefield. It wasn't that they were just afraid of death, but also that they wouldn't dare to disobey the Royal Lord. Since a consensus had been reached, Mo Nai ordered some feudal lords to head to the humans' camp and convey his intention to hold peace talks. At the same time, he shared the information he had gathered with the other great territories. This resulted in the great territories, which were initially filled with intense battles, suddenly falling silent. Although there were still some conflicts, they were minor skirmishes compared to the full-blown war from before. What was more, the Black Ink clan were at a distinct advantage in a number of the great territories, but even there they decided to take the initiative to retreat. It was apparent that they were worried about being targeted by Xianxia and ending up like those in Twin Poles territory. The Black Ink clan decided to keep a low profile for the moment. After all, the reason Xianxia appeared in Twin Poles territory was that the situation there was the most severe for the humans. Every great territory had over 108 territory lords assuming command, and Xianxia could only kill a few of them at any given time. However, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be one of those unlucky few. While Xianxia was still recuperating, those territory lords were already anxiously preparing for the future. Everything would be fine as long as they didn't push the humans over the edge and attract the Killing Star's attention. 3 years later, in one of the secret rooms in the humans' camp, Xianxia opened his eyes. This time, it took him longer to recuperate than in the past. Besides the fact that his soul had been torn apart, he was also left with many physical wounds from his battle with the purple-haired territory lord. At that time, he repeatedly headbutted the territory lord and shattered the latter's head. As a result, many cracks also formed on his own skull. After the battle, Xianxia also stopped underestimating the territory lords. He came to realize that it wasn't easy to deal with any of them if they suddenly rose up without fear of death. He had a right to comment on this topic, for he had defeated many who were much stronger than him in the past. His ferocity and fearlessness played a crucial part in those victories. The innate territory lords, who were struck by the soul-rending thorns and subsequently killed due to their own fear, couldn't represent all of the most powerful Black Ink clansmen. Nonetheless, Xianxia wouldn't underestimate himself either. Regardless of how powerful the territory lords were, he had killed many of them, which went to show that he was a capable person, and he would kill even more of them in the future. In any case, he had to settle the issue in Twin Poles territory first. Then, he would head to the other great territories and slaughter the Black Ink clansmen there until they were thoroughly terrified of him. Only then would he talk to them. When he left the secret room though, he realized that someone had been waiting for him. The person promptly cupped his fist with a solemn expression and said, "You've finally left seclusion, sir." Xianxia looked up and realized that he knew this person. It was Xianxia's adjutant, Lixing. Back then in the Great Evolution Army, Xianxia was the army commander of the Eastern Army while Lixing handled the miscellaneous affairs and passed on Xianxia's orders. Xianxia had come into contact with him on several occasions. His gaze could not help being drawn to the other man's right eye as he asked, "What happened?" Initially, Lixing was a handsome and dapper man, but he had become more mature after going through the vicissitudes of life. However, his right eye was blind, and there was a hideous scar that ran across his cheek, looking like a centipede crawling on his face. Lixing smiled. "It's inevitable that we get hurt on the battlefield." Meanwhile, he thought back to when, back in the Great Evolution Army, just like him, Xianxia was only a 7th Order master who actually had less experience. However, Lixing was still a 7th Order master now, while Xianxia was now an 8th Order master who had made a name for himself. If they looked further back in history, Xianxia was only a 6th Order master when he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield for the first time, while at that time, Lixing was already a 7th Order master. On top of that, all the territory lords feared Xianxia. The things that had happened over the past few years changed Lixing's worldview. He finally realized that sometimes, just one person was enough to change the status quo. At the same time, he felt sorry for Xianxia, who only directly ascended to the 5th Order back then. As such, he didn't have a chance to make it to the 9th Order in his lifetime. If he was able to ascend to the 9th Order, the chances of the humans winning the war would increase by at least 30%. Just then, Lixing snapped back to reality and said, "Senior Xianxia has ordered that the moment Sir Yang exits seclusion, you must head to the conference hall at once. The higher-ups want to discuss with you." Xianxia nodded, "Understood." In the main conference hall, Xianxia waited for a moment before the other 8th Order masters appeared and greeted him. While they were having some small talk with smiles on their faces, Xianxia arrived. After they were seated, Xianxia tossed a jade slip at Xianxia and said, "Before we begin, I want you to have a look at this. While you were recuperating over the past few years, things have changed a lot on the battlefields." Xianxia's heart sank, for he thought that something terrible had happened. As such, he quickly went through the jade slip's content, but his expression soon turned awkward. He looked up at Xianxia and asked, "What is the Black Ink clan trying to achieve?" Unlike what he had imagined, things didn't take a turn for the worse. In fact, the situation had become quite peaceful across all other great territories. Profound Nether territory remained the same as there was already a peace deal in place, so more and more human soldiers continued to stream into that place. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan soldiers in Twin Poles territory had been staying put. They still clashed with the humans from time to time, but those were minor skirmishes at best. What made Xianxia speechless was the situation in all the other great territories. There were a total of 13 great territories where the humans and the Black Ink clan armies were fighting. In most of the great territories, the Black Ink clan held the advantage. In some of the great territories, the humans were not doing much better than in Twin Poles territory 3 years ago and were on the brink of being forced to withdraw. However, after Xianxia reappeared from 300 years of absence, the Black Ink clansmen in all the great territories collectively retreated. Over the past 3 years, only a few large-scale battles took place in the various great territories. Furthermore, the humans were the ones who initiated those battles. What was more, apart from the Profound Nether territory, the territory lords from the other 12 great territories subsequently sent some people to the humans' camps to convey their intention to hold peace talks. The peace deals were basically copies of the one established in Profound Nether territory, which stated that the 8th Order masters and territory lords would not participate further in the war. The 8th Order masters were certainly pleased with the Black Ink clan's attitude, but they were not sure if they should agree to it. As such, the Eighth Order masters from different great territories passed the information to the Supreme Headquarters and let the latter make a decision. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he went through the information. After he stopped cultivating in seclusion, he was looking forward to killing some more territory lords. Twin Poles territory was no longer a suitable hunting ground, as after the incident back then, the territory lords here would surely have their guards up. With that said, Xianxia could head to any other great territory. For example, Xianxia territory would be a good choice. Nonetheless, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. It was no wonder that the Eighth Order masters looked at him with meaningful gazes. The changes in these great territories naturally had something to do with what he had done 3 years ago. First of all, I guess they must be wary of you. Secondly, they must have seen through our intentions, Xianxia explained. While we need to train our soldiers, they do too. As such, they've decided to just go with the flow. Xianxia nodded. Did those from the Supreme Headquarters say anything about it? Instead of answering his question, Xianxia asked, "What do you have to say?" Xianxia had single-handedly changed the status quo of the entire war. As such, those from the Supreme Headquarters had to respect his opinion. Otherwise, they could have made a decision on their own instead of waiting for Xianxia to stop cultivating in seclusion. After giving it some thought, Xianxia replied, "Even though they've seen through our intentions, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we could have hidden it forever. We can't possibly give up on our plan just to stop the Black Ink clan from training their soldiers. We have to strike some sort of agreement with them. Do you think we should agree to it?" Xianxia asked. "Yes, but we still need to negotiate with them. Since they're the ones proposing peace talks this time, they should send a representative from each of the great territories over. Twin Poles territory is as good a place as any for the talks, so we just need to set a time. Both sides will put their cards on the table and hammer out an agreement. In any case, we can't make a deal without all the great territories being included in the negotiations." The reason the humans had to train their soldiers was primarily to let the young talents of the next generation experience life and death struggles, which would stimulate their potential and allow them to reach greater heights sooner. However, once a Seventh Order master ascended to the Eighth Order, they wouldn't be allowed to take part in the war anymore if every great territory was included in this peace deal. The Eighth Order wasn't the ultimate goal of the humans training their soldiers, the Ninth Order was. As such, they needed a stage where Eighth Order masters could shine. In fact, those from the Supreme Headquarters had considered all this without the need for Xianxia to say anything. Since they had confirmed their agenda, they needed to decide how many great territories the Eighth Order masters and territory lords couldn't have a hand in the war and how many great territories where things would go on as usual out of the remaining 12 great territories, including Twin Poles territory. To the humans, they naturally wanted things to go on as usual in the great territories where they had an advantage, while obviously the Black Ink clan would want the opposite. It was expected that there were bound to be disagreements over the details of this peace deal. These arguments were not only between the humans and Black Ink clan though, perhaps there would be some disagreement within the Black Ink clan as well. After all, none of the territory lords hoped that the situation in the great territories they were responsible for would go on as usual. Knowing what Xianxia meant, Xianxia nodded. "We'll assemble representatives from our side and hold the conference in 2 months, then. Those from the Supreme Headquarters can just make the arrangements. I'm fine with anything. You mustn't go anywhere else these 2 months. We'll need you to be there during the peace talk," Xianxia reminded him. He was worried that Xianxia would disappear when he wasn't paying attention. Xianxia was an expert in the Tao of space and was always elusive. If he wasn't present during the peace talks though, the humans would be far less intimidating to their enemies. "I know," Xianxia replied. Certainly, he understood the matter's importance. Then, the Eighth Order masters discussed the agenda that would be brought up during the peace talk. Although the details weren't confirmed, they soon had a general idea of what would be discussed. To the humans, it was necessary to gain several battlefields that were relatively safe. The Black Ink clan must have realized the humans' intention, which was why they proposed having a peace talk. While they were forced to do it, they were also pushing a sailing boat along at this point. To them, by killing the Open Heaven Realm masters on the battlefields, they could strengthen their powers by absorbing the world force from the human corpses. They were able to directly grow stronger in battle, which was an advantage that the humans didn't have. Both parties seemed to pin their hopes on the growth of their respective rising stars, who were the key to their success or failure in this war. The Black Ink clan had the advantage of having a larger population, so given enough time, there would be a lot of new feudal lords, territory lords, and even royal lords. On the other hand, the humans had the advantage of having the star boundary, myriad monsters world, and Xianxia's small universe. As time passed, there would be quite a number of 8th Order and 9th Order masters rising up from these places. Perhaps the Black Ink clan was also trying to avoid a thorny issue. To the Black Ink clan presently, Xianxia was the most difficult problem to deal with as he had managed to kill several dozen territory lords. However, once more and more royal lords were born, Xianxia, regardless of how powerful he was, would no longer be a deciding factor in the war. Naturally, the Black Ink clan wanted to see the humans giving up on their biggest trump card. Despite it being called a peace talk on the surface, both sides were secretly waging a battle of wits. Both parties were preparing for the deciding clashes in the future where one party would emerge as the inheritors of the universe. For the next 2 months, Xianxia focused on cultivating and did nothing else. He refined sets of cultivation resources and gulped down open heaven pills by the handful. To him, the most important thing now was to increase his strength and reach the peak of the 8th Order as soon as possible. If he wanted to have an impact on the war in the future, he had to strengthen himself first. Given his heritage, it wouldn't be difficult for Xianxia to reach the peak of the 8th Order. At that point, even if he couldn't make it to the 9th Order, he wouldn't be powerless when he came across a royal lord. It was his forte to defeat enemies above his realm after all. During this period, many 8th Order masters and territory lords from the other great territories arrived at Twin Poles territory. They had already chosen Twin Poles territory to be the place where the peace talk would be held, which was because Xianxia was there. To the Black Ink clan, what they wanted to restrict the most was Xianxia. As such, he had to be present during the peace talks. As the date of the peace talks was just around the corner, both parties frequently mobilized their soldiers in Twin Poles territory. Although they believed that there wouldn't be any problem with the conference, they still had to be prepared. If the discussion fell apart, a war might break out. Meanwhile, Xianxia didn't cultivate in absolute seclusion this time. In other words, he could exit at any time. One day, while he was refining resources in his room, Xianxia realized that the restriction outside had been triggered. When he looked up, he saw a curvy figure stepping towards him. Ahem, the corners of Xianxia's brow twitched. I'm cultivating. The person guffawed. I know, so I was just giving it a try. I didn't expect that I could really just walk in like this. That's because I didn't turn on all the restrictions so that people outside could contact me at any moment, or else I might have missed the peace talks. Do you need something, Senior Sister Luo? Xianxia asked. The person was none other than Luo Tinghe, who was an 8th Order master from Yinyang Heaven. Now, she was the army commander of Azure Sun Territory. Out of all 13 armies in the Great Territories, she was the only female army commander. She and Xianxia could be considered close friends. When he went to Yinyang Heaven to look for Chu Huashang in the past, the latter had entered the Samsara Pavilion to avoid pressure from the higher-ups of her sect. Xianxia entered the Samsara Pavilion and went through 9 reincarnations with her before he managed to restore her memory. After that, he brought Chu Huashang out. Thousands of years before then, Luo Tinghe had been trapped in the Samsara Pavilion as well, and there was no word on whether she was dead or alive. In the process of saving Chu Huashang, Xianxia also managed to restore Luo Tinghe's memories and allowed her to lead the Samsara Pavilion. Luo Tinghe was a rare talent who had directly ascended to the 7th Order and was now a long-time veteran 8th Order master with hopes of breaking through to the 9th Order soon. Although there were many 8th Order masters now, only a small number of them had a chance to rise to the 9th Order. Out of the people that Xianxia knew, Xianxia and Wei Junyang had the potential to do so. Meanwhile, Mi Jingluan, Ouyang Lai, and the others had already reached their limits and there was no way they could make further advancements. After parting ways in Yinyang Heaven back then, Xianxia and Luo Tinghe hadn't met again. He only knew that she was in charge of Azure Sun Territory and that she was the army commander of the Azure Sun Army. He had no idea why she came looking for him all of a sudden. The peace talks with the Black Ink clan will be taking place in a few days. Luo Tinghe sat down across from Xianxia and said, I heard that those from the Supreme Headquarters have come up with a general proposal. Out of the 12 great territories, 6 will be included in the peace deal while the other 6 will remain as they are. Xianxia nodded, however, that's just the proposal from our side, so the Black Ink clan might not agree to it. Regardless, there's bound to be some arguments. The humans were at an advantage in this kind of peace talk, but naturally, the Black Ink clan wouldn't agree to everything they asked for, and those from the Supreme Headquarters were well prepared for this. I hope that Azure Sun territory will be included in the 6 great territories where things will remain unchanged. Luo Ting he directly told him about her purpose for visiting. Xianxia smiled helplessly. Those from the Supreme Headquarters will be responsible for the discussion with the Black Ink clan. I'm only required to show up. Since you have a request, why don't you head to the Supreme Headquarters and tell senior brother Xiang about it? She shouldn't have come to me. Luo Ting he pursed her lips. I did go to the Supreme Headquarters, but that damn big head Xiang didn't agree to my request. Xianxia was torn between tears and laughter. Then it's pointless for you to speak to me either. Why would it be pointless? Don't underestimate yourself. The Black Ink clan want this peace deal with us because they're afraid of you. Your word has a huge influence on the outcome of this conference. Xianxia wasn't sure what he should make of this, so he just asked, does senior brother Xiang intend to include Azure Sun territory as part of the peace deal? And Luo Ting he nodded. After giving it some thought, Xianxia said, senior brother Xiang must have his reasons for making such a decision. I know a thing or two about the situation in Azure Sun territory, so I'm aware the Black Ink clan has gained the upper hand over there. If Azure Sun territory could be included in the peace deal, that would be beneficial to the humans overall. You'll gain some benefits as well, so what's the point of you insisting on maintaining the status quo? Furthermore, it has been quite a long time since you ascended to the 8th Order. If things become peaceful in Azure Sun territory, you'll have plenty of time to cultivate to achieve a breakthrough. The moment Xianxia finished speaking, Luo Ting he became infuriated. That was what Big Head Xiang said as well. However, if cultivating in seclusion was useful at all, what would be the point of you building a stage to train those brats? Of those in my position, I've been in the 8th Order longer than almost all of them and have essentially reached the peak. Nevertheless, it's not easy to make it to the 9th Order. To me, cultivating in seclusion is no longer useful. Xianxia instantly understood what she was trying to say. Do you want to achieve a breakthrough in battle? Luo Ting he questioned, isn't that the ultimate goal of all of this? Do you have the confidence to achieve it? Xianxia asked solemnly. Luo Ting he smiled fearlessly. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely succeed, but I'll do my best. I know Xiangshan has chosen Azure Sun territory to be included in the peace deal to do me a favor, however, I know myself best. Xianxia nodded and fell silent for a moment before saying, I'll talk with senior brother Xiang, then. However, I'm in no way able to influence his decision. Luo Ting he beamed at him, many thanks, junior brother. After Luo Ting he left, Xianxia didn't continue cultivating. There were only a small number of 8th Order masters who had the right to ascend to the 9th Order currently, because very few people managed to directly ascend to the 7th Order in the past. Such a person only appeared on average once every 1,000 years, and many of them died in battle with the Black Ink clan over the years. No one could guarantee when the 8th Order masters like Luo Ting he, Xiangshan, and Wei Junyang, who had the potential to make it to the 9th Order, would achieve this. Nonetheless, given the situation that the humans were in, just 1 or 2 9th Order masters wouldn't be enough to turn things around. As long as Mo's true body wasn't destroyed, the humans couldn't root out the Black Ink clan. However, it was extremely difficult to kill Mo. Now, Xianxia still hadn't the foggiest idea about what the primordial light was or where to find it. The only thing he was certain about was that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had something to do with the primordial light. 2 days later, Xianxia left the secret room as it was time for the peace talks with the Black Ink clan. The moment he stepped out of the room, he felt some powerful and unrestrained auras which belonged to 8th Order masters. In the distant void, where the Black Ink clan's camp was located, there were also powerful auras gathered together. The innate territory lords were also trying to make a show of force. Before the discussion even started, the two sides were already clashing from a distance. When Xiangshan registered Xianxia's presence, he turned to look at him and nodded. After giving it some thought, Xianxia sent him a divine sense transmission and brought up Luo Ting he's request, after which Xiangshan nodded. It's time, let's go. As a roar reverberated across the place, Xianxia took the initiative to soar into the void, and he was immediately followed by a dozen or so others. Noticing the humans' movements, the innate territory lords started leaving the Black Ink clan's camp as well. The armies of both races were well prepared for any possible accidents, and the entire Twin Poles territory was engulfed in a dense murderous atmosphere as a sense of unease spread everywhere. It was as though a little spark would blow everything up. The location of the peace talk had already been chosen a while back. It was right in the middle of the humans and the Black Ink clan's camps. The Black Ink clan had even brought a universe fragment over from their own camp to use as a platform. There was a huge table set on the platform, and rough-looking wooden chairs were placed on either side. The masters from both parties almost arrived at the same time. It might have been a coincidence or an agreement, but both parties had respectively sent exactly 13 masters to this place, one representative from each of the 13 great territory battlefields. They were supposed to be arch-enemies that could never coexist. Nevertheless, due to various reasons, they had no choice but to come together today, which was quite ironic. The Black Ink clan masters were mostly nervous and uneasy, as although they had the same number on their side as the humans, if a fight broke out, some of them would undoubtedly lose their lives today. This couldn't be helped, as Xianxia was present and had proven he could kill territory lords like them with ease. Nonetheless, they couldn't exclude him from the discussion. After all, he was the mastermind behind the initial peace deal. As such, these talks would be meaningless without him. Before this, the Black Ink clan had thought about sending more territory lords, but it wasn't like the humans couldn't do the same by sending more Eighth Order masters. In the end, they could only accept this arrangement. They only dared to steal glances at Xianxia without looking at him for too long, for they were worried they would be targeted. These powerful innate territory lords were as timid as mice in a cat's presence. Although they still pretended to be unperturbed, they were terrified deep down. In comparison, the Eighth Order masters appeared calm and collected. Xianxia swept a glance over the territory lords and realized he didn't know most of them. Nevertheless, he did recognize two. He had met them in Acacia territory back then. In fact, they had appeared in Profound Nether territory before as well, but for some reason, they were all now in Twin Poles territory. The purple-haired territory lord, who was originally in charge of Twin Poles territory, had been killed by Xianxia, so Mo Nai was tasked by the royal lord to take over. Since the peace talk was held in this great territory, he naturally had to show up. Meanwhile, Yugong was actually the representative from Profound Nether territory. A peace deal had already been established in Profound Nether territory for over 300 years, and the Eighth Order masters and territory lords had stayed out of the war as agreed. However, since this was a peace talk that encompassed all the great territory battlefields, Profound Nether territory couldn't just stay out of it. Six Arms didn't want to meet up with Xianxia, therefore, he only sent Yugong to this place so that the latter could report to him about the outcome later. Naturally, Yugong didn't want to come, but he had no other choice as he couldn't disobey Six Arms' orders. As Xianxia swept a glance over them, Yugong hurriedly hung his head low. He was still traumatized from the incident in Acacia territory back then. Therefore, Xianxia's presence here was like a waking nightmare to him. As Mo Nai observed the territory lord's expressions, he couldn't help but think that they were all useless. Both parties were there for peace talks, so as long as the Black Ink clan didn't cross the line, the humans wouldn't attack them. However, the reactions of these territory lords from the various great territories were quite embarrassing for Mo Nai. As the commander in Twin Poles territory, Mo Nai naturally couldn't let the humans look down on the Black Ink clan. As such, he extended his hand and said, "Please be seated. We're all here for peace talks." The humans always say that even if a deal falls short, both parties shouldn't fall out. Although these peace talks aren't really a deal, it's not so different. Let us set the grudges between us aside for the moment until the peace talks are concluded. His calmness infected the other territory lords and they soon pulled themselves together. One Eighth Order master sneered, "Destroying the Black Ink clan is our ultimate goal. There's no room for mercy." Mo Nai replied dispassionately, "If destroying the Black Ink clan is your only goal, all of you wouldn't have come here. Let's dispense with the unnecessary probing and get to the main topic, shall we?" Saying so, he swept a glance over the Eighth Order masters and eventually stared at Xianxia. Then, he nodded gently. What do you say, Sir Xianxia? Xianxia smiled. I'm only here to enjoy the show. Don't pay me any mind. When he was still weak back then, he had never expected that even the powerful innate territory lords would call him Sir one day. It seemed that he was now an intimidating figure to the Black Ink clan after killing so many of their territory lords. While he was lost in such thoughts, Xianxia pulled out a chair and took a seat. Then, he placed his legs up on the table and leaned back casually. Only then did the humans sit down at the table, followed by the Black Ink clan masters. Realizing something, Mo turned to look at Xianxia and said, "It seems that you're the lead representative on the human side, Sir Xianxia. Am I right?" Since both parties had been clashing for years, the top masters from both races had heard a lot about each other. Even if they had never met or exchanged moves before, they could still recognize one another the moment they met. Moreover, before Xianxia's rise, Xianxia was already a famous figure to the Black Ink clan. He had been to all the battlefields in over 10 great territories, and he had managed to kill a few territory lords himself. Many of these territory lords had never met Xianxia before, but most had at least seen Xianxia in the past. Xianxia grunted in response, Mo said, "In that case, let us cut to the chase. After a discussion with all the territory lords from different great territories, we've come to a consensus. We'd like to imitate the peace deal in Profound Nether territory. From now on, the territory lords and Eighth Order masters can't have a hand in the battles in all the great territories. What do you say, Sir Xianxia?" Xianxia looked up at him and replied impassively, "No." Mo kept a smile on his face, as though he had already expected Xianxia's response. "Sir Xianxia, do you mean that the humans do not want a peace deal?" Meanwhile, he sneered to himself. If the humans didn't want a peace deal, they wouldn't have taken the trouble to show up today. Now, the representatives of the 13 great territories from both sides had come together, and since the humans were here, it showed that they wanted a peace deal as well. Mo reckoned that the humans were only putting up an act. Xianxia said, "We're pleased with the current situation, so there's no need to change anything." Mo refuted, "As far as I understand, the humans are at a disadvantage in most of the great territories. If not for Sir Xianxia's appearance in Twin Poles territory, the humans would have already lost the war here." "That was the situation 3 years ago," Xianxia replied calmly. "Things are different now, so what is the point of you bringing up the past?" Mo frowned. "Sir Xianxia, are you trying to say that you want the situation in all the great territories to remain unchanged?" When he noticed Xianxia's silence, he put on a helpless smile. "We've shown enough sincerity for this peace talk. Regardless of the advantages we have in those great territories, we've given up on them and retreated. I'm sure you can see that." An Eighth Order master scoffed, "All of you are just afraid of Xianxia. Stop glossing over it, will you? You didn't have to retreat if you had the guts." Before he could finish his words, Mo cut him off loudly. "Sir Xianxia is indeed powerful, and territory lords like us find it hard to deal with him. However, every time he makes a move, he can only kill a few of us. After that, he has to recuperate for an extended time. If we wanted to, we could have initiated a massive war while he was recuperating and none of you would have resisted us." The same Eighth Order master snapped, "Give it a try if you dare." As he surged his world force, the territory lords were alarmed and raised their guard. At that moment, the atmosphere had become tense. An unperturbed Mo looked at Xianxia and said, "A peace deal will be beneficial to both the Black Ink clan and the humans. With Profound Nether territory as an example, I'm sure you'll make a wise decision, Sir Xianxia." Xianxia replied impassively, "A peace talk at this point will be beneficial to the Black Ink clan as the territory lords no longer have to be anxious. However, what benefits will we get?" Mo said, "Isn't it your intention to provide a safe space for those below the Eighth Order to fight and grow?" He initially didn't want to point it out so blatantly, but he had no choice but to do so now. Xianxia's attitude suggested that the Black Ink clan had to produce an adequate bargaining chip to make the humans even begin to bargain. Xianxia wasn't surprised one bit. Over the years, some humans had fallen into the Black Ink clan's hands and had been turned into Black Ink disciples. As such, some information about the humans must have been leaked. There seems to be a lot of rising stars on the humans' side. If they're accidentally killed by the territory lords in battle, you will suffer immense losses. After all, a 7th Order master who might turn into a 9th Order master in the future is a rare commodity. Some 300 years ago, Sir Xianxia slaughtered a large number of Black Ink clansmen in Profound Nether territory but still took the initiative to strike a peace deal with us. Wasn't that part of his consideration? Why are you making things difficult for us when we want a peace deal now? Do you want Profound Nether territory to be dragged into the war again, Sir Xianxia? Xianxia looked up at him. Are you threatening me? It seemed that as long as the peace talk fell short, the agreement in Profound Nether territory would be nullified as well. In that case, things would revert to the situation 300 years ago, and the human juniors would lose their only training ground. Mo Nai replied calmly, that's not what I meant at all. I believe there is a phrase among you humans called standing at death's door. We are basically wandering around death's door by coming to this place. A peace deal is all we want, so we wouldn't dare to be provocative. After all, if Sir Xianxia suddenly decides to act out, half of us will likely have to remain here forever. Despite knowing that Mo Nai's words were insincere, Xianxia was still pleased. It felt good to have someone flattering him, especially when that person was a powerful innate territory lord. It was an enjoyable sensation on another level. Mo Nai went on to say, as for the benefits you've mentioned, Sir Xianxia, I have to admit that the peace deal will be beneficial to the Black Ink clan. As such, we're willing to offer some compensation. What kind of compensation? What about some resources? Mo Nai asked inquisitively. The humans need resources to cultivate. For each great territory included in this deal, we will provide a certain amount of resources. As for the amount, there's room for discussion. Seeing that Mo Nai appeared sincere, the 8th Order masters were tempted. No one had expected that the Black Ink clan would be willing to make such a huge concession to secure a peace deal. They couldn't help suspecting that a peace deal might bring even greater benefits to the Black Ink clan than they had known. After pondering for a moment though, they concluded that the territory lords were just too terrified of Xianxia. There was no denying Xianxia couldn't kill many territory lords at any given time. If the territory lords remained highly vigilant, he might not even kill any one of them. However, no one would be able to be at ease with such a powerful enemy eyeing them in the dark. There's nothing else I can say if you still don't want this peace agreement. Mo Nai stared fixedly at Xianxia and spread his palms. After a moment of silence, Xianxia nodded, there's room for discussion. The moment he finished speaking, the territory lords let out a sigh of relief as they became slightly at ease. Nonetheless, what Xianxia was about to say would unnerve them again. However, not all great territories will be included in the peace deal. Xianxia tapped on the table. Other than Profound Nether territory, 6 places will be part of the peace deal and the other 6 will remain unchanged out of the remaining 12 great territories. If you can't agree to this, there's no need for any further discussion. Only then did Mo Nai realize this was the human's true intention. After giving it some thought, however, he felt that this condition wasn't unacceptable. Just like what he had said to 6 Arms before, while the humans needed to train their soldiers, the Black Ink clan did as well. When 7th Order masters ascended to the 8th Order, they needed a stage to keep on training, and it was the same for the Black Ink clan when their feudal lords became territory lords. As such, it was acceptable that only some great territories would be included in the peace deal. Mo Nai turned to look at the territory lords and realized that they looked stiff and nervous. At that moment, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Although he felt that he should agree to Xianxia's request, it would also put him in a tight spot. 6 out of 12 great territories would be included in the peace deal, so only half of the places would enjoy some peace of mind. However, how was Mo Nai supposed to make this decision on his own? The representatives of each great territory certainly hoped that they would be part of the peace deal. After some deliberation, Mo Nai nodded, we can agree to this, but I also have a condition. When the other territory lords heard Mo Nai's words, their expressions changed slightly. They quickly tried to recall if there were any grudges or friendship between Mo Nai and them. The royal lord had put Mo Nai in charge of these peace talks, so if the latter wanted to get revenge on them and excluded the great territories whose representatives he hated from the peace deal, there wouldn't be peaceful moments again for them in the future. What kind of condition? Xianxia asked with a frown. Mo Nai pointed his finger at Xianxia, From now on, Sir Xianxia must not make a move in any of the great territories. The territory lords were startled as they had the urge to clap their hands for Xianxia. They had been anxious because they were wary of Xianxia, but if they could ensure Xianxia wouldn't make a move again, they no longer had to worry about anything. Xianxia was slightly surprised as well as he thought to himself, this Xianxia is a sharp fellow. He directly understood the crux of the matter and made a proposal to deal with it. In your dreams. A hot-tempered 8th Order master forcefully smacked his palm on the table and stood up. The humans would be considered foolish if they agreed to such a ridiculous demand. By agreeing to that, they would be removing their strongest trump card, and no one would be able to intimidate the Black Ink clan again. An unfazed Xianxia replied with a smile, since this is a negotiation, both parties naturally have to make some concessions. It's not like we'll let ourselves suffer losses while the humans reap all the benefits. Even if I agreed to your demands, the royal lord wouldn't. We've made the biggest concession by having this peace talk with you, stop being so impudent. That's why we're willing to offer a large amount of resources as compensation. We don't need your resources. If the peace talk falls short, the agreement in Profound Nether territory will be nullified as well. The originally peaceful situation soon turned clamorous. The 8th Order masters and territory lords were cursing at each other across the long table without any poise to speak of. If an uninformed individual arrived and saw what was going on, they might think they had entered a hawker market or something where vendors and customers were haggling back and forth. Xianxia remained silent. Since he had put forth this condition, the other territory lords had to work hard to make sure it would be included in the peace deal. He believed that they wouldn't want Xianxia to have a hand in the battles anymore. It was the outcome they all wanted. The innate territory lords have an advantage over the 8th Order masters when it comes to numbers, yet you're now trying to restrict Xianxia as well? Does that mean we can also limit the number of territory lords who will take part in the war? There's room for discussion. The noise stopped in an instant. All the 8th Order masters and territory lords turned to look at Xianxia. The 8th Order master who spoke just now was dumbfounded. He was just venting while also making what he considered an outrageous demand to make a point. He never expected Xianxia to actually agree to it. Faced with all the stares, Xianxia said with a smile, "Why are all of you looking at me like that? Just like what I've said before, both parties have to give and take to reach an agreement. It's not like either party here would accept suffering immense losses. As such, we have to come to an agreement that both sides will find acceptable. Only then would the agreement be possible. If Sir Xianxia is willing to stay out of all the battlefields, we can place some limits on the number of territory lords who will take part in the war at any one time." The biggest advantage the Black Ink clan had was that they had greater numbers than the humans. This was true of grassroots soldiers, but also of the feudal lords and territory lords compared to the 7th Order and 8th Order masters. It was thanks to this advantage that the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand in almost every great territory battlefield. Even though the humans had purifying light and evil purging divine spears, they still couldn't overcome this fundamental disadvantage. After all, the purifying light couldn't be used to deal with enemies on a large scale while it took time to refine evil purging divine spears. Every evil purging divine spear that was used was gone for good. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan was now on guard against them, so these artifacts no longer played as decisive a role anymore. However, if they could limit the number of territory lords taking part in the war, the humans would be able to better stand their ground and limit their losses. It had to be said that even though Xianxia was a Black Ink clansman, he understood the humans very well. Moreover, he was an intelligent and insightful individual. Xianxia was suddenly interested. He didn't pay much attention to Xianxia in the past. Although he had exchanged moves with him in Acacia territory before and he had come across him in Profound Nether territory on several occasions, he couldn't possibly pay attention to all the innate territory lords as there were simply too many of them. However, on this day, he suddenly had the urge to kill this fellow, for he seemed different from the other innate territory lords. If they allowed Xianxia to remain alive, he might prove to be a hidden concern in the future. As though noticing Xianxia's murderous intent, Xianxia turned to look at him and nodded. "What do you say, Sir Xianxia?" Since the beginning, Xianxia had never expressed his opinion regarding the peace talks, as though he was only there to watch the show. Nevertheless, Xianxia knew that Xianxia was the mastermind behind this entire affair. Although Xianxia was in charge of the negotiations, both the humans and the Black Ink clan had to give serious weight to Yang Kai's thoughts. Yang Kai smiled and reined in his murderous intent. Although Mo Nai was a powerful innate territory lord, he was unable to make any further advancements in the future, just like Yang Kai. While Yang Kai had the chance to kill him today, he reckoned that he should prioritize the peace talk for now. The conditions we've mentioned aren't sufficient, then. Since Yang Kai had been asked to speak, he couldn't remain silent. Mo Nai said, "There's room for discussion about anything. If you have any conditions, please state them. We won't turn you down if they are acceptable." Yang Kai replied, "Apart from the 6 great territories we have agreed upon where things will remain unchanged from the current situation, all other great territories will be part of the peace deal. If you agree to this, I'll remove myself from all further battles." This was actually to Yang Kai's advantage, as he just so happened to need a lot of time to cultivate so that he could reach the peak of the 8th order sooner. The rising stars from the star boundary, the myriad monsters world, and his small universe needed battles to temper themselves with to reach new heights, but Yang Kai was different. He had gone through numerous life and death battles already and had been baptized in the blood of his enemies many times over. What he was lacking now was only the accumulation of his own heritage. The reason Yang Kai even took action was to build a solid foundation for the humans' future. If he could get greater benefits for the humans by staying out of the war, he would be glad to do it. Hearing this, the territory lords and the 8th order masters were startled. However, Xianxia's eyes soon brightened as he realized the crux of the matter. The humans had already set the agenda for the peace talk, but it didn't include restricting Yang Kai from taking part in future battles. If the Black Ink clan could agree to Yang Kai's condition, the humans could consider accepting the other party's demand. Mo Nai soon realized what Yang Kai meant as well and said with a frown, "Sir Yang Kai, do you mean that the peace deal will include not only the great territories where battles are still ongoing, but also the great territories that the Black Ink clansmen have occupied?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Only then did the territory lords and the 8th order masters come to their senses as they fell into their thoughts. Mo Nai smiled helplessly, "You're a little greedy, Sir Yang Kai." In the past, the main battlefields between the humans and the Black Ink clan were the 13 great territories, which included the profound Nether territory. However, many hunters were active in the other great territories that ambushed the Black Ink clan supply teams and reinforcement groups. They also destroyed many Black Ink nests. More often than not, they caused huge trouble to the Black Ink clan's logistics. For this reason, many territory lords would patrol the various great territories to deal with those hunters. If these ordinary hunters came across territory lords, they were naturally powerless to resist. However, the 3,000 worlds was expansive, and the Black Ink clan didn't have so many territory lords. Furthermore, the hunters were both agile and prudent, so as long as they were not too unlucky, they would be safe most of the time. However, since the 8th order masters and the territory lords had arrived at a peace deal in profound Nether territory, the number of hunters had shrunk significantly. As hunters, they were at risk of losing their lives if they bumped into territory lords. However, once they entered profound Nether territory, they didn't have to worry about being targeted by such masters. Now that Yang Kai had come up with such a demand though, it was expected that many humans would aspire to be hunters again, which would prove to be a thorny issue for the Black Ink clan. Currently, the vast majority of the human forces were concentrated in the 13 great territory battlefields, while some 99% of the 3,000 worlds had fallen into the Black Ink clan's hands. However, since the universe was so expansive, it was impossible for the Black Ink clan to perfectly protect such a vast territory. Once a large number of hunters appeared, the Black Ink clan would no longer have any peaceful days. Originally, the peace deal only considered the 13 great territory battlefields, but Yang Kai's demand had dragged the entire 3,000 worlds into this. What's wrong? Are you afraid of human soldiers entering the other great territories? Over the years, many humans have fallen into your hands and have been turned into Black Ink disciples. If you want me to stay out of the war, there's a price to pay. Yang Kai looked impassively at Mo Nai. After a moment of silence, Mo Nai nodded, "You have a point, Sir Yang Kai. In that case, we'll agree to your condition." For both parties, there were pros and cons regarding this matter. Once the hunters entered the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied, they would have to bear a huge risk. If they were besieged by the Black Ink clan soldiers, they would either fight to their death or be corrupted. Nevertheless, this was also the humans' purpose for training the soldiers. When the territory lords saw Amonai agreeing to it, they breathed a sigh of relief. Everything would be fine to them as long as they could restrict Xianxia's movements. As for whether agreeing to this condition would bring about any terrible consequences, it was none of their business, for Amonai was responsible for the peace talks today. If anything went wrong, the royal lord would punish him first. At this point, they'd finally built a foundation for an agreement. The Black Ink clan's condition was that Xianxia must not make a move in any great territory from now on. On the other hand, the humans had gained quite a few benefits. Apart from the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged, all other great territories would be included in the new peace deal. The Eighth Order masters and territory lords were not allowed to have a hand in the war, and as a price to pay for restricting Xianxia, the number of territory lords would be limited in the great territories where things would go on as usual. Moreover, the Black Ink clansmen were the ones who initiated the peace talk, so they would give the humans a certain amount of cultivation resources as compensation. The conditions were discussed one by one, and from the looks of it, the humans were at an advantage. After all, they had only agreed to one condition, but the Black Ink clan had to provide some resources and limit the number of territory lords who could take part in the battles in 6 of the great territory battlefields. However, in truth, the territory lord's ultimate goal was to restrict Xianxia, as only this condition would allow them to be at ease when roaming around the battlefields. Since the general direction had been confirmed, it was time for some bargaining. Both parties were red-faced as they discussed the amount of resources that the Black Ink clan had to give the humans. Black Ink strength and world force kept clashing, as though a fight would break out at any moment. Nonetheless, they knew that since the peace talks had come this far, there was no way they would fight. The initially cautious territory lords could now argue with the humans as fiercely as they pleased. If there was one thing the Black Ink clan didn't lack, it was resources. After all, they had occupied so many great territories and had the entire Black Ink battlefield to exploit. As such, they could easily extract as many resources as they wanted. However, no one was willing to give their enemies resources for free. They promised that they would give the humans some benefits, but they immediately became stingy when the discussion started. The argument lasted for several days, but in the end, the details were confirmed with Amonai and Xianxia, who were the lead negotiators for the two sides. Then, another round of arguments started about the number of territory lords that would be allowed in the 6 unchanged great territories. There were many more territory lords than Eighth Order masters, which was the fundamental reason that the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand in most of the great territory battlefields. The numbers of the most powerful masters on both sides would influence the state of the war. Although they had agreed to limit the number of territory lords, the Black Ink clan would never accept being at a disadvantage. The humans came up with an outrageous demand as they wanted the number of territory lords that were allowed in the battles to be equivalent to the number of Eighth Order masters, and naturally, the territory lords stubbornly refused. If they agreed to such a demand, their lives would be truly miserable. It wasn't easy to deal with the evil purging divine spears. The reason they were at an advantage was that they had more people on their side. The discussion this time was even more intense than when they talked about the resources. They were fine with giving resources away, for the humans needed time to refine those resources to increase their strength. However, once the number of territory lords decreased, they would lose control over the situations in many great territories. Nevertheless, an agreement was reached in the end. In the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged, the number of territory lords couldn't exceed the number of Eighth Order masters by 50%. In other words, if there were 10 Eighth Order masters, there could only be 15 territory lords. The humans were naturally not pleased with the outcome, for this meant there would still be significantly more territory lords than the Eighth Order masters. That way, the Black Ink clansmen were still at an advantage. However, this did ensure that the enemy no longer had an overwhelming edge which would constantly put the humans on the brink of defeat, like what happened in Twin Poles territory. Furthermore, because the humans had to train their soldiers, this amount of pressure was quite suitable. As such, Xianxia agreed to it. If there was no life and death pressure, it wouldn't be training at all. Cultivating in seclusion would be faster in that case. Since everything had been discussed, they just had to choose the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged. At this point, the Eighth Order masters remained calm while the territory lords were apprehensive. They were not willing to keep fighting the humans. If the war continued, they would be at risk of losing their lives. Nonetheless, they didn't have any say over this matter. Xianxia and Mo took turns to select the 6 great territories where things would remain unchanged. When it was time for Xianxia to choose the last great territory, he hesitated for a bit before finally choosing Azure Sun territory. He didn't agree to Luo Tinghe's request back then because things were not looking good in Azure Sun territory. As such, it would be beneficial to the humans if it could be included in the peace deal. However, the number of territory lords would now be restricted, so even if things remained unchanged in Azure Sun territory, the situation would improve significantly for the humans. Since Luo Tinghe wanted to achieve a breakthrough in battle, Xianxia could only let her be. Apart from her, Xianxia also needed battles to train himself. Without these life and death struggles to serve as stimuli, it would be hard for them to grasp the opportunity to break through to the Ninth Order. In the past, around 80% of Ninth Order old ancestors achieved a breakthrough on the Black Ink battlefield, while just 20% of them made it to the peak while cultivating in seclusion. Before the star boundary became an open heaven realm cradle, though it was very rare, there were still a small number of people who directly ascended to the Seventh Order. After countless years of accumulation, the cave heavens and paradises had a number of such gifted people. However, only 100 or so managed to break through that final barrier and ascend to the Ninth Order. Some of them were still growing their powers, like Xianxia, Luo Tinghe, and a few others. Nonetheless, many more had been killed on the Black Ink battlefield. Most Ninth Order masters achieved the required enlightenment while battling the Black Ink clan masters on the Black Ink battlefield. Only by killing the enemies would they stand a chance to achieve a breakthrough. Yang Kai didn't know any of this, for he didn't come from one of the cave heavens or paradises. He just instinctively wanted to secure a better future for humans by using his experiences. That was why he decided to strike a peace deal with the territory lords in Profound Nether territory. It was just an experiment. The experiment turned out to be useful and feasible, therefore, when the Black Ink clan wanted a peace deal 300 years later, those from the Supreme Headquarters were willing to agree. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for the two races to discuss a peace deal given the blood feud between them. Since all the details had been confirmed, the masters of the two races took their leave. Unlike the earlier heated atmosphere, the mood was quite peaceful. The Black Ink clan would give the humans some resources as compensation, while the humans didn't have to worry about the Black Ink clan going back on their word. When the content of the peace deal was spread 1 month later, the human cultivators in different great territories were thrilled. Out of the 13 great territory battlefields, apart from Profound Nether territory, the remaining 12 great territories had been in turmoil. As such, the soldiers from the major armies were envious of the environment and situation in Profound Nether territory. Over there, the territory lords were not allowed to take part in the war. As such, the Profound Nether army had essentially been disbanded since there weren't any large-scale battles. Comparatively, the humans in Profound Nether territory were both safer and freer. Now, they didn't have to be envious. 6 out of 12 remaining great territory battlefields would become copies of Profound Nether territory. Although the other great territories would remain unchanged, things would become much better for the humans as the number of territory lords who could take part in the war would be decreased. Of course, those from the Supreme Headquarters had to look at the big picture and mobilize the human masters to different battlefields accordingly. The human cultivators from Profound Nether territory started streaming into the 6 new great territories that were included in the peace deal. As such, a lot of pressure had been lifted off the originally cramped Profound Nether territory. Many ambitious people even started penetrating the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied. As hunters, they naturally had to bear a higher risk, but it was nothing compared to the potential rewards. It was said that fortune favored the bold, after all. As a peace deal was reached between the humans and the Black Ink clan, the situation in the expansive 3,000 worlds changed completely. This kind of situation would be sustained for many years to come. Perhaps there would come a time when a certain incident would shatter this agreement. After all, the humans and Black Ink clan couldn't coexist forever. One of the parties would be completely wiped out eventually. When some triggering event took place in the future, the two races would surely engage in a final decisive war. Everyone was working hard to prepare for that future. It had been 300 years since Xianxia first visited the myriad monsters world. The sapling he had planted back then had grown into an enormous tree, its gigantic crown like a green cloud that covered the entire sky. A lot had changed in the myriad monsters world. Compared to 300 years ago, the world energy was undoubtedly richer and the grand Taoists and principles were more perfect as well. More and more humans appeared in this wild world as cities and towns of different sizes popped up everywhere. This world, which was originally fully occupied by the monster race, now had many human residents. Most humans living in this place had ancestors who had made contributions on the various battlefields. They used their military merits to exchange for a right to let their juniors or disciples reside in the myriad monsters world. Of course, there were also some open heaven realm masters responsible for standing guard over this world. As such, even though the humans and monster race weren't exactly compatible, the situation had been peaceful. There hadn't been any incident where the humans recklessly hunted the monster race or vice versa. In fact, many great monsters chose a different path forward, broke through their shackles, and gained human form. They took the initiative to come into contact with the humans and left the myriad monsters world before heading to the various battlefields to fight the Black Ink clan. The World Tree clone's nourishment had started showing its effects. Although the quality and quantity of prodigies born in this world were not comparable to the star boundary yet, some impressively gifted people had already begun to appear. As time passed, this world would be another star boundary. Everything was right on track, just as Xianxia had planned. Xianxia didn't inform anyone about his arrival here. Even the open heaven realm masters responsible for monitoring this world were unable to detect Xianxia's presence as they were mostly in the Fourth Order and Fifth Order. It wasn't until 2 years later that Xianxia left the myriad monsters world. He didn't return to profound nether territory though. Since they had struck a peace deal with the Black Ink clan, he couldn't make a move as he pleased, unless the Black Ink clan went back on their word first. The human race's future did not hinge on him alone, but rather on all the juniors who were now battling the Black Ink clan. Xianxia was unable to bear the weight of saving an entire race. All the same, he had done his best. As for whether the future was bright or dark, that would be up to all humans to decide. Xianxia thus returned to the star boundary and arrived at the place where the World Tree clone was located. After giving it some thought, he landed on a branch and directly opened a tree cave in its trunk before sitting down inside. The noise he made naturally alerted the open heaven realm masters who were recuperating or cultivating in this place. The World Tree clone was the very foundation of the star boundary and the most valuable asset for the entire human race. It could be said that without this clone, the star boundary wouldn't have become what it was today, and the humans' future would have been extremely bleak. As such, there were always at least 5 Eighth Order masters on guard here who were tasked with preventing any accidents from happening. What's more, due to the clone's mysterious powers, one would gain some benefits by recuperating or cultivating here. Therefore, there were many open heaven realm masters in this place who had to use a lot of military merits to obtain a quota. However, these masters only occupied a branch or sat down somewhere on the tree crown. They treasured the World Tree clone and wouldn't dare to damage it one bit. With 5 Eighth Order masters monitoring this place, no one had the guts to do so either. Hence, it was shocking that Xianxia directly carved a hole in the trunk. The 5 Eighth Order masters widened their eyes in disbelief and quickly investigated. If anyone else had done this, they would have dealt with him like he was a Black Ink disciple. However, when they realized the responsible party was Xianxia, they all turned a blind eye to his behavior. This couldn't be helped. Although the World Tree clone was said to be a treasure of all humanity, it was Xianxia who actually brought it out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and planted it here. Even if he wanted to uproot the entire clone, the humans could only try to dissuade him from doing so, not to mention that he only opened a tree cave for himself. There was no way they could forcefully stop him. Furthermore, they were probably no match for Xianxia to begin with. These Eighth Order masters exchanged glances and communicated with each other using their divine senses. It seems that junior brother Yang is injured. His aura is quite weak. Since a peace deal has been struck, he can't make a move as he pleases, so how did he get injured? Did he go to the no-return pass and pick a fight with the Royal Lord? Since he knows he isn't a match for the royal lord, why would he invite trouble to himself? Moreover, I think he just returned from the new great territory. These Eighth Order masters were puzzled as they had no idea what happened to Xianxia that caused his aura to plunge and made him look so frail. Nonetheless, it was apparent that Xianxia had made a cave mansion in the trunk to recuperate. As such, they didn't dare to say anything or disturb him. Xianxia used to be a little brat who had to call them seniors, but now he was significantly more powerful than they were. At the thought of this, these old Eighth Order masters couldn't help feeling dejected. However, it was thanks to these talented young people that they had a chance to oppose the Black Ink clan. If the next generation was weaker than the previous one, there wouldn't be a future for humans. Inside the clone, Xianxia bore the excruciating pain in his soul and looked around, feeling pleased with this simple tree cave. He then began cultivating in seclusion in this place. He figured he had to cultivate for many years this time and only hoped he had the patience for it. At any rate, he knew that he had to grow strong so that he would have the power to protect himself when war broke out in the future. Now, he was one of the most formidable masters in the human race, but when a new batch of Ninth Order masters and royal lords appeared in the future, he would become far less useful. It would be best if he could make it to the Ninth Order, but even if he failed to do so, the peak of the Eighth Order would have to do. As he sat down with his legs crossed, Xianxia refined sets of materials as he stimulated the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. The three-self source reconstitution art was indeed savage. Although Xianxia had already used it once 300 years ago, he still almost couldn't bear the pain of doing so again. The pain of literally tearing his soul in half was several times more intense than using soul-rending thorns. Wuquang knew that Xianxia had the soul-warming lotus, which was why he taught him this secret technique. If Xianxia didn't have the soul-warming lotus, it would have been pointless for him to acquire this technique, for he would have perished the first time he tried to use it. Just like the soul-rending thorns, only Xianxia could fully utilize this secret technique. Xianxia was glad that he had acquired this supreme treasure when he was still a budding cultivator. Without the soul-warming lotus, he wouldn't have become who he was today. As a cool sensation spread across his mind, the pain gradually subsided. Time went by slowly. Several years later, a man got to his feet in a secret room in High Heaven Palace. His aura was restrained, and he appeared calm and collected. Feng Tianxi waved the jade in this hand and opened the secret room's restrictions before exiting. It took him 10 years of retreat before he finished stabilizing his Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. The bright light made him squint as he felt as though a very long time had passed. Suddenly, he realized that he was no longer in the void world. He was in the 3,000 worlds, which was far more expansive. A disciple from High Heaven Palace had been waiting for him, and hearing the door open, he turned around and saluted Feng Tianxi, "Greetings, senior. The head manager has ordered that once you come out of your retreat, you have to immediately go and see her," the disciple from High Heaven Palace said. The head manager, a woman's image flashed across Feng Tianxi's mind. If he remembered correctly, the head manager was standing beside the Tao Lord at that time. It seemed that the Tao Lord valued her. Understanding this, Feng Tianxi wouldn't dare to be negligent as he extended his hand, "Please lead the way." Soon, they arrived at a grand hall where Feng Tianxi saw the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Xianxia. This woman was fairly powerful. Just like him, she was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Nonetheless, it must have been quite a long time since she achieved her ascension, for she had an ample heritage and robust aura. Feng Tianxi saluted her, "Greetings, head manager." Xianxia responded with a smile and caringly asked him about his retreat. When she learned that he had stabilized his cultivation, she set her mind at ease. Over the years, when the Open Heaven Realm masters who came from the Void World ended their retreat, they would be led to this place to meet her. Then, she would assign them to different Great Territory battlefields. After all, it was Xianxia's order, so she had to meticulously execute the task. However, because these Open Heaven Realm masters, who came from the Void Dao Temple, were not familiar with the outside world, Xianxia had compiled some information to be given to them before they set off. Palace Master has ordered that once all of you are done stabilizing your cultivation, you are to deploy to the Great Territory battlefields for training. This is the information about those great territories. Take a look at it. If there's any particular place you want to go, you can tell me about it. As Hua Qingxi spoke, she fished out a jade slip. Although she had the right to send them to any place she wanted, she would always discuss the matter with these people first. Yang Kai only told them to get some training, but he didn't specify where they had to go. As such, Hua Qingxi's action was reasonable. Feng Tianxi took the jade slip and thanked her. As he infused his divine sense into it and went through the information, he soon had a better understanding of the 3,000 worlds and the situation that the humans were in. The information he saw astounded him. Back then in the Void Dao Temple, he had heard Lu Jingshan mention that in the world where the Dao Lord lived, the humans were fighting the Black Ink clan, a powerful and malicious enemy. However, he had never expected that the human race was in such a perilous situation. Suddenly, a sense of urgency rose within him. The human race had been forced to retreat to a mere 15 great territories. Once the Black Ink clan occupied these great territories, the humans would no longer have a place they could call their own in this expansive universe. Nevertheless, when he read that the Black Ink clan had taken the initiative to strike a peace deal with the humans after the Dao Lord applied pressure on them, which helped alleviate the humans' situation, he couldn't help admiring the Dao Lord, who seemed able to achieve anything. Although there were many Eighth Order masters, the Dao Lord was still in a league of his own. At that moment, Feng Tianxi felt honored and secretly decided that when he ventured into the outside world, he must not tarnish the Dao Lord's name. After all, they came from the Dao Lord's small universe, so they were different from the other Open Heaven Realm masters. When Hua Qingxi saw him lowering the jade slip, she asked softly, "Is there any place you'd like to go?" Feng Tianxi replied, "I'll let you make the decision, head manager." He didn't have a particular place in mind as he felt that it made no difference where he went. After all, wherever he went, he would be fighting the Black Ink clan. After spending 2,000 years to build his current heritage, he had the confidence that even if he came across a feudal lord, even if he couldn't win, he would be able to escape. He was confident but not conceited. Although he had never exchanged moves with the Black Ink clan before, he was different from the newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters who were impulsive in their youth. Before that, I'd like to see the Dao Lord. I have some doubts that I'd like to consult with him about. You mean Palace Master? Hua Qingxi appeared to be in a tight spot. She was aware that Yang Kai had returned to the star boundary and opened a cave mansion in the World Tree clone to recuperate. As such, they shouldn't disturb him at this point. After giving it some thought, she asked, "If there's anything you'd like to know, I can tell you." Feng Tianxi shook his head and said apologetically, "I can only tell the Dao Lord about it." Hua Qingxi hesitated for a bit. Since this man appeared serious, she knew that it must be something important. As such, she rose from the chair and said, "Come with me, however, I can't guarantee that the Dao Lord will see you. If the Palace Master is recuperating, he might not respond to us." "Many thanks, head manager." They then left the grand hall and shot into the sky. A moment later, Feng Tianxi looked at the gargantuan tree in the distance and fell into a dazed state. In fact, when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm 10 years ago, he had seen this tree while following Hua Qingxi back to the star boundary. However, he was preoccupied with the joy of having achieved an ascension and also confounded by the mysteries surrounding his circumstances, so he didn't ask her about it. It wasn't until this moment that he asked, "What tree is that, head manager?" Hua Qingxi replied with a smile, "It is a clone of the World Tree." She then related to him the clone's background. A myriad of expressions flashed across Feng Tianxi's face as he subconsciously placed his hand on his abdomen. He initially thought that it was just a large tree that had lived for a very long time, so he was surprised to learn that the tree was the human race's very foundation. It was thanks to this tree that the star boundary could continuously produce prodigies, who were the humans' hope for opposing the Black Ink clan. If not for this tree, the human race's future would have been bleak. Furthermore, such an enormous tree was only a clone. Feng Tianxi wondered how majestic the real World Tree must be. What about the other one? Feng Tianxi took a look at the other tree beside the World Tree. Clone. The tree was significantly smaller than the clone, and its tree crown wasn't as expansive. However, there was no denying that it was gigantic as well. From a distance, the tree even looked somewhat translucent and immaterial. One could hardly tell if the tree really existed in this world. Just then, a curvy figure flew down to the tree and disappeared the next moment. That is the immortal parasol tree, Xianxia explained patiently. It is a sacred treasure that belongs to the Phoenix clan. You should keep your distance from it if you're not required to approach it. Phoenix clan members are very proud people, so they may attack you if you intrude into their sacred ground. The Phoenix clan, Xianxia fell into a dazed state. Although he had never met a phoenix before as he came from the void world, he knew that the Phoenix clan members were some of the most powerful divine spirits in existence, second only to the dragon clan. Just then, another curvy figure appeared from the tree before leaping into the air. The next moment, a dazzling light exploded as a high-pitched phoenix cry reverberated across the sky. Xianxia instantly saw a stunning and glorious phoenix with a very long tail manifest before him. The figure soon disappeared into the void, but the afterimage lingered for quite some time. How beautiful, Xianxia couldn't help feeling awed. He wondered who would be capable of winning the favor of such beautiful and noble creatures. While he was lost in his thoughts, Xianxia suddenly said, "I'll let you in on a little secret. One of the palace master's wives is a Phoenix clan member." Xianxia wasn't surprised one bit, for he thought that the Tao Lord totally had the right to marry a noble Phoenix clan member. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the World Tree clone. Instantly, Xianxia felt many divine senses probing him from all directions, each one of them at least as powerful as his own. There were also several divine senses that were especially powerful which Xianxia believed belonged to the Eighth Order Masters. After giving it some thought, he realized it was only natural that some formidable masters were protecting such an important place. Xianxia looked up at a particular spot on the clone and turned to Xianxia before sending him a divine sense transmission. "Don't disturb the others." Hearing that, Xianxia bent his back as he spoke. Disciple Xianxia requests an audience with the Tao Lord. He didn't use a divine sense transmission, nor did he dare to speak too loudly. If the Tao Lord wanted to see him, he would naturally hear it, if not, Xianxia wouldn't dare to be insistent. Fortunately, not long after he finished speaking, the Tao Lord's voice was heard coming from that direction. "Come over." An elated Xianxia turned around and saluted Xianxia. "Many thanks, head manager." Xianxia responded with a smile and waved her hand. "Go on." Xianxia leapt into the air and traced the source of the voice before arriving at a huge tree cave. The instant he stepped inside, he saw the Tao Lord looking smilingly at him. "Tao Lord," Xianxia hurriedly saluted him. "Have a seat." Xianxia motioned for him to sit down and raised his hand to reactivate the cave mansion's restrictions, ensuring that no one could see or hear them. Xianxia took a seat as he was told. When he noticed how pale Xianxia looked, he exclaimed, "Are you hurt, Tao Lord?" Finally, he realized why the head manager appeared hesitant when he requested to see the Tao Lord, for the latter seemed to be in the middle of recuperating. At that moment, Xianxia felt guilty and apologized. "I shouldn't have disturbed you, Tao Lord. Please forgive me." Meanwhile, he was shocked that even a powerful master like the Tao Lord had been so heavily injured. It seemed that the humans were indeed in a perilous situation. There was an awkward expression on Xianxia's face as he said gently, "It's not serious. I'll recover in no time." "What are you here for?" Xianxia replied respectfully, "There's something I need to ask you about, Tao Lord." Xianxia looked meaningfully at him. Without asking him what the matter was, he said, "Everyone has their own secrets. Some secrets can be shared with others, but some are best kept to oneself. You have to know that humans are born with greed and selfishness. Sometimes, you think you're just being frank, but such qualities may make your relationships difficult to handle." Xianxia was surprised by the insinuation in his words. "Does the Tao Lord know already?" "That's impossible, even I didn't notice it at all in the past. It wasn't until I started focusing on stabilizing my cultivation these past few years that I realized it. Although he's the Tao Lord, he can't possibly know everything. Tao Lord, you've given me everything, so I trust you," Xianxia said solemnly. Xianxia felt speechless. What's going on with my human self? He's way too honest and upright. He doesn't have any of my shrewdness or caution. After pondering for a moment though, he realized that the trust Xianxia had in him was a kind of virtue and courage. Furthermore, the disciples from the Tao Temple all had some blind admiration for him, so it was only natural that Feng Tianxia trusted him. At that moment, Yang Kai put on a gratified expression. I'm glad that you think so. However, he felt awkward in secret, for in reality, he was having a chat with himself. Probably no one had experienced such a strange situation before in history. Nonetheless, his human self was oblivious to everything. Feng Tianxia couldn't be blamed for this, as he should have died when he was still in his mother's belly. If not for Yang Kai tearing his soul apart and saving him, Feng Tianxia wouldn't have been born at all. However, Feng Tianxia was only a fetus at that time, so he couldn't bear the immense power of half an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's soul. As such, Yang Kai had sealed most of his soul fragment, including all of his memories and powers. As Feng Tianxia grew powerful, these seals would gradually dissolve and allow him to realize his true self. In other words, Feng Tianxia was still his own person at this point. Nonetheless, he was now in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so the seal in his soul must have loosened, and when he ascended to the Eighth Order one day, the seal would shatter entirely and he would find out everything. This was the same case for both Yang Kai's human self and monster self. Feng Tianxia trusted Yang Kai not only because he was a Tao Temple disciple, who typically admired the Tao Lord, it was also because he, as the human self, trusted his true body. There was no way anyone would harm himself in this world. Feng Tianxia of course hadn't noticed this yet, but he instinctually understood that the man before him only had the best of intentions for him. Tao Lord, do you remember I told you before that my small universe had materialized? Feng Tianxia asked. Yang Kai snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, I remember. Feng Tianxia went on to say, you told me that perhaps it has something to do with the fact that I've cultivated the Tao of space, however, I feel that might not be the case. Why do you think so? Yang Kai pretended that he knew nothing. Feng Tianxia replied solemnly, please have a look, Tao Lord. Saying so, he suddenly opened a portal to his small universe and let Yang Kai see inside. Yang Kai secretly sighed to himself, thinking that an honest person like Feng Tianxia would easily suffer setbacks in life. He hoped that this guy wouldn't be so naive in front of the enemy and just casually open the portal to his small universe, for that would be disastrous. As he looked into the small universe with his divine sense, Yang Kai feigned surprise. There was no doubt his human self had a solid heritage. Although Feng Tianxia was a newly promoted Sixth Order Master, the world force in his small universe was only slightly weaker than that of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized it wasn't so surprising. His human self had the right to directly ascend to the Seventh Order, and in fact, he had succeeded in just that, but due to the true body's restrictions, Feng Tianxia was forced to regress to the Sixth Order. Despite that, his heritage didn't decrease much. The human self was destined to be a master who would be able to fight enemies much stronger than his realm would suggest was possible. With a solemn expression, Feng Tianxia said, I only discovered this thing in my small universe when I was cultivating in seclusion. Clearly, it was already there when I first formed my own small universe. When I discovered it for the first time, it was still a sapling. However, as time passed, it grew into a huge tree. With this thing around, I feel that my small universe is stable and impervious to outside interference. I have a feeling that this thing seems to have something to do with the fact that my small universe has materialized. What do you think this thing looks like, Tao Lord? Yang Kai looked up at him. It's a world tree clone. I was the one who put it into your body, so how could I not know about it? Back then, Yang Kai acquired 3 world tree clones from the old tree. One of them was given to Wu Kuang, another was planted in the myriad monsters world. The final one was sealed in Feng Tianxi's body. Before he ascended to the open heaven realm, the world tree clone was in a dormant state and naturally unnoticeable, but now that he was an open heaven realm master, the world tree clone sprung to life. Time waited for no man. If Yang Kai wanted Feng Tianxi to grow as quickly as possible, this world tree clone was essential. It really is a world tree clone. Feng Tianxi seemed to have expected this, but was still shocked by the answer. If he hadn't seen the world tree clone in the star boundary, he wouldn't have associated it with the one in his small universe. He only knew that it must be some kind of amazing tree. However, when he saw the giant world tree clone in the star boundary, he instantly realized that there was also one in his small universe. Tao Lord, do you know why there is a world tree clone in my small universe? Feng Tianxia appeared puzzled. He wanted to see Yang Kai because he wanted to ask him about this. What's so surprising about it? Yang Kai smiled, look. As he spoke, he opened a portal to his own small universe. Feng Tianxia looked up and infused his divine sense into the portal, after which he saw the entirety of the void world. He also saw the void Tao temple and a massive tree in the center of this world that was even larger than the world tree clone in the star boundary. Tao Lord, you, Feng Tianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. He had lived in the void world for 2,000 years and traveled the entire world as far as he knew, but he had not known that there was such an enormous tree in the void world. It was apparent that the Tao Lord had hidden it from them. You're not the only one who obtained such an opportunity. Yang Kai closed the portal and didn't intend to explain anything. When the seal in his human self dissolved one day, Feng Tianxia would understand everything. It was pointless to explain anything to him now. Feng Tianxia was still baffled. He felt that he had gotten the answer to his doubts, but it also felt as though he had learned nothing. Having this opportunity is just one factor in your life, the key is how you turn this opportunity into your own power, Yang Kai explained. The human self appeared to be straightforward and honest, so Yang Kai decided to be a little more direct. Do you know why I've become who I am today and why I'm more powerful than other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Feng Tianxia shook his head. It's because I've had many opportunities in life, Yang Kai stated bluntly. There's no use only doing things step by step when it comes to cultivation. Only by seizing opportunities will you grow stronger quickly. It's only been around 2,000 years since I started cultivating, but I'm now an 8th Order Master. Moreover, I started as a 5th Order Master. Anyone else would have been considered lucky if he could ascend to the next order in 2,000 years. After a moment of silence, he continued, the World Tree clone contains a mysterious power that seals and stabilizes one's small universe. With the clone in your possession, your small universe is naturally shielded from any external forces. More importantly, you do not have to fear black ink strength. Other Open Heaven Realm Masters, even 8th Order Masters, have to divert part of their strength and attention to resist black ink strength while fighting the Black Ink clan, but we don't have to do that. Just let it wash over you, for you can suppress it with ease. You're not at risk of getting corrupted by black ink strength, therefore, when you battle against the Black Ink clan in the future, go all out without fear. Don't let the other party off if you can defeat them. If you're less powerful than them, run. You're also an expert in the Tao of space now, and given your 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, no one can harm you unless an innate territory lord makes a move. Yang Kai paused for a moment before saying, also, the World Tree clone can condense and purify world force which will help you refine your strength. You've been cultivating for many years already, so I'm sure you know that the purer one's power is, the more powerful one is. Feng Tianxia nodded. What Yang Kai said was simple to understand. Hitting someone with a 1 kilogram wooden slab or a 1 kilogram iron block had totally different effects. Although they weighed the same, there was no doubt the latter would cause more damage. That was the benefit of having purer power. Over the years, Feng Tianxia had fought many battles, but he had never been defeated. What he relied on wasn't his realm, but his solid foundation, which brought him very pure power. Most of the time, his opponents had higher cultivation than his own, but he remained more powerful. When Yang Kai saw that Feng Tianxia was mesmerized, he went on to say, certainly, these benefits are useful for going against enemies, but let's also talk about the benefits this thing has when it comes to cultivation. When an Open Heaven Realm Master ascends to the 7th Order, their small universe will materialize. That allows them to raise living beings in their body. However, if you ask around, you'll realize that no Open Heaven Realm Master, not even the 9th Order Old Ancestors, keeps living beings in their small universes. Do you know why? Feng Tianxia shook his head as he appeared eager to find out more. Certainly, Yang Kai was pleased with his reaction. That's because, without something to seal and stabilize one's small universe, when an Open Heaven Realm Master deals with a powerful opponent, their small universe inevitably shakes violently. When that happens, the entire world is thrown into turmoil. In that case, how many living beings do you think will survive? Upon hearing the explanation, Feng Tianxia said, does Tao Lord mean that with the World Tree clone protecting my small universe, when I fight with someone, my small universe won't be affected? Yang Kai replied with a smile, you're a promising young man. I've exchanged moves with countless masters before, and even some royal lords who tried to hunt me down. However, when you lived in the void world back then, did you ever feel any tremors? Without the World Tree clone to guard my small universe, the void world would have been destroyed instead of becoming as prosperous as it is today. A puzzled Feng Tianxia asked, Tao Lord, what benefits do we get by doing so? There are a lot of benefits, Yang Kai explained enthusiastically. As living beings are born, live, and die in the one small universe, they produce a lot of world force. In other words, even if you don't cultivate, your heritage will still grow slowly. The more living beings there are, the quicker your power will grow. Feng Tianxia finally realized something, is that why Tao Lord's cultivation speed is much quicker than others? Yes. An excited Feng Tianxia said, disciple understands now. What Tao Lord means is that I should find some living beings and place them into my small universe as well. That way, I'll also become a 7th order or even 8th order master sooner. There's no need for that. Don't tell anyone you have a World Tree clone. There will always be some wicked people out there who will stop at nothing to acquire treasures. I have enough power to protect myself, so no one will dare to harm me. However, once others find out that you have a World Tree clone, you might fall into danger. What should this disciple do, then? Feng Tianxia asked humbly. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't know the World Tree clone's advantages, but now that he was aware of them, he had to make good use of it. I'll give you something. Open up your small universe, Yang Kai ordered. Feng Tianxia opened up the portal as he was told. Yang Kai did the same as a thought flashed across his mind. The next moment, Feng Tianxia felt that the Tao Lord had stuffed something into his small universe. As he looked into his small universe, he was amazed. A moment later, Yang Kai closed the portal and explained, they are small stone race members. Although they have very low sentience, they reproduce rapidly. Moreover, by raising them, you'll gain 10 times the benefits compared to raising other living beings. Take good care of them. They'll be useful to you. Many thanks, Tao Lord. Feng Tianxia saluted him. I'll also give you some resources. You'll need them when you cultivate. Disciple thanks Tao Lord for his generosity. I also have some artifacts for you. You're a 6th order master now. Just take them and refine them when you're free. They might save your life when you're in danger. Yes. Good, I have to continue recuperating. You may leave now. Feng Tianxia got to his feet and saluted him, disciple will take his leave now. Yang Kai only waved his hand. Feng Tianxia felt his emotions undulating in his heart as he left the cave mansion. After cultivating for 2,000 years, he finally had the chance to fight against the Black Ink clan. He decided that he must not disappoint the Tao Lord or tarnish the Tao Temple's name. Suddenly, he realized that the Tao Lord hadn't actually answered his question. He still had no idea whether the fact that his small universe had materialized had something to do with the World Tree clone or not. Soon, he shook his head with a smile, for it was no longer necessary to harp on this issue. After his chat with the Tao Lord, he now knew what he had to do for his future. Just by heading in that direction, he would grow stronger quickly. Furthermore, the Tao Lord had given him many things. Hua Qingxi had been waiting for him. Feng Tianxia walked up to her and cupped his fist, many thanks, head manager. She shook her head with a smile, don't mention it. Head manager, which great territory should I head to? Hua Qingxi replied, there's no rush. There's something I have to ask you. Please go ahead, head manager. The palace master. I mean, your Tao Lord is an expert in 3 grand Taos, which are the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the Spear Tao. I'm sure you're aware of this. Feng Tianxia nodded. Every cultivator in the void world knew this, for the Tao essences of these 3 grand Taos were the richest in the atmosphere. Have you cultivated one of these 3 grand Taos? Hua Qingxi asked. Feng Tianxia replied, I've cultivated all of them. Hua Qingxi was startled, really? She had come into contact with many disciples from the Void Tao Temple before, and it could be said that 1 out of 10 had a certain mastery of one of these 3 grand Taos. A much smaller number of them had dabbled in 2 of these Grand Daos. However, she had never met anyone who had cultivated all 3 Grand Daos before. Feng Tianxia was the first. It was no wonder that the palace master was willing to see him even though he was recuperating. It seemed that he valued Feng Tianxia highly. Then, do you know your level of mastery over these 3 Grand Daos? Feng Tianxia appeared hesitant as he had no idea how to reply to her. Hua Qingxi smiled, "It's fine. Come with me." She knew that it wasn't easy to answer this question. Saying so, she led the way for him while Feng Tianxia followed her. Soon, they arrived at a secret place at the back of High Heaven Palace. There were 3 palaces in front of them. Feng Tianxia looked intently and felt that some mysterious powers were undulating from those 3 palaces. Hua Qingxi explained, "These are the sealed worlds that the palace master has left behind for the disciples of the Void Tao Temple. They correspond to the Tao of Space, the Tao of Time, and the Spear Tao. If anyone has inherited part of his legacy into one of these Grand Daos, they can enter and get some training. It's also a place to test your mastery over these Grand Daos." Feng Tianxi's eyes brightened when he heard that. Since the Tao Lord had left behind these sealed worlds, they must be amazing. If he could go in and cultivate, he would benefit from it. Test our mastery over these Grand Daos? Hua Qingxi nodded. There is no end to the cultivation of the Grand Tao. In the past, there were no guidelines or specific quantitative measures to gauge one's mastery. The palace master invented some guidelines for categorizing one's mastery over each Grand Tao, and most people have acknowledged it. Feng Tianxi's interest was piqued. What are the guidelines? Hua Qingxi explained, the guidelines are based on the open heaven realm, so there are 9 levels in total. The first level is the lowest and 9th level is the highest. In sequence, they are superficial contact, peering through the doors, taking the initial steps, traversing a familiar path, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others with insight, summiting the peak, and shocking history and dazzling the present. Usually, when a person manages to condense their Tao seal using their main Grand Tao, they will be at a level of peering through the doors. When they ascend to the open heaven realm, they will automatically reach the level of taking the initial steps. 1. Note, there were 10 levels in the past, the author seems to have decided to change that so there are now 9. I Feng Tianxia gave it some thought and felt shocked. When a person condensed his or her Tao seal, they had only reached the 2nd level of mastery, and when they ascended to the open heaven realm, they reached the 3rd level. Feng Tianxia couldn't help but wonder how high the Tao Lord's achievements in the 3 Grand Daos were. Furthermore, the categorization showed that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to comprehend new insights. These 3 sealed worlds correspond to the 3 Grand Daos. There are some hurdles inside, and every hurdle represents a level. Your limit will be the level of your mastery of a specific Grand Tao, Hua Qingxi explained. Upon hearing her explanation, Feng Tianxia nodded, disciple understands. Which sealed world? Would you like to try first? Hua Qingxi looked at him. Feng Tianxia replied, the Space Tao sealed world. Hua Qingxi pointed at the leftmost grand hall, that is the Space Tao sealed world. Just go in on your own. I'll be waiting outside. Feng Tianxia saluted her and stepped into the grand hall while Hua Qingxi waited outside. After Yang Kai left behind these 3 sealed worlds back then, those from High Heaven Palace were the ones who built these palaces. Over the years, many disciples from the Void Tao Temple came to this place to get some training. They had inherited the 3 Grand Daos thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Even some Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan members were interested in the Time Tao sealed world and the Space Tao sealed world. These sealed worlds were not only places to test one's mastery of Grand Daos but also wonderful training grounds. Hua Qingxi had never entered any of these palaces before, so she had no idea what was inside. However, she was sure that the palace master must have left behind many of his own insights. By breaking through the hurdles inside, those who had cultivated these 3 Grand Daos would gain massive benefits. It wasn't until half a month later that an energetic Feng Tianxia left the Grand Hall. Without stopping, he entered the 2nd palace where the Time Tao sealed world was located. Half a month later, he stepped into the Spear Tao sealed world. When he finally shuffled out of the 3rd Grand Hall, Hua Qingxi could feel that his aura had become far more stable. Although his cultivation didn't increase much, his strength must have improved significantly. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, head manager," Fang Tianci saluted her with a joyful expression. He had gained massive benefits by going through the 3 sealed worlds this time. Nonetheless, he had reached his limits. He reckoned that when he cultivated for a longer time and gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Daos, he would be able to cross even more hurdles. Hua Qingxi shook her head to show that it was fine. "How many hurdles have you passed in the Space Dao sealed world?" Fang Tianci replied, "It's embarrassing, but I was stuck at the 6th hurdle." Hua Qingxi was slightly surprised. Fang Tianci had just ascended to the open heaven realm, but he had managed to overcome 5 hurdles. Such an achievement had never happened before. Many disciples had left the Dao temple over the years, and some of them had cultivated the Dao of space. However, the best result achieved so far was the 4th hurdle. In other words, they were on the level of traversing a familiar path. Nonetheless, Fang Tianci had achieved the level of attaining mastery through a comprehensive understanding of the Dao of space. One must not underestimate the difference of one level, for it meant a vast disparity between achievements. The difference was akin to the differences in order in the open heaven realm. The palace master's first disciple, Zhao Yibai, had only achieved the 6th level when his mastery was tested. Hua Qingxi thought that it was such a shame. There was no doubt Fang Tianci was a talented person, but unfortunately, he had only ascended to the 6th order. Had he directly ascended to the 7th order, he could have attained amazing achievements like the palace master's 3 disciples. The mastery of a Grand Dao was different from cultivation. As long as one hadn't reached their innate limit, they could improve their cultivation by putting in the effort and resources. However, comprehension and enlightenment were required to master Grand Daos. Without enough wits, one couldn't advance far in any Grand Dao regardless of how powerful their cultivation was. Hua Qingxi was also a veteran 6th order open heaven realm master, so she naturally understood this. She initially only wanted to find out Fang Tianci's mastery over the Dao of space, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity as she asked, "What about your results in the Time Dao sealed world and the Spear Dao sealed world?" A bashful Fang Tianci replied, "I only overcame the 5th hurdle in the Time Dao sealed world. It's worse in the Spear Dao sealed world. I only passed the 4th hurdle." He looked embarrassed, as though he had disappointed the Dao Lord. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi was lost for words. When she heard Fang Tianci say that he had cultivated all 3 Grand Daos, she thought that he had only majored in one and perhaps dabbled a bit in the other 2. Now, that didn't seem to be the case. This Fang Tianci had attained a high level of mastery in all 3 Grand Daos. One had to know that Fang Tianci had just made it to the 6th order open heaven realm, but he had already attained such achievements. There was no doubt he had a bright future ahead of him. Although the Spear Dao was his worst Grand Dao, he had still passed the 4th hurdle, which was already something most Dao Temple disciples were unable to achieve. Given this man's amazing comprehension skills and achievements, Hua Qingxi even suspected that he might be the palace master's illegitimate child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so gifted even though he came from the void world. After examining his face though, Hua Qingxi shook her head, for Fang Tianci looked nothing like young Kai. Finding her thoughts ridiculous, she smiled helplessly. The palace master had many beautiful wives, so if he wanted to have a child, he didn't have to do it furtively. Since the palace master still didn't have any descendants after so many years, he apparently didn't want to distract himself by having to look after his offspring yet. Nonetheless, she didn't know that this seemingly preposterous idea was actually quite close to the truth. Fang Tianci wasn't an illegitimate child. Instead, he had an even closer relationship with Yang Kai, for he was the latter's human self. "Head manager?" Fang Tianci called out to her. For some reason, he felt there was something off about the head manager's gaze when she looked at him. Hua Qingxi came to her senses and cast away her wild ideas before saying, "Is there any great territory you'd like to go to?" Fang Tianci shook his head with a smile, "No. I'm fine with any assignment given to me." After pondering for a moment, Hua Qingxi said, "In that case, you should probably head to Profound Nether territory. The palace master is in charge of that place on paper, however, since there's an agreement in place, he can't make a move as he pleases." As such, he decided to return here to cultivate. Fang Tianxi didn't understand when she mentioned the agreement, but when he learned that Yang Kai was in charge of Profound Nether Territory, he nodded joyfully. I'll go to Profound Nether Territory, then. Certainly, he had to take a look at the great territory where the Tao Lord was in charge. Good. If you are interested, once you arrive at Profound Nether Territory, you can look for a little young man named Xianxia. His squad is recruiting members who are experts in the Tao of space. You can make your own decision, of course, and this is by no means an order. In fact, no one in Profound Nether Territory will give you any orders. You'll be free to do as you see fit there, Hua Qingxi explained with a smile. Stinking brat, I've done my best to help you, as for whether you'll be able to keep him, that depends on your own capabilities. A few years ago, Yang Xiao had sent a message to Hua Qingxi and asked her to look out for disciples from the Void Tao Temple who had cultivated the Tao of space. Although quite a number of disciples had left the Void Tao Temple over the years, there still weren't a lot of them. As such, there were even fewer people who were skilled in the Tao of space. Hua Qingxi had recommended two people so far, but unfortunately, their mastery over the Tao of space was not up to Yang Zhao's standards. Fang Tianxi, on the other hand, was a suitable candidate. Nevertheless, it wasn't like she could force Fang Tianxi to do anything. She had only given him a suggestion. As for whether he would look for Yang Xiao, that was his decision to make. Disciple understands, Fang Tianxi nodded. Then, Hua Qingxi gave him a universe chart. Head to Profound Nether Territory on your own, then. Don't forget to check in at the army headquarters and register your name when you arrive. Yes. Fang Tianxi replied and put away the universe chart before leaping into the air. He only had to pass through one great territory to go from High Heaven Territory to Profound Nether Territory. It was also the great territory where the Supreme Headquarters was located, so it was safe. In fact, as long as the 13 great territory battlefields on the front lines were not broken through, the defense at the back would remain impenetrable. Fang Tianxi kept checking the universe chart to verify his location while sometimes using space principles to hasten his pace. A month later, he passed through the great territory where the Supreme Headquarters was located and arrived at Profound Nether Territory. Then, he intercepted a squad of people, who seemed like they were heading back from the battlefield to get some rest, and asked them for directions. Following that, he headed straight to the universe fragment where the army headquarters of Profound Nether Territory was located. Upon his arrival, he reported his name and background. After his information was registered, he received an identity token. The person handling this matter for him was a beautiful woman who was only a third-order master. Due to her weak cultivation, she could not contribute much in terms of war potential, so she dealt with administrative matters as part of the support staff. The woman was very patient, and upon learning that it was Fang Tianxi's first time in Profound Nether Territory and that he had never fought with the Black Ink clan before, she explained many things to him, which Fang Tianxi was grateful for. Then, Fang Tianxi asked, "Do you know Yang Xiao?" The woman's eyes brightened when she heard that, "Sir Yang Xiao? I know him, of course. Are you looking for him?" Fang Tianxi was startled. Hua Qingxi only told him to come to Profound Nether Territory and look for Yang Xiao if he was interested, but she never gave him any details. He initially thought that it would be hard to look for one person on this vast battlefield, but it now seemed that it wasn't so difficult. Since a cultivator dealing with administrative tasks in the rear was aware of Yang Zhao's name, it seemed that he was pretty famous. However, when Fang Tianxi realized that the woman was blushing, he knew that Yang Xiao was not just famous for his battle record. Just as he expected, when the woman realized that he was looking for Yang Xiao, she appeared more enthusiastic. "Why are you looking for Sir Yang Xiao, senior brother?" Fang Tianxi explained, "I just came from High Heaven Palace where the head manager told me to look for him." The woman's eyes became even brighter. "You're from High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai was in charge of Profound Nether Territory on paper, and he was the palace master of High Heaven Palace. Many of the cultivators in this place also came from High Heaven Palace. There was no doubt that High Heaven Palace was the most famous great force in the entire Profound Nether Territory. Even the cave heavens and paradises were no match for it. "Do you have a universe chart?" the woman asked. Yes, Fang Tianxi promptly fished out his universe chart and passed it to her. The woman took it and surged her divine sense before giving it back to him. Sir Yangzhao's squad always remains on the front lines. Recently, they're supposed to be getting some rest at this forward outpost. If you head over now, you might find them there. Feng Tianci looked into the universe chart and saw a marked location in profound nether territory. Many thanks, he nodded gratefully. Following that, he was ready to leave. Wait a moment. The woman called out to him. Is there anything else, junior sister? The woman bashfully passed him a space ring. Feng Tianci was puzzled as to what was going on. The woman said sheepishly, please pass this to Sir Yangxiao. Since I can't fight the enemy directly, I'd like to give Sir Yangxiao some pills that can heal his wounds and restore his energy. Please tell him to stay safe. Alright, Feng Tianci nodded. Although he had never met Yangxiao before, he thought that the latter must be quite popular among the ladies. That was why this woman only wanted to give some pills to Yangxiao even though there were so many soldiers at the front line. By the way, my name is Yunxi. The woman added. Feng Tianci was torn between tears and laughter, thinking that Yangxiao might not even know who this woman was if he gave him her name. Following the directions in the universe chart, Feng Tianci took a few days to arrive at the forward outpost. However, before he even entered the place, he was stopped. Although he had shown them his identity token, he was still asked to enter a purifying array. The soldiers who fought with the enemy were at risk of being corrupted by black ink strength. Once that happened, they would become black ink disciples, who didn't look different from the normal cultivators. Because it was impossible to tell a black ink disciple from an ordinary human just by observing them, a large purifying array was arranged at every forward outpost. Its design was based on the interior of a purifying black ink battleship and it contained a lot of purifying light. Anyone who had been corrupted by black ink strength or had become a black ink disciple would have that black ink strength dispelled by purifying light the moment they stepped into this array. Someone who hadn't been corrupted by black ink strength wouldn't lose anything by entering it. When there was a change of affairs in profound nether territory back then, some black ink disciples tried to sneak into the forward outposts. However, their black ink strength was purified by the purifying array, which allowed them to regain their original nature. Soon, the Black Ink clan stopped doing such a futile thing. All the same, the purifying array remained, for some cultivators might be accidentally corrupted by black ink strength. The array could save their lives. The moment Feng Tianci stepped out of the array, he was amazed by what he saw. The huge forward outpost was like a prosperous city. The streets were neat and clean, with shops lining them for as far as the eye could see. There was also a massive number of people walking around. The cultivators who moved around this place were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Feng Tianci had never seen so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in one place before, and this was just one of the forward outposts operated by the humans. It was said that there were a total of 10 similar forward outposts in profound nether territory. That wasn't even including the headquarters at the rear. Nonetheless, it also made Feng Tianci realize how formidable the Black Ink clan must be. So many Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in the same great territory, yet they were still unable to destroy the Black Ink clan, which went to show how powerful the enemy was. The cultivators were mostly in groups of 3 to 5 people with some bigger groups reaching a dozen or so. Rarely was anyone on his own like Feng Tianci. While he was looking around, someone came up to him and cupped his fist. Greetings, senior brother. Feng Tianci looked around, but upon confirming that the other party was speaking to him, he saluted him back with an awkward expression. What's the matter? Junior brother? The other party's aura suggested that he was a 5th order master. Given the fact that Feng Tianci was a 6th order master, it was only reasonable that he called him junior brother. If they were in the same sect, seniority would be important. If they were not from the same sect, they would usually address each other according to their cultivation. Is it your first time here, senior brother? If so, please come with me. Saying so, the person passionately took his sleeve and tried to drag him away. Feng Tianci found it strange. Is it so obvious that it's my first time here? Unbeknownst to him, his reaction was indeed conspicuous to the others. Only a cultivator who arrived at this place for the first time would be curious about his surroundings. Just then, another person leaped forward and intercepted them before politely greeting Feng Tianci. Well met, senior brother. Then, he looked at the Fifth Order Master, who was holding Feng Tianxi's sleeve, and said, "Brother Zhou, it's Fei Yun Squad's turn this time. You've crossed the line by snatching him like this." Brother Zhou shook his head. "There are only a few people in the Fei Yun Squad. I told you to merge yours with another squad, but you just wouldn't listen to me. So what if you manage to persuade him to join your squad? You won't keep him for long." The cultivator from Fei Yun Squad snapped, "Nonsense. All four of us in the Fei Yun Squad are above the Fifth Order. In fact, Squad Leader Chai is a Sixth Order Master. All of us are powerful, so how could you compare us to the other squads? It's not like our squad leader isn't a Sixth Order Master. Senior brother, we have one Sixth Order Master and two Fifth Order Masters in the Thousand Mountain Squad. There are 6 people in total. Given our collective power, we're even able to deal with a feudal lord if we come across one. Don't listen to his nonsense, senior brother. If his Thousand Mountain Squad ran into a feudal lord, they'd immediately run away instead of fighting. The Fei Yun Squad is different. We accidentally bumped into a feudal lord the other day, and under Squad Leader Chai's leadership, not only did we manage to withdraw safely, but we also dealt that feudal lord a painful blow." Feng Tianxi was perplexed as he listened to these two, but after giving it some thought, he soon realized what was going on. Apart from the 6 great territories where things remained unchanged, the other great territories didn't have any Eighth Order Masters and territory lords involved directly in the war. As such, both the humans and the Black Ink clan had scattered their soldiers around. The humans relied heavily on squads as they hunted the Black Ink clansmen down. Apparently, when these two people saw that Feng Tianxi was new to this place, and as such wasn't part of any squad, they decided to recruit him into theirs. Nonetheless, Hua Qingxi had already given him a suggestion regarding this matter. Even if she hadn't, Feng Tianxi wasn't ready to join any squad in a hurry. At the very least, he had to figure out the current state of affairs in Profound Nether territory first. One had to sharpen his tools before starting to work. It was crucial to collect more information first. Feng Tianxi raised his hand to stop them from arguing and cupped his fist with a smile. "Many thanks for inviting this Feng to your squads, but I'm afraid I must decline. Before coming to Profound Nether territory, head manager Hua told me to look for a certain senior brother." Both of the recruiters instantly fell silent while Brother Zhou smiled helplessly. "You already have somewhere to go? In that case, please forgive our rudeness." Then, he asked curiously, "Who are you looking for, senior brother?" Feng Tianxi had the intention of asking them about Xianxia. After all, they seemed to be stationed at this forward outpost, so they should be familiar with the goings-on in this place. He then told them he was looking for Xianxia. Instantly, they wore respectful looks. "Are you from High Heaven Palace, senior brother?" "Yes." "I see. If you're looking for senior brother Yang, you just have to wait here for a few days. Senior brother Yang has just taken his 10 Directions Supreme Squad out on a hunt. I suppose it'll take him some time before he returns." 10 Directions Supreme Squad? After pondering for a moment, Feng Tianxi replied with a smile, "That's an interesting name for senior brother Yang's squad." The two of them exchanged glances and let out a dry laugh. The squad's name was more than just being interesting, for its full name was "My Adoptive Father in All 10 Directions Reigns Supreme, but I am second to him." Upon learning that Yang Zhao's squad would come back sometime later, Feng Tianxi decided to wait beside the purifying array. That way, as soon as Xianxia returned, Feng Tianxi would find out about it, ensuring that he wouldn't miss the chance to meet him. Having cultivated for thousands of years already, Feng Tianxi had grown to be a patient person. He could wait for years at a time, let alone a few days. No one came up to him again, as such, he was able to sit down and cultivate with peace of mind. Some 10 days later, Feng Tianxi heard some shouts of excitement while he was cultivating. The 10 Directions Supreme Squad has returned. They've done something big this time by destroying a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. For real? It's true. I heard that they've even killed 8 feudal lords this time. He's just as formidable as his father. Well, that's nothing. We could do the same if our squad had so many powerful members. What nonsense are you saying? It's extremely difficult to destroy a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. No one would dare to challenge so many Black Ink clansmen if they weren't capable enough. Usually, it'll take more than 10 squads and at least the same number of 7th Order Masters to deal with so many Black Ink clansmen. The 10 Directions Supreme Squad hadn't sought any external help this time. Furthermore, it seems that they've returned unscathed. As Feng Tianxia listened to the noise around him, he realized something and opened his eyes, only to see the cultivators around him staring fixedly at the purifying array. There was a look of reverence on their faces, as though they were waiting for a heroic general who had just won a great war to return. As a light flashed across the purifying array, a figure emerged. He was a young man who was clad in white robes. Even his hair was silvery white. Not only did he look handsome, but he also appeared noble and imposing. The moment he appeared, the people around him started greeting him hospitably. It seemed that this white-robed young man was quite popular in this forward outpost. The men looked at him with admiration while the women stared at him with fervor, as though they were trying to melt the young man with their eyes. They kept greeting him by calling him Big Brother Xianxia and Sir Xianxia. Is this the Xianxia that the head manager told me to look for? Feng Tianxia examined the young man and realized that the latter was indeed an outstanding individual. After stepping out of the array, Xianxia greeted everyone with a faint smile. He wasn't aloof, but he wasn't passionate either. However, what puzzled Feng Tianxia was that there was an old-looking turtle the size of a small plate sitting on the young man's head, looking just like a hat. As though noticing his stare, the old turtle extended his neck and took a look at him. Feng Tianxia was startled, for this small turtle was obviously a powerful master. The aura he exuded momentarily suggested that he was no less powerful than a 7th Order Master. Following behind Xianxia was a woman who was also clad in a white dress. Feng Tianxia wasn't sure if it was just his delusion, but he felt that the woman and the Tao Lord looked similar. Then, more figures shuffled out of the array. Following behind Xianxia and the white-robed woman were 2 young men and 1 young woman. One of the men looked like an honest and cheerful person, but something seemed to be troubling him as he kept shaking his head. The woman walked alongside him as she whispered to him. Although she was gorgeous, her expression was frigid, like an unsheathed blade. Feng Tianxia only looked at her for a moment, but he still felt as though something had pierced into his soul. The other young man had a distinct bowl-cut hairstyle. Just like Xianxia at the front, he kept greeting the cultivators around him, seemingly enjoying the attention. Behind them was an ancient ominous beast. On its head sat a stone man with his arms crossed, looking as though he was full of himself. Meanwhile, riding on the ominous beast's back were a young boy and a young girl. The young boy appeared to be adorable, but when he smiled, his mouth tore apart and revealed a hideous set of teeth. On the other hand, the young girl appeared quite cute and delicate. This 10 Directions Supreme Squad's members are a bit strange. Despite their eccentricity, Feng Tianxia could feel that they were all powerful. None of the members in the squad were weak, as most of them exuded a might equivalent to 7th Order Masters. As for those who didn't, they were all 6th Order Masters. It was no wonder that this squad was able to destroy a Black Ink clan army of 30,000. Any Black Ink clan army would be doomed if they came across such a lineup. Nevertheless, the fact that they were completely unharmed illustrated just how strong they were. The head manager had given Feng Tianxia a good recommendation. If he could join such a squad, Feng Tianxia would never be bored again. After giving it some thought, he stepped forward and soon arrived in front of Xianxia. Then, he cupped his fist and said, "High Heaven Palace, Feng Tianxia, greets senior brother Yang." It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Tao Lord and the senior brother shared the surname Yang. Are they related in any way? However, Xianxia looked nothing like Yang Kai. On the other hand, the white-robed woman beside him resembled the Tao Lord quite a bit. Oh? Xianxia looked at him with surprise. "You're from High Heaven Palace?" Xianxia found the other man unfamiliar. Since he didn't know him, he reckoned that the latter was a newly promoted 6th Order Master. "Yes. The head manager said you're recruiting members, and she told me to look for you." Hearing that, Xianxia appeared pleasantly surprised. "Head manager Hua told you to look for me?" He then realized that this guy was from the Void Dao Temple, otherwise, head manager Hua wouldn't have asked him to seek him out. At that moment, Xianxia started feeling expectant. Hua Qingxi had recommended 2 people previously, but unfortunately, their abilities were not up to his standards. As such, he recommended them to other squads. Anyway, cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space were universally welcomed, so they were soon accepted. When fighting with the Black Ink clan, even though strong masters could help kill more enemies, there would also be times when escaping was essential. In times like these, cultivators who had cultivated the Tao of Space proved to be invaluable. On all the battlefields, there was no doubt that the disciples from the Void Tao Temple were the most popular, especially those who had cultivated the Tao of Space. Once such people appeared, countless squads would invite them to join them by offering many perks. Xianxia was eager to find out Feng Tianxi's abilities, so without hesitation, he turned to the honest-looking young man and said, "Junior brother Zhao, give him a test." Zhao Yibai stepped forward and motioned for Feng Tianxi to follow him. Feng Tianxi knew that it was a test he had to pass if he wanted to join the 10 Directions Supreme Squad. As such, he followed the other man without any questions. Soon, they left the forward outpost and disappeared into the void. An hour later, they returned together. While Zhao Yibai remained calm and collected, Feng Tianxi seemed to be lost in his thoughts. The test was nothing special as Feng Tianxi was only tested on his utilization of the Tao of Space. Feng Tianxi was initially confident, but he never expected that Zhao Yibai was also a master of the Tao of Space. Moreover, Zhao Yibai had a greater mastery over this grand Tao than he did. There was no doubt that Feng Tianxi had been defeated by the other man when it came to the Tao of Space, and it wasn't because Zhao Yibai was an order above him, but rather because his comprehension of the Tao of Space was greater. Feng Tianxi felt that he had learned a lot, and he also came to realize that there were always people beyond people. "How was it?" Xianxia asked eagerly. Zhao Yibai gently nodded in response. Xianxia guffawed and passionately patted Feng Tianxi's shoulder. "From now on, you're a member of the 10 Directions Supreme Squad. We can finally do something greater." His squad was basically unrivaled in the entire Profound Nether territory. Others were envious that they were able to kill enemies with ease, but the truth was, how was it possible for them to improve themselves if they felt no pressure? Only the weak bullied those weaker than themselves, while those who were strong challenged those who were stronger. Their goal wasn't to make a name for themselves in Profound Nether territory. Instead, they wanted to storm into the great territories that the Black Ink clansmen had occupied, destroy their Black Ink nests, and ruthlessly kill all the Black Ink clansmen they could find. However, if they wanted to do that, they would face a huge risk even though their squad members were powerful. As such, they needed enough power to protect themselves. They initially had such a member. Back then, with Lu Yan and Zhao Yibai joining forces, they could escape if they came across enemies they were unable to defeat. However, after Lu Yan returned to the star boundary to cultivate in seclusion in her phoenix nest, the squad's mobility and ability to escape had been significantly reduced. That was why Xianxia sent a message to Hua Qingxi, asking her to look out for people who were experts in the Tao of Space. Since Feng Tianxi had passed Zhao Yibai's test, there was no doubt that he had gained the latter's acknowledgement. Xianxia had faith in Zhao Yibai's judgment. "Come on. I'll introduce our members to you," Xianxia said enthusiastically. As he introduced the squad members to Feng Tianxi, the cultivators around them were envious. They knew what it would mean if one could join the 10 Directions Supreme Squad, however, they also knew that it wasn't easy to become one of them. Xianxia wasn't interested in anyone who wasn't capable enough. Although it was Feng Tianxi's first time meeting these people, he somehow felt as though he had known them for a long time. As such, he became close to them very quickly. He sincerely admired Zhao Yibai as he cupped his fist and said, "Please give me more guidance in the future, senior brother Zhao." Zhao Yibai smiled frankly, "If there's some free time, we can discuss the Tao of Space and have a friendly competition. Since you've cultivated the Tao of Space, you must be from the Void Tao Temple and have inherited the honored master's grand Tao. As such, you shouldn't underestimate yourself." "Honored master?" Feng Tianxi was stunned. Xianxia smilingly wrapped his arm around Feng Tianxi's shoulders. "Junior brother Zhao is my adoptive father's first legacy disciple." "Adoptive father?" Feng Tianxi was astounded. "I'm talking about the Tao Lord as you all call him," Xianxia explained nonchalantly. Then, he appeared somewhat envious. That old man certainly has had some fun by building a Tao temple in his small universe. If I had one of the 4 universe pillars, I would have done the same. Feng Tianxi was bewildered. Hua Qingxi only told him to come look for Xianxia, but she didn't give him many details. It wasn't until this moment that he realized many members of this squad were closely related to the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord's adoptive son, little sister, and 3 legacy disciples were all members. Certainly, Feng Tianxi was aware of Zhao Yibai and the other 2 legacy disciples. When he was cultivating in the Tao temple back then, he was informed that the Tao Lord had taken on 3 disciples in the void world. They were all legendary figures, but they were now standing right in front of him. Upon that realization, Feng Tianxi felt relieved. It was no wonder that Zhao Yibai had a better grasp of the Tao of space. He was the Tao Lord's first disciple who inherited his Tao of space. It wasn't surprising that he was more skillful in this grand Tao. It was only reasonable that Feng Tianxi was defeated. Feng Tianxi felt that the head manager had found him a wonderful squad to be a part of. Initially, he only decided to take a look at Xianxia in profound nether territory after getting a suggestion from the head manager, but he hadn't made up his mind yet to join his squad. After all, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the star boundary since he left the void world. As such, he knew little about the 3,000 worlds. He had his own ideas, but he would also accept kind recommendations. He had passed Zhao Yibai's test, and he acknowledged that the latter had a better grasp of the Tao of space. By cultivating alongside such a powerful person, he would gain immense benefits. However, he soon realized that the 10 Directions Supreme Squad did not only have senior brother Zhao, but also senior sister Zhao and senior brother Su. The Tao Lord's 3 disciples had respectively inherited his 3 primary grand Taos. By joining the 10 Directions Supreme Squad, it would mean that Feng Tianxi had a chance to frequently exchange insights on these grand Taos with them. It was a good reason for him to join the squad. An energetic Xianxia declared, "Since that is settled, we should go and get some resources first, then, we'll throw a welcome party for junior brother Feng. When we're done getting prepared, we'll set off." They could finally leave the profound nether territory and roam the great territories that the Black Ink clan had occupied. Xianxia could not wait to get started. The others were naturally fine with it. Over the years, Xianxia had been the one leading the squad. It wasn't that he was the strongest. In fact, the 7th Order masters in the squad were all equally powerful. It was just that the others had no interest in managing the squad's affairs, so they decided to let Xianxia take charge of everything. At the mention of resources, Feng Tianxi suddenly recalled something and fished out a space ring. "By the way, senior brother Yang, when I was at the army headquarters the other day, a junior sister named Yun she told me to pass this to you. There are some pills inside." Before he could finish his words, he felt a forceful clasp on his shoulder, which caused him some pain. Feng Tianxi was astounded, thinking that Yang Zhao's strength was quite intense. "What are you talking about, junior brother? I don't understand." Feng Tianxi was confused, so he tried to explain again. "Senior brother, it was a junior sister named Yunxi, hee." A melodious laugh was suddenly heard from the side. Feng Tianxi reckoned that it was Yang Shui's voice, and he could feel that Xianxia was shuddering. When he turned his head, he saw Xianxia glaring at him. "Junior brother, you should not follow the crooked path." Feng Tianxi was puzzled. Without explaining further, Xianxia left him and walked up to Yang Shui before whispering to her. Feng Tianxi could faintly hear him saying, "I don't know any such woman. Don't listen to his nonsense." Zhao Yibai came over and patted Feng Tianxi's shoulder with a smile. "Let's go, junior brother Feng." A worried Feng Tianxi said, "Senior brother Yang, he had it coming." Zhao Yi walked past them and snorted. In a dense forest, the sprawling branches seemed to be connected. All the trees were gigantic, and their crowns were so vast that when one looked down at the continent from above, it was as though it was a sea of green. Although many humans lived in the myriad monsters world now, the environment hadn't changed much. Such wilderness had been sustained for uncountable years, so not much change would happen in a short time. In this dense forest, danger was hidden everywhere. The roles of hunters and prey could be flipped upside down in an instant. A more powerful creature might just be hiding somewhere behind, waiting to pounce on its prey and gnaw at it. It was the perfect representation of natural selection. In such an environment, the monster race had an unrivaled advantage when it came to their cultivation. The heavenly way and principles of this world favored monster race too. It was made even more conspicuous after a world tree clone was planted several hundred years ago. More and more great monsters broke through their shackles and shook off the universe world's shackles, allowing them to head out into the expansive outer universe to explore the unknown. As the strongest great monsters left, the original balance was shattered. After several hundred years of change, there was now a new order in this world. Even though it was daytime, it was still extremely dark in the forest as the tree crowns blocked all sunlight. An arm-thick snake with glistening skin slithered around a branch and approached its target in silence, a tree cave in the trunk that exuded the aura of blood and flesh. Although the snake was furtive, the prey in the tree cave still noticed its presence. Just as the snake stuck its head into the tree cave, a gray shadow dashed out at the speed of lighting. The snake seemed prepared. The moment the gray shadow appeared, the snake shot forward and opened its hideous mouth before biting down. The gray shadow howled in pain, but it couldn't get rid of the snake. As poison entered its body, the gray shadow soon stopped moving. The snake then wrapped its body around the trunk and widened its bloody mouth. It was ready to enjoy its meal. Unbeknownst to it, there was a shadow behind it that moved slightly. The shadow perfectly blended into the tree's shadow, ensuring no one could see it. The shadow had seen the snake successfully take down its prey, but it remained unmoving, which showed how patient it was. Just as the snake was deluged with the joy of having killed its prey, the dark shadow leapt out. Compared to the snake, there was no doubt that the dark shadow was smaller, but it was extremely agile and appeared behind the snake in the blink of an eye before biting its neck. The snake hissed in pain as its figure started writhing and fell to the ground. The dark shadow quickly leapt away with a piece of flesh in its mouth and gulped it down. As a metallic tang permeated the area, the snake hissed wildly as it coiled up and raised its head high to intimidate the opponent. However, the dark shadow remained unfazed. As it stepped on the fallen leaves, it made no noise. It just kept circling the snake, patiently waiting for a chance to strike. This kind of life-and-death battle frequently took place in the forest. The winner would enjoy its delicious meal while the loser ended up in the other's stomach. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The snake lay on the ground with countless wounds on its body, many of which were bone-deep. The dark shadow was the winner as it now devoured its prey. However, the dark shadow soon collapsed to the ground. Although it had gained victory, it wasn't unharmed. Its prey resisted fiercely and bit the dark shadow several times earlier. As such, the dark shadow had been struck with poison. This kind of poison wasn't lethal, but it would make the dark shadow black out for a while. However, in such a dangerous forest, the dark shadow probably wouldn't wake up again. An incense stick later, the sound of something brushing through the canopy was heard in this silent forest and several figures dexterously jumped from branch to branch. Although the human race had started living in the myriad monsters world over 200 years ago, this world remained a treasure trove that was yet to be fully exploited. Apart from monster beasts in this world, the things that were most useful to the humans were spirit flowers and herbs. After all, this was a universe world where ancient wilderness remained unexplored, and monster race knew nothing about alchemy. Other than the spirit herbs that could be consumed directly, the rest wasn't put to good use. As such, the humans living in this place would come together and enter the forest to collect precious resources every so often, gaining massive rewards each time. However, this came with many risks. Although Xianxia had told the great monsters in the myriad monsters world they could not hunt the humans back then, this kind of thing couldn't be prevented entirely. There were still some monster beasts who retained their wild nature and who functioned more on instinct than reason, so if they came across a human on their own, they would normally just eat them. Under most circumstances, the humans and monster race got along fairly well in the myriad monsters world. Neither side made a move on the other for no reason, which was why the humans dared to enter the forest and collect herbs. Without Xianxia's restriction in the past, these human cultivators would have been destroyed the moment they stepped into the forest. Suddenly, a petite figure stopped in her tracks. She looked like a beautiful young woman in her early 20s and her aptitude was clearly quite good as she was already in the separation and reunion boundary. The metallic tang in the air was obvious, so she certainly noticed it. As she looked around, she soon saw the bloodied battlefield. She leaped from the branches and landed beside the snake, then, she saw the dark shadow lying on the ground. Junior's sister, another figure landed beside her. He seemed to be a young man who was a few years older. The young woman pointed at the dark shadow and said, "It's a shadow leopard." "Is it dead?" the man asked. "I don't think so," the young woman replied. Then, she placed her hand on the shadow leopard's neck and said affirmatively, "It's still alive, but I think it's been struck with poison." The man urged her by saying, "Ignore it. In the myriad monsters world, it's only normal that monster beasts fight with each other. We should focus on our mission. However, if we ignore it, it will be eaten by other monster beasts." The woman didn't have the heart to let the small leopard die, so she looked up at the man. "Please save it, senior brother." The man frowned as he wasn't willing to have a hand in the affairs between monster beasts, so he dissuaded her, saying, "It would be terrible if its parents misunderstand us. This shadow leopard is still very young, so perhaps its parents are nearby." The young woman replied, "If they were nearby, they would have saved it already. Its parents must be dead. It's such a pity that this leopard has to start hunting at such a young age." As she recalled certain memories, she felt a lump in her throat. She went on to say, "Moreover, it's fine even if its parents come looking for it. We'll just give the leopard back to them. Please save it, senior brother." As she tipped her head back, she looked at the man with teary eyes. The man didn't have the heart to see the woman cry, so he raised his hands and gave in. "All right. We'll save it. Stop crying." The young woman instantly stopped crying and smiled, "You're the best, senior brother." Then, she crouched down and picked up the shadow leopard. "Let's go, senior brother. Are you going to carry it just like this?" "Yes." "Shouldn't you give it a detoxifying pill and dress up its wounds?" Only then did the young woman come to her senses and start treating the little leopard. Since they had to enter the forest to collect spirit herbs frequently, they always made sure to bring some detoxifying pills with them as they never knew what they might encounter. Such pills were useful at this moment. In the expansive universe, there were countless sects and great forces. The cave heavens and paradises had a long history with ample heritage, and were unrivaled in the 3,000 worlds. As such, they were considered first class. Under the cave heavens and paradises, the great forces with mid-rank open heaven realm masters assuming command were considered second class. For the great forces that didn't even have any mid-rank open heaven realm masters, they were classified as third class. Supposedly, the universe should be filled with the lowest class great forces, but the truth was, second class great forces came in the largest number in the 3,000 worlds. Mid-rank open heaven realm ranged from the 4th order to the 6th order, and as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too terrible, he or she could make an initial breakthrough to the 2nd or 3rd order open heaven realm. After that, given enough time, effort, and resources, such a person would become a 4th order master. As such, there were a lot of 4th order and 5th order masters in any great territory, while there would be quite a number of 6th order masters as well. However, even if the two great forces were both second class, the difference in their heritages could be immense. As long as there was a single 4th order master in a sect, it was considered second class. On the other hand, a sect with several 6th order masters in charge was also considered second class, but no one would say two such sects were comparable. Great Feather Pavilion was a below-average second-class great force. At the peak of its power, it only had 2 5th-order masters and 4 4th-order masters. This kind of heritage could only be described as ordinary. However, even a great force like Great Feather Pavilion had occupied a great territory and had it named after their sect. Following the Black Ink clan's invasion, however, all great forces, no matter their size or strength, had no choice but to give up on their heritages and evacuate to high heaven territory, even the cave heavens and paradises. Back then, Great Feather Pavilion was visited by a human squad that was deployed from the barren territory. Following their instructions, they met up with the great forces from the other nearby great territories and headed to high heaven territory. Although they experienced some dangers along the way, they safely arrived at their destination. Their lives in high heaven territory were hard. At that time, there were countless cultivators from different great forces that had gathered together. Just like those from Great Feather Pavilion, they had left their homes and didn't have a place to stay. There were two universe worlds in high heaven territory. One of them was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. No ordinary people could go to the former, while the latter wasn't suitable for most people to live in. Since there was a lack of space and resources, everyone from Great Feather Pavilion was filled with a sense of despair. It wasn't until High Heaven Palace sent them to a universe world in the new Great Territory that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After such a traumatizing experience, everyone from the elders down to the lowest disciples of the sect realized just how miserable it was to be weak. However, it was extremely difficult to increase one's strength. Therefore, when the masters of the star boundary spread word about the myriad monsters world, the open heaven realm masters from Great Feather Pavilion all headed to profound nether territory without hesitation to join the war against the Black Ink clan so that they could earn military merits, which could be traded for the right to live in the myriad monsters world. The appearance of the myriad monsters world was like a beacon of hope for the weaker great forces. They didn't have the right to enter the star boundary, but the myriad monsters world represented a new beginning. As long as they could let their juniors cultivate in the myriad monsters world, they would get nourishment from the world tree clone. Perhaps there would be a prodigy who could directly ascend to the 6th order or 7th order in the future. Just one such person would be enough to help them overcome their destitute destiny. Finally, when the myriad monsters world was opened up, the first batch of people from Great Feather Pavilion settled down in that place. Initially, there were only 10 or so disciples from their sect, but as time passed, more and more moved into the myriad monsters world. They occupied a small spirit peak and rebuilt Great Feather Pavilion. Although the beginning was tough, they were no longer in the position like that of several hundred years ago where they were unable to even imagine a future for themselves. Now, there were 8,000 to 10,000 great forces that had settled down in the myriad monsters world, and there would surely be even more in the future. Fortunately, the myriad monsters world was vast. When Yang Kai inspected this place back then, he realized that it was much larger than an average universe world. If it wasn't, it couldn't have accommodated so many great forces. Presently, the open heaven realm masters above the 3rd order from Great Feather Pavilion had headed to the battlefields to battle the enemy. Only several old and frail 2nd order masters stayed behind in the sect to teach the younger disciples. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger in the myriad monsters world. Otherwise, these 2nd order masters couldn't have ensured everyone's safety. Several young kids stood outside the sect's entrance and appeared expectant. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Senior brothers and senior sisters are back." Following the cheers, many agile figures passed through the forest and approached them in the blink of an eye. There were fewer than 100 people, and they were all young people in their teens and 20s. The effectiveness of the World Tree clone's nourishment had a lot to do with cultivation and age. A young person with low cultivation would get the most benefits, while an old 3rd order Emperor Realm Master might not gain any benefits at all. Every quota to live in the myriad monsters world was valuable. As such, those from Great Feather Pavilion wouldn't dare to waste them, sending those young disciples who had excellent aptitudes to this place with the bare minimum of elders to look after them. Chatters and laughter were heard in front of the entrance. Soon, the young kids were attracted to a particular anomaly. It was a little beast with black and smooth fur. The little beast seemed to be injured as it was asleep in a senior sister's arms. Blood had seeped through the bandages around its body. The young kids surrounded the senior sister and chirped. It appeared they had instantly become fond of this little beast. A young disciple asked, "Senior sister Xianxia, is this a monster beast?" Xianxia smiled and nodded, and, "It's a shadow leopard." The disciple extended his hand in an attempt to touch the shadow leopard, but he soon retracted it as he was worried that the shadow leopard would wake up suddenly and bite him. A 2nd order master asked, "What's going on?" Xianxia then briefly relayed to him what happened to the snow leopard and asked, "Elder, can I raise it?" The elder replied, "I don't mind you raising it, but how do you intend to feed it?" "I can bring it out and do some hunting." The elder shook his head. When that sir planted the World Tree clone in this place 300 years ago, he made an agreement with the great monsters that both races should coexist harmoniously and that we couldn't harm each other for no reason. Although there have been incidents of monster beasts hunting humans over the years, that was mostly related to beasts who had retained their wild nature. As such, we couldn't settle the score with them. If you make a move on the monster race though, it will be a breach of the agreement between that sir and the monster race. If the monster race members flare up, no one can protect you. It was the first time Xianxia heard about this, so she was caught in a dilemma. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Will it be alright if we hunt some normal beasts?" The elder nodded, "That should be fine." Normal beasts were not part of the agreement. After all, some weaker cultivators still needed to eat to survive. An elated Xianxia said, "I'll keep it for now, then. Now that it's hurt, it won't survive if we release it back to the forest. When it recovers, I'll let it go if it doesn't want to stay." "Good," the elder nodded. As such, the little shadow leopard was kept in the Great Feather Pavilion. Xianxia was initially worried that the shadow leopard wouldn't be able to adapt to the new environment, but she soon realized that her concerns were unnecessary. Although the shadow leopard was still very young, it seemed to have some sentience as it knew who saved it. After it awakened, it didn't show any hostility towards Xianxia. As Xianxia took good care of the shadow leopard and it recovered quickly. When she went to visit the shadow leopard a month later, she realized that it was nowhere to be seen. She searched everywhere in Great Feather Pavilion but still couldn't find it. It seemed that the shadow leopard had left without a word. This made the young woman sad. However, after giving it some thought, she realized that a monster beast like the shadow leopard was supposed to live in the wild. By keeping it in the Great Feather Pavilion, it might wear away the leopard's instincts, which would inevitably weaken it. As such, she soon accepted this reality. It wasn't until half a year later that she came across the shadow leopard again. As though they were destined to meet again, Xianxia bumped into the dark shadow when she was collecting spirit herbs in the forest. The shadow leopard walked up to her with obvious affection, which pleasantly surprised Xianxia. They hadn't met for half a year, and the shadow leopard had grown much larger. She managed to collect more resources this time, as with the shadow leopard leading the way, she easily found a lot of precious herbs. Since then, collecting spirit herbs was the activity that she looked forward to the most. As time passed, both Xianxia and the shadow leopard both grew stronger. The young woman had grown up to be a beautiful lady like a blooming flower. She had married her beloved senior brother and given birth to children. She lived a full and happy life. On the other hand, the shadow leopard had grown from a monster beast to a monster general, then a monster commander, and eventually an intimidating monster king. The great forces nearby knew that there was a monster king that was equivalent to an emperor realm master protecting the Great Feather Pavilion's territory. As such, the disciples from the Great Feather Pavilion were safe whenever they headed out to collect herbs or wander around. All this was because a young woman took the initiative to save a shadow leopard in the past. Others couldn't help feeling envious. Although they wanted to do the same, they didn't know where to start. Several hundred years later, heavy rain poured down from the sky as lightning struck through the night. Xianxia heard a familiar growl when she was cultivating. Her expression changed as she immediately stopped. Then, she pressed her ear against the door and listened for a while. Following that, she dashed out of the Great Feather Pavilion and charged forward in the rain. Now, she was an Emperor Realm Master who had condensed her Dao Seal. As long as she refined the 7 elements, she would be able to ascend to the open heaven realm. Her aptitude was fairly good, though not the best, so she had been refining 5th-order materials over the years. As such, she could most likely directly ascend to the 5th-order open heaven realm. One had to know that just a few hundred years ago, the strongest master in Great Feather Pavilion was only in the 5th-order open heaven realm, and he had worked his way up to that level from the 3rd order. No one in Great Feather Pavilion's history had ever directly ascended to the 5th order in the past. All this was thanks to the World Tree clone's nourishment. Now, several people in the Great Feather Pavilion also had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th order. Although no one had yet shown the aptitude to reach the 6th order directly, there was no doubt Great Feather Pavilion was on the rise. Xianxia's Emperor Qi blocked out the pouring rain for her as she dexterously ran forward and soon stood above a tall tree crown. When she looked up, she felt her chest tightening. On a peak that was several hundred meters above the ground, lightning struck and illuminated the entire world. She saw the well-built shadow leopard, who had been her friend for hundreds of years, standing on the peak and howling at the sky, no trace of fear in its voice. It's going to attempt a breakthrough. Xianxia couldn't help but feel worried at this sight. Now, Xianxia was no longer an inexperienced 20-year-old woman. At the very least, she was an Emperor Realm Master who had been living in the myriad monsters world for hundreds of years, so she was aware of many secrets that commoners did not know. This expansive universe had gone through 3 very long eras, which were the Primordial Era, the Early Ancient Era, and the Late Ancient Era. They were respectively ruled by the divine spirits, monster beasts, and finally the humans. In every era, the heavenly way favored these different rulers. In the Early Ancient Era, the heavenly way favored the monster race, and as such, it was easier for the monster race to cultivate. Following the fall of the Early Ancient Era and the arrival of the Late Ancient Era, humans rose to prominence, therefore, the preference was shifted from the monster race to the humans. In other words, the humans were the current favorites in this universe. Perhaps it had something to do with the humans' influence on the heavenly way due to their rise in power. However, even though Xianxia was an Emperor Realm Master, she couldn't form judgments of her own as she had only heard about such things from others. The only thing she was certain of was that the current era wasn't friendly to the monster race, making it more difficult for them to cultivate than the humans. The ancient cultivation techniques of the monster race had been lost to time, so most relied on the humans' open heaven realm method to achieve an ascension. In other words, they had to assume human forms to shatter their shackles. However, the myriad monsters world was a place which somehow preserved the aura of the early ancient era quite well. It was said that when the Lord of the Star Boundary arrived at this place several hundred years ago, the great monsters here had not only lost the ancient cultivation techniques, but they had also never met humans before. As such, how were they supposed to assume human forms and make use of the humans' open heaven realm cultivation method to break their innate shackles? Therefore, in the past, the great monsters were unable to get rid of the world's restrictions. Once they became monster kings, they were unable to improve any further. The Lord of the Star Boundary did not only plant a world tree clone here though, he had also taught the great monsters the primal art. It was thanks to him that the great monsters were able to continue cultivating. Therefore, in the myriad monsters world now, there were 2 methods the monster race could use to cultivate. One was to use the primal art left behind by the Lord of the Star Boundary, and the other was the human's open heaven realm method. There were pros and cons to both, so neither could be said to be superior. The monster race members had to make their own decisions. Many monster beasts became close to humans when they were still very young, and were subsequently raised by them. Since these monster beasts quickly learned how to assume human form, they naturally chose the human's cultivation method. However, a monster race member like the shadow leopard, who had always remained a beast, chose the primal art. It had been over 10 years since Xianxia last met the shadow leopard, and at that time, she already felt that the beast was on the brink of achieving a breakthrough. Nevertheless, she hadn't heard any news from it since then. Much to her surprise, she heard the noise of its breakthrough on this stormy night. She had read a lot of ancient books and found out that monster race members who chose to achieve a breakthrough by using the primal art had to face a much greater risk than those who relied on the open heaven realm method. That was because monster race members cultivated the primal art by refining their monster cores, which were their very foundation. The stronger the monster core, the more powerful the monster race member was, but there were also a lot of uncertainties in this refining process. Xianxia couldn't help feeling worried. She had spent the last few centuries with the shadow leopard, so she had already regarded it as her friend. In her heart, this monster race member was just as important as her husband and children. Now that the shadow leopard was at the most critical moment of its ascension, it was only natural that she was anxious. Just then, another roar reverberated across the sky. Following the roar, thick monster chi permeated the area as though it had materialized. In an instant, the peak was surrounded by a layer of fog. Gotcha! As though responding to the shadow leopard's roar, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Xianxia could faintly see that on the peak, the shadow leopard spat out a round object that soon hovered above its head. It was the shadow leopard's monster core. A bolt of lightning struck down at the small monster core like it was a long whip. Xianxia flinched as though she was the one being whipped. She widened her eyes and looked intently at the shadow leopard. The originally still monster core started rotating around after being hit by the lightning. Threads of lightning whirled around the dark monster core and formed some cracks in it. The shadow leopard growled as its monster chi surged to repair its monster core. Just like how the humans had to go through a world baptism when achieving an ascension, monster race members experienced a similar trial. However, the current situation was more dangerous than the trials humans had to face. After all, the heavenly way was in favor of the humans presently. If a monster race member relied on the open heaven method to achieve a breakthrough, they were essentially complying with the heavenly way. However, if they chose the primal art, they were defying the heavens. As such, the wrath of lightning wasn't just a trial, but a heavenly tribulation. It was thanks to the primitive environment in the myriad monsters world that the tribulation was less severe. If a monster race member attempted a breakthrough in such a way in any other universe world, it would face an even more ferocious attack. Everything seemed frail beneath the heavenly tribulation. If the shadow leopard couldn't persevere, it would be killed and its monster core would be destroyed. However, if it could survive, it would gain massive benefits. Another even more powerful flash of lightning struck just then, causing monster core to spin even faster. Seeing this, Xianxia set her mind at ease. She had known the shadow leopard for years, so she was aware of its capabilities. This kind of heavenly tribulation supposedly wouldn't cause the beast serious harm. She secretly prayed that her friend would not get too greedy. If she had known what would happen, she would have looked for the beast and discussed with it earlier. Nevertheless, given the shadow leopard's temperament, she reckoned that it was useless to talk to the beast about it. This fellow was obstinate. When it was still a little beast back then, it left Great Feather Pavilion without a word after it recovered. As the bolts of lightning continued to strike, the shadow leopard remained unmoving. It only kept howling in response, as though it was trying to shatter the sky. Who goes there? Xianxia's expression turned cold abruptly as she charged forward in a particular direction. While in midair, a sword appeared in her hand. Jade Moon Sword Arts, 3,000 Sword Lights. A rain of sword lights poured down like a storm as countless trees were instantly leveled. However, a momentary glint from within the chaos made Xianxia's heart sink. Violent monster chi surged from below. The sword lights struck monster chi and disappeared, as though the latter was a mire. Certainly, Xianxia hadn't fully unleashed her power, but it also showed how powerful the other party was. Finally, Xianxia realized who had been acting furtively in this nearby place. It was a monster king, not a human. A series of hisses were heard. From the thick monster chi, a snake head that was as large as a house emerged. The snake head was angular, as though it was carved from a rock, and its scales looked extremely robust. The snake glowered at Xianxia, who was standing on a nearby branch. There seemed to be a sense of ruthlessness behind those eyes. Rock Snake King. Xianxia's pupils dilated, but she soon calmed herself down. Snake King, please withdraw. She secretly cursed, thinking that it indeed wouldn't be easy for the shadow leopard to achieve an ascension. Following the agreement between the Lord of the Star Boundary and the great monsters back then, the human race and monster race had been living together harmoniously in the myriad monsters world. However, the monster race still fought amongst themselves quite fiercely. Every living monster king made a name for itself by killing many other monster race members. The shadow leopard was no exception to this. When Xianxia saw the shadow leopard for the first time, she felt that it was cute and adorable, but the truth was he was the most ferocious monster race member she was aware of. Moreover, it was quite arrogant. This kind of monster race member naturally had a lot of enemies. Xianxia had saved the shadow leopard's life before. As such, a grateful shadow leopard never showed its wild side in front of her over the years. The Rock Snake King was one of the shadow leopard's enemies as their territories were next to each other. The shadow leopard was bullied by the snake when it was weak, so when it grew stronger, it was determined to get its revenge. Certainly, the Rock Snake King wouldn't allow its enemy to grow in power. If the shadow leopard passed through the tribulation and ascended above the Monster King realm, the Rock Snake King would be doomed. Therefore, the moment it realized that the shadow leopard was attempting a breakthrough, it slithered over and approached the shadow leopard in secret, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to its enemy. Nonetheless, Xianxia managed to detect its presence. The Rock Snake King was extremely powerful, furthermore, its skin was as hard as steel. The shadow leopard had exchanged moves with it several times but could never defeat it outright. Although Xianxia was an Emperor Realm Master, she didn't have the confidence to defeat the Snake King either. In fact, she might not even be able to protect herself. Even though it was difficult for monster race members to cultivate, they were innately more powerful than the humans when in the same realm. That was because they had robust physiques and spent much longer accumulating heritage. You dare make a move against me, human? The Rock Snake King glared at Xianxia as it hissed and spoke human language. Xianxia frowned and cupped her fist. Please forgive my earlier offense, Snake King. They had to comply with the agreement between the Lord of the Star Boundary and the great monsters, which was the very foundation of the human race's survival in the myriad monsters world. Without this agreement, the humans would find it hard to live in such a world. The Rock Snake King snorted, "Scram. I don't want to waste any time on you." Following that, its burly figure zigzagged towards the shadow leopard. Certainly, Xianxia couldn't back down, otherwise, the shadow leopard's ascension would be interrupted. Let alone break through to a higher realm, it might even lose its life. A hint of hesitation flashed across Xianxia's eyes, but she soon brought down her sword and sent a sword wave slashing across the route where the Snake King was heading, forming a crack on the ground. Please retreat, Snake King. Rain poured down from the dark sky as the small woman stood steadfastly on the tree branch in front of the Rock Snake King. The eyes on the snake head beamed with an insidious glow as it hissed rapidly. Soon, a human-like smile appeared on its face. Good, this king has never eaten a human before. I'll devour you before dealing with that stupid leopard. The moment it finished speaking, its snake head appeared in front of Xianxia all of a sudden and opened its hideous mouth, emanating a pungent breath. It was as though the snake wanted to swallow Xianxia in one fell swoop. A terrible stink exuded from the snake's gruesome mouth. Xianxia's petite figure was stuck inside the mouth as though she would be devoured at any moment. At the most critical moment, she resisted the snake's teeth with her sword. Following a violent impact, she was sent flying away, thus widening her gap with the Rock Snake King. Although the snake was heavy, it zigzagged forward at an incredible speed. As its monster chi surged, the trees along the way cracked and fell to the ground as though they were just straws. The moment Xianxia stabilized herself, she felt an immense force coming from behind. She swung her sword and infused her emperor chi into it to protect her back. With a boom, the huge snake tail struck, almost shattering her protective emperor chi. Xianxia staggered forward, but before she could regain her footing, she saw a green fog coming at her. She was astounded. Although she knew that it wasn't easy to deal with a monster king, it wasn't until she exchanged moves with the Rock Snake King that she realized how powerful the other party was. Initially, she just wanted to stop the Rock Snake King from harming the shadow leopard, but she soon realized that she couldn't deter the other party without going all out. Snake King, forgive my disrespect. She wielded her sword and cast the fog away with a flash of sword lights that soon formed a light screen and covered the snake. She had used the most powerful method she possessed to strike back. Good. The Rock Snake King was enraged. It let the sword lights rain on it and cut across its robust skin. As its blood streamed down from the wounds, it roared, "Since the agreement has been nullified, what are you all waiting for?" Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Snake King, you. The Rock Snake King smiled wickedly. You're the one who broke the agreement first, so it is not our monster race's fault if your sect is destroyed. Several hundred years ago, that master who taught the monster race the primal art agreed with the strongest great monsters of the time, which stated that the two races must not harm each other for no reason. As such, both races had been living together harmoniously for the past few hundred years. However, the myriad monsters world originally belonged to monster race. More and more humans appeared in this place with each passing day, and although their existence posed no threat to the monster race, many of these humans had ample vitality in their bodies. Therefore, monster race members coveted them. If they could devour these cultivators, it would be beneficial to their growth. Many monster kings intended to eat these humans as food, however, they were unable to do so since there was an agreement in place. Nonetheless, several hundred years had passed, so the initial fear which enforced the agreement was less oppressive now. The monster race only needed a chance to nullify the agreement. Only now did Xianxia figure out that the Rock Snake King did not only want to get its revenge, but was also plotting against the humans when it decided to interrupt the shadow leopard's ascension. Streams of monster chi started surging from all directions suddenly. They were all monster kings who were just as powerful as the Rock Snake King. These monster kings approached in the rain. Qin Shui was naturally flustered. Many figures emerged from Great Feather Pavilion and looked into the distance. The Shadow Leopard's ascension, the fight between Qin Shui and the Snake King, and the Snake King's roar were by no means quiet, so there was no way those from Great Feather Pavilion didn't hear them. Among the crowd, a young woman, who resembled Qin Shui, exclaimed with a flustered expression, "Mother is over there." Several Second-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were in charge of the Great Feather Pavilion, sported solemn expressions. Given their strength, they were not afraid of those monster kings. Regardless of how powerful monster kings were, they hadn't broken free from the world's restrictions. On the other hand, even though their order was low, they were still Open Heaven Realm Masters. These monster kings were not comparable to them at all. However, these humans couldn't make a move, otherwise, the peace that had been sustained for hundreds of years in the Myriad Monsters world would be shattered. When that happened, the entire Myriad Monsters world would descend into chaos. They couldn't possibly bear the responsibility. How could Qin Shui be so foolish to make a move on a monster king? One Second-Order Master snapped. As he spoke, he took a step forward. "I'll bring her back." The humans were not supposed to meddle in the monster race's affairs. Nevertheless, after the Second-Order Master took 2 steps forward, a figure stood in his way. She was the young woman who resembled Qin Shui, and although her cultivation was low, she still spread her arms and stood steadfastly there. "You can't go, Elder. Leopard King is achieving an ascension, and the Snake King is its enemy. If you bring Mother back, Leopard King will be killed. If I don't bring your mother back, she will die. If she's killed by a monster king, we won't even be able to avenge her death." The Second-Order Elder stared at the young woman, who appeared hesitant. "Step aside," the Elder ordered. Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes as she didn't know what to do. After a sigh, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. "I'll go over." He was also an Emperor Realm Master. The young woman called out in pleasant surprise, "Father." The middle-aged man lovingly stroked the young woman's head and looked at the Second-Order Master. "Please look after Xianxia, Elder." The Elder frowned and said solemnly, "You mustn't act on a whim." The middle-aged man smiled, "Don't worry." The next moment, he turned into a ray of light and charged forward. Meanwhile, a large area of the forest where Qin Shui and the Rock Snake King were fighting had been leveled, covered with a thick green fog. Inside the poisonous fog, sword lights could faintly be seen flickering. The fight between them had reached a climax. Although Qin Shui had condensed her Dao seal, she still found it hard to deal with a monster king who was only one step away from achieving a breakthrough. Moreover, her Emperor Qi was draining quickly as she needed to defend herself from the poisonous fog and fight at the same time. There was no doubt she was in a perilous situation. Just then, a figure boldly charged into the fog with a sword in hand and joined the fight. As he and Qin Shui joined forces, they were able to fend off the Rock Snake King's violent attacks. "There's one more here." "Very good." The Rock Snake King guffawed at how foolish these humans were. Since one more human had joined the fight, things would be simpler for Monster Race. It had made the right decision to persuade the other monster kings to take action together. The middle-aged man wrapped his arm around Qin Shui's waist and flew backwards for several hundred meters. The moment they left the fog, the man shouted, "Snake King, why don't we stop things here?" "In your dreams." The Rock Snake King shot out of the fog. Although its figure was huge, it was extremely agile. The snake opened its mouth and hissed, "Since you dare make a move, don't even think about leaving this place alive." "So be it," the middle-aged man put on a bitter smile. He knew that they couldn't settle the problem easily, but he still wanted to give it a try. As such, he wasn't disappointed when he failed. Then, he lifted his sword and surged his Emperor Qi before shouting, "I, Ho Qinghai and my wife will take responsibility for today's matter. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Please abide by the agreement, Monster Kings. Don't be fooled by any unscrupulous villain and risk ruining your futures." His voice traveled for quite a distance, and the Monster Kings, who were crossing the borders and approaching them, were startled for a moment, but they soon shrugged it off. Inside Great Feather Pavilion, the Second-Order Elder sighed. He had already expected this kind of outcome when Ho Qinghai offered to go, but he was unable to stop him. The young woman cried, "Father! Mother! Just as she was about to dash forward, the second-order elder tapped his hand on her head, and the young woman collapsed. "Take her inside," the elder ordered. Some senior sisters who were close to her carried her and entered the pavilion. Several second-order elders looked in the battlefield's direction and sighed. "I'm afraid this issue will be hard to settle. Since we're here, Great Feather Pavilion will be safe. The monster kings won't have the guts to attack us. I'm worried today's incident will affect the current affairs in the myriad monsters world. If the monster race members turn hostile against the humans as a whole, we will be held responsible. We have to inform the High Heaven Palace about this and ask them to help settle this issue. Do we just let Qinghai and Xianxia fight on their own? There are monster emperors in the myriad monsters world. If we make a move, those monster emperors won't stay silent and do nothing. Unless we're ready to fight the entire monster race, we mustn't act rashly." Someone let out a long sigh. They were powerless to solve this crisis. After all, they were only second-order open heaven realm masters, so they were not powerful enough to suppress all the monster race members in the myriad monsters world. It was a pity that two bright disciples were in trouble. Both Ho Qinghai and Qin Shui had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order. They had already condensed their Tao seals and just had to keep cultivating for another century or two before making that final breakthrough. Although the elders were frustrated, they were unable to stop it. They were aware of Qin Shui's relationship with the Leopard King. Since the Leopard King was attempting a breakthrough, it was only natural that Qin Shui would stand up for it. On the battlefield, Ho Qinghai and Qin Shui joined forces and finally suppressed the Rock Snake King. However, they were not one bit pleased, for they could feel the streams of powerful monster chi approaching. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this, husband," Qin Shui sent a divine sense transmission apologetically. Ho Qinghai chuckled as he replied, "What are you saying? Since we're married, we will live and die together, there's nothing for you to apologize about. Moreover, this matter is not irresolvable." "Husband, you mean," Ho Qinghai shifted his attention to the shadow leopard, "if Leopard King successfully breaks through, it will be able to protect us." Qin Shui's eyes brightened. Earlier, she was too anxious to realize this. Upon her husband's reminder though, she finally understood they were not in a hopeless situation. Indeed, if the shadow leopard could achieve a breakthrough and become a monster emperor, it would be able to save them. Following a flash of lightning, a gigantic figure appeared in the sky and let out a high-pitched caw. Thick monster chi was approaching fast from the sky. Ho Qinghai's expression changed as he looked up and saw a huge figure descending. Iron Wing Eagle King. It would take most monster kings some time to arrive, but the Iron Wing Eagle King could move swiftly, so it naturally appeared sooner than the others. Seeing that the Rock Snake King was besieged, the eagle swooped down to lend its aid. The two Emperor Realm Masters had lost their advantage since they had to deal with two monster kings now. The Rock Snake King sneered, "You've come at the right time, Eagle King. We'll eat these two humans together then kill that stupid leopard." Without responding to it, the Eagle King fiercely attacked the humans. Immediately, Qin Shui and her husband fell into a dangerous situation. During the intense battle, Qin Shui took a look at the shadow leopard and instantly felt a chill run up her spine. Since the heavenly tribulation started, bolts of lightning had never stopped striking down mercilessly at the spinning monster core. The flashes of lightning were the manifestation of the heaven's might, and they were horrifyingly destructive. Whenever lightning struck, it would form a new crack in the monster core. The shadow leopard continuously activated its power to repair its monster core, and as long as it could do so faster than the lightning could damage it, the beast would successfully achieve an ascension. Moreover, this kind of uninterrupted destruction and repair would purify and strengthen the monster core while it absorbed part of the power of the lightning. Usually, it wasn't too risky for a monster king to attempt a breakthrough, only a bit more than an Emperor Realm Master trying to make it to the open heaven realm. As long as he had accumulated enough heritage, it wouldn't be hard for a monster king to succeed. Since the Lord of the Star Boundary left behind the primal art in the myriad monsters world back then, no monster king had failed to break through their limits. However, their strengths varied greatly after their breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the shadow leopard was different. Compared to the long years of accumulation the older generation monster kings possessed, it had only cultivated for a relatively short time. The shadow leopard managed to become a monster king after just several hundred years because it had devoured many other monster beasts. In doing so, it had offended many monster kings. Half of the rock snake king's offspring had been eaten by the shadow leopard, therefore, it was only natural that it hated the shadow leopard to its core. In just several hundred years, the shadow leopard grew from a little cub to a powerful monster king by devouring many others, which naturally resulted in its power being mixed with many others. The heavenly tribulation was a crisis, but also an opportunity. The flashes of lightning could dispel any impurities from its monster core, greatly strengthening its foundation and heritage. Any other monster king would have successfully achieved a breakthrough after such a long time, however, the shadow leopard was still making use of the heaven's power to purify its strength. It already had a high level of sentience, so it knew that this was a rare opportunity. If it didn't seize the chance to temper its monster core fully, its future would be limited even if it became a monster emperor. Bolts of lightning continued to strike and form even more cracks in the monster core, indicating that it had already reached its limit. But limits were meant to be broken through. The shadow leopard was ambitious, so it wasn't content with only becoming a weak monster emperor in the myriad monsters world. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that it had been friends with Xianxia for years, but it had learned from her that there were extremely powerful humans. Even the current monster emperors were no match for those 7th order, 8th order, and 9th order human masters. The moment Xianxia turned her head, she saw the monster core was full of cracks and that some lightning whirled around it. It seemed to her that the monster core would shatter at any moment, which was why she was anxious. More importantly, the shadow leopard appeared to be running out of power. Unlike how upstanding its figure was when the heavenly tribulation started, it had now crouched down. Under heaven's power, even the hardest backbone would shatter eventually. "That's enough, Leopard King!" Xianxia exclaimed. If the shadow leopard forcibly attempted a breakthrough at this moment, it would most likely succeed. However, if this dragged on, the situation would get worse. "You should worry about yourself first," the rock snake king said insidiously as a glint flashed across its hideous teeth. The storm seemed to have intensified. Another flash of lightning struck just then. The shadow leopard seemed unable to persevere any longer as its knees came into contact with the ground. Blood streamed out of its wounds. The monster core above its head appeared ruined as lightning flashed out through the cracks. "Got you!" A yell was heard all of a sudden as a gigantic figure shot out from the side of the peak and attempted to assault the shadow leopard with its huge hand. A flash of lightning revealed that this gigantic figure was a white-haired ape. More importantly, before it flared up, no one had detected its aura. It seemed to possess a method to conceal its aura. Monster chi undulated wildly around the huge hand. Even if the shadow leopard was at the peak of its power, it would be instantly killed after getting struck by such an attack, not to mention in its current, powerless state. "White Hair Ape King!" Xianxia exclaimed as her heart sank. Just like the Rock Snake King, the White Hair Ape King's territory was adjacent to the shadow leopard's. Since they were neighbors, conflicts were inevitable. While a lot of the Rock Snake King's offspring had been eaten by the shadow leopard, the same thing had happened to the White Hair Ape King. Since the Snake King had appeared, there was no way the White Hair Ape King would stay put. However, the Ape King had been hiding in the dark and waiting for a suitable chance, so it was even more insidious than the Rock Snake King. Following the bolt of lightning earlier, the shadow leopard's aura plunged. As such, the White Hair Ape King instantly appeared as it felt it was the best chance to make a move. Its strong hand struck the shadow leopard dead on, but the latter's skull was not shattered, nor was there any blood at all. The huge hand simply slipped through the shadow leopard's skull directly. At that moment, the shadow leopard seemed to be just an illusory figure. "Huh?" The White Hair Ape King's human-like face appeared doubtful, but before it could figure out what happened, it met the shadow leopard's amber eyes, which were tinged with mockery. A trap. The White Hair Ape King's heart was filled with trepidation. Although he had no idea what kind of divine ability the shadow leopard had used just now, the latter must have hidden it for such a moment. Both monster kings were so close they could feel each other's breath. The shadow leopard's aura appeared weak just moments ago, but now it surged all of a sudden. Its sharp claws accurately ripped open the White Hair Ape King's abdomen, causing blood to splash out wildly. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been possible for the shadow leopard to kill the white hare ape king in such a way, not to mention that it was exhausted. However, the white hare ape king thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it had put down all its defenses when assaulting the latter. That was how the shadow leopard succeeded in one blow. A single moment was long enough to determine the white hare ape king's fate. The instant the shadow leopard retracted its claws, a fist-sized monster core was pulled out. Without hesitation, the shadow leopard stuffed the monster core into its mouth and gulped it down. The white hare ape king wasn't dead yet, but since its monster core was lost, around 90% of its cultivation was gone for good. Nonetheless, it was a monster race member, so it had intrepid vitality. If it could escape and spend some time recuperating, it might just survive. However, it would take a very long time for it to become a monster king again, if that was even possible. Gotcha! Another bolt of lightning struck. The white hare ape king's face filled with terror. The shadow leopard didn't have the spare time to finish its opponent off, but the ape king couldn't possibly resist the heavenly tribulation in its current state. As lightning hit the ape king, it exploded and turned into ash. The shadow leopard was at the most critical moment of its ascension and it was initially running out of power, but after it devoured a monster king's monster core, its power had been significantly replenished. Some of the monster core's power was of course wasted since the shadow leopard didn't have time to absorb it properly. Nevertheless, it was the last of the beast's concerns. Presently, it surged its monster chi to repair its monster core, healing the old cracks just as more were formed under the heavenly tribulation. The shadow leopard knew that if this dragged on, it would lose its life, so without hesitation, it swallowed the monster core in front of it. At that instant, lightning swirled around its figure. Beams of lightning were seen shooting out of its wounds, making it look like a lightning leopard. Not enough. It's still not enough. The shadow leopard roared as its amber eyes had been dyed red. It turned its head and glared at the two nearby monster kings who were fighting with the two Emperor Realm Masters. Both the Rock Snake King and Iron Wing Eagle King shuddered when they met the shadow leopard's gaze. They were already flabbergasted by the white hare ape king's death. They initially thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it stunned them when they realized the latter had been concealing its power. The divine ability that helped its figure turn illusory didn't seem like something a monster race member could master. Instead, it looked more like a human secret technique. The white hare ape king could never have expected that it would be killed in such a way. Presently, the two monster kings were shaken to the core since the shadow leopard had targeted them. Snake King, many thanks for everything that has happened today. I must give you something in return. The moment the shadow leopard finished speaking, it disappeared from the peak. Damn. The Rock Snake King secretly cursed. If it had known this would be the outcome, it wouldn't have tried to interrupt the shadow leopard's breakthrough today. The white hare ape king was a fool, letting himself be killed so easily by the shadow leopard. The Snake King was certain that the shadow leopard was on its last legs, so all the ape king had to do was wait patiently and the heavenly tribulation would have taken care of everything. Nevertheless, the ape king's monster core had become the shadow leopard's source of power now. Without hesitation, the Rock Snake King turned around and shot off. It had given up on the idea of avenging its offspring's death. It stuck its head close to the ground and quickly retreated to its territory. Meanwhile, the Iron Wing Eagle King was doing the same. However, unlike how flustered the Snake King was, the Eagle King was still calm and collected. It was a monster king that specialized in flight, after all, so its speed was far greater than average. Furthermore, it didn't have a blood feud with the shadow leopard. If the shadow leopard chased after the Snake King, the Eagle King could flee with ease. While it was still thinking so though, it felt a figure approaching it in the sky. The Eagle King was shocked, wondering why the shadow leopard had targeted it instead of its arch-nemesis, the Snake King. Just then, it felt a weight on its back as the shadow leopard landed. The next moment, a flash of lightning struck. Both monster kings quivered. Unlike when its monster core was out there withstanding the heavenly tribulation earlier, the shadow leopard had swallowed it now. As such, the heavenly tribulation now directly struck the shadow leopard, putting it in a more dangerous situation. However, the shadow leopard wasn't bothered. If it couldn't overcome the heavenly tribulation, it would lose its life. Both monster kings stiffened when they were struck by the heavenly tribulation, after which they fell from the sky. The shadow leopard had become somewhat adapted to the lightning and was prepared for its onslaught unlike its opponent, so it was the first to recover as it extended its claws and tore the Eagle King's back apart. After digging its monster core out, the shadow leopard directly gobbled it up. Then, the shadow leopard landed on the ground as lightning swirled around its burly figure. It looked in the direction the Snake King was fleeing and roared, "Since you've come today, don't even think about leaving." Following that, it streaked across the land like a flash of lightning and reached the Snake King in the blink of an eye before pressing its claws against the snake and forcing its head down. "Why are you running off so quickly, Snake King?" No." Following a shriek, another Monster King's monster core was dug out. As the shadow leopard swallowed several monster cores of Monster Kings who were just as powerful as it was, its aura reached its peak. The invisible shackles broke apart as the shadow leopard achieved a breakthrough. While it roared painfully and wildly, its aura transformed into something new. Claps of thunder were still heard. While the heavenly tribulation was harming the shadow leopard, it was also purifying its power. There came a moment when, with the shadow leopard as the center, a round of visible shockwaves spread out in all directions. An extremely powerful aura exuded from the shadow leopard. It succeeded. Xianxia, who had been paying close attention to the shadow leopard, cried tears of joy, oblivious to the fact that she had dug her fingers into her palms from all her worrying. She initially thought that the shadow leopard was doomed, so it surprised her when the latter overcame a seemingly impossible crisis and even achieved greater heights. Incredible, Ho Qinghai was standing beside her and was astounded by the shadow leopard's determination. If he were in the shadow leopard's situation, he reckoned that he wouldn't have survived. As he felt the shadow leopard's aura, he remarked, "It's now a third-order monster emperor." After a monster king achieved a breakthrough, it would become a monster emperor, and the orders were categorized based on the human's open heaven realm method. As such, the orders corresponded to those of the humans. In other words, the shadow leopard, who was now a third-order monster emperor, was equivalent to a third-order open heaven realm human master. This kind of cultivation was low compared to human standards, and if the shadow leopard had achieved an ascension through the open heaven realm method, its limit would be the fifth order. On the various Great Territory battlefields, there were innumerable fifth-order open heaven realm masters. However, the shadow leopard had achieved a breakthrough using the primal art, so its potential was limitless. As long as it continuously tempered its monster core and absorbed enough power, it would reach the ninth order one day. Certainly, it would take the beast a long time to achieve that. After all, the strongest monster emperors from the myriad monsters world were currently only in the fifth order. In the dense forest, many monster kings were initially making their way over from all directions, but following the deaths of the White Hair Ape King, Iron Wing Eagle King, and Rock Snake King, these monster kings quickly hid themselves and retreated. They had wanted to hold the humans responsible using today's incident and invade several human sects to feast on them. They were determined to nullify the agreement and chase the humans out of the myriad monsters world. However, the monster kings who were the masterminds behind this plot were dead, so what was the point of the others staying there? Not enough. It's still not enough. The shadow leopard growled. Finally, Xianxia realized that something was off. Supposedly, since the shadow leopard had successfully achieved a breakthrough, its aura would stabilize soon. Instead, the shadow leopard's aura, which showed that it was a third-order monster emperor, was still rising. As a bolt of lightning struck, the shadow leopard disappeared once again. Soon, a shriek was heard from the distance as a monster king questioned furiously, "Why?" Following the monster king's demise, the dark clouds, which were initially fading, returned. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be brewing again in those dark clouds. Another roar was heard moments later. The originally quiet forest became clamorous as though a handful of salt had been thrown into a frying pan full of hot oil. These monster kings seemed to have detected danger, so they stopped hiding and madly surged their powers to retreat to their territories as quickly as possible. A monster king growled, "Leopard King, since you've become a monster emperor, why do you still want to kill us ruthlessly?" The shadow leopard didn't answer the question as it focused on killing and devouring. Xianxia's face turned pale again as she looked up at the increasingly thick dark clouds and the flashes of lightning. What is it trying to do? The heavenly tribulation was supposedly over, and the shadow leopard had become the leopard emperor. However, it was still hunting those monster kings down. It didn't seem to have the intention of letting them off. Although the shadow leopard had just achieved an ascension, the difference in power between a monster emperor and a monster king was unimaginably huge, not to mention that the leopard emperor was still withstanding the bolts of lightning. As the heavenly tribulation struck randomly and with enough strength to harm the leopard emperor, these monster kings were unable to bear the fallout. The auras of these powerful monster kings subsequently disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 monster kings had been killed. The shadow leopard was dexterous to begin with, and now that it had become a monster emperor, it could move even faster. From a bird's eye view, one could see a leopard moving across the land like a flash of lightning. The shadow leopard was badly injured, but it had never felt more alive than it did today. It knew that it had made the right decision. The third-order monster emperor realm wasn't the end of its ascension this time. Ho Qinghai was dumbfounded, but he soon recalled something. Great Emperor. What? Qin Shui was startled for a moment before coming to her senses. Husband, you mean it is trying to become a great emperor of the myriad monsters world? That's the only possibility, Ho Qinghai nodded with certainty. Did you tell it about the great emperors? Qin Shui nodded. It did ask me about it once. In fact, most monster kings are aware of the existence of great emperors. When they became monster emperors, they certainly hoped to become great emperors as well. However, none of them have received the acknowledgement of the world's will over the years. As such, there has never been a great emperor in the myriad monsters world. Ho Qinghai sighed. It seems that the leopard emperor has found a way to become a great emperor. Perhaps the leopard didn't look for the way as it merely conformed to the heavenly way of this world. There was no order to speak of among the monster race. Compared to humans, monster race members lived in a constant state of battle. Furthermore, the myriad monsters world's environment was primitive. Regardless of what the shadow leopard had done, it had undoubtedly garnered the attention of the world's grand Tao. If it succeeded, it would most likely become a great emperor. However, if it failed, it would be doomed. It was a huge gamble. The dark clouds showed signs of dissipating after the shadow leopard first became a monster emperor, but as its aura continued to rise and it relentlessly killed and devoured other monster kings, the dark clouds reconstituted and grew in scale. Flashes of lightning struck down at the shadow leopard like whips, both wounding it while also purifying its aura all at once. The shadow leopard, which was originally a third-order monster emperor, was about to break through to the fourth order. As such, it became increasingly easy for it to kill other monster kings. A monster king that looked like a fox had returned to its territory and withdrawn its aura. While hiding in its den, it shuddered. However, the next moment, the earth was lifted off as a figure with lightning whirling around it appeared above the fox's head. Its eyes were like 2 blood moons as it glared at the fox. A monster. The fox spoke in human language with anxiety. Its voice was soft and demure, so one could imagine that if the fox assumed human form, it would be a seductive woman. Its mind had turned blank at the most critical moment, so it could only muster such a response. Damn you, Leopard Emperor! You demon! The shadow leopard yanked the fox out of the den and opened its bloody maw to devour its prey. Leopard Emperor, stop! A growl that sounded like it came from a hefty beast was heard at that moment. In the distance, a gigantic figure rushed over and landed in front of the shadow leopard. It was a monster with an ox head and a human body. The 2 horns on its head made it look intimidating, and scorching breath was seen puffing out from its nostrils. Given its power, it was already able to assume a full human form. Nevertheless, it seemed too lazy to do so and only took a half-human form to move around more easily. Save me, sir! The fox exclaimed. You're finally here. The shadow leopard directly stuffed the fox into its mouth and chewed it as blood spilled through its teeth. There was no doubt the beast was cruel and merciless, its eyes appearing nonchalant, as though it had just killed an ordinary monster beast instead of a powerful monster king. Bolts of lightning continued to hit the shadow leopard, which made it quiver. The ox-head monster emperor was both shocked and furious as he roared, "You dare!" The fox was the ox's favorite concubine as it knew many tricks to infuse some fun into its boring life. The ox was shocked to see the fox being killed right before its eyes. The shadow leopard's voice sounded like a sneer, "So what if I've killed her? Do you want to avenge its death?" The breath emitted from the ox-head monster emperor's nostrils seemed to have materialized, which showed how incensed it was. Nevertheless, it forced itself to calm down and nodded. Leopard Emperor, since you're also a monster emperor now, you should comply with the rules in this world and mustn't kill monster kings as you please. No one had set such rules, but a tacit agreement had been passed down over the generations. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor initially thought that since it had personally shown up to deal with the matter, the Shadow Leopard would give it some face, but much to its surprise, the Shadow Leopard didn't show any regard for it at all. If the Shadow Leopard were any other monster emperor, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor wouldn't have let it off so easily. Monster race members loved fighting, after all, and it had been a monster emperor in the myriad monsters world for 300 years, so it wasn't afraid of anyone. However, the Leopard Emperor's aura showed that it was about to reach the Fourth Order, and heavenly lightning continued to strike it. As such, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor wasn't willing to get into a conflict with it. It hoped that the Shadow Leopard would be killed by the lightning. Why don't you finish your heavenly tribulation first? We can talk after that. Cut the crap. Do you think this emperor doesn't know that you're the one behind all this? That slut must have instigated you to do this as well. I was going to look for you anyway, but since you're here already, it saved me some trouble. You wanted to look for me? The Ox-Head Monster Emperor widened its eyes and looked at the Shadow Leopard in disbelief. The Shadow Leopard laughed cruelly. Give me your monster core and I'll spare your life. The moment it finished speaking, it turned into a flash of light and charged towards the Ox-Head Monster Emperor. The heavenly tribulation still hadn't ceased, and the Shadow Leopard wasn't so foolish as to think that the other party would agree to its demand, so it struck first. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was flabbergasted, for it never expected the crazy leopard to take action without even trying to negotiate. It now regretted coming here. As monster chi surged, both monster emperors engaged in battle, elevating the conflict beyond a mere brawl between monster kings. Monster emperors were already the most powerful beings in the myriad monsters world, so a life-and-death fight between the two could cause unimaginable damage. Mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The heavenly tribulation intensified amidst the thunderstorm as claps of thunder seemed to be cheering on this battle. In the distance, Qin Shui and Ho Qinghai stood on the crown of a tree, pale as they circulated their emperor chi to fend off the aftereffects of the battle. Although they had no idea whether the Shadow Leopard would win, its words made them realize that the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was the culprit behind the incident tonight. In the myriad monsters world, not all monster race members were willing to comply with the agreement. Some of them believed that the myriad monsters world belonged to the monster race, and as such, all the humans should be killed or become their food. Despite having such thoughts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to directly break the agreement. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was a leader among this faction of the monster race. It had expressed its hostility against the human race on many occasions, and the sects run by the humans in its territory had an especially hard time. The disciples from these sects would even disappear from time to time. Although it didn't dare to brazenly target the humans, the disciples of those sects could never collect herbs from the forests as easily as those from Great Feather Pavilion. The disciples in its territory didn't have the guts to move far away from their sects as they were worried they wouldn't be able to return. Similarly, there were several monster emperors who shared the same sentiment as the Ox-Head Monster Emperor, but most never showed their intentions explicitly. Upon hearing Shadow Leopard's words, Qin Shui and her husband were certain that the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was the mastermind behind this incident. Qin Shui and Shadow Leopard had been close friends for hundreds of years, which was no secret. As Shadow Leopard went through the heavenly tribulation that night, Rock Snake King and White Hair Ape King, who were on bad terms with it, would make a move. There was no way Qin Shui would sit back and do nothing. Once she decided to meddle though, it was no different from destroying the agreement. As such, there wouldn't be a problem for those of the monster race to flare up and retaliate. It was hard to imagine that a monster race member could come up with such a vicious plan. After all, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor looked like a forthright being. Nevertheless, monster emperors were no less intelligent than humans. Everywhere in the myriad monsters world, some monster race members were secretly paying close attention to the battle between these two monster emperors. They were not monster kings, who were unable to have a hand in the battle between two monster emperors. Those who could watch this fight were all monster emperors in the myriad monsters world. This single breakthrough had affected the entire myriad monsters world. Xianxia was worried that if Shadow Leopard lost the fight, the myriad monsters world would descend into turmoil. She wasn't certain if Shadow Leopard would win. Although its aura suggested that it was only one step away from becoming a fourth-order monster emperor, it was badly injured because of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it had just achieved a breakthrough, so no one knew how much of its power it could utilize. On the other hand, even though the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was only a third-order monster emperor as well, it had been 300 years since it entered that realm. Not only did it have ample heritage, it was also steady and obstinate. There was no doubt it was a formidable opponent for Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard's growls and Ox-Head Monster Emperor's bellows reverberated across the sky. These two gigantic figures crashed into the ground, causing a radius of 10,000 kilometers around them to tremble. Lightning continued to strike Shadow Leopard, increasing its wounds. Presently, it was fighting against the heavens and a monster emperor, making this the greatest crisis it had ever faced. However, it was the Ox-Head Monster Emperor who felt increasingly terrified. Although the heavenly tribulation mainly struck Shadow Leopard, its fallout was giving the Ox-Head Monster Emperor a hard time. Although it was a third-order monster emperor, such fallout was still deadly to it, and as more time passed, the impact would only become more pronounced. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was also astonished that instead of plummeting, Shadow Leopard's aura continued to rise. "Just die already!" Shadow Leopard roared. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor was both terrified and furious. It had already regretted making use of the Shadow Leopard's ascension to deal with the humans. Initially, it was worried that the stronger Open Heaven Realm Masters might intervene to ruin its plan, but it never crossed its mind that before it could even carry out its plot, it would be destroyed by Shadow Leopard. Another bolt of lightning struck, as though responding to Shadow Leopard's roar. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor widened its eyes in disbelief because it realized that Shadow Leopard had broken through to the fourth-order Monster Emperor realm. Such an incident was simply unheard of. Usually, when a Monster King became a Monster Emperor, its order would be fixed. It was inconceivable that even though Shadow Leopard had become a Monster Emperor, it could still ascend to the next order during its heavenly tribulation. Initially, both of them were third-order Monster Emperors, so the Ox-Head Monster Emperor had the confidence to oppose Shadow Leopard since it had been hundreds of years since its own ascension. However, the moment Shadow Leopard became a fourth-order Monster Emperor, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor knew that it was doomed. What's more, it felt uneasy because the myriad monsters world seemed to be favoring Shadow Leopard. Presently, Shadow Leopard was no longer defying the heavens, instead, it was harmonizing itself with the will of the myriad monsters world. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor suddenly realized that this was the true grand Tao of the monster race. If it could survive this day, it would only take a short time to make it to the fourth order, and in the future, it would probably have great achievements. However, could it escape from death's door? Its epiphany at this point seemed laughable. It's incredible. Good. Great. Shadow Leopard seemed to have gone mad as its amber eyes were filled with ecstasy when all of a sudden, it stepped backwards. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor, who had been bearing the storm of attacks, could finally take a breather. Although it had no idea why Shadow Leopard suddenly retreated, it did not question this unexpected reprieve. While panting, it took a look at Shadow Leopard, but just as it was ready to say something, it saw Shadow Leopard's robust figure crouching down. One of its paws was in front of the other while it bent both of its back legs. The leopard looked like a bow that was ready to shoot. The Ox-Head Monster Emperor felt a chill running down its spine, for it was most familiar with Shadow Leopard's posture. The posture showed that it was ready to take down its prey. "Hear me out, Leopard Emperor!" The Ox-Head Monster Emperor exclaimed despite feeling embarrassed. An unfazed Shadow Leopard roared, "Block my move, and I'll spare your life." Upon finishing its words, it seemed to draw in all the lightning around it before vanishing into the darkness. However, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor wasn't elated at all as it felt the aura of death coming right at it. Faced with the leopard's glare, it involuntarily stiffened. As the lightning struck, the Shadow Leopard's figure was illuminated. It leaped into the air and pounced on the Ox-Head Monster Emperor. As it opened its hideous maw, lightning flickered in it. It was as though the leopard had bolts of lightning in its mouth. Thunder bite. Following a flash of lightning, a low shriek was heard reverberating across the myriad monsters world. Upon hearing the shriek, all monster race members shuddered and remained silent in their dens. A powerful aura died out in the next instant. It had been 800 years since the myriad monsters world opened up to the outside world, but the Ox-Head Monster Emperor was the first monster emperor to pass away on it. Following the use of Thunder Bite, the Ox-Head Monster Emperor didn't even have the strength to counterattack. It stiffened after the lightning struck its figure. Shadow Leopard bit its neck and dug out its monster core before gulping it down. A third-order monster emperor's monster core was quite nourishing to the leopard. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have become more violent at that moment as 9 lightning columns struck consecutively. The peak where Shadow Leopard was located became a valley upon impact. It felt as if only an instant had passed, but simultaneously like a million years had gone by. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky, but there was no more lightning. In the mountain valley, a battered shadow leopard got up with difficulty and roared at the sky, after which the dark clouds dissipated. In the void, the figure of a sturdy black leopard was reflected. The figure looked exactly like Shadow Leopard, right down to its fur. Throughout the entire myriad monsters world, wherever the humans and monster race members were, as long as they looked up, they could see this magnificent figure. The world hummed as it seemed to be filled with joy. The Shadow Leopard's illusory figure in the sky warped before transforming into 2 ancient characters. The language didn't belong to the humans or the monster race and seemed to be a direct manifestation of the heavenly way. They represented the world's will, so everyone could recognize their meaning in an instant. Thunder Shadow. The trillions of living creatures in the myriad monsters world instantly realized that there was a new great emperor that had gained the world's acknowledgement, and Thunder Shadow was its title. While the humans were astonished, the monster race celebrated. They had only heard about great emperors from the humans, however, while many monster race members had managed to become monster emperors over the years, none had risen to claim the mantle of great emperor. They initially thought that it was because the monster race was different from the humans. After all, the heavenly way in this era favored humans while the monster race was only the darling of the previous era. As such, they were worried there would never be a great emperor from the monster race. The birth of Thunder Shadow Great Emperor allowed them to see new hope. Fortunately, the heavens had not cut off the dream of becoming great emperors. They were in the myriad monsters world where the environment and aura were primitive and favored them, which was almost like an extension of the previous era. Since Shadow Leopard had become a great emperor, it meant that the other monster kings had such a chance as well. In comparison, the deaths of more than 10 monster kings and a third-order monster emperor were nothing worth mentioning. Initially, many longtime monster emperors were worried about Shadow Leopard's actions and planned on suppressing it after the dust settled to let it know that it couldn't kill as it pleased. Now though, none dared to suppress it, nor were they capable of doing so. Shadow Leopard was the only great emperor in the myriad monsters world, so they would consider themselves lucky if Shadow Leopard didn't find fault with them. How would they have the audacity to challenge it? This fellow had killed countless monster race members to get to where it was today, so if it was disgruntled one day, it might just kill some monster emperors and eat them as a snack. Soon, the 2 abstruse characters turned into rays of light and shot into Shadow Leopard's body, leaving a mark in the deepest part of its soul. Shadow Leopard had gained the acknowledgement of the myriad monsters world and earned a title. Its aura, which was faint and withering, immediately started burning again as though it had been splashed with oil. In all directions, the might of the world streamed into its body, allowing its battered figure to acquire immense nourishment. Its blood stopped flowing out of its wounds, which were now healing at an incredible speed. Even its monster core, which was about to shatter due to the heavenly tribulation, became hard and perfect once more. The rapid increase in its aura allowed it to rapidly ascend to the 5th order before it gradually stopped. It was a gift from the world, openly showing its favor to Shadow Leopard. Countless living beings were dumbfounded upon sensing this, and many couldn't help feeling envious. The One-Legged Ox clan offers congratulations to Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. From now on, you will be our leader, and we will always obey your commands. A loud voice was heard coming from the southwest. It was a monster king from the Ox-Head Monster Emperor's clan who was expressing his loyalty. Since their clan's monster emperor was killed, there was supposed to be a blood feud between them. However, to the monster race, strength mattered above all else, so the dead monster emperor no longer mattered. The Ice Frog clan congratulates Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. May you reign over the myriad monsters world for generations to come. A croak was heard coming from the northeast. The Snow Mink clan congratulates Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. It was from the southeast this time. One by one, monster emperors and monster kings raised their voices. Besides monster race members, even the open heaven realm masters from various sects congratulated Shadow Leopard. After it became a great emperor, congratulations came from all around. To the humans, a fifth-order monster emperor was certainly not worth much attention. After all, millions of open heaven realm masters ranged from the fifth order to the seventh order on the various battlefields. A great emperor was nothing special either, as every universe world could produce their own great emperors who were powerful in their domains, but insignificant in the expansive universe. However, a great emperor of the myriad monsters world was different. After all, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was of the monster race. The humans were fully aware of the achievements of the great emperors who came from the star boundary. Apart from the universe-famous Xianxia, there was Zhang Wuhen, Duan Hongchen, Mo Huang, and others who were also well-known figures. They all had made a name for themselves on the battlefields as they slaughtered Black Ink clansmen. These great emperors only directly ascended to the sixth order when they made it to the open heaven realm in the past, but now, most of them were already in the eighth order. 2 or 3 of them were still in the seventh order, but it wouldn't be long before they made it to the next order. The key was that it had only been about 2,000 years since they first ascended to the open heaven realm. It would take the average person 2,000 or more years just to ascend from the sixth order to the seventh order, while it should be impossible to make it to the eighth order no matter how many resources they had available. After all, it took time to refine resources too. However, by relying on their identities as great emperors or the star boundary, they were able to take advantage of the abundant world force drawn in and purified by the world tree clone to shorten the time they needed to cultivate, allowing them to create countless miracles. Unfortunately, every universe world had its limit. The world's bottle in the star boundary was already full, and all the positions had been occupied. Unless a great emperor fell, there wouldn't be new ones rising up. Hence, no one else could enjoy this advantage. Perhaps the capacity in the star boundary would increase in the future, but that would take a long time, and there would surely be fierce competition for any newly opened spot. In the beginning, the world's bottle of the star boundary could only accommodate 10 great emperors, but that number had expanded to 12 now. Apart from the star boundary though, there was also the myriad monsters world. The first great emperor from the monster race was born in the myriad monsters world today. Although it was currently only a fifth-order monster emperor, everyone knew the monster emperor titled Thunder Shadow would be able to grow in power at an unimaginable pace. If the Shadow Leopard had used the open heaven realm method to achieve its ascension, its limit would be the seventh order since it was now in the fifth order. However, it had achieved a breakthrough by relying on the primal art. As such, it had a chance to make it to the eighth order or even the ninth order. Once it became a ninth-order monster emperor, given how fierce the monster race was, perhaps no human ninth-order open heaven realm master would be a match for it. Certainly, the humans wouldn't dare to disregard such a rising star, not to mention that it was the only great emperor in the myriad monsters world for now. In other words, the entire universe world was its territory. Since the humans wanted to make a living in this world, they had to give face to the Shadow Leopard. At that instant, many people shifted their attention to the Great Feather Pavilion. They were aware the Great Emperor was good friends with a woman from the Great Feather Pavilion. It was a well-known fact that it was hard to get along with the monster race, but they reckoned that they could try approaching those from the Great Feather Pavilion. As long as they could strike up a relationship with Thunder Shadow Great Emperor through Great Feather Pavilion, that would be beneficial to their sects. Currently, the sects found in the myriad monsters world were all smaller great forces. The truly powerful great forces of the 3,000 worlds had already settled down in the star boundary. The disciples from these smaller great forces wouldn't dare to ignore a great emperor's influence. This was destined to be a restless night. The great forces started planning on how to establish ties with Great Feather Pavilion. Although Great Feather Pavilion was ordinary, it was now the center of attention in the entire myriad monsters world. Since the sky was now clear, stars shone down brilliantly at this moment. The heavenly tribulation was over as the dark clouds had dissipated. However, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor had fallen into a deep slumber. It was exhausted from all the battles, not to mention that it had to go against the heavenly tribulation at the same time. Although it had become the fifth-order monster emperor, its body and soul were now quite weary. Just then, 2 figures came over. They were Xianxia and her husband, who had been paying close attention to the shadow leopard. When they heard its loud snoring from a distance, they were startled, but after exchanging glances, they were torn between tears and laughter. While the myriad monsters world experienced a paradigm shift, the one who caused everything was flopped onto its belly, snoring away peacefully, leaving them quite speechless. "Please go back first, husband. Don't let Xianxia and the others worry about us." Xianxia sent him a divine sense transmission. "I'll stay here and take care of it." Ho Qinghai nodded. "Good." There wasn't a need to say anything else. The shadow leopard was on good terms with Xianxia, and now that it was a great emperor, no one in the myriad monsters world would dare to harm her. After Ho Qinghai left, Xianxia walked over lightly and took a seat beside the shadow leopard. As she ran her fingers through its smooth fur, she couldn't help but recall the first time she met the shadow leopard several hundred years ago. It never crossed her mind that the little cub from back then would grow up to be so powerful one day. She decided to hurry up and break through to the open heaven realm to catch up to it. As for the agreement between the two races, there was no need to worry about it. Since the ox-head monster emperor was dead, its plan had failed miserably. Moreover, the shadow leopard was now the sole great emperor, so as long as it was willing to uphold the agreement, everything would remain the same even though it was just an oral agreement. No humans or monster race members would dare to disobey a great emperor in the myriad monsters world at this point. Shadow leopard had never shown any hostility towards humans, and it had always let the disciples from Great Feather Pavilion roam its territory and collect spirit herbs at will. The monster race members in its territory had also never antagonized the humans. As the shadow leopard continued to snore, it changed to a more comfortable position. All of a sudden, its eyes shot open and it gazed up into the sky, but its amber eyes reflected nothing. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. "Nothing," the shadow leopard replied while feeling doubtful. Earlier, it sensed that someone was observing it, but it discovered no one upon scanning the surroundings. Either it perceived wrongly, or the one spying on it was far more powerful. It was a monster beast with a sensitive perception, so the former was unlikely, hence, the person lurking in the shadows must be significantly more powerful than it. It reckoned that the person was either a 7th order or 8th order human master, as only such a formidable being could hide its presence so completely. Nevertheless, it wasn't worried because it didn't detect any hostility from this gaze. The other side was merely examining it. As such, it closed its eyes again and dozed off. Up in the sky, Xianxia looked down with a faint smile. It seemed that his monster self indeed had sharp senses. It had been 500 years since he built a cave mansion in the World Tree clone in the star boundary to enter secluded cultivation. Over the years, he had been refining all sorts of resources to strengthen the heritage of his small universe and had gained a lot. If not for a sense of danger suddenly washing over him one night, he wouldn't have stopped cultivating and exited retreat. Since he was only cultivating inside the World Tree, he naturally wouldn't fall into danger. The feeling he had suggested that either his human self or monster self was in peril. The two soul clones were independent beings who didn't even know of their connection to the true body's existence, however, they were still closely related to him. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia concluded that his human self was likely fine, so he immediately left the star boundary and headed to the myriad monsters world. Given his strength, it only took him 2 hours to travel from the star boundary to the myriad monsters world. Upon his arrival, he saw the shadow leopard facing its heavenly tribulation. Although he was mentally prepared, Xianxia was still shocked by shadow leopard's cultivation speed. It only took shadow leopard 500 years to grow from a little cub to a monster emperor. The average monster race member could never have achieved this. Although monster race members were powerful, their cultivation rate was innately slower compared to that of humans. It usually took them a long time for them to reach the same relative realm as their human counterparts, though they were usually more powerful as a result. It was for this reason that many monster race members assumed human form early on and gave up on refining their monster cores through the primal art. Nevertheless, the shadow leopard's achievements went against common sense. Its cultivation speed was even quicker than that of talented humans. When shadow leopard came across Xianxia back then, it was only 2 years old. At that time, Xianxia was already in the separation and reunion boundary, but now it was a great emperor while Xianxia had only condensed her Dao seal. Although Xianxia's cultivation speed wasn't considered fast among the humans, it wasn't slow by any means. The shadow leopard's growth had broken all rules and conventions. Even some human prodigies paled compared to the shadow leopard when it came to their cultivation speed. Certainly, this wasn't solely due to the shadow leopard's capabilities. It was thanks to an amazing secret art named the heaven-devouring blood-light scripture. It was the combination of the heaven-devouring battle law and grand evolution immortal blood-light scripture. Xianxia had cultivated both secret arts before, and given that he was an 8th order master now, it wasn't hard for him to combine these heaven-defying secret arts and devise a new one. The secret art was specifically prepared for his monster self. When he split his soul to create his monster self back then, Xianxia imprinted the secret art into Shadow Leopard's petite figure, turning it into its own innate secret art. That was the reason Shadow Leopard had been making enemies everywhere over the years. To cultivate the heaven-devouring blood-light scripture, it had to kill and gobble up the physiques and monster cores of other monster beasts to strengthen itself. Now, it seemed that Shadow Leopard had done a great job. Xianxia had traveled far and wide since he started cultivating and considered himself quite knowledgeable, but the heaven-devouring battle law was still the most profound and powerful secret art he had ever encountered. This wasn't a surprise though, seeing how it was deduced by the martial ancestor most skilled at creating secret arts and techniques, sure. Even the core secret arts used by the cave heavens and paradises paled in comparison to the heaven-devouring battle law. Of course, it also had obvious drawbacks. This secret art allowed a cultivator to devour anything and everything which possessed even the slightest bit of energy, embracing and consuming all of creation like how every river eventually flowed into the sea. However, a cultivator's body wasn't a sea and what was being devoured weren't rivers. Unbridled devouring of external power for oneself could help a cultivator gain a large amount of strength quickly, but having too many kinds of strength gathered in one's body was akin to drinking impurities which would affect one's mentality. Hence, this secret act could easily cause dissonance in one's cultivation. Since Wukong had the flawless purifying golden lotus, which kept one's physical body completely free of all impurities, he could safely practice the heaven-devouring battle law while others couldn't. Only one heaven-devouring great emperor had ever existed since ancient times for this exact reason. In truth, the ones who were the most suited to cultivate this secret art were the Stone Spirit clan members. The Stone Spirit clan possessed the innate ability to extract and purge all impurities, so it was a perfect match for them to practice this secret art. Embodiment, who Xianxia retrieved from the demon realm, had cultivated using the heaven-devouring battle law. Compared to the heaven-devouring battle law, the grand evolution immortal blood-light scripture didn't have as many drawbacks. However, it had a huge limitation because it could only devour blood essence. Xianxia merged the advantages of the two secret arts and deduced the heaven-devouring blood-light scripture. Though it wasn't as profound as the heaven-devouring battle law or even the great evolution indestructible blood-light scripture, it was incredibly well suited for his monster self. The growth of the monster race had always been accompanied by bloodshed. After a battle, the victorious monster would devour the losing monster's physique and monster core. This sort of devouring was instinctual, so Xianxia only turned that instinct into an innate secret art which greatly accelerated his monster self's growth rate. This only worked because devouring and refining power from a monster beast's physique and monster core wouldn't have large drawbacks compared to the heaven-devouring battle law. Since the power contained in a monster beast's physiques and monster cores was already compatible with other members of the monster race, even without the flawless purifying golden lotus, a monster race member's body could naturally expel any impurities while this new secret art helped it far more efficiently and effectively refine that strength for its own use. Now, there were clear results. In just a short 500 years, his monster self advanced to the monster emperor realm and rose to claim the mantle of great emperor. Xianxia only felt a bit remorseful now because his monster self would no longer be able to kill other members of the monster race recklessly and devour their monster cores and essence. Now that his monster self was a great emperor, the entire myriad monsters world was its territory, and all monster race members looked up to him, so if it did start a massacre, it would break the balance and might even lose the acknowledgement of the myriad monsters world. Fortunately, Xianxia's monster self didn't necessarily need to use such methods to gain more strength. Moreover, there weren't many monster emperors in the myriad monsters world in the first place, so even if it killed them all, it wouldn't gain much growth. His monster self was now the myriad monsters world's only great emperor and could follow the example set by Zhang Wuhen and the others by absorbing world force directly from the world itself to cultivate. In that sense, it could use the entire myriad monsters world's power without having to share it with any others. Unless a second great emperor rose up, Yang Kai's monster self could easily break through to the 6th order, 7th order, or even the 8th order monster emperor realm extremely quickly. In this way, its growth rate would greatly surpass even Zhang Wuhen and the other star boundary great emperors. His human self had a world tree clone inside his small universe, while the title of great emperor gained by his monster self allowed it to cultivate the power of the world tree clone in the myriad monsters world. Both his soul clones had promising futures. Currently, the humans and Black Ink clan were maintaining a delicate balance. The agreement between the two races stated that besides the 6 great territories where any form of war was permitted, the 8th Order masters and territory lords were not allowed to interfere in the ongoing battles. However, no one could be sure when this balance would be broken. After a rough estimation, Yang Kai realized that it had been about 1,000 years since the great armies had retreated from the barren territory battlefield. During this millennium, the human race had seen the rise of many talented individuals, but so had the Black Ink clan. Even though Yang Kai was in retreat inside the world tree, it didn't mean he didn't know what was happening outside. He was a great emperor of the star boundary, so nothing that happened in the star boundary escaped his senses. There were also reports coming in from the 13 battlefields, so Yang Kai knew the humans had gained several rising stars that shone brightly in each of the great territories. Of course, many highly regarded and aspiring youths had also died in battle. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had successfully nurtured a new batch of territory lords. Though these territory lords weren't as strong as innate territory lords, they symbolized infinite possibilities as they could one day become royal lords. With how much territory and resources the Black Ink clan had conquered, they could nurture quite a lot of royal lords if they were willing to dedicate all their resources to this pursuit. Both races were gathering their strength for the future, so the relative calm they were maintaining was just an illusion. Once one of the clans gained enough of an advantage to wipe the other out, the final battle would commence. How long would that take? 2,000 years? 3,000? No one could say for certain. However, Yang Kai knew that there wasn't much time left. Judging by the situation on the battlefields, the human race didn't have much of an advantage. Many aspiring individuals had directly broken through to the 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven realm, saving them a lot of cultivation time. However, these individuals still needed a long time to enhance their heritages before advancing to the 8th and 9th Order Open Heaven realms. On the other hand, with their Black Ink nests, though the Black Ink clan had to steadily rise up from the very weakest as well, they could still advance quicker than the humans. Therefore, it could be estimated that when a new 9th Order Open Heaven realm master appeared among the humans, the Black Ink clan would also see the birth of new royal lords. After returning to the star boundary, Yang Kai threw himself into his secluded cave mansion and started another round of cultivation. Years went by. Yang Kai had completely lost track of time and his secluded cave mansion had slowly been covered in a thick layer of green leaves. Now, if passing Open Heaven realm masters didn't look closely, they would never notice that there was a tree cave here. A full 1,200 years later, the sealed-up cave mansion opened again, and Yang Kai emerged. After more than 1,000 years of seclusion, and adding on the time from before he was interrupted by his monster self's advancement, Yang Kai's retreat lasted for 1,700 years. This wasn't the longest time Yang Kai had ever spent cultivating. That distinction belonged to his stay in the temporal rivers inside the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, where from his perspective he had secluded himself for some 4,000 years. Since he had spent so much time in retreat though, Yang Kai had depleted all the resources he had gathered. One had to know that the number of resources he had collected was simply unfathomable as he had huge piles of various valuable things he had gained through various exploits over the years, but now, all of that was gone. Of course, with such a huge expenditure, he had achieved equally great results. Though he hadn't reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he was not far from it. Also, his small universe now had countless living beings inside, which would constantly bring him more benefits. Even if he didn't enter retreat ever again, he would have still reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in short order. That was also his limit in this lifetime. Yang Kai gently clenched his fists as he felt the majestic strength inside his small universe. If he encountered an innate territory lord now, he was confident that even without using a soul-rending thorn, he could kill the other party within 10 moves. This was something impossible for him 1,700 years ago. After nearly 2,000 years of retreat, Yang Kai was eager to find some ignorant innate territory lord and test his current strength. Unfortunately, that idea could only exist in his head, for if he took action, it would violate the peace deal. For now, the human race wasn't ready for a final battle with the Black Ink clan, and neither was Yang Kai. A shadow flashed before Yang Kai's eyes at that moment as a slender figure landed nearby. The woman had a surprised expression as she exclaimed, "Palace Master." Looking at the familiar face, Yang Kai nodded lightly, "You've worked hard." Xianxia had already broken through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, many years had passed, and the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation materials, so it wasn't hard for her to break through from the 6th Order to the 7th Order. However, the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was her limit because her aptitude back then was average and she only made her initial breakthrough to the 5th Order. "I've only done what is necessary," Xianxia replied humbly as she observed Yang Kai and discovered that while his appearance didn't change much after all these years, his aura had become heavier. This showed that Yang Kai's strength had significantly increased after this retreat. "I have something for you to do." While Yang Kai spoke, he casually waved his hand, and in the next instant, 800 people appeared before them. All of them were at the peak of the Emperor realm, and judging by their auras, they had all condensed their Dao seals and refined all sorts of materials. They were now just one step away from breaking through to the Open Heaven realm. These people were naturally the disciples gathered in the Void Dao Temple over the years. While looking at the situation, Xianxia understood what Yang Kai meant. After all, it wasn't the first time she had seen this scene before. As such, she simply nodded, "Palace Master, please rest assured that I will make the necessary arrangements." After that, she addressed these Emperor Realm Masters, "Follow me." The Emperor Realm Masters respectfully bid the Dao Lord Yang Kai goodbye before leaving with Xianxia. Once the head manager distributed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the group of Emperor Realm Masters started breaking through to Open Heaven realm outside of the star boundary. This scene attracted many bystanders. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in place and used his divine sense to cover the entire star boundary. Instantly, he heard a multitude of conversations. While listening, Yang Kai soon understood the latest situation on the various great territory battlefields. In general, both clans were still maintaining their side of the agreement, and it seemed like it would stay that way for some time to come. Besides the ones in those 6 great territory battlefields, the other territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters remained silent. On the contrary, the 6 great territory battlefields which had remained unchanged from the beginning now had very few ordinary soldiers, as many territory lords and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now used these vast expanses as their own battlegrounds. While quite a number of new territory lords had appeared in the Black Ink clan, the humans also had many new 8th Order Masters, all of whom swarmed into those 6 great territory battlefields, intending to temper themselves while weakening the enemy's strength by killing their top masters. It could be said that the intensity of the battles in those 6 great territory battlefields vastly exceeded all others. There were constantly 8th Order Masters and territory lords dying in battle, which was very tragic news. After 1,700 years of retreat, Yang Kai was now eager to move his body. Moreover, he had long decided to search for the first primordial light after finishing his latest retreat. To his knowledge, the primordial light was the only instrument capable of completely wiping out Mo. Therefore, after gathering some intel, Yang Kai flew up to the sky and soon left High Heaven territory. Now that nearly 2,000 years of changes had passed, the situation in Azure Sun territory had already changed. Originally, the humans and Black Ink clan in Azure Sun territory were engaged in a massive total war with battles of all sizes never ceasing. But as time passed, such sights became rarer. This place was now the battlefield where only the strongest masters battled each other. Ordinary soldiers from both races had already moved out of this great territory. After all, ordinary soldiers had no right to participate in battles involving such masters. At this moment, those who were still actively moving about in this great territory were at least feudal lords and seventh-order open heaven realm masters who came here to gain some stimulation and break through their bottlenecks. There were masters from both races fighting each other in every corner of this great territory, the fallout so intense that it could be felt across vast distances in all directions. These fights wouldn't continue for long periods, as those who gained small victories would immediately fall back, lest they attract the attention of reinforcements from the other side. The quiet void was like a sleeping monster that would wake up at any moment and devour all the active masters from both races. Amidst all his tension and chaos, a figure leisurely toured around the void, and though he was alone, he was completely calm and relaxed. It was as though that figure thought of this dangerous battlefield as his own home garden. His divine sense carefully swept through the entire void as if he was looking for something but couldn't find it, causing a disappointed expression to fill his face. At some point in time, 3 large black ink clouds rushed over from 3 different directions, coincidentally surrounding him. However, this person didn't seem to notice them at all and just continued searching his surroundings. When this person arrived at the center of the 3 black ink clouds, 3 figures appeared from within the 3 black ink clouds. Those 3 had strong auras and were clearly territory lords. In the front was a burly territory lord with a single horn. He had a vicious expression as his black ink strength surged, and he fiercely slammed his palm towards that human while roaring, "Die!" Behind him was a slender female territory lord that charged towards the human at breakneck speed. Then, she reached out her hand, which was equipped with nails that were as sharp as knives, aiming at her target's heart from behind. Finally, the 3rd territory lord launched his own attack at that human. Though he wasn't as burly as the 1st territory lord, and he wasn't as fast as the female territory lord, a huge amount of black ink strength enveloped a large patch of the void at the shake of his arms. That dense black ink strength was like the astral wind from the 9 heavens, cutting through the void as it sliced towards the human. The 3 territory lords attacked together, creating a vortex of death that surrounded their lone target. Such a lethal momentum wasn't something any 8th order master could resist. The territory lord in front was smiling wickedly, as if he could already see the terrified expression of his enemy. I wonder where this 8th order human came from. How bold of him to wander around Azure Sun territory alone. He'll pay for his ignorance. However, what happened next stunned that territory lord. The 8th order master, who should be terrified, was smiling at him with an expression that seemed excited and eager. Palming his fist, the human cracked his knuckles and joyously called out, "You guys did this to yourselves, so don't blame me for what happens next." The gleeful expression on the human's face looked like he had just received a huge gift and was celebrating his good fortune. Something's not right, however, it was too late to turn back. Since the 3 territory lords had already surrounded the human, they didn't care that something felt off and decided to kill first before figuring out anything else. Instantly, all 3 territory lords arrived before the lone 8th order master, and the first burly territory lord threw a punch as a violent wave of black ink strength surged out. The next moment, however, his expression froze and the look of determination and resolve on his face quickly warped with confusion and doubt. It was because that 8th order master had also thrown a punch. Even though this punch seemed small and weak, it shattered his own attack. The burly territory lord clearly saw how the other party's fist seemed to vaporize his arm as it advanced towards him, an overwhelming strength surging behind it. The next moment, this seemingly slow punch moved upwards unimpeded and landed on his head. Like an exploded watermelon, the burly territory lord was instantly turned into a headless corpse. The 8th order human turned around abruptly, his bright eyes coincidentally meeting those of the female territory lord attacking him from behind. Both of them were so close their faces were practically touching. The female territory lord felt her body tremble as she suddenly felt as though she wasn't facing an 8th order human, but some ancient ominous beast that had been caged for countless eons. The shocking and terrifying murderous intent that radiated from this human gave the female territory lord chills as her heart continuously sank. In desperation, she gathered all her black ink strength at her fingertips as her nails turned black before striking at the human. To her astonishment though, rather than the feeling of her nails sinking into flesh, she felt a tight grip around her wrist, clearly indicating that the enemy had somehow caught her. A low whisper sounded from beside her ear, causing her heart to clench. "You're next." Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a violent energy that resembled a volcanic eruption exploding inside her. She felt like her enemy had punched through her body and completely broken her spine. The violent energy then surged out and attacked her strong body, and in less than a breath's time, the female territory lord exploded into a mist of blood. It was only after the death of the first two territory lords that the violent black ink strength wave created by the third territory lord reached its target. This was supposed to be a powerful secret technique that could create an optimum battleground for his two companions, but now, it was what saved the third territory lord. Seeing his two companions being decapitated and exploded by a single attack each from the mysterious human before him, the third territory lord didn't dare to remain any longer. In a state of utter shock, the third territory lord instinctually tried to escape, but the space around him warped, instantly giving him an illusion that it was being stretched out infinitely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move from the spot where he stood. At that moment, a figure shot out of the rolling black ink strength, splitting the black ink cloud apart before arriving in front of the third territory lord in the blink of an eye. Then, the human casually reached out and easily grabbed the territory lord's neck like he was picking up a chicken, tilting his head as he wondered aloud, "You guys are so weak." When the remaining territory lord heard that comment, he didn't know what to say. Are we weak? Since they were territory lords, of course, they weren't weak. Though the joint attack these three territory lords used wasn't invincible in Azure Sun territory, there was rarely anyone who could beat them. They had killed some human masters using this tactic and thought that since this human was alone, it would be impossible for him to do anything to them, no matter how strong he may be. However, it was only now that this territory lord understood the human expression, "There are always mountains beyond mountains." It wasn't that they were weak, it was just that their enemy was absurdly strong. How could there be such a strong 8th Order master? Perhaps it was because the territory lord was near death that his memory was suddenly jogged and he recalled a name that had disappeared for nearly 2,000 years. Alright, time's up. Xianxia didn't let the territory lord finish his words as he simply exerted some strength with his hand before separating the latter's head from his body, causing a fountain of blood to spurt everywhere. Good. As I expected, these 1,700 years of retreat weren't in vain. I'm now far stronger than I was before. However, Xianxia immediately understood that he could kill these three territory lords so easily because they weren't innate territory lords but acquired territory lords. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, it was common knowledge that under normal circumstances, a territory lord's strength would be weaker than an 8th Order master's because humans acquired their strength through long-term accumulation. Xianxia had killed quite a few innate territory lords, so these acquired territory lords were nothing to him. With his current ability, he could kill one of them with a single punch, just like when he was at the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm back then and slaughtered feudal lords like chickens and dogs. If he were to encounter those strong innate territory lords, it might not be as easy to kill them, but with his fearful reputation, those innate territory lords wouldn't dare to come and find trouble with him. Only these acquired territory lords who never experienced his terror would have forgotten his infamy and mistakenly targeted him. Though Azure Sun territory was vast, the sudden annihilation of 3 territory lord auras was enough to attract the attention of many masters. Following that, several divine senses came from all directions, including divine senses from territory lords, feudal lords, and 7th and 8th Order masters. During these years of continuous battles, both races suffered losses, but never had a battle ended so quickly, much less with 3 territory lords dying at once. Xianxia naturally sensed these probes and secretly sighed, "There has indeed been a significant increase in masters from both races during my years of retreat." The Black Ink clan could use their black ink nests to cultivate, so it was normal for them to become stronger quickly. As long as there were enough resources and black ink nests, it wasn't surprising for them to nurture many feudal lords and territory lords. However, it was surprising that so many 7th Order and 8th Order masters had appeared so quickly. Theoretically, it would be difficult for so many humans to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm after just 2,000 years. Especially those rising stars because they wouldn't have enough accumulation. The truth, however, was that the rate of breaking through to a new realm amongst those rising stars was not any slower than those veteran Open Heaven realm masters. Moreover, some of them even broke through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm earlier than veteran 7th Order masters. Perhaps this was a blessing from the heavens. Just like how the heavens chose Xianxia as a means of protecting themselves from the Black Ink clan's invasion, all the human soldiers who fought against the Black Ink clan had gained the heavens' favor as they were complying with the heavens' will. Such people could be said to be fighting on behalf of the heavens and would thus receive far more opportunities and good fortune. In the past, there weren't many such people around, but now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and the humans were forced to defend just a handful of great territories, was the time when they needed to increase their overall strength the most. It was for this reason that the Ninth Order old ancestors and Xianxia worked hard to create a safe environment for them to grow. This very scenario imperceptibly shortened the time the humans needed to grow stronger. It was said to be difficult to predict the heavens' will, but in truth, it could be seen in everything. While in a trance, Xianxia seemed to have realized something. But soon, he was interrupted by a frantic divine sense. Those acquired territory lords didn't know of Xianxia's reputation, but the innate territory lords certainly did. Back in the day, all innate territory lords were shown images of him so that they could memorize what he looked like. 1,700 years had passed, and the Black Ink clan had gradually forgotten the shadow cast over them by Xianxia. Moreover, according to the reports from the various Black Ink disciples, this killing star had seemingly entered retreat in the star boundary soon after the peace deal was signed and not shown his face ever since. No one expected that he would suddenly appear inside Azure Sun territory and announce his return by slaughtering 3 territory lords. Sir Xianxia, what's the meaning of this? A magnificent divine sense suddenly reverberated from the depths of the void. Though it sounded like the voice was questioning Xianxia, it didn't dare to be too reckless with its tone or words. Clearly, it was the innate territory lord who was overseeing this place. 1,700 years ago, the number of innate territory lords Xianxia killed had reached more than 30. What's more, those innate territory lords were basically killed in a single blow by Xianxia. Although Xianxia had used special external means to kill them back then, that did nothing to diminish his incredible strength. Now that 1,700 years had passed, no one knew exactly how this killing star's ability had changed, but from how he killed 3 acquired territory lords in just a few short breaths, everyone could tell he was stronger than before. The terror that had faded away after nearly 2,000 years of silence had now resurfaced and tightly gripped the innate territory lords. Is this monster going to start another killing spree? If that's true, the peace we maintained for more than 1,000 years will surely shatter. Sir, are you planning on breaking the peace treaty our 2 races agreed upon? The innate territory lords asked again, his voice echoing from many different directions, as if he was deliberately trying to hide his whereabouts. Xianxia snorted disdainfully as he felt somewhat displeased. These innate territory lords reacted too quickly. It seemed he had killed those territory lords too quickly. He should have taken more time to tear them apart so he could have killed a few more territory lords without drawing attention to himself. However, he hadn't taken action for nearly 2,000 years, so his fine control of his strength was somewhat lacking at the moment. Xianxia's gaze drifted for a moment, then seeming to have ignored the barriers of space, he fixed his eyes on a particular position in the void. Then, he yawned out of boredom and waved his hand, I'm just looking around. You can all go back to what you were doing. The innate territory lord who had spoken earlier while hiding in the dark had already broken out into a cold sweat as he felt a fierce aura locking onto him from far away and pinning him down. Fortunately, that aura disappeared in the next instant. Knowing that his position had been exposed and that his tricks to hide his whereabouts meant nothing before Xianxia, the innate territory lord realized that if the latter wanted to kill him, Xianxia could have arrived in front of him within a couple of breaths. He didn't have the slightest confidence in resisting Xianxia's assault. On the other hand, Xianxia's answer made several territory lords feel their chests tighten. Looking around. He's just looking around, yet he killed 3 acquired territory lords. However, they also knew that couldn't be helped because it was those 3 territory lords who attacked first. In other words, they were the ones who courted death themselves. The peace treaty did state that Xianxia couldn't participate in the war or attack any of the territory lords, but it never said Xianxia couldn't fight back if he was the one attacked. Moreover, since those 3 were killed by this killing star, the other Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to harp on this matter for fear they would be next. I hope what you said is true. That innate territory lord barely managed to keep his remaining dignity by broadcasting such words in all directions. A short while later, a frenzy of activity occurred in Azure Sun territory as all the feudal lords and territory lords around their main base hurried back inside while those too far away simply found places to hide. Panicked energy fluctuations could be felt coming from all directions. How could the 7th and 8th Order Masters let such an opportunity go? Immediately, they began intercepting those feudal lords and territory lords while going all out to kill them. In an instant, the originally quiet Azure Sun territory became extremely lively. Meanwhile, Xianxia slowly moved across the void while sweeping his divine sense around. He soon came across several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounding a group of feudal lords. The humans already had a slight upper hand, but when Xianxia passed by, the feudal lords became terrified. Even though Xianxia didn't even glance at them, those feudal lords felt like death itself was stalking them, causing their strength to plummet by some 30 or 40%. Before Xianxia even left, the feudal lords, who had barely maintained a balance before, were now at a total disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they were killed by those 7th Order Masters. A while later, Xianxia came across another battlefield, but this time he stopped to take a look. There were 3 8th Order human masters currently battling a single innate territory lord. Though it was 3 against 1, the humans didn't hold much of an advantage. Besides the fact that an innate territory lord was already a very powerful foe, these 3 8th Order Masters had clearly broken through to their current realm not long ago, so they didn't have much heritage. However, the 3 8th Order's Masters were able to work together seamlessly and were proficient in many kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. Despite not having an overwhelming advantage in this battle, they were still able to surround and pin down this innate territory lord. The space around this battlefield was warped, especially at its center, and rays of bright light and murderous intent flared wildly. Xianxia's arrival had naturally attracted the attention of these 4, and the terrified innate territory lord couldn't help bellowing, "Sir Xianxia, are you going to attack?" Xianxia chuckled, "No. I'm just having a look. You guys can continue your fight." Then, his expression turned grim as he reprimanded those 8th Order Masters, "You 3 little brats, what have you been cultivating for all these years? It's 3 against 1, and this is the best you can do? If word of this spread out, my reputation would be completely ruined." A young man with an innocent expression immediately wore a bitter look on his face as he complained, "Honored Master, we only broke through to the 8th Order 300 years ago, and this guy is an innate territory lord. If their opponent had been an ordinary territory lord, their fight wouldn't have been nearly this difficult, but innate territory lords were far more powerful than the current generation of acquired territory lords." Xianxia's face darkened, "You dare talk back to me? Has this honored master's teachings been in vain for all those years?" He then raised his head slightly and spoke in a sorrowful tone, "Didn't your honored master ever tell you that he killed a royal lord just after breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm?" Among those 3 8th Order Masters, the young man with a bowl cut pursed his lips, "Honored Master, all you know is how to boast about your achievements." They would have believed Xianxia if he had said he killed an innate territory lord, as they had heard about how powerful he was for many years. However, killing a royal lord? Even they, Xianxia's legacy disciples, wouldn't believe him, let alone others. All 3 of them were silently complaining about how they never knew their honored master was so shameless. "How could you all get distracted during a battle? Do you want to die?" Xianxia scolded them. The only female 8th Order Master amongst them gripped her spear and swept it out fiercely with an angry roar, "Kill!" Xianxia applauded, "Yibai, you should learn more from your junior sister. How can a man not have any murderous intent? When fighting an enemy master, it's either you die or they do, so if you don't give it your all, you won't be the one to laugh in the end." "Yes." Zhao Yibai's expression became stern as his murderous intent surged. The innate territory lord was already afraid that Xianxia would suddenly make a move and kill him, but now he felt completely hopeless after listening to this conversation. "Honored Master? Xianxia is these 3 8th Order Masters' honored master? What the hell am I supposed to do now?" If these 3 had been any other 8th Order Masters, it wouldn't have mattered if he killed them, but these were Xianxia's disciples. Once he made a killing attack, would Xianxia really just stand there and do nothing? Even if Xianxia killed him today, the Black Ink clan would not bring up the peace agreement for discussion and would just let the matter slide. At that instant, the innate territory lord fell into a dilemma. Meanwhile, the three Eighth Order Masters had been through many battles, so they wouldn't show any mercy to their enemies when given such a good opportunity. Now that the innate territory lord could only defend himself and had no way of striking back, the three redoubled their assault, sending out all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques which illuminated the entire void. Xianxia nodded lightly. You three can barely achieve 1 or 2 parts of my strength back then. Hearing that, Xiaoyu felt her veins bulging and couldn't stand it anymore, so she spoke while thrusting out her spear. Honored master, why don't you go look around somewhere else? We 3 senior brothers and sister are fighting a life-or-death battle. It's fine if this old fart can't help us, but can he not just stand there boasting shamelessly while making sarcastic remarks? Xianxia raised his hand and knocked her head. What's wrong? Don't you want me here? Xiaoyu felt aggrieved, but at the same time, she was secretly astonished at her honored master's ability. Although she didn't have her guard up against him and was fully focused on fighting the innate territory lord, she was still an Eighth Order Master, after all. However, she didn't even notice when her honored master arrived beside her. While thinking of that, she couldn't help but exclaim inside, indeed, old ginger is spicier than young ginger. Boasting might be a habit every man has, but this old man does have some skill it seems. I guess I'll just let him continue to boast. As such, she didn't say anything. Why is it only the 3 of you? Where's that little bastard Xianxia? Xianxia looked around curiously. If he remembered correctly, his 3 disciples should have been with Xianxia because they seemed to have formed a group called the 10 Directions Supreme and had also made a name for themselves. But now, there were only the 3 of them, and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Sui used time principles to disrupt the innate territory lord's senses while finding a moment to answer. These years, our fellow brothers and sisters have broken through to the Eighth Order open heaven realm one after another, so it's not suitable for us to stay in a single squad and kill enemies together anymore. The 3 of us parted ways with senior brother Yang some time ago. Xianxia nodded in understanding. Back then, they formed a squad to kill the enemy because they weren't strong enough. Although there were quite a lot of Seventh Order Masters among them, going into the great territories conquered by the Black Ink clan was extremely dangerous, therefore, it was a better choice to band together. But now, these little ones had all broken through to the Eighth Order open heaven realm, so there was no need to act as a unit anymore. Also, this was a wise choice because only in this way could they continue to break through their limitations by exposing themselves to dangerous situations. Xianxia's 3 disciples had all directly broken through to the Seventh Order open heaven realm back then and were now Eighth Order Masters. Once they had accumulated enough heritage, they could strive to break through to the Ninth Order open heaven realm. If they did, they would become pillars of the war against the Black Ink clan. It was the same for Xianxia. He was a pure Dragon clan member and had a very strong bloodline talent, so he could only rely on purifying and tempering his dragon vein and nothing else to achieve a breakthrough. As for Xianxia, she was the same as Xianxia. The Eighth Order open heaven realm was her limit. Die. A fierce roar suddenly sounded as Xiaoyu pierced the innate territory lord's chest with her spear. Violent energy exploded, directly opening a huge hole in the enemy's chest. With her strength, she couldn't land such a blow on an innate territory lord so easily. The best outcome for today's battle would have been both sides suffering injuries or both sides retreating on their own. However, Xianxia standing there talking non-stop forced the innate territory lord to divide some attention to guard against him. Also, the innate territory lord had to be mindful of Zhao Yibai and the others being Xianxia's disciples, so he didn't dare to kill them. Since the innate territory lord couldn't escape or pay full attention to fighting his opponents, he naturally wouldn't have a good end. Senior brother. Sui bellowed. The 3 brothers and sister had been together for many years and had gone through countless battles together, so they knew each other incredibly well by now. When Xiaoyu succeeded in attacking the enemy, Sui immediately seized the chance. Zhao Yibai roared, coming. The 2 of them immediately pushed their time principles and space principles, intertwining their strength to create a mysterious energy. At that moment, the local space became a mess, and the entire battlefield was rendered into a patchwork of light. The innate territory lord had a surprised and frightened expression on his face as he watched a spear coming at him, swiftly moving about as it slashed him 18 times. During this critical life and death moment, the territory lord no longer cared about Xianxia. The black ink strength surrounding his body surged as it spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The chaotic space was disrupted and 3 figures were sent flying, all of them coughing up fresh blood. At the same time, the territory lord had 18 new injuries and was covered in fresh black blood, making him look incredibly haggard. Not intending to remain a moment longer, he turned around and transformed into a black ink cloud before making his escape. In your dreams, Zhao Yibai roared. The trio had exerted a lot of effort to heavily injure their enemy. If they let their opponent escape, they would have spent their years of cultivation in vain. Moreover, their honored master was watching them from the side. Zhao Yibai had no expectations that his honored master would lend a helping hand, and Yang Kai had no such intentions either. Instead, he just watched them with interest. While Zhao Yibai roared, his figure flickered. Then, with a slight step, a vague shadow remained in place while his true body appeared in front of the escaping innate territory lord. At some point, a mysterious object appeared in Zhao Yibai's hand. It seemed like a sword, but it also looked like a snake. The thing was squirming in his hand like an untamed animal that could bite back at him at any moment. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he offered some silent praise. Though he did not pay much attention to his disciples, he didn't expect the dopiest little one to have grown so much. The thing in Zhao Yibai's hand wasn't a sword or a snake, it was a void crack. He was using a void crack as a weapon. Scram! The territory lord yelled madly as a palm appeared from within the rolling black ink cloud and slammed towards Zhao Yibai. The space sword didn't slash downwards but nimbly formed a curve that cut into the black ink cloud. At the same time, Zhao Yibai ducked and avoided the territory lord's palm while also revealing Sui standing behind him. While using space principles to intercept his enemy, he also brought along his 3rd junior brother with him. The innate territory lord had been completely focused on running away, and the 2 brothers had combined their auras, so he didn't notice that there were 2 humans before him rather than 1. Sui had a stern expression as he placed his palms together. Then, a dense layer of time principles surrounded his body, and with a gentle slap, time itself was sent flying. As this palm struck, the surrounding void seemed to pass through countless years in an instant. When the innate territory lord's attack reached Suyi's palm, only half of its power remained. With a shake of Suyi's body, the innate territory lord was sent flying, and Zhao Yibai's space sword slashed downwards. The huge black ink cloud roiled and split, revealing the territory lord's figure with a large wound at his waist that was gushing out blood. The wound didn't look like it was from a sharp object piercing him, instead, it was as if some beast had ripped a chunk of his flesh out. Before the territory lord could steady himself, an intense murderous intent struck him from behind. Xiaoya had harnessed the essence of the supreme limitless spear art and transformed her weapon into a giant phantom image that swiftly enveloped the innate territory lord. At that moment, the innate territory lord could no longer escape. Kill! Sui called out and charged forward with his eldest senior brother. However, the trio didn't dare to be reckless and the fight with the innate territory lord lasted another half an hour before they finally took him down with great difficulty. After Xiaoya used her spear to blast the innate territory lord's head off, she withdrew it while all 3 of them looked pale and panted heavily. However, they were feeling indescribably happy inside. This was the first innate territory lord they had killed. Even though they had fought innate territory lords before, it would always end with them suffering a loss and the 3 of them escaping under their eldest senior brother's lead. There were also some rare times when both sides suffered heavy losses and mutually withdrew, but never had they imagined killing an innate territory lord so soon. Yang Kai overseeing the situation might have contributed to their win, but during the latter half of the battle, the innate territory lord had gone all out and no longer restrained his attacks. This life-or-death battle was certainly beneficial to them. Once they had absorbed the experience from this fight, they were confident that they wouldn't be in such a wretched state when encountering another innate territory lord in the future. Honored Master, please give us some guidance. After steadying his breath, Zhao Yibai looked at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. Yang Kai smiled, your master simply shows you the path, how you walk it is up to you. Your honored master has no more advice for you. I only have one comment. Well done. Although he felt that the 3 little ones still had a few rough edges while battling their opponent, and many opportunities weren't grasped perfectly, nothing was truly perfect in this world. Even he had times when he made mistakes and misjudgments. Moreover, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and only by continuously overcoming their limitations could they grow strong. Also, Xianxia noticed that they had adopted an original approach when using their martial daos, especially when Zhao Yibai and Sui combined both time and space principles, allowing them to display a kind of spacetime strength. Xianxia could summon the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel and use spacetime strength because he was proficient in both the Tao of space and the Tao of time. It was like a person's left and right hands working together seamlessly and not too difficult to achieve. However, Zhao Yibai and Sui were two different individuals. When one person's left hand had to work with another person's right hand, it didn't only require perfect timing but also absolute trust in each other. As Xianxia thought of that, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like the young eagles had grown their feathers and were able to soar in the sky. He suddenly understood how Ouyang Lai and the others felt back then. Each age offered new talents, and those new talents would surpass the older ones. The veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might have had high hopes and felt like they had passed their prime when looking at the young and active him back then. After so many years, Honored Master has never taught you anything in detail, but since we've encountered each other today, I will give you one final lesson. Xianxia wore a kind smile on his face. The three disciples looked serious as they felt inexplicably sad. Though their honored master didn't seem old and could even be considered young when compared to other veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they knew that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm was their honored master's limit in this lifetime. That was undoubtedly a ruthless fate for a cultivator who used up all his life to pursue the peak of the martial Tao. Though their honored master's appearance would not age for tens of thousands of years at least, his ambition to pursue martial Tao would no longer be as strong as it once was. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened slightly as she remembered how Xianxia had taken such gentle care of them when they were young. All these years, they seemed to have never been filial to their honored master, so she secretly decided that if they could wipe out the Black Ink clan, they must stay beside their honored master and take care of him. However, while such thoughts flashed across her head, Xianxia raised his fist to his lips and coughed twice before suddenly shouting, "This king's 3 legacy disciples are right here. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If any of you territory lords have a grudge against me, feel free to target them. If you manage to kill them, that just proves your capability, and this king will not avenge them in the future." The 3 disciples slowly widened their eyes as their sadness instantly disappeared while looking at their honored master with stunned expressions. Xianxia then winked at them. "The final lesson is that your honored master can't protect you for a lifetime, so you have to learn how to fend for yourselves." After saying that, Xianxia didn't bother to see what their reactions were before taking a step and appearing 1,000,000 kilometers away from them. Then, he laughed from afar and announced, "There will come a day when the eagle learns to fly and soars high in the sky." He seemed to be in an extremely pleasant mood. In just a few short moments, his aura disappeared from Azure Sun territory, obviously indicating that he had left through one of the territory gates. At that instant, many divine senses swept towards Zhao Yibai and the others from all directions, and the trio felt like countless pairs of eyes were now staring at them from the dark. "Run!" In a panic, Zhao Yibai grabbed his junior sister and brother before turning around and dashing towards one of the human race's forward outposts. "Master? How could there be such a terrible master in this life? Ah! I'm going to drop out of the master sect." Sui felt like he was going mad. In this world, the number of those who knew they were Xianxia's legacy disciples was not low, but it also wasn't high. After all, Xianxia had arranged for them to be cared for at the High Heaven Palace before he went to the Black Ink battlefield, which was some 3,000 years ago. Back then, the 3 of them were still weak, so the others only thought of them as ordinary High Heaven Palace disciples. No one had ever expected them and Xianxia to be disciples and master. Of course, they also wouldn't announce this fact to the wider world. They knew what their honored master had done to the Black Ink clan, so if the Black Ink clan found out about their relationship, they would definitely be targeted. That was also why the human higher-ups never said a word about them despite knowing the whole story. Never would they have imagined that Xianxia would take the initiative to expose their master and disciple relationship today. There were so many territory lords who died because of Xianxia, but since the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything about him, their next best option was to target his 3 disciples. It was easy to predict that the dangers and risks these 3 would be facing in the future would vastly surpass what they encountered previously. Perhaps they would be targeted by multiple territory lords the moment they appeared in any great territory. Xiaoya bit her lips as her eyes reddened even more. She had secretly decided that once her honored master turned old, could no longer move about, and was bedridden, she would show him the real meaning of filial piety. After giving it some more thought, she realized that this old fart had never taught them anything these past few millennia. All he did was take them under his wing when they were young and naive. Since he brought them out from the void world, they had hardly even met, so how could he have taught them anything? Yet this old ghost dared to say this was their final lesson. Eldest senior brother, run faster. They're chasing us. Sui screamed in panic. It had only been a short moment, but several powerful auras which obviously belonged to innate territory lords were rapidly closing in on them. On top of that, there were dozens of weaker auras following closely behind them in the dark. Clearly, everyone now saw the three of them as prime targets. Don't resist. Zhao Yibai shouted while using space principles to wrap around his junior sister and brother, their figures beginning to flicker. By the time he had almost run out of energy, they finally reached the human race's main camp. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground, feeling like he didn't even have the energy to move a finger. While he looked up at the jet-black void, he only had one thought in mind. Honored Master is definitely trying to screw with us. After nearly 2,000 years, the human race's biggest killing star, Yang Kai, had emerged from retreat. Then, he appeared in Azure Sun territory and killed 3 acquired territory lords. When the news spread out, the Black Ink clan was terrified. Acquired territory lords were also territory lords, and although they weren't as powerful as innate territory lords, or even ordinary 8th Order human masters, they weren't easy to kill by any means. The Black Ink clan then heard that those 3 territory lords were the ones who initiated the attack, but all of them were killed within 3 breaths. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't start a killing spree or even intend to break the treaty they had agreed on previously. Instead, he just strolled around Azure Sun territory and left. At that moment, all the Black Ink clansmen in all the great territory battlefields shivered in fright as they did all they could to get news about Yang Kai. Soon, they received word from all directions that Yang Kai had appeared on the great territory battlefields one after another. However, he never started a fight and just wandered around as if searching for something. No one knew what he was searching for. There were many times when he appeared near the Black Ink clan's bases, which made the territory lords eager to start a fight but also extremely wary. They were eager to start a fight because if they did, they might stand a chance of defeating Yang Kai if the entire army attacked him together. However, they were worried that if a battle broke out, there was no telling how many territory lords would die, and there was also a chance that they might not be able to defeat Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai left that the Black Ink clan finally felt relieved. However, more news spread across the great territories, saying that Yang Kai's 3 legacy disciples were in Azure Sun territory, so many began thinking of ways to surround and kill them. This news greatly energized the Black Ink clan. The fear of Yang Kai would forever stay with them because he was so strong and overbearing that no Black Ink clansman dared to offend him. Since the Black Ink clan couldn't do anything about Yang Kai though, they could take out their frustrations on his 3 legacy disciples. Moreover, it was Yang Kai who exposed their relationship before leaving Azure Sun territory. Also, he said that if the Black Ink clan managed to kill his disciples, he would not take revenge. Just as countless Black Ink clansmen were focusing their attention on Azure Sun territory, they heard even more news from other great territories. Yang Xiao and Yang Yu, who made a name for themselves recently, were revealed to be Yang Kai's adopted son and younger sister. Also, a few women who had recently broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm were said to be his wives. In an instant, the Black Ink clan began targeting everyone with close connections to Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had also devised several plans to round them up and slaughter them. However, whether they would actually kill them was doubtful as none of the higher-ups in the Black Ink clan believed Yang Kai would really not seek revenge. If they could capture these important people and corrupt them with Black Ink strength though, turning them into Black Ink disciples, it would certainly allow them to restrain Yang Kai's actions greatly. Undercurrents surged throughout the various battlefields surrounding those cultivators with close relationships with Yang Kai. The human race and the Black Ink clan continuously fought each other in battle after battle, turning the situation into a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had long left the 13 battlefields. With a universe chart in hand, he began touring around all the great territories. If the human race wanted to get rid of the Black Ink clan once and for all, they had to find the primordial light. Although Xianxia had ventured into the chaotic dead territory to ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan about it, the information he received wasn't of much use. Therefore, Xianxia still didn't have a clue about what the primordial light was or where to find it. Now, he could only use the dumbest method of performing an exhaustive search, hoping he would get lucky. Song had previously said that when the primordial light was born, primordial darkness appeared alongside it. Light and darkness were opposite sides of the same coin and were inextricably linked, but now, that darkness had become MO and was set on devouring the universe while the light was nowhere to be seen. The primordial light might not take the form of light, just like how darkness had taken the form of MO. The light could be a blade of grass, a simple tree, or even a monster or a human. There was even the possibility of it being everything in this world. Xianxia wasn't sure if he could find it, but he believed that where there was a will, there would be a way. Moreover, his cultivation was approaching his personal limit. Though it hadn't reached the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm yet, the heritage in his small universe was constantly increasing without the need to go through bitter secluded cultivation. After chasing his limits for all his life, Xianxia had reached the end of his martial Dao, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. That was because he knew that this wasn't the peak of the martial Dao. This knowledge was undoubtedly the greatest despair to a cultivator. Since he didn't need to cultivate and couldn't head to the battlefield to fight the enemy, Xianxia couldn't stay idle. If he were an ordinary man, he could stay with his family and be filial to his parents, or spend the rest of his life in peace, but he wasn't an ordinary man. It would be best if he could find the primordial light, but if he couldn't, he would take this journey as a trip to reorganize his mind and calm his spirit. His divine sense was constantly surging like the tide, leaving no stone unturned. In every great territory he visited, he would bring out his universe chart and use his divine sense to draw a cross on its corresponding position. Now, most of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds were conquered by the Black Ink clan, and the universe worlds that used to be flourishing and filled with vitality were now dead because they were depleted of world force and had their grand Daos destroyed. Numerous Black Ink clansmen could be seen moving about the void, and there were many Black Ink nests above the dead universe world. Back when the Black Ink clan had just started invading the 3,000 worlds, Xianxia had also visited many great territories, but back then, he was rushing about refining the universe worlds in an attempt to save as many living beings as possible. That journey was frantic and brief. This time, his journey was more deliberate as he performed a thorough search of every corner of each great territory, including all the dead universe worlds and universe fragments. In comparison to back then, the great territories were now undoubtedly duller. Even the void was permeated with the extremely wicked and loathsome aura of Black Ink strength. The dead universe worlds were like decaying corpses. Black Ink strength had swept through the universe. No one could avoid their personal responsibility when faced with such a tragedy. During his journey, Xianxia met quite a few hunters. These hunters traveled around each great territory, destroying Black Ink nests and being chased after by the Black Ink clan, which they all considered exciting and terrifying experiences. While facing such dangers though, they also gained a lot. As Xianxia passed through each great territory, the number of crosses on his universe chart gradually increased and soon almost covered the entire map. He didn't pay much attention to how many years he had been searching for until he suddenly came to an extremely quiet place. After cross-checking with his universe chart, he suddenly realized that this was actually the chaotic dead territory. Xianxia was very surprised as he had visited the chaotic dead territory thrice, but no matter when he came, this place had always been in complete chaos. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were extremely powerful but couldn't control their own strength, therefore, wherever they were, the violent might of Yang and Yin they possessed shattered the void. It was because of this that Xianxia didn't succeed when asking them to descend the mountain and help the humans deal with the Black Ink clan. If they did so, many other great territories would become a part of the chaotic dead territory, which was something the humans couldn't accept. Although many great territories now were filled with dead universe worlds and were conquered by the Black Ink clan, restoring them in the future was still possible. However, if a great territory became a part of the chaotic dead territory, there would be no hope for restoration. When Xianxia came again this time and noticed there was actually something different, he couldn't help but be curious. Therefore, he flew deeper into the void while calling out, "Big brother Huang, big sister Lan, your little brother is here to visit." Following a faint aura he sensed, Yang Kai soon found big brother Huang and big sister Lan, but when he saw them, he was taken aback. "What are you two doing?" Standing before Yang Kai was a single figure, or more precisely, the combined figures of big brother Huang and big sister Lan. The left half of the figure looked like big brother Huang, while the right side looked like big sister Lan. The figure's appearance seemed extremely strange, as if some sort of power had forcefully merged them together but failed. The strange combined figure looked at Yang Kai, and its two different colored eyes also showed different emotions. Then, with a roll of their eyes, the combined body split into two. With a soft popping sound, big brother Huang and big sister Lan were separated entirely. The two of them looked a little exhausted and depressed. Big brother Huang massaged his temples, looking like he had a headache. "We're trying to fuse. When you were here the last time, didn't you say we might have a connection with the primordial light? We thought about it after you left and thought perhaps you were right, so we gave it a try. What's the result?" "The result is what you just saw." Big brother Huang spread his hands. "It's your fault. If you hadn't tried to gain control, I wouldn't have fought with you because I was afraid to get devoured," big sister Lan complained. Big brother Huang looked aggrieved. "How can that be my fault? You initiated it. How could I comply silently? As a proper little brother, you should carry out your big sister's will," big sister Lan chastised. "Nonsense," big brother Huang jumped 1 meter high. "I'm the big brother, so you should listen to me." Then, big sister Lan grabbed big brother Huang's collar and threatened angrily, "Say that again." Big brother Huang looked down at her and repeated arrogantly, "I'm the big." All right. Yang Kai grabbed them before placing them on either side of himself. "Stop arguing. You guys have been together for so many years. What's there to argue about?" They had been arguing about who was the big sister or big brother for eons, but they still hadn't reached a conclusion. "Humph," both of them coldly snorted before turning their heads to the side as if they didn't want to talk to each other anymore. Yang Kai touched his chin and commented, "When this little brother saw your condition just now, I seem to have seen signs of integration. We can integrate with each other." Big brother Huang sighed and shook his head. After so many tries, he finally understood something. "However, unless one of us is willing to be devoured by the other, we'll never truly become one." Big sister Lan added, "Also, even if one of us is willing to be devoured, the most likely possibility is that we'll simply destroy each other entirely. They were originally the manifestation of Yang and Yin, so their powers were opposed, the epitome of incompatibility, so how could they possibly integrate? If that's true, then why are you guys still trying?" Yang Kai was confused. Big brother Huang shrugged, "We have nothing to do anyway. Also, she wouldn't let me devour her." That answer was impeccable. It was the same reason why Yang Kai went to look for the primordial light. He felt he had to do something, but there was literally nothing else for him to do. In short, he was bored. "But we did learn something," big sister Lan suddenly spoke up. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "What did you discover?" Instead of answering him, big sister Lan asked a question, "Do you know alchemy?" Not knowing what alchemy had to do with this situation, Yang Kai still answered honestly, "I know a little." He had some alchemic Tao essence inside his small universe, though he wasn't as proficient in it as his 3 primary grand Daos, his accomplishments weren't low either. If he was willing, Yang Kai figured he could easily become an alchemy grandmaster. Moreover, he actively cultivated the alchemic Tao in his youth. Since there were many cultivators in his small universe, they were able to benefit from this and some became quite talented in the alchemic Tao. Big sister Lan continued, "Since you know alchemy, you should know that there are many times when herbs that have opposing natures are put together inside the same furnace, but not only do they not destroy each other, they enhance each other's medicinal efficiency." Nodding, Yang Kai replied, "Indeed. The alchemic Tao is profound and boundless, and what it focuses on is the ratio of herbs and how they counteract and enhance each other." After thinking about it, he questioned, "Are you saying, if you think of me and big brother Huang as counteracting herbs, what would you do to blend our medicinal efficacies?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up, "A catalyst." It wasn't true that 2 counteracting herbs couldn't be placed in the same furnace, one only had to add a suitable medicinal catalyst, and disaster could be turned into a miracle. Not only could a catalyst help maximize the two herbs' medicinal efficacies, but it could help them fuse together and produce new and astonishing effects. I understand now. Xianxia was elated, like a terminally ill patient who suddenly found a cure after searching for so long. He was acting almost epileptic. The last time Xianxia came to the chaotic dead territory and talked with these two, he realized that they had a huge connection with the primordial light, and perhaps were even part of it at one point. That was because Big Sister Lan previously said that she vaguely remembered being abandoned. Who would abandon them? And what kind of being could abandon them? The answer to that was undoubtedly the primordial light. Although Xianxia didn't know the reason behind all of this, the primordial light did separate from the yang and yin that eventually became the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. That was why they vaguely remembered feeling like they were abandoned. They were originally the same being but were separated by a powerful force. If they wanted to fuse, they would have to reverse what happened. So, there must be a special existence in this world, and that existence was the medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan reintegrate with each other. If he could find that catalyst, perhaps they might be able to recreate that glorious light. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other, feeling speechless. But soon, Xianxia's expression turned stiff, and he frowned deeply. It only took a moment for his happy expression to disappear. He managed to figure something out, but it all seemed meaningless. Would he be able to find the catalyst when he couldn't even find the primordial light? He had been searching around so many great territories, but so far hadn't found anything at all. Even if he searched every great territory, there was still a chance that he wouldn't find what he was looking for. Logically speaking, Mo was born at the same time as the primordial light, so if the latter hadn't separated from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, it might also have become a sentient existence in the 3,000 worlds that was equally strong by now. However, the primordial light separated yang and yin eons ago, and now no one knew what it looked like. Even the world tree had no idea. The old tree had been around since the dawn of time and was connected to all the universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, so who would know something that he didn't? Xianxia suddenly felt devastated. Hey! A leg suddenly landed on Xianxia's face. The force was so great that he was sent flying out and even saw stars. When he finally found his footing, he felt something wet on his face. When he touched it, his hands were stained by blood. He shook his head as he walked back and looked aggrieved at Big Brother Huang as he asked, "Why did you kick me?" Big Brother Huang snorted coldly, "You looked so depressed, like your family died or something." It was annoying to look at it. Smiling bitterly, Xianxia asked, "Is it that obvious?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan nodded in sync. Then, Big Brother Huang jumped up and slapped his small hand on Xianxia's shoulder while speaking like an elder. "Little brother, there is no difficulty that can't be solved. If you admit defeat before even starting, you'd be better off dead. At least you could have some peace and quiet that way." Feeling aggrieved, Xianxia argued, "I'm not admitting defeat. I just thought." "Don't think," Big Brother Huang interrupted Xianxia, "all beings have their own fate. Don't put everything on your shoulders because you can't bear that weight. This tragedy that is happening, it's the whole world's tragedy, not just yours. If the world would be destroyed without you, so be it." Xianxia lowered his head, suddenly reminded of all he had done all those years ago. Back then, he was invincible on the battlefield. With the soul-rending thorn and his various divine abilities and secret techniques, he killed so many territory lords in profound nether territory that the enemy became traumatized by his mere mention. However, even with such a huge advantage, Xianxia still chose to make peace with them. Didn't he do that because of this exact reason? This war wasn't solely his struggle. No matter how strong a person was, there was a limit to their strength. This was the human race's war, and only by the constant strengthening of their successive generations could they have hope of defeating the Black Ink clan. How could he have forgotten his original intention after so many years? Xianxia suddenly turned serious and nodded, "Big Brother Huang, you're right." Also, he saw a new side to Big Brother Huang as he didn't expect this little guy to have such insight after having stayed in the chaotic dead territory for such a long time. When Big Brother Huang heard Xianxia compliment him, he eagerly added, "Don't worry. If there ever comes a day when you humans are defeated, your big sister Lan and I will charge out from the chaotic dead territory and make this vast world into a dead zone so that the Black Ink clan will be buried along with you. Yang Kai felt his brow twitch when he heard that, as he thought, this might be Big Brother Huang's real intentions. No matter how isolated he and Big Sister Lan were, or how reasonably they seemed to behave, they were still avatars of chaos and destruction. When the humans were in charge of the universe, they could still stay here peacefully, but if the humans disappeared from existence, nothing would be restraining them anymore. At that point, charging out of the chaotic dead territory wasn't just talk. Can the two of you stand against Mo? Yang Kai felt doubtful. According to what he knew, these two might have abilities that were on par with a giant spirit god or stronger. However, was that enough to rival the strength of Mo? When he thought about it, Mo created black ink giant spirit gods while the primordial light created the burning light and serene glimmer. Therefore, the primordial light might have been in the creation realm as well. After pondering for a moment, Big Brother Huang replied, "We aren't his opponent, but nothing will happen if you don't act. Besides, we can't just sit here and wait for death." Yang Kai exhaled lightly before sighing, "That's right. We can't just give in and wait for death to come." No one knew whether they could find the proper catalyst, but they had to try before knowing the answer. Slapping his cheeks, Yang Kai thought, "Cheer up, the future is full of difficulties, but you can't let that stop you from forging ahead." Suddenly, he thought of something. Since these two represented chaos and destruction, how could they have peacefully stayed in the chaotic dead territory for so many years? Shouldn't they be freely roaming around the 3,000 worlds and releasing their strength? When Yang Kai unconsciously asked that question, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "You're right." Big Brother Huang was puzzled. "This is a good question. Why do we have to stay in the chaotic dead territory?" Frowning, Big Sister Lan said, "But we don't have the urge to wipe out the humans and destroy this world. What's more, I think staying here is quite good." Could this be the thoughts left by the primordial light? Yang Kai asked. The two couldn't answer him. At that moment, Big Brother Huang suddenly felt frustrated. "Hey! Why do you have so many questions? There aren't that many whys in the world." For so many years, they had been living their lives this way and didn't find it unusual, but this annoying little brother kept coming over and asking them so many questions that left them confused. "Is there anything else? If not, please leave." Big Brother Huang had no trace of politeness when he said that. Ugh, Yang Kai was speechless and thought about it before saying, "Please bestow me some yellow and blue crystals." Also, after so many years, the small stone race, although Yang Kai had brought away a huge batch of yellow and blue crystals and a massive small stone race army from the chaotic dead territory, so many years of war with the Black Ink clan had consumed many of the yellow and blue crystals, while few small stone race were remaining. The small stone race soldiers still remaining were mostly the ones who had strength on par with the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but thanks to their low sentience, they couldn't exert nearly as much power as the humans. "You're so annoying." Big Brother Huang felt a headache. "You've already taken away everything the last time you were here, yet you're doing it again." Even though it had been nearly 2,000 years since Yang Kai's last visit, that wasn't actually a long time from the burning light and serene glimmer's perspective. But despite Big Brother Huang's complaints, he and Big Sister Lan had already prepared a huge pile of supplies for Yang Kai. It didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't mention it, but now that he did, they wouldn't be stingy with him. Therefore, Big Sister Lan waved her hand, and a giant mountain-sized pile of yellow and blue crystals floated over from deep inside the void. Then, she shouted out an order, and several small stone race armies charged out from all directions in the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai happily opened his small universe, and under Big Brother Huang's constant grumblings, he put away the huge pile of materials and small stone race armies. After that was done, burning light and serene glimmers, nearly 2,000 years of accumulation were gone. Such a huge pile of materials and reinforcements were enough to influence the final result of the war between the two races. Without mentioning anything else, if Yang Kai distributed the small stone clan armies he received to the various battlefields, they could deliver a huge blow to the Black Ink clan, as those small stone race armies had many that were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once Yang Kai was done, he respectfully thanked the two. Since the two races still wanted to maintain their current situation of the war, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to head back and distribute these small stone race armies. Also, he had to start his search for the medicinal catalyst. "I think you should try visiting the Divine Spirit's ancestral land." Before he could go though, Big Sister Lan suddenly made this suggestion. According to ancient stories, the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. The various divine spirits only appeared after these two, followed by the primordial era and the glorious days when divine spirits ruled the universe. During that era, all sorts of different divine spirits were found throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that a brutal war that went on for millennia caused the extinction of many divine spirit clans. Today, only a handful of divine spirits remained, and many of those divine spirits that managed to survive were on the verge of disappearing. The undeniable fact was that divine spirits were incredibly powerful, and every mature divine spirit was equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven realm master at least. What's more, all they needed to do was constantly refine their bloodline, and their strength would increase until one day they stood on par with ninth-order old ancestors, if not higher. However, according to the information Yang Kai received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, the rumor about them being the first ancestors was made up. Since they first gained sentience, the only matter that had concerned them was deciding who was the elder sibling. Moreover, Yang and Yin were counteracting forces, so how could they produce so many divine spirits? The only real joint creation of these two supreme beings was when Yang Kai used the great sun and moon marks to fuse their power to create purifying light, which was the most effective method the humans currently had to restrain black ink strength. Before purifying light appeared, the only thing that could restrain black ink strength was the power of divine spirits. Of course, the divine spirits' power wasn't as effective as purifying light, but it was still far better than what mere humans were capable of. Ancestral strength from the divine spirit ancestral land was particularly good at this and could be thought of as a purer, stronger version of the divine spirit's power. At the end of the early ancient era, a black ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the demon sealing land by the dragon emperor and phoenix empress of that generation with the help of the sacred treasures from 16 powerful divine spirit clans and more than half of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land. After so many years, even the black ink strength inside that black ink giant spirit god had been continuously ground away by the ancestral strength. When Yang Kai opened the demon sealing land back then, the black ink giant spirit god was only an empty husk. If Mo's soul clone hadn't been injected into the dead black ink giant spirit god, it would have been impossible for it to be revived. The primordial light was the opposite of the initial darkness, and both the burning light and serene glimmer were separated from it. That was why the combination of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's strength could perfectly counter black ink strength. If that were true though, why could the divine spirits also resist black ink strength? Did the divine spirits really have no connection with the primordial light? Now, the divine spirits were on the brink of extinction, and there weren't many of them still alive. Only a few divine spirit clans were left, but even they were no longer as glorious as they were during the primordial era. However, the divine spirit ancestral land endured, so even if Big Sister Lan didn't suggest this to Yang Kai, he was already preparing to head over there as he might find some clues. The Shattered Heaven was the land of exile in the 3,000 worlds. It was where the wicked gathered, so there had been all sorts of characters living there in the past. Back then, those open heaven realm masters who wanted to break through to the 7th order open heaven realm, but weren't from any cave heaven and paradise would head to the Shattered Heaven. That was because even the cave heavens and paradises couldn't control that place. They could peacefully break through to the 7th order open heaven realm without having to worry about being besieged by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, looking back now, the cave heavens and paradises did have the ability to wipe clean and control the Shattered Heaven. They simply chose not to because the world needed a place to hide its dirty and dark secrets. Even though the 3,000 worlds was a vast and endless place, it couldn't be entirely clean. Order and chaos were like light and dark, impossible to exist on their own. Everything had a positive and negative side, and both sides relied on each other to survive. Deep inside the Shattered Heaven was the Divine Ability Sea, which was placed there by great experts near the end of the early ancient era to surround the Divine Spirit ancestral land. It was a natural barrier and also an invisible cage. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing outside the Divine Ability Sea and could see a huge, safe passageway that led straight to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. This pathway was obviously the one the Black Ink Giant Spirit God opened when it emerged from the Ancestral Land. This made things easy for Yang Kai as he didn't need to deal with the Divine Ability Sea now. Taking one step after another, Yang Kai strode forward, and with the help of space principles, each step carried him 100,000 kilometers further. Soon, Yang Kai passed through that pathway and arrived at the Ancestral Land. The Ancestral Land was a vast world that was filled with an ancient aura. If one were to say the myriad monsters world had barely managed to retain the aura of the early ancient era, the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land could be said to have perfectly preserved the primordial era's environment without the slightest change. Counting this trip as well, Yang Kai had visited the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land 3 times. The first time was when Xingyang chased him here. He was escaping with a female 7th Order master named Xiao Lang, and they accidentally barged into this place. Perhaps it was because he had a dragon clan bloodline that he was able to arrive here alive as, back then, Yang Kai was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm master. The second time was when he came to prevent an 8th Order Black Ink disciple from reviving the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Unfortunately, he was too late and was forced to personally kill a respected senior, Luan. Then, he personally witnessed the revival of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. That Black Ink Giant Spirit God was the one that charged out of the Demon Sealing Land to the Ancestral Land and then out through the Shattered Heaven before arriving at the Barren Territory battlefield. This was Yang Kai's 3rd visit to this place. During his first visit, though he had a potent dragon vein, he wasn't a pure-blood dragon clan member. During the second visit, all his focus had been on the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, so he didn't have any spare attention to investigate this place. But this time, he could feel a natural sense of comfort and closeness when he arrived here. It felt like he had returned home from a long journey and ran back into his mother's arms. His dragon blood was surging inside him, and he couldn't help wanting to let out a dragon roar to vent his feelings. Although he was born a human, the current Yang Kai could be fundamentally considered a pure-blooded dragon, so he had a natural feeling of belonging with this land. However, Yang Kai soon frowned. It was because this place was occupied by many black ink nests of all sizes, most of them low rank but 3 of them mid-rank. There were no high-rank ones, fortunately. All the high-rank black ink nests were placed at the no-return pass and were guarded by the only remaining royal lord. Despite having already known that the ancestral land wouldn't remain unaffected by the war, Yang Kai still felt enraged when he witnessed this scene. It felt as though thieves had overrun his home, and not only did they steal his belongings, but they even took his home for themselves. How could Yang Kai endure this? These thieves wanted to take over the ancestral land, but it seemed like they weren't very successful because, in any universe world outside, one low-rank black ink nest would be enough to cover it in black ink strength, turning it into the Black Ink clan's territory. But here, even though all the black ink nests were pumping out black ink strength, the area they managed to cover was quite limited. One low-rank black ink nest could only cover about a 100-kilometer radius with black ink strength, and the further away from the black ink nest, the thinner the black ink strength became. The mid-rank black ink nests were stronger but, even they could only cover about a 10,000-kilometer radius. While such distances were not small, compared to the billions upon billions of kilometers diameter of the ancestral land, it was actually quite insignificant. It seemed like there was an invisible force restraining the black ink strength from spreading. Obviously, it was the ancestral strength which could restrain and even dissolve black ink strength. Though it wasn't as effective as purifying light, with the vast ancestral land supporting the ancestral strength, it could uninterruptedly resist the corruption and spread of black ink strength without much difficulty even after a couple of millennia. Judging from the scene before him, Yang Kai became even more certain that the divine spirits had some link to the primordial light. It was because of the ancestral land's resistance that so many black ink nests had appeared here, otherwise, why would the Black Ink clan arrange their black ink nest in such a way? A human? A shocked and puzzled voice sounded. Yang Kai lowered his head to look in the direction of the voice and saw a feudal lord looking up at him from one of the low-rank black ink nests. Since Yang Kai didn't hide himself, the feudal lord immediately discovered him when he entered the range of the ancestral land. When their 4 eyes suddenly met, the feudal lord was certain that the other party was a human. He immediately grinned and revealed a vicious smile before bellowing, "Kill him." Where did this human come from? How insolent of him to appear here. The Black Ink clan had been occupying this vast land for many years, but had never seen any humans come over. After all, this place was too far from the Great Territory battlefields while also very close to the Black Ink battlefield, so even hunters wouldn't easily venture this deep into their territory. In this place, the Black Ink clan didn't live a comfortable life because some kind of mysterious energy was suppressing their Black Ink strength and preventing it from spreading. If they had a choice, the Black Ink clan here would rather fight on the battlefield than remain here. Previously, there were territory lords that had tried to destroy this vast land, but even when an innate territory lord used all his strength to bombard its surface, much of their strength would dissipate before it even struck the ground, which made it impossible to do any real damage. Unfortunately for them, their progress was still very slow despite their long years of effort. Now that a human had appeared here, it naturally stimulated the feudal lord's predatory instincts. He thought of capturing this human and turning him into a Black Ink disciple to be commanded at will. Once the feudal lord gave the order, numerous Black Ink clansmen from the surrounding 100-kilometer radius charged over, including some feudal lords. Those feudal lords didn't have their own Black Ink nest and could only obey the feudal lord who gave out the order. Instantly, Black Ink strength surged, and a dense stream of figures flew at Xianxia, swiftly surrounding him. That first feudal lord stood above his Black Ink nest and watched this scene with interest, but suddenly, he had a bad feeling and frowned as he noticed that the other party was behaving a little too calmly. Moreover, he couldn't sense this human's cultivation. Once that thought flashed across the feudal lord's mind, a burst of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the encirclement. Following that, every Black Ink clansman that went over froze in place like they were struck by lightning. Then, the sound of spurting fresh blood sounded, and all at once, every Black Ink clansman, no matter their strength, fell to pieces, literally. The feudal lord's pupils contracted as he turned around to retreat towards his Black Ink nest without hesitation. When the human attacked, the feudal lord immediately sensed his cultivation. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the feudal lord didn't know why this human came here, he knew this wasn't someone he could mess with. However, just as he turned around, an oppressive force appeared above him. This pressure was like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He barely managed to raise his head to see a palm coming down on him, followed by complete darkness. Then, he didn't know what had happened next. In the sky, Xianxia slowly withdrew his palm. A large palm print had appeared on the ground, and not only did it crush the feudal lord, but also the Black Ink nest below him was smashed to pieces. That movement wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Soon, even more Black Ink clansmen were attracted by the noise. Inside the area covered by the Black Ink nests, numerous Black Ink clansmen were alerted by the movement and came over to investigate. When they discovered Xianxia's aura, they immediately became excited. Their lives in this vast land were too bitter and boring as there was nothing to do but resist the suppression of the strange force. It was unheard of for a human to barge in here, so how could the Black Ink clansmen's violent desires not be stimulated? Soon, numerous Black Ink clansmen arrived from all directions. Xianxia laughed out loud, very good. If these Black Ink clansmen didn't take the initiative to attack, Xianxia couldn't start a killing spree because of the agreement between the two races. Back in Azure Sun territory, it was also those 3 territory lords who struck first, justifying him to kill them. Facing the incoming Black Ink clansmen, Xianxia charged forward. Instantly, Xianxia was like a tiger in a herd of sheep, utterly unstoppable. Though he was surrounded by countless Black Ink clansmen with Black Ink strength surging everywhere, none of them was his match. In a blink of an eye, Xianxia had moved thousands of kilometers away from his original spot, and unleashed a rain of terror in his wake, destroying low-rank Black Ink nests and leaving fresh corpses. Although Xianxia didn't exert too much of his strength, he could still kill these Black Ink clansmen with a single punch or palm. He was almost at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and the strongest among these Black Ink clansmen were feudal lords, so how could they hope to stop him? To put it bluntly, Xianxia could ruthlessly kill all these Black Ink clansmen with a single sweep of his dragon breath. The huge difference between their strength was not something these Black Ink clansmen could make up for with numbers alone. A loud roar suddenly came from the distance, "Xianxia, stop!" Xianxia was instantly frustrated. Did my identity get exposed so quickly? It wasn't because Xianxia didn't take care to hide his strength, but that the Black Ink clan had been tracking him. Before this, he had been visiting one great territory after another in search of the primordial light. He didn't even leave out the universe worlds taken over by the Black Ink clan and personally went over to investigate each and every one of them. It could be said that the Black Ink clan knew his whereabouts at all times because everywhere he went, the Black Ink clan in that territory would use their black ink nests to report it as soon as possible. This meant that it was only after Xianxia entered the chaotic dead territory that the Black Ink clan lost track of him. The Black Ink clan seemed to know that he had been searching for something recently, but they had no idea what it was. Also, orders had been passed down from the no-return pass saying that the Black Ink clan was not to interfere no matter what Xianxia did. History had proven that if not provoked, Xianxia would maintain the agreement, so the best option was to just let him be. All the Black Ink clansmen in all of the great territories had received these orders, so many who were overseeing each great territory were on edge, afraid that Xianxia would suddenly appear in their territory and lash out. Of course, the ancestral land had received the order from the royal lord as well. Everything happened so suddenly that the feudal lords didn't have much time to think about it, but how could the territory lord overseeing this place not know what was going on? When he sensed the eruption of battle, he immediately used his divine sense to scan the place and realized Xianxia had come. There were 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, so 3 innate territory lords had been dispatched here to act as supervisors. The territory lord who just spoke up was a black-faced individual that seemed to resemble a human at first glance, but he was taller and much bulkier than a human. However, some masters were skilled in body tempering amongst the humans and had figures that weren't much worse than this territory lord's. Since those Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink nests killed and destroyed by Xianxia were all under his jurisdiction, he was naturally furious and called out. But Xianxia didn't seem like he was going to stand down, so the territory lord became even more furious and threw out a punch from afar while roaring, "I said stop." Xianxia's palm slammed down again and destroyed another low-rank Black Ink nest before he faced the punch coming from afar without any intention of dodging and accepted it. Instantly, his body trembled, and a shimmer of light appeared across his body. He wasn't the slightest bit injured by the attack. He then turned his head to look at the black-faced territory lord charging at him and asked, "Did you just attack me?" Both of Xianxia's eyes lit up as a trace of cunning flashed in their depths, making him seem overjoyed. The black-faced territory lord was beyond furious at first, but when he met those eyes, he couldn't help but be reminded of what happened in Azure Sun territory. He silently cursed himself for letting his anger take over and cause this situation. Hurriedly stopping, the territory lord stammered, "It wasn't me. I didn't." Since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, this territory lord had been ordered to oversee the Divine Spirit ancestral land and used Black Ink strength to corrupt this piece of land, so he had not battled a human race master in several millennia. However, with the use of his Black Ink nest, he could still gather information from battlefields without having to leave this place. There were quite a lot of masters amongst the humans, and there were even a few that were stronger than innate territory lords, but no matter how strong, all humans had their limits, except for one who defied all reason. During these recent years, a single 8th Order master named Xianxia undoubtedly shone the brightest. From what this territory lord heard from the no-return pass, Xianxia had gone to the no-return pass alone, killed several territory lords, and destroyed many high-rank Black Ink nests before escaping from the pursuit of the royal lord. Later, news came from Profound Nether territory, saying that the number of territory lords killed directly or indirectly by Xianxia had reached over 30. News that came from the Acacia territory said that 10 territory lords had worked together to besiege Xianxia, but 7 of them died while in the end, Xianxia and the over 10,000 human refugees mysteriously escaped. Fortunately, after Xianxia returned to Profound Nether territory, he made peace with the territory lords there, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. 300 years later, Xianxia appeared in Twin Poles territory and killed 4 innate territory lords in a single battle, forcing the Black Ink clan there to retreat to their camps in panic. The Black Ink clan didn't dare to come out and were even forced to take the initiative to offer peace. In the subsequent peace talks, the Black Ink clan established numerous restrictions on Xianxia and finally restrained the humans' most terrifying killing star. During the 1,700 years after that, There were no signs of the killing star on the battlefields, so the territory lords didn't have to be on edge anymore because the black ink disciples they corrupted occasionally all confirmed that Xianxia had been in retreat all this time. Once those 1,700 years were up though, Xianxia exited his retreat and instantly killed 3 acquired territory lords in Azure Sun territory. Later, no territory lord dared to challenge him as he was allowed to wander around freely. Following that, Xianxia began his long journey, until this day when he appeared in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Despite the fact that the black-faced territory lord hadn't fought with a human master in many centuries, he knew that he wasn't this killing star's opponent. Amongst all innate territory lords, his strength only ranked somewhere in the middle, and he personally knew several territory lords who were stronger than him that had died at Xianxia's hands. If those territory lords had died, would he be able to survive if Xianxia attacked him? He attacked in a moment of anger and didn't consider the situation too seriously. Moreover, his attack from a distance had only been intended to get Xianxia's attention and stop him from killing more of his subordinates. Therefore, Xianxia only had to dodge slightly to not get hit by that punch. The reason Xianxia didn't dodge was not that he couldn't, but that he didn't want to. Those 3 acquired territory lords from the Azure Sun territory died because they had no eyes and accidentally offended this killing star. I have also offended him today, the black-faced territory lord instantly felt chills enveloping his whole figure. You dare to attack me? Good, very good. Then I'll attack you too. Xianxia had a wicked grin as he raised his large fist and acted like an angry child who stubbornly wanted revenge. This time I can finally have a good battle. I've been in retreat for so many years, and, regrettably, I have no way of testing out my current strength. Those 3 acquired territory lords in the Azure Sun territory were only the appetizers. If I want to test out my full strength, I have to find an innate territory lord, but none of them have dared to challenge me so far. The black-faced territory lord immediately turned around and ran without intending to fight Xianxia. A black ink cloud rolled in and encased the territory lord's figure while he screamed frantically, "Save me!" He was naturally screaming towards the other 2 territory lords overseeing this place. Those 2 had also swept over the moment they sensed the fallout, but they had frozen in place after hearing the black-faced territory lord screaming Xianxia's name. Most territory lords weren't that fearless. In fact, many feared death greatly, so if they could stay out of this mess, they were more than happy to do so. Accept 3 of my moves. If you can survive, I will let you off. Refuse, and no one can save you today. Xianxia's voice was like a gust of cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, making that territory lord shiver even more. However, besides being terrified, the territory lord also felt a sense of hope. If it's just 3 attacks, I might be able to resist them. After all, I'm still an innate territory lord, so of course, I'm not weak. No matter how powerful this killing star is, he's being too arrogant. Thinking so, the black-faced territory lord decisively stopped, and his voice echoed from inside the black ink cloud, "Really?" The territory lord knew he couldn't escape because, according to rumors, Xianxia had astonishing attainments in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to fleeing and chasing. Therefore, trying to outrun this human was impossible. Also, it wasn't realistic to hope that the other 2 territory lords would come to his aid because they were trying to stay out of this situation. Otherwise, they would have come forward and helped him long ago. His only hope now was that Xianxia meant what he said. Xianxia approached the black-faced territory lord while speaking slowly. "I can even keep the promise I made with the Black Ink clan, so what's there for you to worry about?" That made sense. Although this killing star had caused the Black Ink clan to suffer a huge loss, he had integrity. Since they made peace, he had never voluntarily broken the agreement. He only attacked those territory lords in Azure Sun territory because they attacked him first. The Black Ink clan couldn't complain about him acting in self-defense. Deal. The black-faced territory lord gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge. He had 3 attacks to decide his fate, and he didn't believe that he would be that useless. All sorts of intel on Xianxia appeared in his mind, and he immediately used his divine sense to protect his soul. This guy has a special artifact that can injure others without them noticing. Amongst all those territory lords Xianxia killed, many of them were killed because of that special artifact. Therefore, the black-faced territory lord felt that his soul was the most important thing to protect. If it were 2,000 years ago, the territory lord's decision would have been a smart one, but now that Yang Kai's strength had increased significantly, and he was itching to test the extent of his power, he naturally wouldn't be using the soul-rending thorn. The black-faced territory lord was only giving himself false hope when he used his divine sense to protect his soul. In the divine spirit ancestral land, there were several helpless and furious black ink clansmen looking upwards, watching as one of their territory lords was about to resist 3 moves from Yang Kai to decide his fate. The Black Ink clan felt helpless because they weren't strong enough and couldn't interfere in this matter. When Yang Kai killed those Black Ink clansmen just now, he showcased such great strength that the feudal lords here knew they couldn't compete with him. As for why they were furious, that was because even though Yang Kai's reputation resounded throughout the 3,000 worlds, it was far too arrogant of him to say that he would let an innate territory lord live if he resisted 3 attacks from him. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, wanting to kill an innate territory lord in 3 moves was too presumptuous. The other 2 territory lords were also watching nervously while their divine senses flickered as they silently conversed with each other. According to their understanding of the black-faced territory lord, they estimated the probability of him still being alive after 3 attacks was quite high. Like the black-faced territory lord, they thought that since they were innate territory lords, they could withstand 3 attacks no matter how strong Yang Kai was. They confidently believed that they could return to their black ink nests to recuperate as long as they didn't die on the spot. However, despite their silent conversation, they didn't intend to interfere with this matter as they didn't want to draw fire to themselves. Even if they banded together now to face Yang Kai, the chances that they would all then die were extremely high. Immediately after the black-faced territory lord protected his soul, the black ink cloud around him expanded to a 1,000-kilometer radius. While the black ink cloud hid the territory lord's aura, it also moved towards Yang Kai. The territory lord wanted to seize the initiative to attack. As an innate territory lord, he had his own principles and pride, therefore, he couldn't sit back and wait for his doom when facing such an aggressive enemy. He understood that in battle, the one who attacked first had the advantage. The dense black ink cloud spanning 1,000 kilometers in all directions was enough to confuse any enemy's senses. Moreover, this was a black ink cloud condensed by an innate territory lord, so if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have to dive into the black ink cloud first. With a bold strike from the territory lord, the distance between them quickly decreased. Inside the black ink cloud, the black-faced territory lord was still guarding against Yang Kai's mysterious soul attack, but all he saw was Yang Kai stomping 1 foot forward hard before squatting slightly. Both his hands were clenched into fists that were placed on either side of his waist, with his left fist forward and right fist curled back. It was just an ordinary stance one took before making the most standard of punches. However, no matter how ordinary this stance was, it still had great power when it was executed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. More importantly, the 8th Order Master before him right now was the publicly acknowledged strongest of them all. Instantly, the entire atmosphere in the ancestral land changed. It was like the world itself had transformed into an ancient ominous beast, making every inch of the space dangerous and filled with murderous intent. The black ink clansmen below instantly felt chills as though there was a sword hanging above their heads, ready to drop at any moment. On the other hand, the 2 innate territory lords watching from afar stiffened as their expression turned stern. At that moment, they suddenly had a terrifying feeling as though a vicious beast was eyeing them, and any sudden movements would lead it to strike. And all of this was just from the residual power Yang Kai was giving off. They found it hard to imagine how much pressure the black-faced territory lord was currently facing as he was the actual target of Yang Kai's wrath. They previously felt there was a high chance their black-faced companion would make it out of this duel alive, but they were quickly losing confidence in that prediction. As for the black-faced territory lord himself, he was currently feeling a sense of unparalleled crisis. Even though he was hiding inside a huge black ink cloud while constantly changing his position, that feeling didn't fade in the slightest. Refusing to just stand there waiting for death, he exerted more power and used a secret technique to instantly triple his speed. It was at that moment that Yang Kai finally moved. His right fist slowly moved forward, seemingly pushing through unbearable resistance as he thrust it forward. As his fists continued to slowly extend out, space itself seemed to compress layer upon layer. When Yang Kai's fist finally fully extended, the entire world rumbled in response. The 1,000 kilometers wide black ink cloud that was charging at him abruptly stopped just 100,000 kilometers away from him. The originally fiercely roiling black ink cloud instantly froze and became perfectly still, as if a rushing river had suddenly turned to ice. Even the tiniest of waves were frozen in place. Hey! At that moment, Xianxia let out a low growl. That growl was like a trigger as the ice exploded, and the 1,000-kilometer black ink cloud was instantly shattered into wisps of black mist that revealed the black-faced territory lord hidden inside. In fact, it wasn't the black ink cloud dissipating, but rather the space which encompassed it fragmenting. That was because the strength coming out of Xianxia's fist was filled with incredibly dense space principles. Like the broken fragments of a smashed mirror, many pieces of the void brushed past the black-faced territory lord's body, leaving all sorts of deep cuts on him. He was just fortunate that he possessed incredible strength and durability, or else he would have been cut into pieces by the void cracks then and there. Even if he did keep his life though, he was as haggard as could be. Looking into Xianxia's eyes across the gap between them, the black-faced territory lord was filled with terror and reluctance. Unleashing a fierce roar, he tried to break free of the space principle's entanglement, but like a mortal caught in a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forget charging out to meet Xianxia, just moving forward at all proved almost impossible. Xianxia drew back his right fist with a calm expression. At the same time, he thrust his left fist out. But this time, his left fist moved extremely fast, so fast that even the other two territory lords who were watching closely couldn't tell just how this punch was delivered. While they were still in a daze, the punch was already sent out. Their hearts were already stuck in their throats after witnessing how frightening the power of the previous fist was. They didn't know what this punch could do. However, from what they saw, this fist seemed extremely ordinary, as though Xianxia hadn't even exerted half as much strength as before. What's more, the black-faced territory lord didn't appear to have suffered any further injury. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. When Xianxia delivered his first blow, the black-faced territory lord was still pushing his strength wildly despite the awkward situation because he was desperately trying to defend himself. With his innate territory lord strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to break free of his current situation. With just 1 or 2 breaths of time, he could escape from the shattered space. However, Xianxia clearly wasn't going to give him that chance. During a battle between masters, life and death could be decided in the blink of an eye, let alone 1 or 2 breaths. After the second fist attack was delivered, the black-faced territory lord stiffened in place and stopped moving altogether. A multicolored river of light seemed to have appeared in a flash as time constantly warped in the local space. Ha! Xianxia released a guttural shout. Success! Xianxia stood up straight and unclenched his fists, placing one on his dantian as he exhaled lightly. The Tao of Time and the Tao of Space were the most powerful grand Taos he mastered and were also the most mysterious and unpredictable. With his almost peak 8th order open heaven realm strength, using these 2 grand Taos had become even easier for him. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Xianxia had reaped many benefits but was unable to completely digest them. If the 3-attack challenge hadn't restricted that black-faced territory lord, he wouldn't have been in such a haggard state. Xianxia was sure that in a battle with no constraints, he could kill this territory lord in 10 moves, but by goading his opponent into a duel of sorts, Xianxia managed to release all his strength at his target without having to worry about other distractions. Though it seemed like a good plan, it was actually quite foolish. Moreover, this was the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Xianxia was now a pure-blood dragon clan member and an extremely powerful ancient dragon. In this place, every divine spirit was protected and favored by the world itself. The previous 2 punches he delivered not only housed his own strength but also received a boost from this land. Just like how Xianxia could borrow the Star Boundary's power to defend against enemies stronger than himself, he could also borrow the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. Therefore, that black-faced territory lord could not withstand 2 attacks. Taking advantage of the terrain and the opponent's mental state was perfectly normal in battle. The black-faced territory lord only had himself to blame for being unlucky. As the space had been frozen and the time had been distorted, anyone who barged inside here would feel their minds become stagnant and their bodies become stiff. However, Xianxia was an exception. Using space and time principles to capture an innate territory lord was still a difficult task, as all innate territory lords could easily escape the interference caused by these two strengths and restore their freedom in short order. However, the space-time strength Yang Kai used to warp both space and time all at once was far more difficult to resist and break free from. Therefore, despite being an innate territory lord, getting out of this trap would require much effort and time on his part. Yang Kai raised his finger and slowly pointed it at the territory lord's forehead. Merc, before the black-faced territory lord finished his first word, Yang Kai's finger had already touched his forehead. The territory lord felt his head tremble violently, and when Yang Kai withdrew his finger, there was a blood-red hole in the territory lord's forehead. His eyes quickly dimmed and black ink strength leaked out of the hole, but was quickly trapped by the surrounding space-time strength and was unable to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's expression looked calm, even somewhat bored, as he felt that this territory lord had lost before he could really experiment with his new strength. The two territory lords watching from afar were now feeling like someone had pulled their souls from their bodies. Their knowledge of Yang Kai came from the intel they received from elsewhere, so they only knew he had killed quite a lot of territory lords by relying on a special soul-type artifact. As such, there would always be slight spiritual energy fluctuation every time he attacked. But this time, they didn't sense Yang Kai using any kind of soul-type attack. He only used two seemingly ordinary punches to easily incapacitate an innate territory lord who was just about as powerful as they were on the spot, before casually walking over and executing him with a poke to the forehead. This human was far stronger than those reports described. Such a strong human master was the Black Ink clan's greatest misfortune. Once the two races started their final conflict in the future, there was no telling how many Black Ink clansmen would die at this human's hands. "I'll give you a cup of tea's time to scram, otherwise, this king doesn't mind none of you ever leaving here." Yang Kai glanced over and ordered. Once he said those words, the Black Ink clansmen, who were still in a state of shock, became frantic and immediately sped off. Even the two territory lords shivered and quickly flew towards their Black Ink nests. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen could easily leave this place, but they couldn't because their Black Ink nests were still here. If they lost their Black Ink nests, they wouldn't have a place to recuperate after being wounded. Moreover, each mid-rank Black Ink nest was extremely important to the Black Ink clan. The feudal lords with low-rank Black Ink nests had similar thoughts. At that moment, Yang Kai roared, "Everything in the ancestral land is mine, you dare try to take my things away." With a loud clap of thunder, the feudal lords who were trying to remove their Black Ink nests abruptly halted. The two territory lords exchanged bitter looks as they felt unresigned. Still, they knew they couldn't take their Black Ink nests away now. Soon, all the Black Ink clansmen in the ancestral land had curried away, leaving only their Black Ink nests of various sizes behind. Even after leaving the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan didn't dare to stop, as they were afraid the killing star might suddenly chase after and slaughter them ruthlessly. Under the two innate territory lords' lead, the Black Ink clansmen ran for their lives. In the meantime, Yang Kai floated above the ancestral land, silently feeling the land's slight changes. If he were to say that the feeling he had when arriving at the ancestral land was like coming home, now he felt like this world had given him a trace of recognition. Was it because he chased away the Black Ink clan who came here and committed such outrage? Yang Kai didn't know the answer, but the feeling of being recognized by the ancestral land didn't seem false. With his current 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and the dragon vein from his 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he could feel even the subtlest change in the world around him. Suppose that the ancestral land was a matriarch, and all the divine spirits were her children. This land had nurtured generation after generation of divine spirits from the primordial era to now. Therefore, the ancestral land had many, many children. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, even the ancestral land couldn't escape their grasp, so the divine spirits were forced out, leaving the ancestral land, their matriarch, alone and without anyone to rely on. The Black Ink clan, who moved into the ancestral land, were the ruthless invaders of this land. They hatched numerous Black Ink nests here, trying to turn this place that had been here since ancient times into their territory. Perhaps they could even crack the secret behind why the divine spirits could resist Black Ink strength and find a solution in time. As the old and lonely matriarch couldn't stop them on her own, she could only silently resist. That was until Yang Kai came and chased all the Black Ink clan away. Like any universe world, the ancestral land had its own will and acknowledged Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai wasn't a true pureblood. He started out as an ordinary human, but was lucky to gain the golden divine dragon's source through an opportunity in his youth. Coincidentally, that golden divine dragon source originally belonged to the third-generation dragon emperor. After so many years of constantly refining his bloodline and cultivating in the dragon pool, Yang Kai had managed to purify his bloodline and become a real member of the dragon clan. Now, he also had the right to enter his name in the dragon tome. However, Yang Kai was still nothing more than an adopted son to the ancestral land. In comparison to her biological children, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be given as much attention and favor. It was the same with humans. Even if their children were good for nothing, they were still their blood-related children. What Yang Kai did today successfully helped him move closer towards the biological son level from the adopted son level. This period was when the ancestral land was at its loneliest and most helpless. Even the divine spirits found it hard to do anything, but Yang Kai, the adopted son, came and chased away all the invaders. That was why Yang Kai immediately felt the slight change between this land and himself after he drove out the Black Ink clan. He felt as though this land was more affectionate to him, and there was even the feeling of the omnipresent ancestral strength entering his body. Such a feeling made Yang Kai raise an eyebrow. The one who nurtured numerous divine spirits. I guess matriarch would be a fitting way to address it. I wonder if she really exists. If chasing away the Black Ink clan could cause such a change, what about removing all the Black Ink nests and dispelling all the Black Ink strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel some anticipation, so he didn't hesitate as playing tricks with the world's will was unnecessary. It was better to simply be straightforward. Moreover, even without the favor of the ancestral land, Yang Kai would still remove the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength here. With a wave of his hand, all the Black Ink nests were uprooted from their positions and thrown inside Yang Kai's small universe to be suppressed and sealed. Then, Yang Kai used purifying light to dispel all the Black Ink strength still lingering in the land. Yang Kai's hard work, or rather his filial piety, wasn't in vain because, following the removal of Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength, the connection he felt with this land became even closer. When all the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength were cleaned out, Yang Kai could feel that he had surpassed the level of a biological son and jumped straight into being the matriarch's favorite son. It was as if what was left was for the ancestral land to reveal its kind smile and compliment Yang Kai for being a good boy. The sky cleared as ancestral strength flowed into Yang Kai's body from all directions, making his dragon veins stir to life. This made Yang Kai feel elated because he felt all his efforts weren't in vain. At first, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to visit the dragon pool someday to continue refining his dragon vein, but now it seemed like he didn't have to go through that trouble because it seemed that cultivating in the ancestral land would have a similar effect. The ancestral strength inside the ancestral land was the most primitive divine spirit power that any divine spirit could absorb and refine, just like how any cultivator could refine world energy. That was also why those divine spirits scattered outside instinctually wanted to return to the ancestral land. While being here, they could greatly improve their strength and bloodline. It was especially so for young divine spirits because living in the ancestral land could greatly shorten their growth period. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to cultivate though, because the aim of his journey here wasn't to refine his dragon vein but to find clues about the primordial light. Now that he was here, he still didn't have any idea about how to find those clues. Worse, looking around probably wouldn't be of much use because the clues about the primordial light couldn't be seen. After 1 month, Yang Kai had almost circled the entire ancestral land, but still couldn't find anything. But that was reasonable because, if there were any unique clues, it was impossible for those divine spirits living here not to know about them. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel defeated, and wondered if his approach was all wrong. While strolling around, Yang Kai suddenly came to a huge empty area. This was where the ancestral strength was the strongest, seeming to be the center of the entire ancestral land. It wasn't the geological center, but rather the core of its power. Also, this was the exact place where the third-generation Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress sealed that Black Ink giant spirit god. They had even sacrificed half of the ancestral land's territory and used the sacred treasures from 16 of the divine spirit clans to form a grand array to transform this place into one giant seal. This place continuously extracted ancestral strength to grind away the black ink giant spirit god's black ink strength. Therefore, this place was considered the center of the ancestral land, making it the optimal location to suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, thinking of whether it was plausible to put his hopes on the primordial light to defeat the black ink clan. According to what he knew, the burning light and serene glimmer certainly had a high possibility of being forces separated from the primordial light. The divine spirits might also have a connection to the primordial light, but Xianxia had no clue about what that connection was. The primordial light no longer had the same appearance as before, and no one knew what was left of it after separating the burning light and serene glimmer. Xianxia estimated that he had to find something like a medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan fuse together and rebuild the primordial light. Without even mentioning whether he could find a catalyst he had no clue about, even if he did somehow accomplish that, would he really be able to use that to fuse Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan back together? And if he was, would Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan still exist in this world? That thought had been on his mind since he left the chaotic dead territory. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had been nothing but good to him. Purifying light was something essential for the humans to defend against the Black Ink clan, and the small stone race soldiers nurtured by the two of them had provided the humans enormous help during many instances. In the humans' eyes, even though those two had been living in the chaotic dead territory all this time, and never descended the mountain to directly help them, they had still made massive, irreplaceable contributions to the war effort. If wiping out Mo required sacrificing Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's lives, Xianxia would never agree to it, no matter the reason. He never had a chance to think carefully about this matter before, or perhaps he had unconsciously been avoiding doing so, but now that he calmed down and began to ponder the issue, he suddenly felt as though had betrayed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Could those two not have thought of what would become of them if Xianxia ever found the fusion catalyst? Of course they had. When Xianxia went over and saw them trying to fuse together, though it seemed like they were playing around, would they have even attempted such a monumental thing without considering the consequences? They had provided so much assistance to the human race, but never asked for anything in return, so how could Xianxia just discard them after all they had done? If the only way for the human race to survive was to betray their greatest benefactors, repaying kindness with enmity, would they even be worthy of continuing to exist? Once Xianxia changed the way he thought about this matter, the issues that had been plaguing him for so long melted away. Relying on external forces and the benevolence of others to end this tragedy was not but an act of desperation born from weakness. Even without the primordial light, was there really no other way to completely eradicate Mo? Song and the others could use the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to seal Mo, which meant that Mo wasn't omnipotent. The human race couldn't do anything about Mo now purely because they weren't strong enough. If the human race could transcend their current limits, they wouldn't even have to bother about all this complicated primordial light or darkness. In the end, the fundamental problem was strength. It wasn't enough to be in the 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm. Humans had to at least reach the creation realm, like Mo, to be able to defeat it. Song and the others couldn't reach that peak, but that didn't mean that he couldn't. New talents appeared in each generation, and though the great achievements of their forefathers were admirable and worthy of praise, that did not mean the descendants should stop striving to outdo them. Perhaps the ancestral land felt her favorite son's strong desire for power, or maybe realizing it could not escape unscathed from a disaster that threatened her whole family, the matriarch who had always been fair to every divine spirit, finally revealed her doting side to Xianxia. The entire ancestral land suddenly began shaking, and an unimaginable amount of ancestral strength from all directions flowed towards Xianxia like a torrent and poured into his body. Xianxia's figure trembled, but he was only surprised for a moment before calming down. He then opened his heart and mind to accept the world's gift. He was currently almost at the peak of the 8th order, but ancestral strength wasn't of any help to his open heaven realm cultivation. Instead, it was extremely beneficial to his strength as a divine spirit. Xianxia could feel his dragon vein surging. Following the ancestral strength entering his body, he felt like he had lost control of the suppressed dragon force within him, and tiny dragon scales began appearing on his outer skin. 2 lumps had appeared on his forehead as well, and Xianxia felt as if something was about to pop out of them. Even his bottom felt a little itchy. Xianxia hadn't activated the dragon transformation secret art. his body was simply showing signs of dragon transformation on its own. This was something that didn't happen even when he was cultivating inside the dragon pool. The dragon pool was the dragon clan's origin and sanctuary, and was useless to other divine spirits besides the dragon clan. However, ancestral strength was an energy that could benefit any divine spirit. If Xianxia had to compare, the ancestral strength was undoubtedly more primitive and wild. With a loud dragon roar and a bright golden flash, a 70,000-meter-long giant golden dragon suddenly appeared where Xianxia had stood. Since he couldn't suppress it, he would just allow nature to take its course. Instantly, ancestral strength began flooding in more rampantly. The golden dragon shook its head and flicked its tail while its dragon scales trembled as it felt its whole body itching. It could also clearly feel its size increasing rapidly, and following that increase, it felt elated. Since Xianxia entered the dragon pool to cultivate and reached his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, his dragon clan bloodline had been developing very slowly. It had been nearly 3,000 years since then, but his dragon form hadn't even grown another 1,000 meters. The main reason was that he had no time to purify his dragon vein. Also, besides cultivating inside the dragon pool, it was extremely hard for a dragon to continue growing after its dragon vein reached Xianxia's level. Previously, Fu Guang was healing his injuries inside the dragon pool, and after he came out, Xianxia was still in his retreat, therefore, he didn't have the time to head over to the dragon pool. Now that ancestral strength was pouring into his body, Xianxia's dragon form was clearly growing, and at breakneck speed just like when he was cultivating in the dragon pool back then. Though this didn't help him in increasing the order of his open heaven realm cultivation, the increase of his dragon vein was also an increase in his strength. Xianxia instantly felt like this trip was worth it, and he finally stopped obsessing over finding the primordial light. While the wind was blowing and the ancestral strength was surging inside the ancestral land, two innate territory lords led the large group of Black Ink clansmen that had escaped back to the no-return pass. Sitting on a tall throne was the only royal lord of the Black Ink clan. His face was pale and colorless, which gave others a demonic but also feminine feeling. He had his chin propped on his hand while listening to the two territory lords' fearful and trepidatious report. Huge bones formed the throne he was sitting on, and every one of them was glowing with colorful lights and flowing with various Tao strengths. These weren't any ordinary bones, but rather the bones of divine spirits. After so many years of battles, the divine spirits also suffered casualties. Some of those dead divine spirits would have their corpses collected and buried by their allies, but some would be taken away by the Black Ink clan and have their bones extracted to add to the royal lord's throne. Building such a huge throne must have taken over 10,000 large bones, so one could guess how many divine spirits had died in battle during these years. Even many Dragon and Phoenix clan members died in battle, especially during the battle when the no-return pass was breached. During the final battle in the Barren territory, even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had perished. Although the royal lord didn't release his aura and was simply listening quietly, the two territory lords below felt like they were standing on pins and needles. Retreating without a fight was considered a dereliction of duty. They were responsible for guarding the ancestral land, but after one of their fellow innate territory lords was killed, they chose not to fight with Xianxia, and ran away, instead. They even discarded their mid-rank Black Ink nests. Such crimes were enough for them to lose their heads. Of course, an innate territory lord was a precious asset to the current Black Ink clan, and many of them had died in battle over the years, so there was a huge decrease in their numbers. The royal lord wouldn't easily execute these two and would most likely just send them to the 6 battlefields that had masters from both races so that they could atone for their sins. On the two sides of the main hall were 2 rows of innate territory lords. Though the Black Ink clan had quite a lot of acquired territory lords now, they were either battling the human race masters on the battlefields to fine-tune themselves, or devouring Black Ink strength inside Black Ink nests as they cultivated their strength. The only ones free were the innate territory lords because their abilities were fixed right after birth. At this moment, most of those territory lords had sympathetic expressions on their faces. They had also heard of Xianxia's reputation during these years, so they knew that it was already lucky to be able to survive after an encounter with that killing star. Of course, it was also because that fellow was worried about the agreement between the two races and didn't dare to break it easily, otherwise, these 2 territory lords might have already been killed. Once the two territory lords finished their report, they looked up at the throne, waiting nervously for their fate to be decided. After a long time, the royal lord asked, "What you mean to say is, Xianxia has entered the divine spirit ancestral land, yes?" "Indeed," a territory lord with two large wings on his back, which made him look like a huge bat, answered respectfully. "Why did he go there?" the royal lord asked as he was reminded of the appearance of the human who escaped from him around 2,000 years ago. That territory lord answered, shaking, "I don't know." The royal lord frowned. To think of it, he had encountered Xianxia twice. The first time was when Xianxia led the remnant army to attack the No-Return Pass. During that time, he used the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor's corpse and the strength of the Ox Monster to forcefully kill many Black Ink clansmen to open a bloody road and send the remnant humans to the barren territory. The other time was when Xianxia came back from the Black Ink battlefield alone. That time, he destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests, killed numerous innate territory lords, and finally escaped all on his own. Back then, the royal lord flew into a rage because of that, but couldn't do anything about it. He soon heard the news about Xianxia from the frontline battlefields and knew that Xianxia had killed numerous territory lords. That fellow was now the biggest hidden trouble for the Black Ink clan. If the royal lord hadn't learned that Xianxia could never break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he would have ordered his death no matter the cost. That was because Xianxia was already such a menace when he was an 8th Order master, so how terrifying would he be if he managed to reach Ninth Order? Perhaps by then, even the royal lords might not be his opponent. It was because the Black Ink clan knew that Xianxia was destined to be unable to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm that they slightly suppressed their intentions to kill him and maintained their peace agreement with the human race, though the bigger reason was that both sides needed time to accumulate strength. Once the Black Ink clan had nurtured enough royal lords, Xianxia would no longer be able to affect the overall situation despite being a menace. Of course, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up a chance to kill Xianxia either. Therefore, when the royal lord heard that Xianxia had entered the ancestral land, which the Black Ink clan previously controlled, he thought that this might be an opportunity. During these recent years, Xianxia seemed to be searching for something which had brought him from one great territory to another. However, neither the Black Ink clan nor the humans knew what he was searching for. But no matter what it was, it would surely be bad news for the Black Ink clan. If they could besiege and kill Xianxia in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, his plans would all be in vain, and he would no longer restrict the Black Ink clan. At that moment, they could boldly break the treaty between the two races and restart the wars in every great territory. They had to reduce the human race's territory so that they wouldn't have the ability to accumulate more strength. That way, the Black Ink clan could wipe them out someday. No matter how strong that 8th Order Open Heaven realm master was, he couldn't defeat a royal lord. Unfortunately, Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to escaping. He would run away when he knew he couldn't win, which made others unable to do anything to him. That was how he escaped from the royal lord. When dealing with such a person, the royal lord understood the need for a heaven-sealing earth-locking technique to block all escape routes before going for the kill. Suddenly, the royal lord thought of something and looked down at the two territory lords before ordering, "Return there and see what he's up to." The two innate territory lords felt bitter hearing this order, but although they were frightened, they didn't dare to disobey the royal lord's command, so they could only master up their courage and head back the way they came. 1 month later, the two territory lords appeared outside the ancestral land. They had bitter expressions as they hesitated, secretly hoping that Xianxia had left. Otherwise, they didn't know how to explain their appearance if they bumped into him. They couldn't say that they were here to visit him, right? Even though they were nervous, they weren't too afraid because if Xianxia wanted to maintain the agreement between the two races, he wouldn't openly attack them. Therefore, this trip might be dangerous, but it wasn't life-threatening. Carefully approaching the ancestral land, the two territory lords soon sensed something strange. The Divine Spirit ancestral land seemed to have changed drastically from how it was when they were last here. An inexplicable energy was surging and permeating the entire world, and even the wind and clouds were churning. At first, they were carefully hiding their bodies and aura lest they be exposed, but after looking at the current state of the ancestral land, they became bolder. Then, they released their divine senses to look around and gradually discovered what was happening. All that energy seemed to be moving in one direction. There was a vague golden light shining in that direction and a huge being hibernating amidst the clouds. When they looked through the clouds, they could vaguely make out a figure of a curled-up dragon clan member. It was Xianxia. With all the intel the Black Ink clan had gathered, the fact that Xianxia could transform into a true dragon was no longer a secret. After all, there were many Black Ink disciples who were loyal to the Black Ink clan hiding in the dark now. Those two territory lords looked at each other and revealed ecstatic expressions. They suddenly realized why the royal lord wanted them to return here. Silently retreating, they hurried back to the no-return pass. This time, it didn't take them a whole month to reach the no-return pass. When they got back, they once again bowed down before the royal lord's throne of bones and reported everything they saw and heard to him. The royal lord sneered, as I had expected. When he first heard that Xianxia went to the divine spirit ancestral land, he made several guesses. Now, it seemed like he had gone there to cultivate. According to what he heard, it was said that the power inside the divine spirit ancestral land was very beneficial to divine spirits. Did you two expose yourselves? The royal lord asked. The Batwing territory lord shook his head, no. Xianxia was entirely immersed in his cultivation and didn't sense anything. Very good. The royal lord nodded in satisfaction while tapping his fingers on the back of his throne while looking down at the two, Qingfu, Muyu. Don't complain that this king didn't give you a chance to make up for your crimes. The two of you are to immediately enter the Black Ink nest together for source fusion. Once those words were said, all the territory lords became pale. The two territory lords, Qingfu and Muyu, shivered as they looked up at the royal lord with terrified eyes. Muyu even screamed frightenedly, "Sir, please have mercy." It was as though the so-called source fusion was a death sentence. Even though Qingfu didn't say anything, he had a depressed and desperate look on his face. However, the royal lord didn't show any change in expression. Instead, he looked at them calmly before declaring, "If you live, that is your good fortune. If you die, that is your fate. Go." End of chapter 56-25. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.